Volume 9, Chapter 290, The Mirror Room. My mind reeled in confusion as I stepped through the portal and into the next zone. A figure lunged from my left and I jerked my hands up to deflect the blow, but nothing happened. Movement from the corner of my eye caused me to turn sharply, expecting a flanking attack, but no attack came from that direction either. Jumping at shadows now, a princess? Regis chuckled in my mind. Look, who are they? All around, people looked back at me through rectangular windows, each wearing a look of anguish, their faces wet with tears, twisted with rage, or contorted into soundless screams. Some sat still, though most were in the midst of manic fits, gesticulating wildly, striking and scratching at themselves or the ground, like wards in an asylum. Before I could investigate further, Callan and Ezra were stumbling into me, Raya between them. What the hell? Ezra said, flinching back from me and from the figures within the windows. At the center of the room there was a square fountain, 6 feet to a side and surrounded by benches. There, I said, pointing to a bench. Set her down there. The brothers carried their family friend across the room, a steady stream of her blood running from the severed wreckage of her foot, spattering darkly across the marble floor. Ada came next, her steps halting, her eyes glassy. Is this the sanctuary? She gazed at one of the nearby figures, her brows knitting in confusion. She actually leaned toward it and squinted to try and focus on it, as if she didn't quite believe her own eyes. The figure, a very portly man who wore only linen pants, a pair of steel boots and spiked gauntlets, didn't look back, but kneeled on all fours, hammering one massive gauntlet into the ground again and again and again. Hedrig the Lastin set a hand gently on her shoulder and guided her past me, toward the fountain at the center of the room. No, this isn't a sanctuary room, he said, his voice low and ominous. Callan was wrapping Raya's stub with bandages from his dimension ring while Ezra looked on, helplessly fidgeting with his spear. He snapped around when Hedrig spoke. What do you mean this isn't the sanctuary room? He glanced around and flinched again, as if seeing the room for the first time. Has to be. Hedrig guided Ada to the benches and encouraged her to sit down before turning back to Ezra. It clearly isn't, and after that first zone you'd have to be a fool to think that we'd end up anywhere so expected as a sanctuary room. Ezra glared petulantly at Hedrig, but the mossy-haired veteran seemed entirely unconcerned. They held one another's eyes for a long moment before Ezra huffed and turned away, this time looking to his sister. I turned my attention back to the room. It was only about 15 feet wide and 8 feet tall, making it feel very low and claustrophobic after the enormity of the last zone. Though the area near the fountain was brightly lit by orbs of light that hung down over the running water, the room faded into shadow beyond the light's edge, making it difficult to tell how long the room was. The light reflecting off the many windows showing us the tortured figures made it feel as though the room stretched on forever. Not windows, Regis thought. Mirrors, look, Regis was right. As I approached the nearest mirror, I could see the room reflected within it, though of course the man in the mirror was not me, nor did he exist outside of that reflection. He was an older man with a thick gray beard. He sat cross-legged, staring unblinkingly back out at me, his lips moving ceaselessly. I leaned forward, cocking my head so my ear was nearly pressed against the mirror, and I realized I could hear the faint whisper of a voice, though I could not make out the words. Well, Callan said, drawing my attention back to the others, Raya is sleeping. She's lost a lot of blood, but that poultice you gave her saved her life, Ada. If we can get out of here quick enough, she'll be okay. Callan stepped up to a mirror near the fountain. The man within it wore a helm topped by sharp, onyx-black horns like scimitars, giving him the appearance of a Vritra. He stood with his arms crossed and a haughty sneer smeared across his face. Based on his armor, black leather and blackened steel plates with jet runes inlaid throughout, he was an ascender and a wealthy one at that. They're all ascenders, Hedrig said, as if he'd read my mind. Look at the design and material of their clothes and armor, Callan pointed out. Especially the horns. It's been out of favor to wear horned helms for several decades. They've been trapped here for quite a while, haven't they? No one answered, though a collective chill ran through the group as we all considered being trapped in this room for eternity. Why in Vritra's name are we here? Ezra said, moving to stand by Callan. This is a prelim, it's supposed to be over. The broad-shouldered young man turned toward me. You. I don't know how, but this is your fault, isn't it? Enough, Callan said quietly. Why ever we're here, it's just another test. This is a puzzle zone. We need to start looking for clues that'll help us solve the room and move on. Ada's discouraged expression disappeared as she got up to her feet, forcing a smile for us to see. That's right, we can do this. For Ada glanced at the sleeping Raya, her bandages already spotted through with blood. For Raya, the first time Ascender's bravery seemed to douse Ezra's hot head, and he gave his sister a side hug, wincing as he did so. What about you? I asked him. How badly were you hurt? It's nothing, he said, his chin up, his gaze haughty. I'll be fine. Shaking my head, I turned away and began examining the mirrors one by one for any hint or clue about how to proceed. Callan stepped up beside me. That was an impressive spell you used to teleport back there. Thanks, I said simply. I'll admit I wasn't the best student at academy, Callan went on, and I was particularly bad at ancient runes. I just never really understood the point, you know. I always knew I was going to be an ascender, and ascenders don't fight each other. I turned to Callan, meeting his eye. What are you getting at? He raised his hands and smiled warmly, but I could see the tension in the way he held himself and the way his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Just making conversation, Gray, and thinking about that spell. I've never seen anything like it. We studied all kinds of runes at the academy, making it more difficult increases the prestige, I guess. I was curious, he paused, glancing up the hall toward his brother and sister, if I could see what is it you have, an emblem, it seems too powerful for a crest. When I didn't immediately answer, Callan broke into a surprised grin. It's not a regalia, surely. Is that why you don't have your runes displayed? Who are you? Listen, I said, there'll be plenty of time for war stories when we're out of here, okay? For now, let's just figure out this puzzle room. Callan shook his head and patted me on the shoulder. I'll figure you out yet, Gray. He turned to walk up the hall, following his siblings, then stopped. Oh, and sorry about Ezra. Don't mind him, he's just protective of the girls. And an imbecile, Regis said in my mind. I smiled and turned back to the mirrors, focusing again on the task at hand. Guesses here? Regis asked after we'd looked over a dozen or more of the reflections. What are we looking for, Arthur? If everyone here is an ascender, then they've presumably been trapped somehow. Maybe by touching the mirrors. Okay, so don't touch the mirrors, check. But how do we get out of here? I stopped when one of the figures we passed by waved wildly with both arms, clearly trying to get my attention. He was a bearded man who also had a horned helm with locks of wavy brown hair that flowed down past his chin. His eyes were deeply sunken and ringed with shadows, but he perked up when I stopped. They can see us, I thought, realization washing over me. The trapped ascender pressed his hand to the inside of the mirror, gesturing for me to do the same. When I didn't immediately respond, he grinned and nodded, then gestured again more urgently. It's a trap, you know it is. What if you get sucked in after touching that mirror? What if he gets loose and tries to kill everyone else? Can you hear me? I asked out loud, pointing at the mirror. The man shook his head and gestured again at his hand pressed against the inside of the pane. I shook my head back. The man's face fell, and when he looked back up there was such a pure and malevolent hatred in his eyes that I took a step back from the mirror. He began shouting, even going as far as taking off his helmet and using it as a pickaxe to try and break his way out. Sheesh, someone woke up on the wrong side of the mirror, Regis said, laughing at his own joke. Ignoring Regis, I moved on from the enraged ascender. After a few more minutes of fruitlessly examining the mirrors, now conscious that the inhabitants were watching me as closely as I was them, Ada called out. It's me, Ada said, her voice carrying down the hall, which seemed to be much longer than it had at first appeared. Ada was standing in front of a mirror perhaps 20 feet away, and from where I stood I could just see the figure within. The mirror Ada waved and smiled warmly, a gesture the real Ada immediately returned. Then, moving identically so it was almost as if one was genuinely a reflection of the other, both raised their hands and made as if to press them against the glassy pane. Ada, I shouted, stop, don't touch the… Ada's right hand pressed against the mirror, as did the reflections, and purple energy etheric essence rose like steam from Ada's skin, then moved like wind-blown mist along her body until it was absorbed into the mirror. Using God's step, I was at her side in an instant, but even that was too late. Her body slumped into my arms, and I watched in horror as blackish-purple energy from the mirror oozed across her and was absorbed into her skin. Weariness settled over me like a warm blanket. Using God's step twice in such a short time had apparently taken a toll on me. I would have to grow much stronger before I could use Etha in such a way more consistently. In the meantime, at least I could use burst step now without tearing my body apart. Heavy footsteps from behind me announced Callan and Ezra's approach. I glanced from the unconscious Ada in my arms to the mirror, and my stomach lurched. Ada, the real Ada, seemed to be banging on the inside of the mirror with her fist, practically blind with panic and the tears that streamed down her face and dripped from her chin. Even though I couldn't hear her, her words were clear. Please, she said, please. What happened? Ezra snapped, leaning down over his sister's prone form and placing his hand on hers. Ada. As I opened my mouth to explain, Ada's eyes fluttered open, causing us all to recoil in surprise. They were a deep, dark, glowing violet. Callan looked from the purple-eyed Ada to the mirror where the crying, frantic Ada was still screaming, please, please. The eldest sibling's eyes were bloodshot as he tried to muster every ounce of composure he had left, his hand reaching closer toward the mirror. Stop, I released a pulse of etheric intent, causing everyone Hedrig had joined us only a moment before to freeze in place. Touching the mirror is what caused this. I paused, carefully considering how best to explain what I saw. I think that Ada was drawn into the mirror and that something came out of the mirror to inhabit her body. Ezra, seizing on this thought, grabbed Ada's hand and pulled her toward the mirror. Then we just make them switch back. I reached for Ezra's arm, but Callan stopped me. Let him try. Before I could argue, Ezra, over the terrified objections of the purple-eyed Ada, had pressed her hand against the glass. On the other side, our Ada mirrored the gesture. Nothing happened. "Please," Ada said, "let go of me, Ezra, you're hurting me." A single large tear welled up within those otherworldly eyes. "Please." Ezra let go and stepped away, grimacing. He looked from Ada to Callan and back, anguish written across his face. In the mirror, the image of Ada had fallen onto her knees, her hands over her face, her entire body racked by sobs. "How do we know," Callan said, speaking deliberately as tears welled up in his eyes, "that the Ada in the mirror is the real Ada? What if it's some kind of trick or trap?" "The glowing purple eyes didn't give it away?" I asked, unable to keep the annoyance out of my voice. Callan didn't respond, but Ezra stepped toward me aggressively, his fists clenched and his eyes full of dark fire. I whipped my head around and met his gaze, a near-palpable intent leaking out of me. "Don't do anything you're going to regret, kid." Ezra halted and gnashed his teeth, his fists still raised in wary defiance. "This isn't the time to be fighting amongst ourselves," I added gently, letting out a sigh. Ezra held my eyes for a long moment, breathing hard. Then he turned suddenly and pressed his hand to the glass of Ada's mirror prison. Though I couldn't sense any change, it was clear that something was happening to Ezra. His entire body tensed, and when he turned back to look at Callan, his face was pale and his eyes shined with tears. "Ezra," Callan gasped. "I can hear her," Ezra said, his voice choked with emotion. "When I touch the mirror, I can hear Ada. She sounds so scared." Following his brother's lead, Callan pressed his palm against the mirror's surface. Immediately, Callan's expression darkened. He didn't have to say anything for me to know that he, too, could hear her cries. Wanting to give the brothers a moment of privacy while they shared their sister's suffering, I turned to Hedrig, but he was nowhere to be seen. I looked toward the fountain where Raya lay sleeping, but he wasn't there. Neither could I see him in the dim light at the edges of the room. A jolt of fear ran through me, and I began searching the nearby mirrors for any sign of him. I passed a wispy-haired young woman who lay naked on the floor, rolling back and forth with her hands stretched out over her head like a child playing in the grass. A figure in bulky armor whose face had been tattooed until only the shocking blue eyes were untouched. And a man who wore robes like a monk but who had the mindless, murderous look of a mana beast. Hedrig wasn't there. I glanced back at the others. Callan and Ezra each still had one hand pressed against Ada's mirror and the other set upon each other's shoulder. In the mirror, Ada pressed her hands to theirs. The purple-eyed Ada was crawling unnoticed away from them, toward the fountain next to which Raya slept. There was something alien and malevolent in the way Ada moved, and her glowing eyes narrowed into a glare as she caught me watching her. I stepped toward her but stopped when the sound of shattered glass filled the room. "Hedrig," I called into the darkness, the creature masquerading as Ada momentarily forgotten. "Fine, I'm fine," Hedrig said, walking toward me out of the gloom, his sword drawn. Instinctively, I drew the white dagger I'd claimed from the lair of the giant millipede. Hedrig's eyes seemed almost drawn to the weapon as his gaze fixated on the white blade. With a start, he seemed to realize that his own blade was out, and he immediately sheathed it within his dimension ring. "I'm sorry if I startled you, Gray," he said, his voice steady, his hands out to his sides to show that he was not armed. "I found my own image in a mirror farther down the hall, and well, it may have been a bit reckless, but I was taken by an instinct and I smashed it." "Oh yeah, great idea, let's just smash up the cursed mirror prisons, I'm sure nothing bad will happen," Regis grumbled. I wasn't sure whether to praise Hedrig for his bravery or admonish him for his thoughtlessness, but I was saved the trouble of finishing my sentence when Hedrig's eyes went wide and he yelled, "Ada!" Turning, already sure what I would see, I prepared to burst step to the fountain, where I knew I would find the false Ada hunkered over Raya's unconscious form. "You fool, Arthur," I chided myself. I shouldn't have taken my eyes off her. I activated burst step, intending to move almost instantly to the edge of the fountain, then leap the remaining distance and tackle Ada. Unfortunately, Callan moved as well, darting toward Ada and stepping directly into my path. I struck the eldest Granbell sibling shoulder to shoulder, causing him to tumble head over heels through the air. Unable to maintain my footing or my trajectory, I found myself veering headlong directly toward one of the mirrors with no way to stop my momentum. Twisting, I slammed through the mirror's shoulder first, finding myself suddenly outside of the Hall of Mirrors. For a sickening moment, I saw empty blackness stretch out below me, but I was able to grab onto the frame of the mirror despite the jagged edges of the remaining glass biting into my fingers. "Don't look down," Regis urged. I looked down, blackness, infinite blackness. The only thing to break up the nothingness was the bright rectangle that looked into the mirror room, a window floating in the abyss. I was dangling from the frame, blood beginning to seep down my hands and forearms from the cuts on my fingers. I tried to pull myself up and back through the mirror, but a cold lethargy was seeping through my muscles. My mind was foggy, my limbs weak and unresponsive. I couldn't focus. "Arthur," Regis yelled in my head, his voice cutting through the mist like the beam of a lighthouse. I heaved, feeling the glass scrape the bones of my fingers, but I was able to get one elbow over the lip of the mirror. Then Hedrig appeared above me, and he was hauling me up by my cloak, half choking me in the process. My strength came roaring back as soon as I was back on the right side of the mirror, and I tore free of his grasp the moment I had my feet under me, sprinting toward Ezra and Ada, who were scuffling over Raya's prone form. Ezra had wrapped both his arms around Ada's body, pinning her own arms to her sides, but she was twisting and jerking wildly within his grip. She threw her head back, smashing her brother's nose and almost slipping free. I tackled them, knocking both Granbell siblings to the ground, then helped Ezra to pin Ada. Her purple eyes blazed with light and fury, and she kicked, scratched, and bit at us. When she couldn't hurt us, she began slamming her head onto the ground with a hollow thud. Callan appeared, throwing himself onto the pile and helping to hold her still and keep her from hurting herself. Ada, stop. Please, his voice cracked as he pleaded with the creature controlling Ada's body. Regis, I need you to go in there and see what is inhabiting her body. I wasn't sure it would even work, but I thought that if Regis could go into Sylvie's stone, perhaps he could inhabit Ada's body as well. Gross, you want me to go into someone else's body? What if? I could sense the revulsion leaking out from Regis, but there wasn't time to argue, just do it, now. The shadow wolf leapt from my body, paced once around our roiling pile, then hesitantly dissolved into Ada. At first, nothing happened. Then the struggling lessened and Ada went limp, though her eyes still blazed with violet light. Callan, Ezra, and I held our positions, waiting to see if Ada would resume struggling. My eyes darted around the room, taking in the scene. The figures in the mirrors all around us had stopped their wild gesticulations. Every single one now stood still, their eyes locked onto the four of us lying on the floor in a heap. The broken mirror now looked out onto black nothingness, like an empty eye socket. Hedrig stood over us, though he wasn't looking toward our group. His gaze was turned toward the bench where Raya lay, quiet and motionless. The bandage on her leg had been partially unwrapped, revealing the gory, gnawed stump beneath. Blood no longer flowed from the wound. Raya's face was pale, locked in an expression of fear and agony. Though her glassy eyes still stared up at the low ceiling, I knew they no longer saw. Raya was dead. Chapter 291. Telling tales. Reaching out, Hedrig closed Raya's sightless eyes before turning back to the rest of us gathered around Ada. Though she appeared immobilized by whatever Regis was doing in her body, I knew this wasn't over. The glowing purple eyes were locked on Raya, and a quivering smile kept flitting across her lips as she fought for control. I can't hold this forever, Regis transmitted to me. We need to tie her up, I said, my voice sounding raw and tired to my own ears. Hedrig helped Callan and Ezra to their feet while I held Ada, just in case she broke free of Regis's control. Callan scooped her out of my arms and set her gently on the bench next to Raya's body, then began to restrain her using rope from his dimension ring. Suddenly her head lunged forward and her teeth snapped shut, just barely missing Callan's nose. Ada, I'm sorry, Callan whispered, sorrow dripping from his voice. After she was restrained, Regis burst from her back, landing in the fountain between the benches. The shadow wolf immediately rolled onto his back and began to splash around in the fountain, coughing in a hacking, throaty way that reminded me of a cat coughing up a hairball. That was gross, I need a bath, he thought to me. Thank you, Regis. It was enough for us to safely restrain her, so a shove from my left caught me off guard, causing me to reel back, though there wasn't enough force behind it to knock me off balance. If you wouldn't have knocked Callan over, we'd have got to Raya in time. Ezra, his face bright red and his eyes bulging, shouted at the top of his lungs. She's dead because of you, I should kill you right now, I let him vent. Behind him, Callan had frozen in the act of covering Raya with a spare cloak. Hedrig had stepped off to the side to give the brothers some space. I could tell by the way his hand drifted toward the hilt of his sword that he was ready to jump in if necessary, however. How long are you gonna sit here and let him shout at you? He's right to be upset, Regis. Maybe, but that doesn't make him not a jerk. Never should have brought you with us, you bastard. No, perhaps you shouldn't have, I thought. Just like in the convergence zone, it appeared that my presence made things more difficult for the others. From everything I'd heard, the first zone should have been easy enough for ascenders as strong as Callan and Hedrig. Do it, brother. Kill him, Ada chimed in, her voice oozing with malice. Once she had killed Raya, any pretense of this purple-eyed creature still being Ada had slipped away, leaving behind a violent shadow of Ada's innocent excitement. Shut up, Ezra roared, turning on Ada as if he would strike her. Callan was between them in an instant, his eyes boring into Ezra's. The younger Granbell brother was quick to submit, turning away from us all and walking to the broken mirror, staring out into nothing. Ada's glowing eyes followed him, her lips twisted into a disappointed sneer. She then turned toward Callan and put on an innocent smile. Oh, big brother, please untie me. These ropes hurt. Having had enough, I let out a wave of etheric intent that froze everyone in place, including the false Ada. I took a step toward her, my eyes boring holes into her skull. What are you doing? Callan asked through gritted teeth, my intent pressing down on him like a giant fist. I need answers, I said matter-of-factly, so I'm going to ask this thing some questions. I released the pressure and kneeled down in front of Ada. She grinned. Who are you? I asked, wanting to start with the obvious. Ada of House Granville, she said confidently. Where is the real Ada? I am the real Ada, she said without hesitation or any hint of a lie. How do we get her back out of the mirror? You can't, she answered with a sneer. I narrowed my eyes. Had the creature just slipped up in admitting that the real Ada was trapped in the mirror? I couldn't be sure if I was dealing with a trapped adventurer or some manifestation of the relictums, so I had no way to know what this phantom's purpose was. How do we escape this room? You can't, she repeated, the sneer twisting into a vindictive grin. The djinn wouldn't have designed a test that couldn't be completed, I shot back in a whisper. Taking a moment, I thought through everything I knew about the relictums. Some zones we'd visited were clearly tests of our strength, requiring us to fight through powerful creatures to proceed. Others, like the millipede jungle, tested resourcefulness and adaptability, requiring less pure strength but more caution. Then there had been the platform zone, which required careful consideration instead of direct action to complete. These ether zones, however, seemed less distinct than those I'd seen on my first ascent. The Hall of Faces had presented itself as a test of our strength against the serpent monsters, but I had no doubt now that the horde would never have been defeated. What was the test then? It had required the use of an etheric ability I already knew God's step to complete. Beyond that, it also forced me to acknowledge the limits of my power. No warrior could fight forever against an endless army of foes, no matter how strong. Instead of fighting our way to victory, retreat had been the only way to win. What aspect of my control over Etha was the mirror room intended to test then? Regis and I shared control over the destruction rune, but I couldn't see how destruction would help us escape the zone. I glanced at Callan, who was watching my conversation with Ada closely. Speaking plainly about my abilities in front of the others would reveal more than I'd intended when I sought out a group for my preliminary ascent, but it might also be the only way to escape. Is the ability to manipulate ether required to escape this place? Hedrig's gaze, which had followed Ezra to the broken mirror, snapped back to me with furious intensity. He took a step forward, his mouth agape, and I met his eye. There was something strangely familiar about his expression. It reminded me of someone else, but I couldn't quite place it in the moment. I realized Ada had spoken, but I was so focused on Hedrig that I missed the answer. What? No. Though Ada said the word with a mean-spirited confidence, I heard it as the lie it was. I couldn't believe that this zone was not a test of some aspect of Etha. Do I have to use the rune of destruction to escape this place? Callan gave me a confused, disbelieving look. Hedrig seemed surprised, but did a better job covering his expression this time. Ada grinned. Yes, Regis huffed in my head, but that doesn't make sense. If the solution requires you to use destruction, then it requires you to use Etha, right? This thing is just running you in circles, bud. I grinned back at Ada, meeting her glowing purple eyes knowingly. I thought I understood what was happening, but I needed to make sure with a few pointed questions. Who is that? I asked, pointing at Ezra. Ada rolled her eyes. Why are you asking me such a stupid question? Pointing again, I asked, what is his name? She glared at me. I don't know. Ezra had turned away from the broken mirror to watch. He seemed about to interrupt, but I motioned for silence. Did you kill Raya? No. Do you know who Raya is? She glanced hungrily at the cloak covering Raya's corpse. No. Shaking my head, I asked the simplest question I could think of. Does 1 + 1 = 2? No. Ada hissed, her face twisted into a hideous scowl. Hedrig was the first to catch on. Everything the creature says is a lie, I nodded, smiling faintly at Callan. See? She said that Ada couldn't be reclaimed from the mirror, but everything that she says is a lie, even if the answer is obvious. Working backwards, we can use the lies to build a picture of the truth. Far from looking happy about this revelation, Callan was staring at me as if I were a mad drunk shouting wild tales on the street corner. It was Ezra, however, who spoke up first. Who the hell are you? What are all these questions about Etha and destruction and stuff? You're no first-time ascender from some rural blood, are you? Callan asked, his gaze hardening as suspicion crept through him. Ezra was right. You're the reason that first zone was so hard, and you're the reason we didn't go to a sanctuary room. There was no longer any point in hiding my abilities, so when Ezra's crimson spear appeared in his hand, glowing balefully, Regis manifested from my body and pounced on top of him, dragging him to the ground. What are you doing? Callan's hand shot out toward me, but I grabbed his arm, standing firm. Enveloping my body in Etha, I squeezed down on the armored ascender's wrist. His expression contorted in pain as he tried to pry free from my grasp. I feel responsible for what happened to your sister, which is why I've done nothing as your little brother continued to insult and hound me, I said with an icy stare, keeping my grip on him firm. But I hope you don't mistake my inaction as fear. After a pause, I let out a sigh, softening my voice. I have a sister as well, and I know what I do, what I have done to keep her safe. Regis's deep growl vibrated through the room like the low rumble of distant thunder as his shadowy maw drew closer to Ezra's throat. Enough, I warned my companion, who withdrew back into my form. Ezra scrambled back onto his feet, trying to put some distance between us, and I loosened my grip around his older brother's wrist. If what you said earlier is true, you should know that I'm your best bet at saving Ada and getting us out of here, I said, turning to Callan. Callan winced, rubbing his wrist. I won't pretend to understand what's going on, and I won't promise you that we aren't going to settle things when we get out of the relictums, but I'm not stupid. Just save our sister and get us the hell out of here, all right? Brother, Ezra burst out. Knock it off. Callan's voice was tired but commanding. Ezra ground his teeth but said no more. Sensing an opportune moment, Hedrig coughed and said, perhaps you two could go find the mirror copies of Grey and yourselves. And Raya, if there is one. And what are we supposed to do if we find them? Ezra asked, glaring down at his nose at Hedrig. Destroy them, I said, just like Hedrig did. Don't touch them with any part of your body. Weapons only. Callan nodded and led Ezra off into the shadowy depths of the hall, his hand on his younger brother's shoulder. This didn't stop Ezra from turning to shoot me an icy look before he was hidden within the gloom. Hedrig was silent as I set to questioning the false Ada. Now that I understood the parameters of the Phantom's answers, I was able to target my questions to gain insight into the mirror room and its rules. Any Ascender who entered this place would find a mirror with their own image, just as we had. Should the Ascender touch his or her own mirror, a conduit would be created that would draw the Ascender's life energy into the mirror while releasing a mirror entity. I decided to call them Phantoms, to live within the Ascender's body. It was more difficult to discover how to reverse the process, but eventually I asked the right questions. Like the Hall of Faces, the mirror room required knowledge of a specific edict of Etha. It was difficult to determine exactly what this ability would do, or which branch of Etha it was a part of, but what I could discern was that it would allow me to reverse the effects of the mirror, freeing Ada and trapping the Phantom back within the relic. The problem was, of course, that I didn't know any such ability. You have to know something, though, Regis argued. This place can't have brought us here by mistake. Why not? I asked bitterly. I was sitting on the ground several feet from the fountain, having left Hedrig to guard over Ada while I thought. The relictums are old. It's been under constant assault by Agrona and the Alacrians for who knows how long. It's failing. I guess that would explain how all these other Ascenders got here. Damn, what do we do then, the other Ascenders? Foolishly, it hadn't even occurred to me to wonder about their presence. Theoretically, every one of the Ascenders trapped within the mirrors around us should have been an Etha user to be brought to this place. If they weren't, it was true that we might be trapped. If they were, though. Thinking of the imprisoned Ascender who had previously tried to get me to communicate with him by touching his mirror, I jumped up and began searching the reflections. He had been near the fountain, and I found him in moments. Callan and Ezra had been able to hear Ada by touching her mirror, and they hadn't been hurt. Shouldn't I be able to do the same with this imprisoned Ascender then? I thought. Hoping I was right, I pressed my hand to the mirror, watching as his tired, lined face light up as I did so. Hello? I asked. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, his voice rang in my mind, much the way Regis's did or Sylvie's before him. His voice was all grit and gravel, as if it hadn't been used in decades. Oh, thank you, thank you. I can't tell you how nice it is to talk to anyone. I can't imagine, I said honestly. The thought of being trapped within this glass prison, watching Ascender after Ascender walk by without realizing you could see them, knowing they would likely share your fate soon. It was too awful to consider. I'm sorry for ignoring you earlier. I didn't know what would happen if I touched the mirror. Can I ask you some questions? Of course, my knowledge is the only thing I have left. Though the reflection shuffled self-consciously, I would ask for something in return. I nodded, my hand still pressed against the cool surface of the mirror. If your request is something I can do, I'll do it. Go on, I ask only that should you find a way that you release me from this prison. I'll do what I can. Now, before you became trapped, did you know anything about Etha? The reflection sighed and shook his head. No, I had a couple of mediocre crests for ice spells. I was never a particularly good Ascender, if I'm being honest. No wonder I got trapped in here, I suppose. Though his answer was disheartening, I forged on with my questions. Were you ever able to do anything that was a little bit different, powers that didn't line up with your marks? The man looked thoughtful for a moment, then smiled and pulled a thin dagger from his belt. This is an old family heirloom. When it was given to me, it looked more like a rusty nail than a blade. I took it with me on my preliminary ascent, for good luck. He tossed the dagger into the air and caught it with a flourish. Well, I was talking to this girl, one of my teammates, real pretty, and I pulled it out to show her, and well, a sort of vibration ran down my arm and all the rust fell off the blade, and it was shining and new as the day it was forged. How? I asked, though I already had an idea of the answer. Not a clue, I just figured it was something to do with the relictums, honestly. Anyway, it all worked out because that pretty girl married me and… The reflection trailed off, his gaze traveling from the dagger to a thick ring on one finger of his left hand. Thank you, that's helpful, honestly. I'll find a way to release you, I promise. As I walked away from the mirror, leaving the Ascender's spirit to ponder the life he'd left behind, I hoped that my promise had been true. I repeated this exercise with a couple of the other more sane Ascenders with similar results. Though none had been aware of possessing any etheric abilities, they each had similar stories in which strange and unexplained things happened around them, just like the first Ascender and his knife. Knowing that those trapped here had shown at least a potential for using ether gave me hope. So what do you know, that you don't know that you know? Regis asked without a hint of his usual glibness. I don't know, I thought, sitting on the hard floor while watching the others. Callan and Ezra had returned, having found and destroyed a mirror containing each of our images. A part of me had hoped that destroying the mirrors would release us, but then there was still Ada's mirror to deal with. While Callan had gone to sit with Ada, keeping watch over her, Ezra had taken to listening to the Ascenders in the mirrors. I watched him for a while, wondering what the trapped men and women around us were telling him. Ezra avoided the more sane reflections, preferring to listen to the most wild and lost. He never said anything to them, apparently content just to share their pain and their rage. Ezra, I said, getting his attention, you shouldn't be listening to them. They don't have anything to give you besides anger and hate. When the boy ignored me, I only shook my head and turned away. Hedrig was lying on the bench opposite Raya's body, his green hair pulled over his face, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. His reaction to my question earlier about Etha was bothering me, but I'd been too occupied to give it much thought. I was confident that if the green-haired Ascender had some key piece of knowledge that would help us escape, he would have divulged it by now. A key piece of knowledge. My mind thundered in realization as I shot up to my feet. The Keystone, Chapter 292, Missing Pieces. It was with a pang of regret that I sat down with the stone cube I'd received from the Jinn projection during my first adventure in the Relictombs. After my early attempts at understanding the relic back in Marin, I had spent very little time studying the geometric shapes within. Still, my previous interaction with the Keystone must have done something. The Relictombs had sensed that I had some knowledge of this Edict of Etha, whatever it was, and drawn us into this zone to test me. Or perhaps it sensed the cube itself, tucked away in my extra-dimensional storage rune, and that alone was enough to bring us here. For being a peaceful people, the Jinn seemed to have a very dark methodology in how they trained and protected their etheric arts. Settling myself cross-legged on the floor with the cube in my lap, trusting in Regis and Hedrig to watch over me while I worked, I began. As before, I imbued ether into the relic, and its ether reached back out to me. My vision faded into a wall of purple, and I pushed through it, finding myself once again surrounded by the countless floating and spinning geometric shapes. Using ether, I was able to manipulate the shapes, moving and sorting them to try and make sense of their meaning. I felt like an infant playing with alphabet blocks. There was no rhyme or reason to the geometric forms, and although I could interact with them, I didn't have any foundation for understanding, no idea what I was supposed to be doing. Still, I had to believe the Jinn wouldn't have given me this relic if there was no way for me to solve it. I started by collecting similarly shaped symbols and organizing them into groups. Next, since they were geometric and not rune-based, I looked for ways in which they fit together, treating it like an abstract puzzle. This seemed easy at first, as there were enough shapes that I was always able to find a piece to fit. Once I had a couple dozen pieces locked together, however, I realized the problem. Before me, a sprawling, multi-directional fractal had taken shape, but I had run out of pieces that would connect to the shape I had created. With no other choice, I broke the puzzle down and began again. All the while, I felt my ether being drawn from me and consumed by the cube. Its sucking force wasn't as bad in the Relictombs as it had been when I'd studied the Keystone in Marin, allowing me to stay in longer, but it still put a limit on the amount of time I could spend working on the relic in a single sitting. I organized my pieces again, then began building the puzzle for the second time, keeping in mind which pieces I had used during my first attempt. This time, however, I found myself at a dead end even sooner, but I was too tired to restart again. My eyes snapped open, and it took a moment for my mind to make sense of the mirror room with its constant movement and small army of reflected figures. Regis was curled up in front of me, one eye open and tracking the others closely. Ezra and Hedrig appeared to be asleep, while Callan watched over Ada. Her mouth had been covered to muffle the constant stream of vitriol and lies. "How long was I out?" I asked, startling Callan, who practically jumped up to his feet. He cleared his throat and sat back down. "Several hours at least. Did you do whatever you were trying to do?" "I made some progress," I replied elusively. I had a feeling he wouldn't like to hear that I didn't have a clue what I was doing. From his bench on the other side of the fountain, Ezra said, "It's been hours, and all you can say is you've made some progress." The young Ascender stood up, glared at me, and turned away, stomping off into the gloom. I'd already spent hours studying the device before we got here, I said, speaking to Callan. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I'm doing what I can. His expression stoic, Callan asked, Are you sure there isn't anything we can do to help? Just don't let your brother stab me while I'm in there, I said, raising an eyebrow. Callan laughed, causing the restrained and gagged Ada to snarl at him and twist within her bindings as if the sound pained her. Callan gazed at her sadly for a moment before turning back to me. Do what you need to do, Gray. I felt like a well-wrung sponge. Nearly every drop of my ether had been expended. I didn't need much sleep, but I did need time to replenish my ether core. Standing, I ran through a series of martial movements Cordry had taught me back in Ephiatus to help me get the stiffness out of my limbs. After several minutes of the routine, I sat back down beside Regis and began the process of absorbing ambient ether. I felt my companion shifting nearby before I heard his voice in my head. What's it look like in there? I'm not sure how to describe it, honestly. I thought about the disparate shapes, the patterns I had designed, the walls of etheric energy caging it all. What does it feel like when you go inside my body? It's sort of like swimming. I opened my eyes, breaking my meditation, and stared at Regis. The shadow wolf shrugged his shoulders. You asked. Closing my eyes, I focused on the ether around me, on drawing it through my ether channels and into my core. Inside of that relic, it's pure knowledge. I feel like I'm trying to understand the contents of a complicated book by burning it and breathing in the smoke. Any idea how much knowledge you need to inhale to get us out of here? More, I thought. A lot more. The third attempt to put the puzzle pieces together wasn't exactly a charm, but I did reach an unexpected moment of understanding. Without consciously making a decision to do so, I stopped trying to use all the pieces and instead just built a large cube. The shape was relatively straightforward, fitting together naturally in my mind. Once I'd decided what to build, it almost seemed as if the pieces presented themselves to me when they were needed. When the cube was complete, it began to glow and shimmer like oil on water. Then the lines of the individual pieces faded away until a solid shimmering box floated in front of me. The oil-slick ripples settled and fell still, and each of the cube's 6 faces lit up like an electronic screen from my previous life, showing me the Hall of Mirrors. Regis was still at his place by my side. Callan now slept while Ezra watched over his sister. Hedrig, I was surprised to see, had his hand against one of the mirrors, apparently deep in conversation with its inhabitant. Nothing they said was audible, however. In fact, no sound came from the cube at all. I was at a loss. Though I'd clearly made some kind of breakthrough, I didn't understand how this window to the outside world helped me, or what it revealed about the Edict of Ether I was attempting to master. Leaving the cube for the moment, I began building a second, smaller box with the remaining pieces. What I ended up with, however, looked more like a sharp-edged lump of dough than a true cube, as I lacked the pieces to make it perfect. It took 3 more attempts, building the shape smaller each time to create a second perfect box. I waited, but nothing happened. No lights, no coalescence of energy, no visions of the outside world. That's when I had my second moment of understanding. What if the cube, or theoretically any shape, represented the subconscious knowledge of some aspect of the Edict of Ether I was trying to learn? If I assumed that the act of this puzzle building was metaphorical for studying the edict itself, then studying the same thought, represented by the shape I built, would not move me further toward understanding the whole. With this in mind, I deconstructed the smaller square, but by then my ether core was near empty. When I opened my eyes, I found things just as I had seen them projected by the screens. Hedrig, I said, finding my voice croaky from misuse. The Ascender's hand pulled away from the mirror whose inhabitant he had been speaking with, and he quickly walked toward me. I took a long drink from the skin of water that rested at my side, dribbling some down my chin. Careful with that, Hedrig said. We may all regret not packing as many supplies as you before we escape this place. How long? I'd say maybe 12-15 hours since you went in. Hedrig was watching me carefully, almost nervously. Actually, it's been 13 hours and 48 minutes, not that I'm counting or anything. Wow, I'm lasting longer at least. And we're about out of food, Ezra cut in, looking at me incredulously. Are you hoping to just stay in there until the rest of us starve to death? You should be rationing your supplies, I snapped. But before Ezra could respond, I drew my food bundle from the extra-dimensional storage rune on my forearm and tossed it to him. I can get by for a few days. Glancing at Hedrig, I added, make sure that gets split up and rationed this time. Ezra tossed the bundle onto the bench next to him and sat back down. Thanks, hero. Hedrig took a seat next to me and drank from his own flask. When I stayed silent, he turned to me and raised a brow. How are you doing? I shook my head. I made some progress but no epiphany yet. That's not what I meant. Hedrig took another drink, then abruptly stopped himself before storing his flask in his dimension ring. Look at me not heeding my own advice. We sat in silence for a moment as I began replenishing my ether. Hedrig cleared his throat. So ether, I sighed. Though I was loath to discuss it, I was also surprised it had taken so long for one of them to bring it up after I mentioned ether to the falsata. The best way to lie, I had decided, was to tell as much of the truth as possible. Speaking quietly so Ezra wouldn't overhear, I said, "This isn't my first trip into the relictums, though you couldn't call my previous visit an ascent, really." Hedrig seemed entirely unsurprised by this revelation, giving me a deadpan look. "Thank you for finally stating the obvious." I woke up in a sanctuary room half dead with no memory of how I'd got there. The first room I came to was full of these awful, zombified chimera things and they almost killed me, but while I was fighting them I realized I could use a new kind of magic. Hedrig gestured toward Regis. "The wolf. Yeah, he was the first manifestation. Then I learned that teleportation trick I used to get us out of the last zone." When Hedrig only nodded, I turned to meet his eye. "You seem surprisingly relaxed about all this." "I knew there was something different about you," he answered with a shrug. "I could sense it. To be honest, it's why I wanted to join you on your ascent. To see what would happen around you." I thought back to Alaric's description of the relictums and how it changed based on who was within it. Some ascenders, he had told me, would take every ascent with a new group, hoping to discover new and unexplored reaches of the ancient mage's creation. "And the Jinn, it's what the ancient mages called themselves," I answered truthfully. "They were gone thanks to the Indrath clan, and I couldn't see any harm in sharing the name now. I found a spirit or manifestation or something. It's what gave me the relic." Hedrig shook his head and gave me a look of purest amazement. "You've discovered more about the relictums in 2 ascents than I have in 20, you lucky widgeon." His eyes fell to the relic in my lap. "Still, risky to have held onto that. The Vrita sovereigns would skin you alive if they knew you'd discovered a relic and not handed it over the second you were out of the relictums." "Fortunately for me," I said, thinking about the imbecilic guards who met me at the exit portal in Marin, "I came out in a little backwater town. They were as surprised to see me there as I was to be there." "Lucky widgeon," he said again, shaking his head. "How are things out here?" I asked after a short pause. It felt good to just talk, and I realized I didn't want our conversation to end so soon. "Tense and sullen," Hedrig answered matter-of-factly. "The boy's near to boiling over. He's eaten through his rations and half of what we pulled out of Raya's dimension ring. Subjecting himself to the anger and fear from the reflections isn't helping, but he didn't stop even when his brother commanded him to. They're practically manifestations of his own inner turmoil," I said, thinking about my life as Grey after Headmaster Wilbeck was murdered. I had fanned the flames of my rage in any way I could. "I guess it's cathartic for him." Hedrig only grunted, and we lapsed into silence. Casting about for a topic of conversation, I suddenly remembered Hedrig's reaction when I had asked the Falseta about Etha earlier. "Back on the topic of Etha," I started, somewhat unsure how to ask what I wanted to know. "Earlier when I mentioned it, well, you seemed surprised." Hedrig met my eye, then looked down at the ground, letting his green hair fall over his face. "You're observant, Grey. You've shown a lot of trust in me. If the wrong person found out how you'd come to that relic, you could be executed." There was no hint of a threat in Hedrig's words. Instead, he sounded genuinely grateful for the trust I'd shown him. I'd told the others only that it was a device for housing knowledge, and hoped that would be enough to satisfy their curiosity for the time being. "I've studied ether a bit," he continued, "but that's not something I can talk about often. It's not a polite topic of conversation in most circles, and my family doesn't approve. In fact," he added with a bitter laugh, "my family doesn't really approve of anything I do. They expect me to sit at home like a good little." Hedrig cut himself off and shot me an embarrassed glance. "Sorry, family is a bit of a sore subject for me." "I can empathize," I said with a sad smile. "No matter how hard we try, we can't be perfect sons." "No, we cannot," Hedrig replied somewhat bitterly. "Perhaps my birth parents would have thought differently, but I wasn't raised by my own blood. The house that brought me up, well, they do not appreciate my aspirations as an ascender. But ascenders are so highly regarded in—" I stopped myself from saying Alacria, instead fumbling for a moment before finishing, "in most families. Oh, don't get me wrong. My adopted blood is very eager to establish renown as both soldiers in the war against Dicathen and as ascenders, whether through blood or patronage. But I wasn't meant for this life, at least not according to them." Before I could say more, Hedrig stood and straightened his armor. "I'm sorry, Grey, but I think I'd like some time alone with my thoughts. I'll leave you to your meditation." After a moment's pause, he added, "Thank you for listening," then walked away. "I didn't think it was even possible, but that guy seems to have as many secrets as you," Regis said with a chortle. The shadow wolf was curled up between me and Ezra, his eyes closed, though clearly he had been paying close attention. "You think he's another Dicathen stranded in Alacria and hiding his identity to avoid being hunted down by the Vritra?" I grinned and pushed at Regis's backside with my boot. "No, you fool, but he's definitely not telling us everything." "You may be right, still, I can't help but trust him." I hadn't realized it until that moment, but it was true. Despite myself, despite our short acquaintance, I trusted Hedrig to watch my back. I couldn't say the same from the Granville brothers. "Whatever, trust away, but if he does anything weird, I'll still bite his arm off." Smiling and shaking my head, I went back to my mediation, preparing myself for yet another attempt at the keystone. When I pushed through the purple wall surrounding the field of geometric shapes, I found the cuboid screen still intact. Within it, I watched Hedrig walk down the shadowy hall, his eyes down, his expression thoughtful. My perspective shifted, focusing instead on Ezra as he stood up and walked toward me. Regis immediately abandoned his pretense of being asleep, lifting his head and gazing at Ezra. The young ascender stopped, met the shadow wolf's eyes for several seconds, then turned to walk away, though he stayed close enough to keep an eye on Ada. I forced my consciousness away from the screen, focusing instead on the remaining shapes. I already knew that creating another cube served no purpose, so I began building the first thing that came to mind, a pyramid. It was more difficult than the cube. The pieces didn't seem to fit together correctly. They didn't jump out at me like they had before, guiding me, and so I found myself dismantling and rebuilding the shape again and again. By the time my ether core was empty, I still hadn't discovered the right pieces to complete a satisfactory pyramid. Still, once my mind was set on it, I felt compelled to see it through. I knew instinctively there had to be a way to combine the shapes and figures into the image in my mind, and the next time I entered the keystone, I tried again. But it wasn't until my third day. My trips into the keystone were lasting nearly 16 hours by this point, with the remaining time dedicated to replenishing my ether and getting a little sleep, that I succeeded in forging a perfect tetrahedral pyramid. As before, the pieces shimmered and formed a solid shape, and when the glow receded, each of the pyramid's faces showed an image, just like the cube. Each image was of the mirror room, but there was something very wrong with what I was seeing. In the first picture, I could see myself sitting cross-legged on the floor with the keystone in my lap, Regis sitting in front of me, and Callan watching over Ada. The strangest sense of déjà vu washed over me, and I realized that this had been the moment I had first seen in the cuboid display when I had completed it. What in the world? In the second image, the mirror room was empty except for the dozens of imprisoned ascenders. Then an opalescent portal appeared hanging in mid-air, and I stepped out. Despite being in a room full of mirrors for the last few days, I hadn't spent much time looking at myself since my body had been rebuilt. It was strange to think that the man in the image flinching and preparing to defend himself was me. My pale wheat hair whipped around when I turned toward the reflections moving in the mirror, thinking I was going to get attacked. My golden eyes narrowed as I glared around the room, then widened in surprise at what they saw. Who are they? I heard myself ask. Then Callan and Ezra appeared, bumping into me. What the hell? I was seeing the past, I realized, as if it had been captured by a recording artifact. The cuboid shape showed me the present. In the faces of the pyramid, I could watch the past play back like a home video. Using ether, I spun the pyramid around to better see the third and fourth sides. The mirror rooms shown by those facets were empty of people, but when I looked closely I realized more of the mirrors were empty in these visions. They must be older than the others, I thought, which made sense when I considered the two different sides showing me and my party. If the first shape shows the present and the second shape shows the past. My heart beat rapidly as I considered the third shape. Was it possible? My attention was drawn back to the cube. Hedrig sat next to Regis, his fingers running through the shadow wolf's thick mane. Regis's eyes were closed, his tongue lolling from the side of his mouth, the very picture of a satisfied pet enjoying a good scratch. Traitor, I thought, smiling. Behind them, Callan was sitting with Ada, his head in his hands, and Ezra was standing before one of the mirrors, his hand pressed against it. I let out a sigh. Fool. The boy was only torturing himself by interacting with those spirits. They had nothing to share but their madness and hatred. Listening to them would only drive him to darkness and despair. Turning back to the images visible on the sides of the pyramid, I watched as our time in the mirror room played out again. I found it difficult to turn away, watching for the second time as Ada was taken by the phantom. The false Ada skittered across the room unseen, distracted as we all were, and crawled up on top of Raya. Raya seemed unconscious, but she still flinched away when Ada leaned down, then pressed her lips against Raya's. Raya convulsed, one sharp, unnatural jerk, then fell still, pale as a ghost. The phantom had somehow drawn the life force directly out of Raya, killing her instantly. I had assumed it was some kind of etheric being, like most of the monsters in the relictums, but I hadn't seen anything as powerful or deadly as this. In front of me, the false Ada, now restrained, snapped forward, almost biting Callan. No, not biting, almost kissing Callan. We'd had no idea how close to death he had been in that moment. I shook away the thoughts spiraling in my mind. Reliving these past moments was a trap, like living life in a circle. I needed to start building the next shape, and I knew exactly what it needed to be. Chapter 293, Devil's Deal. If the pyramid was difficult to piece together, the last shape proved nearly impossible. It wasn't as simple as a flat circle, of course, but thinking of life as a circle had led me to the shape I was now trying to construct. During my life as King Grey, I had studied a wide variety of subjects, including symbology. The regular polyhedra were an oft-discussed topic in such studies, as the ancient philosophers of my previous world had spent a lot of time discussing their existence and meaning. Which is why I found myself trying over and over to build a perfect regular dodecahedron from hundreds of irregular puzzle pieces. The dodecahedron represented a fifth element, the binding that held the universe together, and it was considered the mediation between finite and infinite. I couldn't think of any better geometric symbol to represent the future. It was just too bad that I couldn't figure out how to make the damn thing. I'd lost track of how long we'd been in the mirror room. Our meager rations had run out days ago, even though I hardly ate any of my own and the others rationed carefully. If it wasn't for the water I'd brought, Calon, Ezra, and Hedrig would have been out of that too, since drinking the salty fountain water would have caused them to die of dehydration even faster. On the bright side, the phantom in Ada's body seemed to sustain itself, requiring no food or water. Though I worried about the condition of her body when we found a way to return her to it, for now she seemed to be holding up fine. My eyes fluttered open as I left the realm within the keystone after yet another fruitless attempt to solve the spherical puzzle. I was met with the sound of shouting. Just wait around anymore, we have to try it. For all we know, Grey is just waiting for us to die. After all, that freak doesn't need food or water like we do. Have no idea what will happen if you do what he's asking. Least we'd be doing something, rather than just sitting around waiting to die. A trap making things even worse. Calon and Ezra were standing nearly chest to chest, yelling into each other's faces. Ezra looked diminished somehow. He had lost a few pounds from lack of food, but there was something else. He had shrunk in on himself, losing his bravado as he withered away into someone weak and scared. Hedrig was lying on one of the benches, apparently doing his best to stay out of the family conflict. I sighed and got up. Regis, noticing my movement, said, "They've been going at it like this for about 10 minutes. The kid's been talking to one of the reflections and thinks it can help us get out of here." What the hell does he think I'm trying to do? Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the siblings' argument. "Both of you take a step back and let's talk about this." Ezra looked at me with purest loathing, practically spitting the words, "Oh, fuck you." I repressed the growing desire to cuff him like the brat that he was, but held back. I knew it would just make things worse. "I'll handle this," Calon said, his tone uncharacteristically brusque. I raised my hands in a gesture of peace. "I'd like to hear what Ezra has to say." Ezra looked at me warily, clearly not sure whether to believe me or not. His eagerness for action won out, however, and he shouldered past his brother and walked toward one of the mirrors, his heavy boots thunking dully on the stone floor. "Here," he said, gesturing for me to look at the mirror, which contained the ascender with the tall onyx horns on his helmet. The man stood straight with his arms crossed, just as he had when we entered. "This is Mathilia's, once an ascender. He knows how to escape this place." I inspected the reflection again, taking in the little details. He was about my height, though thinner, and he held himself like a soldier as he stared back at me seriously. His skin was incredibly pale, making his coal-black eyes stand out like empty voids in his sharp face. A single lock of gray hair had escaped his helmet, hanging down the side of his cheek. The black leather and plate armor looked light and flexible, the armor of a skirmisher. It seemed likely that it was magical. The shining jet runes inlaid in the steel plates weren't just decorative. The helm was particularly impressive. The long onyx horns extended over 2 feet from the top of the helmet, making him look even taller and thinner than he already was. My eyes caught on something, a small detail, just the curved edge that outlined the horns. It wasn't a joint fastening the horn to the helm, it was a hole allowing the horns to pass through the helm. The man was of Vritra, or at least of Vritra blood. "What exactly is Mathilia's plan?" I asked, not immediately pointing out my discovery to the others. It probably wouldn't mean the same thing to them anyway. Something in my tone must have given away my incredulity about whatever this plan was, because Ezra gave me another wary look again before continuing. "He says he knows how to use Etha, and he also knows how he can escape the mirror. He's seen it done." The young ascender hesitated, so I pressed him to go on. He said that the spirits from the mirror can inhabit bodies, dead bodies." Ezra glanced down the hall to where Raya's remains now lay. "We'd been forced to relocate her away from the bench after the first few days due to the smell." Calon, who had been standing behind Ezra, listening and looking thunderous, said, "There is no way in hell we're giving Raya's body to this liar." "And how?" I said loudly, cutting their argument off before it could begin again. "Does getting this ascender out of his mirror help us leave the zone?" Glaring at his brother like he wanted nothing more than to stab him, Ezra said, "He knows how to use Etha. He can't tell me how to escape, but he can show us if we set him free." "He's lying, of course," Hedrig said suddenly, not bothering to get up from his bench. "I've spoken to some of the trapped souls here as well, and they've promised me all kinds of things if only I'd help them escape." Ezra turned on him, snarling like a cornered woadcat. "He's Vritra-blooded, one of the Sovereign's own. Who the hell are you to question his honor?" Hedrig rolled his eyes, but Callan started, now looking unsure. His gaze drifted to the mirror, taking in the horns, the man's features, then shaking his head. We can't be sure, brother. Ezra looked his brother in the eye and spit at his feet before shouldering past him. I don't care what any of you say, I'm doing this, Callan snapped. The elder Granville sibling grabbed his brother from behind, pulling him into a chokehold and then slamming him to the ground. The false Ada cackled through her gag, her eyes wide and ecstatic as she watched the scuffle. Suddenly, Ezra's crimson spear was in his hand, but he didn't have any room to use it, and Hedrig was quick to roll off the bench and kick the weapon out of his hand. It spun away into the shadows with a clatter. Get off me, you coward, Ezra roared, slamming his elbows backwards into his brother's stomach. Ada was flailing so wildly that the gag slipped from her mouth and she began shouting, egging the brothers on. Knife him, kill him. Kill him, with a heavy sigh I stepped forward to replace the gag. Regis stood at attention behind me, practically quivering with eagerness to get involved. Deal with this, I instructed him. My companion leapt forward and his jaws were at Ezra's throat in an instant. The boy quit struggling, and both Ezra and Callan lay on the ground panting. I let the moment linger, wanting Regis's fangs to leave an impression on the boy. We had passed a point of no return. Now that our internal strife had devolved into violence, trust was broken. I couldn't simply let Ezra stand up and go back about his business, but I didn't like to consider the alternative. Making a decision, I mentally ordered Regis to let him go and gestured for Callan to disentangle himself from his brother. Ezra stayed where he was, staring up at me wild-eyed and red-faced. Kneeling down next to him, I spoke in a low, cold voice, injecting it with as much self-assuredness and authority as I could. I understand how you feel right now. You may not believe me, but I do. However, I can't accept your aggressive actions or your insubordinate attitude. Listen carefully, because I'm only saying this once. From this point forward, if you don't follow orders, if you attack me or anyone else in this group, if you try to pursue this senseless plan of yours against my wishes, I will kill you. I will without hesitation throw you into the void. I met Callan's eyes and I could see the tumult of emotions warring within them, protectiveness over his brother, anger at Ezra's behavior, and his own fierce grip on what little remaining hope he felt. And if your brother tries to stop me, I'll throw him in too. Understood? The Granville stared at me, fearful and angry, but I could tell they believed me. Callan nodded, then nudged his brother in the shoulder with the toe of his boot. Ezra scoffed, understood. I walked off without another word. Regis started to follow me, but I stopped him. Stay with Ezra, watch him and don't hesitate to take him down if he tries anything. Aye aye, Captain, Regis said, eager to have a task to commit himself to after long days of boredom watching me sit with the keystone. 5 minutes later, I was deep in the gloom, far down the hallway from the fountain. It was strange. No matter how far I walked down that hall, I always seemed to be only a few steps away from the fountain. It was like the Etha trap that protected the Jinn's underground city back in Dicathen, where hopefully my family was still sheltered. All my life, my second life, that is, I'd been surrounded by artifacts of the Jinn, Xyrus, the castle, the teleportation network. Upon my reincarnation, I had accepted it all as normal, never thinking to question the ancient mage's accomplishments or make any effort to learn more about them. Was that what was holding me back now? The ways in which the Jinn passed down their knowledge were much more complex than textbooks and tutors. Even when threatened with extermination, they had not been able to teach the Indrath clan their secrets, because the dragons weren't capable of learning the way the Jinn did. I had exhausted the capabilities of my current method. It was hard to admit, but without a fresh perspective, I wouldn't be able to learn what the keystone was trying to teach me. Putting into practice a mental practice I'd learned as King Grey, I began to categorize everything I knew about the Jinn and Etha. I thought through every lesson from Lady Meyer, Sylvie, and Elder Rhynia. I relived my battles with the retainers and scythes, as well as the Etha beasts within the relictums. I let Sylvia's message replay in my mind and recalled the words of the Jinn projection. The problem was, I just didn't know enough about relics or how the Jinn had used them. Though I'd learned a lot since waking up in the relictums, my exposure to relics themselves was entirely limited to my time spent in the keystone, and I had the dead relic sitting half forgotten in my storage rune. I withdrew the dead relic I'd won in Marin and began inspecting the dark, unimpressive stone, but only a moment later my attention was drawn to the sound of footsteps echoing along the hall, moving toward me. I looked up to see Hedrig approaching, both his steady gait and poise expressing a refined sense of grace despite his haggard, cracked lips and sunken cheeks. Remembering how valuable even a dead relic was for Alacrians, I quickly hid the lumpy stone away. I didn't think you'd be the type of person to carry around a dead relic, the green-haired ascender said as he raised a brow, a hint of judgment in his voice. Is that a blood heirloom or something you use to charm materialistic nobles? I rolled my eyes. Yes, this is what I use to seduce all of the attractive women I come across. Assuming that your physical appearance isn't enough, he added with a soft chuckle, are you complimenting me or judging me? I can't quite tell, I said, unsure whether I was amused or annoyed by his interruption. Hedrig took a seat a few feet away from me, appearing uninterested in the supposedly rare and expensive ancient artifact that I held in my hand. I'll admit that objectively your facial features can draw some attention, but I wouldn't necessarily call it a good thing, he noted before clearing his throat. Anyway, things turned rather tense earlier. I rubbed the back of my neck, looking away from Hedrig. You were right though, I think you handled it well. Hedrig reached out, hesitated, then patted my shoulder. Anyway, it seems that I'm interrupting, my apologies. I shook my head, it's okay. I needed the distraction. Ezra would probably disagree, Hedrig responded as he got back up to his feet, the corner of his lips curving into a smile. Good luck, Gray. Letting out a chuckle, I focused my attention back on the dead relic in my hand. Except for the purple haze of ether surrounding it, the stone was bland and uninteresting. It was the type of rock a child might thoughtlessly kick out of the road. I pushed ether into the dead relic, the same way I interacted with the keystone, but nothing happened. Next I tried to draw the ether out of it, but stopped immediately. I could tell there was very little ether still contained within the dead relic, and I didn't want to blindly destroy it for such a paltry amount of etheric energy. Letting out a sigh, I took a glance at Hedrig, who was seated back on the bench beside the fountain in a meditative state. With a flick of my wrist, I tossed the relic into the air, watched it arc up until it nearly touched the low ceiling, then snatched it out of the air as it came back down. With no more straws to grasp at, I slipped the relic into my pocket, closed my eyes, and began replenishing my ether yet again. As I next pushed through the purple wall into the realm within the keystone once more, I could immediately sense that something had changed. The previously completed shapes were still there, displaying the present and past within the mirror room. The remaining geometric shapes, my puzzle pieces, had drifted apart in my absence as they always did. It wasn't something I could see, but there was a static charge, a sort of latent energy suffusing the atmosphere. Quickly, I gathered and sorted the pieces, hoping the sensation I felt was some sort of unconscious understanding achieved by my efforts to revisit my own knowledge of ether. Yet when I had the pieces in front of me, I felt no new insight into the edict. Like when I followed the etheric vibrations that allowed me to step through space, I let my mind unfocus and drift along in the wake of the electric hum. It seemed to fill the space, to fill my whole mind, but there was one small, unassuming spot where it was clearer, more present. Using ether like a pair of forceps, I reached into that node and pulled something through, the dead relic. Stunned, I watched as the unexceptional rock drifted through the air, just like the other shapes I'd found in here. Instinctively, I pushed ether into it, as I had tried while sitting in the dark in the Hall of Mirrors. The dull, rough surface of the stone shattered as if it had been struck with a hammer, revealing a blazing diamond burning with white light. The diamond dissolved as it spread its radiance across the keystone realm. Wherever the light touched, I felt the dull ache of sudden growth, as if my mind were expanding to contain it. The field of geometric shapes seemed to absorb the light, glowing white-hot themselves, and suddenly I understood. Just like when I was building the cube that became the window into the present, the pieces practically presented themselves to me, and I quickly began placing them together. In my excitement and the euphoric rush of understanding, I nearly missed it. An alarm bell rang in my mind and my focus turned toward the cube. The mirror room was in chaos. Kalon was struggling to fend off Ada, who was free of her bindings. She clawed and bit at him with furious, barbaric strength, but he moved as if afraid to injure her. Hedrig was crawling out of the fountain, moving slowly as if dazed. A trickle of blood from his ear diffused into the water and stained his cheek and neck red. The mirrors nearest Hedrig and the fountain were nearly all shattered, now revealing only the void beyond. Ezra was running along the hall, dragging Raya's dead body behind him. Regis was nowhere to be seen. Abandoning all thought of finishing the dodecahedron now, I tried to open my eyes to leave the Keystone realm, but I couldn't. Whenever I approached the smoky purple barrier, my consciousness flicked back to the incomplete puzzle floating expectantly amidst the field of geometric pieces waiting to be placed. Damn it. Across all the faces of the cube, Hedrig had rolled clumsily out of the fountain and was on his feet, stumbling toward Ezra. The young Ascender pulled back his arm as if to hurl his spear at the green-haired Ascender, and Hedrig threw himself to the ground, but it was a feint. The ruse gave Ezra the time he needed to drag Raya's body the rest of the way to the horned Ascender's mirror. My stomach dropped as I watched him yank the corpse around and press the dead hand to the mirror's cold surface. Frantically, I began placing the puzzle pieces again, moving as quickly as my etheric manipulation would allow. At the same time, I kept one eye on the battle happening outside of the keystone. In the mirror, the Vritra-blooded Ascender was grinning malevolently. And then he was gone, and purple mist was oozing out of the mirror and flowing into Raya, just like when Ada had touched her own mirror. Raya's eyes shuddered open and two black voids stared up at Ezra. With one hand, the boy was warding off Hedrig with his spear, and with the other he reached down to offer his hand to Raya. When she took it, Ezra flinched, practically jerking away from her, but Raya's puffy, dead hand tightened around his until it looked as if his bones had cracked. Hedrig dashed forward, grabbing the spear and shoving it back and up, cracking Ezra under the chin with the shaft and knocking him backwards over Raya's body. There was an explosion of energy from Ezra that pushed Hedrig away and shattered several nearby mirrors. All three forms lay prone on the stone floor for a moment. Raya, or Mithilia's in her body, was the first to move. As he rolled over and began to push himself up, the flesh around the severed stump of a leg began to bubble and grow, forming a black, gangrenous club of a foot. Next to him, Ezra began to convulse with pain. Spreading from his hand, black boils were growing on his flesh, the skin around them turning gray. His face was twisted into a tortured, terrified scream as the pestilent growths rapidly subsumed his body, until nothing was left but a twisted, Ezra-shaped lump. And still, despite the chaos, Regis was nowhere to be found. While all this was happening, I had been working feverishly to finish the dodecahedron, unsure exactly what would happen when it was complete. I knew I couldn't leave until I'd finished the puzzle. I only hoped I would be in time for the others. Suddenly Callan flew past Hedrig, his spear blazing ahead of him. Rolling away from the attack, Mithilius came up to his feet with Ezra's spear in hand, and immediately became a storm of cuts and strikes that forced Callan to fall back into a defensive stance. Even then, he seemed barely able to avoid the lightning-quick assault. Mithilius kept pressing Callan, but this put Hedrig at his back. Whether he had lost track of the green-haired ascender or discounted Hedrig's ability, Mithilius was focused entirely on the last of the Granbills when Hedrig struck. The thin blade punched through Mithilius's back, just to the left of his spine, then ripped outward through his side, half severing his torso just below his ribs and leaving a horrific, gaping wound. Before I could so much as cheer, however, the flesh began to boil again, and a hard black scar formed over the gash. Spinning, Mithilius cut at Hedrig's ankles with the edge of the spear blade, then let the spear's momentum carry it around his body, lining it up for a thrust to the heart that Hedrig just barely parried. Within the Keystone realm, the last pieces of the dodecahedron were slowly falling into place, but I was distracted by the scene playing out on one face of the pyramid, which showed the recent past. It seemed to be catching up to the present and was now showing what had happened only moments ago. In it, Ezra was pacing up and down the hall, Regis prowling behind him like a murderous shadow. The boy had a nervous, furtive look about him. His hands were jittery and he kept glancing around like he expected to be attacked at any moment. Hedrig was sitting on the edge of the fountain, his feet in the salt water. Callan was checking the bindings on the false Ada, something we had to do frequently to keep the phantom from injuring Ada's body. As Ezra approached the fountain, his nervousness cemented into a look of dark determination. He suddenly took a sharp step to the side and activated his crest. My heart hammered as an explosion pushed out from him, slamming Hedrig across the water and head first into the edge of the fountain. Callan was tossed backwards so I couldn't see him anymore, and even Ada was jerked violently in her bindings. The mirrors around Ezra shattered, and to my horror, Regis was thrown through an open frame, disappearing into the emptiness on the other side. Chapter 294, The Faintest Hope. No, I thought, my heart pounding in my throat, that's not possible. The explosion had broken the closest benches and wrenched Ada hard enough to loosen her bindings, and she was quick to rip free of the rope. My focus was drawn back to the dodecahedron as the last piece fit into place. Like before, it shimmered and glowed, the outlines of the individual pieces I'd used to complete the puzzle fading away and forming a solid shape. In the present, Hedrig and Callan had fallen into a rhythm, working together to keep Mithilius on the defensive. But any time they scored a hit, the wound instantly sealed over. Half of Raya's corpse was now covered with scabrous growths, but neither Hedrig nor Callan had escaped injury themselves. Callan was bleeding badly from a cut on his leg, and Hedrig appeared to have taken the butt of the spear to his cheek, which was swollen and already changing color. Finally, the opalescent shimmering on the faces of the dodecahedron smoothed out and stopped moving, and each face displayed a different moving picture. In one, the Hall of Mirrors had been obliterated. The entire end of the hall had been burned away, its blackened edges opening directly into the void. Every mirror was shattered, and most of the frames had been incinerated. There was no sign of life in the room. In another face of the dodecahedron, I saw myself standing with Hedrig and Ada, who was crying furiously as we pushed Ezra's remains through an empty mirror frame and out into the void. The hall was scorched and blasted, the fountain empty, many of the mirrors broken, but it was overall intact. Hedrig pulled the girl into a tender hug, but I turned and walked away. My eyes were drawn to a third image. Mithilius in Raya's corpse was stalking across the Hall of Mirrors toward me. Behind him, Callan and Hedrig had been entirely subsumed by the dark boils. They were clearly dead. Ada lay unconscious near me. Methelius leaned down over her and pressed one blackened hand to her cheek. I turned away, pushing the dodecahedron with ether so it spun, removing the awful image from my line of sight. The revolving dodecahedron brought different images into sight. Some were variations on what I'd already seen, but one in particular caught my eye. In it, I saw myself activating a god rune that glowed golden through my clothes. Purple motes of ether spun and swirled through the room like dandelion seeds, and everything they touched glowed with etheric energy. I watched, awed, as the mirrors mended before my eyes and the pieces of the fountain flew back together as if time was being rewinded, the smoke and steam from the air literally coalescing to reform stone and water. When the purple motes landed on Ezra, the boils began to shrink, receding until they faded away entirely. The young ascender gasped and his eyes flew open. He was alive. Just before the glass of the shattered mirror through which Kalon had been hurled snapped back into place, Kalon himself drifted through it, settling gently onto the ground in the Hall of Mirrors. The wounds he'd sustained from his battle with Methelius closed. Even the damage to his clothes and armor was reversed. The terrified, heartbroken image of Ada in her mirror dissolved into pinkish smoke, which flowed out of the mirror, then moved purposefully across the hall until it found her unconscious body, returning her to herself. Where the floor of the hall was most blasted and burned, ash began to swirl, creating a miniature cyclone. As the ash condensed, a form began to take shape. Raya's body, still missing one foot, hung in the air like a rag doll, lifeless and somehow incomplete. Then the gnawed flesh of her foot began to regrow, healing before my eyes. When her eyelids fluttered open, she stared around the now pristine hall with confusion and fear before drifting down to the ground where she was met with a running hug from Ada. Though the visions of the past and present had suggested the possibility that the third puzzle might show visions of the future, I hadn't dared to hope such a thing might be possible. Yet there I was, watching events that hadn't happened yet. Each face of the dodecahedron seemed to show a different potential future, some showing our other failure, true, but there was at least a chance we could defeat the Vritra-blooded Ascender and escape the Hall of Mirrors. Still, fear bubbled in my gut at what I had seen or not seen. Regis was nowhere to be found in any of the futures I could see, even the one where I was somehow able to bring back the dead. What is this power? I wondered, still watching the potential futures play across the faces of the dodecahedron. It seemed too incredible to be possible. Was it an aspect of life, of vivum, a way to bring the dead back to life? No, I thought it seemed more like evum, an aspect of time. It was like the ether was turning back the clock on whatever it touched, undoing the damage done to glass, stone, and flesh alike. Excitement surged within me. This was it. This was the power I needed to defeat Agrona and end the war with Alacria. Not only that, but I could undo the damage Agrona had done. I could save everyone, Boone, Cynthia, Adam, Sylvia, my father. I could bring them all back. As the dodecahedron revolved around, the panel in which Hedrig, Ada, and I stood alone in the wreckage of the hall came back into view. In that version of the future, I began using ether on any mirrors that were still intact and had an ascender trapped within. Like in the other vision, the cracks and chips in the mirrors began to disappear as if mending themselves. Then, one by one, the ascenders faded away. When they had all been released from their prisons, the light within the room shifted subtly, taking on a warmer tone, and a portal appeared within one of the empty frames. In that version of the future, however, the others remained dead. Why? I wondered fearfully. What is the difference between these two visions of the future? What do I need to do? Then the images of past, present, and future faded away, and the three shapes I had constructed within the Keystone realm began to dissolve into streams of purple sand that eddied around me on gusts of wind I couldn't feel. Soon I was looking out through the eye of an etheric tornado, and the scouring wind and rough sand were scraping across all the layers of my mind. It's too soon, I thought, panic taking hold of me. I don't understand yet. The pain and pressure built and kept building until I was sure the storm would tear my mind apart, rip my consciousness from my body, and cast it into the void. Then it was gone. In place of the raw, tearing pain, I felt a sense of freshness and calm, like I'd just stepped out of a cool shower on a hot summer's day. I opened my eyes. My mental cleansing had been so complete that for just a moment I forgot what was happening around me. Arthur, it took a moment for Regis's voice to sink through my foggy confusion. Was it coming from the past, present, or future? I felt as though time itself was meaningless, and wondered vaguely if this was how the trapped ascenders felt within their mirrors. The trapped ascenders, the thought nagged at me. I had seen them in the vision of the future, or was that the present now? And then there was the Vritra-blooded ascender, Methelius. He had escaped, or he would escape. I couldn't tell the difference. The room shook as, across the fountain from me, Kalon released his voltaic energy spell, the arcing energy striking Methelius from several angles at once, nearly burning Raya's body to a cinder and imprinting jagged, fiery afterimages into my retina. I blinked rapidly, a creeping feeling that I should be doing something clawing through the confusion. Kalon leapt at Mathilia's, attempting to use the aftermath of his catastrophic attack to drive his burning spear down into the vitra-blooded ascender's heart. At the same moment, Hedrig cut low, aiming to take Mathilia's leg off at the knee. He was ready for them. The flesh around his knee bubbled outward, then hardened, trapping Hedrig's sword in a knot of gnarled black tissue. In Mathilia's hands, Ezra's spear swung with the force of a battering ram, catching Kalon in the air and batting him aside like a bug. A jolt of adrenaline hit me like a lightning bolt as I watched Kalon fly sideways, strike the frame of one of the mirrors, and spin out into the void. He was gone. Raya's face sneered at Hedrig, as if you lesser scum could truly fight back against me. The words slithered out between her stiff, blackened lips, sounding entirely unlike Raya. You can't even understand the honor I give you. In my time, only the greatest warriors died by my hand. Arthur, Regis screamed again in my head. He was inside me, I realized. I could feel his debilitated presence, his mind, his wild panic. And I could feel the destruction rune raging like a wildfire, begging to be unleashed and burning away the last of my confusion and uncertainty. Before me, Mathilius casually reached down toward Hedrig, who tried to throw himself backwards but slipped in blood and hit the ground with a grunt. To his credit, the veteran ascender seemed calm even in the face of certain death. As the bloated, puffy white fingers reached toward my friend, I raised my own hand and summoned the violet flame. Mathilius's head snapped around as he sensed my power, and with astonishing speed he cocked the spear back and launched it like a missile aimed straight at my throat. The spear seemed to slow until it looked as if it were hanging suspended in the air. Raya's dead face was twisted into a hateful snarl, as still as a painting. Hedrig lay on his back at Mathilius's feet, one arm up to ward off the blow that had been diverted toward me. Without meaning to look for them, I saw the network of etheric vibrations between Mathilius and me. All I had to do was focus on them and activate my rune, and I was able to pass through the vibrations with God's step, appearing between Hedrig and Mathilius, the power of destruction still held in my hand. The world lurched into motion again, and I watched as the spear flew into the distance. Mathilius's eyes widened in surprise, still focused on where I had been just a moment ago, before twisting around with the speed of a razor grimalkin, his hand thrusting toward me like the tip of a poisoned dagger. But it wasn't fast enough. "Burn," I commanded, and the hungry flames leapt from my fist in a fan of pure violet destruction fueled by my ether. Destruction engulfed Raya's body, flinging Mathilius screaming onto his back. He rolled and beat at the flames, and his power caused a hard, black shell to start forming all around the body. Even as he burned, he screamed out, "I am the Mathilius Dresdium, son of the sovereigns, and I refuse to die," I said coldly. The purple fire consumed the scabrous black lumps and the pale dead flesh alike, destroying the body faster than Mathilius's ability could regenerate it. As I watched the body of the kind girl, the girl who brought sweets on an ascent instead of rations, disintegrate, I felt only the flush of power, the knowledge that with destruction at my command, I could defeat anything. Even a Grona wouldn't be able to fight back against this kind of raw, destructive force. Destruction fed until not even ash remained, but when Raya's body was gone, destruction remained. I felt the power pull at me, eager for more. I clenched my fists and ground my teeth as I tried to snuff out the remaining flames, which had spread to the stone floor and were quickly eating through it, along with most of my ether reserves. A gout of the violet fire erupted from my right hand, boiling away the water within the fountain and setting two of the broken benches aflame. All around me, purple embers floated through the air, and anything they touched caught fire. It was beautiful, then a spark landed on Hedrig's leg. He would burn, I knew, like everything else. Kalon, Ezra, Raya, Ada, Hedrig, they were all collateral damage, but their lives had been the price I had to pay to make it this far. No, that was wrong, I knew. That's destruction talking, not me. I saw again the future I'd witnessed in the dodecahedron. The Hall of Mirrors destroyed, nothing but ash remaining of my companions. That was what would happen if I couldn't control destruction. In the end, it would consume everything, even me. Feeling control slipping away from me, knowing that Hedrig would be incinerated in moments if I didn't do something, I shouted for Regis. "We have to exhaust our ether reserves. All of it, gauntlet form." Now Regis didn't hesitate. When he was in my right hand, I held it out, pointing through one of the many broken mirrors and away from Hedrig, who was shouting my name, pleading for help. With Regis in my hand to draw my ether, I turned destruction in that direction and pushed. Purple fire boiled out of me like an inferno, spilling out into the darkness where there was nothing for it to consume. More and more of the destructive energy streamed from me. I burned it all, every last breath of ether in my body. And when I was as dry and empty as a sun-bleached skull, the last of the fire flickered and died, no longer able to draw from Regis's rune. My head whipped around, but I let out a sigh of relief when I saw Hedrig back on his feet, his armor scorched but otherwise looking unburned. Then my knees buckled and the world went dark. Chapter 295. A piercing pain that spread throughout my body wrenched me out of my sleep. I couldn't even muster a groan as my eyes pried open. It was only as I stared at the scorched remains of the long, squat hallway that memories of what had happened flashed before me. Raya being possessed by the Vritra-blooded Ascender, Ezra's death, Kalon falling into the void, my use of destruction to kill the Ascender, and the violet flames spreading onto Hedrig. Hedrig. I tensed as I thought of the green-haired Ascender, causing the organ-rending pain to flare in me once more. The first thing you do when you wake up is worry about some random Ascender you met a few days ago and not your beloved companion. A familiar voice said in my mind, albeit a bit higher in tone than normal. I see how it is. Regis, what happened? I'll tell you what happened, Regis snapped, his almost childlike voice laced with frustration. A black shadow emerged from my sternum to reveal my shadowy companion, kind of. Look at me, Regis barked, floating a few feet above me. The once formidable shadowy wolf, who had been large enough for a grown man to easily ride, was now, for lack of a better word, a puppy. He still had his wolven features, from a shadowy tail to 4 black paws and 2 horns on his head, but he was now only about the size of my head. I see you, lost some weight, I rasped, wincing in pain. Her, Regis mocked, glaring at me. I would have slapped you already if I had the upper body strength to do so. Did this, I waved my hand in his direction indicating his diminutive form, happen because we had to exhaust all of our ether, I asked. My pup of a companion rolled his large eyes. No, I became this way in order to live out my dreams as someone's cuddle buddy. I saw you get flung through one of the mirrors, I said, ignoring his sarcasm. What happened after that? Regis thought for a moment, scratching his chin with a small paw. I don't remember exactly. I just kept falling through the void until I blacked out, then I was back inside your body with a splitting headache. I let out a breath of relief, glad to have one less thing to worry about in the future while fighting alongside my shadowy companion. Anxious to get moving, I tried pushing myself off the ground. With barely a sliver of ether remaining in my core and pain radiating throughout every inch of my body, I couldn't even sit up, let alone stand on my feet. With no strength and a headache severe enough to keep me from meditating, I laid back and let my thoughts wander. Memories and emotions that I had been bottling up and storing deep inside began to surface, memories and emotions of my friends and family back at Dicathen. I had been trying so hard to keep myself busy, not even giving myself time to think of the painful memories of the life I had left behind. Watching the Granville family's tragedy play out must have broken the dam I'd been unconsciously building to hold back these emotions. I was afraid there was a genuine possibility that the hopeless odds I faced if I ever wanted to see my family and friends again would overwhelm me entirely if I dwelled on them too often. But what was even scarier was the fact that I felt myself slowly forgetting their faces and voices. Recognizing them wasn't the problem, but being able to picture them in my mind, that was getting harder. With my body slowly regenerating its ether reserves and the pain from backlash beginning to dull, I pushed away the faces of Ellie and my mother, frozen in my mind with expressions of grief and desperation. Slowly getting up to my feet, I took out the dead relic I had stashed in my pocket, confirming with my own eyes that the once black stone was now a cloudy white crystal. Eager to see what its actual purpose was, I infused it with the meager remains of ether I had left. Nothing happened. Did you break it? Regis asked. I don't think so. I tucked the opaque crystal back in my pocket. We'll have to explore this more later when I don't feel mostly dead. Shifting my gaze, I noticed that a piece of cloth had been rolled up into a makeshift pillow for me. Needless emotions of attachment to these Alacrians that I had just met began to emerge, gripping my insides. Shaking my head, I asked the question I had been afraid to ask since waking up. Who's alive? Go check for yourself. They're over there, Regis grunted, pointing to his left with a pudgy paw. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to hide out in your body until I can absorb some ether on my own again. Don't call for me unless you absolutely need to. I raised a brow. Would you even be useful in the state you're in right now? Oh, shut up, he snapped before disappearing back into my body. Letting out a sigh, I looked around at the scorched remains of the mirror room. Just like the future I had seen within the keystone, the hall was painted in black and red with the fountain shattered and water spilled all around it. Many of the mirrors were broken, revealing the endless void that Kalon had fallen into. The keystone, I glanced around, but the cuboid relic was nowhere to be seen. It crumbled to dust after you snapped out of your trance, Regis said. Damn it, I had hoped perhaps there would be another opportunity for me to delve back into the keystone, another chance to build on the knowledge I'd gained. If that stupid kid wouldn't have released the Vritra-blooded Ascender, I recoiled from the thought. That stupid kid had paid for his mistake with his life. Being mad at him now didn't serve any purpose, and there was no taking back what had been done. Unless the keystone had shown me a future where I could literally turn back to the time on death itself. I probed my mind for the god rune, and while I could feel it there, I couldn't tell what it did. Regardless, I had learned everything I was capable of understanding from the keystone. That's why it pushed me out, I was sure. I would just have to try it out to see what it could do, Despite the chaotic state of the room after our battle, it didn't take long to find the others. And like I had expected, the only two left were Hedrig and Ada. Hedrig was kneeling by the gruesome remains of Ezra's deteriorated body. The sole remaining Granbell sibling was lying on the ground near her mirror, which was thankfully still intact. The phantom was unbound, but she appeared to be unconscious. The Ada in the mirror, the real Ada, was also lying on the ground, her entire body shaking with sobs. She must have seen everything that happened, I realized with a jolt of horror. I thought of the battle at the wall, how I had searched the battlefield in a panic, looking for my father, and how I had found him too late. I reached out and touched the mirror, and suddenly I was able to hear her choked, manic sobs. "I'm sorry, Ada. Let's hope this works," I thought, but I hesitated before activating the new god rune. It felt so final to activate it, to experience for real the result of my work in the keystone. Once I used it, I'd know exactly what it could do and what it couldn't. Regardless, this needs to be done. I steeled myself, then directed Etha into the god rune. The familiar warmth radiated from my lower back along with a flood of knowledge into the specific edict of Evam gained through the keystone. Much like my flames of destruction and God's step, the edict molded into what I was able to grasp, manifesting itself into a form that made sense to me. Motes of purple began spreading from my hand, swirling around like a miniature galaxy. Ada looked up, confusion and surprise overtaking her desolation for just a moment, and she began to fade away, turning to pinkish mist that flowed out of the mirror and back into her body. A thick blackish-purple smoke was expelled from her pores and sucked back into the mirror. The phantom manifested back in its prison, a look of pure hatred on its twisted copy of Ada's face. At my feet, Ada's body twitched and her eyes snapped open. She scuttled backwards away from the mirror, her eyes wide with fear. Hedrig leaned down and put his arms around her shoulders, causing her to scream. "Shush now, Ada, it's me, it's only me, shush now." Drawing the bone-white dagger that had once belonged to Karaz's brother, I drove it handle first into the Ada mirror, shattering it and destroying the phantom forever. When I turned back around, Ada had her head buried in Hedrig's chest, her small frame quivering as she let out a wail so sorrowful that I just couldn't bring myself to go closer. These were Alacrians, the same people that had devastated Dicathen, who were responsible for the deaths of so many people that I knew and loved. I should be relishing in their misfortunes and misery. So why? Why did my chest feel like it was being wrung like a soaked towel? But then, it wasn't just about them. The disappointment and regret I felt, the sense of loss at knowing what I'd failed to learn gnawed at my insides, and I couldn't help but wish I hadn't seen the potential futures. Although I'd unlocked a new god rune, it was clear now that I'd only managed to grasp a part of the intended whole. And with the keystone gone and my affinity with Evam as weak as it was, I may never have the chance to learn it again. "Aroa's Requiem," I whispered. The flood of knowledge I'd experienced had included this name-like signature imprinted in the spell itself. It was poetic and beautiful, but to me, it would only serve as a reminder of what the spell could have been. A spell that could have saved Kalon, Ezra, and Raya, a spell that could have even brought my father back. At least I saved Hedrig and Ada, I thought half-heartedly, trying and failing to see the silver lining in the future I'd ended up in. And I can release these trapped ascenders and keep going, keep trying. I peeled my gaze away from the others, turning my attention to the countless intact mirrors still containing ascenders, most of whom were studying me with expressions of respect, and some even fear. Leaving Hedrig to tend to Ada, I began searching for a specific mirror near the fountain. It didn't take long to find the ascender who I had promised to free, and while it was riddled with chips and cracks, his mirror prison had remained intact. "I'm a man of my word," I said with my hand pressed against the cool glass. The ascender's eyes widened in shock as the motes of ether swirled around my hand and began to mend the many cracks that marred the surface of the mirror. "Rest well," I whispered as he faded away. "Thank you." As the ascender completely vanished, I let out a deep breath. Stepping away from the mirror, I looked down at my palm. The few traces of the etheric motes that continued to slowly orbit around my hand slowly dissipated, leaving me with a hollow feeling. Unlike God's step or destruction, this rune didn't expend much of my ether reserves. Even with the limited amount of ether in my core, I was confident I could free all the remaining ascenders. Still, despite this new ability that I had unlocked, I was left with a bitter aftertaste. The keystone could have unlocked a deeper and more powerful insight into Evam, but because of my lack of comprehension, I was left with only a piece of the whole. The least part of the whole. Now that I fully understood the rune, I knew this ability could only affect inorganic objects like the mirrors. On the bright side, with this ability you'll be able to revert dead relics into actual, usable relics, Regis chimed. I curled my fingers into a tight fist. You're right. Despite its limitations, the ability to revert time was something even Kezes and Drath couldn't do, and while I wouldn't be able to use it in battle or to bring back those I had lost, that didn't mean I couldn't make full use of its utility. I just wished that I still had Dawn's ballad here with me now, so that I could revert the Usra-forged sword to its pristine state. I pulled out the once dead relic from my pocket to examine it again. The edges of the clear crystal were now glowing dully. Now that I had more of my strength back, I pushed more ether into the stone, but still nothing happened. It seemed like, rather than being activated by ether, the relic had some sort of recharge period before it could be used again. At least that's what I hoped. Making my way through the remaining mirrors, I continued exerting my newly acquired God rune to free the souls of the Ascenders trapped within until the last one faded away, a disbelieving smile on her tired face. The cold, white hall dimmed slightly and shifted to a warmer tone. In the distance, a translucent portal manifested within one of the empty mirrors, just like the image I had seen in one face of the dodecahedron. It was only then that I realized that both Hedrig and Ada had been watching me. How are you feeling?" I asked hesitantly, looking at Ada. The poor girl was barely able to muster a nod before she looked away, her swollen red eyes full of resentment. I swallowed heavily before walking over to the two of them. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out the simulet that Kalon had given me. "Here, you should take this." Ada whipped her head back to face me, eyes alight with panic. "Why you're leaving us here?" I shook my head. "You all ended up in this mess because I was with you. If you two go through the portal on your own, it should lead you to a sanctuary." "You have no way to know that," Ada said, her tear-lined face crumpling into a scowl. "I don't, but I do know that if you go with me to the next zone, it'll be even more challenging than this one." After a moment of hesitation, she reached for the simulet in my hand, but Hedrig intervened. "I have no intention of going back up to the surface," the green-haired ascender said gravely. "You can't be serious." I let out a scoff. "You almost died and you want to delve even deeper." "I almost died by you," Hedrig corrected. "As I've already said, the relictums react differently to unique individuals. I expected something like this to happen." "You expected this to happen?" Ada asked incredulously. "And you still brought us along. My brothers and best friend died." For once, Hedrig's cool demeanor was nowhere to be seen, replaced by an expression of guilt. "I thought your eldest brother would be strong enough to—" "Oh, so it's Kalon's fault that they all died," Ada yelled, her hands clenched into quivering fists. Hedrig winced. "That's not what Ada withdrew her simulet from a hidden pocket and threw it at the green-haired ascender before stomping off toward the portal. Hedrig followed, trying to go after her, but I caught him by the wrist and held him back. Just before Ada stepped through the portal, she looked back at us over her shoulder, fresh tears lining her cheeks and her vivid green eyes sharper than daggers. "If the relictums don't eat you two alive, Blood Granbell will." As the last of Ada's blonde hair disappeared through the portal, I let go of Hedrig's wrist. "Was that wise, just letting her go like that?" Hedrig asked, clearly concerned. "Her blood is quite imposing, especially to an unnamed blood." "Should I have killed her?" I inquired, raising a brow. "Not kill, but at least we could have tried to talk it out. Her best friend and both her brothers were all butchered in front of her. I don't think anything we could have said would have convinced her. Besides, it's suspicious either way since our names are recorded." "True," Hedrig said after a pause. "Are you not worried?" "I'm more worried about what the next zone will be, and you should be too," I said as I tossed him my simulet. "Go back?" Hedrig shook his head, pushing the simulet back to me. "I want to go with you." I shook my head, unable to believe his obstinacy. "Are you that eager to die, or are you expecting some sort of treasure vault at the end of this? It shouldn't matter to you what I want." "Even you have to admit that I can be useful," he said. "And if there's nothing you can eat or drink in the next zone," I pushed. Hedrig revealed a playful smile. "Are you worrying about me?" I let out a deep breath before stuffing the simulet back in my pocket. "Do as you wish, just don't expect me to protect you." "I never dreamed of it," he said, leading the way to the portal. With my ether reserves about a quarter replenished and the warm lights flickering as if to warn us to leave quickly, I followed after the mysterious green-haired ascender. With the decision made, there was no reason to linger in the mirror room. We stepped through the translucent portal together, Hedrig holding onto the back of my teal cloak just a step behind me. To keep me from trying to ditch him at the last second, I suppose, I thought. He really doesn't want to be left behind, but why? The thought was blown out of my mind as immediately upon stepping through the portal, I was blasted by a gust of icy wind so sharp that I could barely keep my eyes open. Unfazed by the drastic change in scenery, and with nothing in sight except a panorama of gray, I pulled out the crystalline relic again. While I didn't know its full capabilities, I was sure it had some sort of navigational function. Except this time, when I took out the crystalline relic, its glassy edges were once again fully opaque. Feeling instinctively that there was something off about this place, I turned back to Hedrig. Only instead of the shaggy green-haired ascender, a familiar navy-haired girl with two piercing red eyes looked back at me. I stumbled away from her, completely caught off guard, and she stared at me uncertainly. Kara, Chapter 296. What the hell? Kara lifted one delicate hand to her face, feeling her cheek, then pulled a lock of her long hair out in front of her face so she could see it properly. She paled visibly as her hand reached up and touched one of the onyx horns that grew from the sides of her head. Each horn had two separate points. The main horn swept forward and up, while the smaller fang-shaped pair jutted back behind, framing her head like a dark crown. Thin golden rings adorned each of the smaller spurs. "Gray, I can explain." My hand shot out in a blur, gripping Kara by her thin neck and lifting her off the snowy ground. A small gasp escaped her lips as she tried to pry herself free, but my eyes were focused on those black horns. "She's a Vritra," I thought, feeling foolish for letting someone I knew so little about get so close to me. No, she wouldn't be able to enter the relictums if that was the case. I wasn't sure what to make of this sudden revelation. Is she just Vritra-blooded? "I know you're shocked, so am I, but I don't think we'll get any answers from her if she's dead," Regis chimed in, sobering me. I loosened my grip, letting the Alacrian woman fall to the ground, where she coughed fitfully and rubbed her throat. "Please, Gray, I don't mean any harm," Kara pleaded, her red eyes locked on me. "Stop," I warned, drawing the white dagger from my dimension rune as I studied the high-blooded Alacrian woman. What was Kara's purpose? To kill me? That didn't make sense. She could have killed me any time while I was in the Keystone Realm. Did she need proof to take back to her blood, a scythe, or maybe even a Grona himself, so that they could find and execute me? In the end, regardless of her reasons, it boiled down to two choices. The thought of simply killing her right there and mitigating any potential risk surfaced in my mind. But holding the dagger brought up memories of Kara giving up her late brother's blade so that I could have a weapon. Not only that, Kara and I had parted on good terms after our temporary allegiance in the Convergence Zone. Even then, she and her two guards had several chances to kill me while I was unconscious after our fight against the Titan, though it was also true that she could have guessed my identity after returning to Alacria. She's still calling me Gray though, which means she might not know who I am after all. My grip around the bone-white dagger tightened as I struggled to come up with the right decision. I had trusted Hedrig, but the green-haired man that had fought beside me never actually existed. Instead, it was a woman wrapped deeply in the veil of Alacrian nobility, with Vritra blood coursing through her. Regis let out a chortle. "Why are you thinking so deeply about this? Maybe she just likes you." "What?" I blurted, startling Kara, who was still on her knees in the snow. "Nothing," I said, clearing my throat and silently cursing my companion for his flippant attitude. I could feel Regis roll his eyes. "Kill her or not, it's up to you, but chop chop. I don't fancy finding out what happens to me if you freeze to death standing here." My face and hands felt stiff from the cold, but my Asuran body made this deadly weather a nuisance at most. Kara, despite her obvious Vritra ancestry, didn't share my fortitude, and she had already started to shake. Letting out a sigh, I reluctantly made up my mind. I withdrew the wool bedroll from my rune, yet another piece of equipment that Alaric had thought to pack for me, and tossed it to her. "Wrap yourself up in this. We need to find shelter, then we'll talk." She took the soft bedroll and draped it around herself like a blanket. "Thank you." My eyes quickly scanned our surroundings. Like before, the portal we'd come through had vanished, leaving us stranded in a pure white expanse. An icy wind kicked up a lot of snow, making it difficult to see very far. "Let's get moving," I replied curtly, turning away. "I would have gone for the nice gentleman play, but aloof bad boy works too," Regis teased. "Do you want me to cut you off from my ether?" "No, sir." "Sorry, sir." Rolling my eyes, I continued walking, paying close attention to the soft crunch of Kara's footsteps just a few paces behind me. "You're wary of me, yet you're exposing your back to me." "Are you that confident?" Kara asked, her silvery voice cutting through the howling of the wind. "Do you want to find out?" I asked, not bothering to look back. "Perhaps next time," she said softly after a beat of silence. "Ooh, so she wants there to be a next time," Regis snickered. I ignored my companion's comment but mentally gave him his second strike. "Keep an eye out for any kind of shelter," I called out, my own eyes scanning every shadow and wrinkle in the frozen wasteland for something that could be a cave or ravine, or even just an overhang that would get us out of the biting wind. "I can barely see past you. Even with mana, I don't think I could find anything unless it was standing right in front of me," Kara said, frustration laced in her voice. "Maybe you guys will have to dig yourself a shelter and cuddle for strike 3. Coalescing ether around Regis's incorporeal form inside me, I directed it to the palm of my hand and pushed outward. To my surprise, Regis's fiery cub form actually burst out of my hand, limbs flapping in surprise. "Hey, what the?" Kara gasped and burst into action. Flinging off the bedroll and drawing her thin, curved sword, she cut swiftly downwards, cleaving Regis in two. I watched with a raised brow as Regis's bisected form faded away, dissolving into the wind-blown snow. Kara's sharp eyes darted around the terrain, but when she didn't see any more threats, she smoothly stored the blade once again. Then she noticed the look on my face, and her own confident expression slipped away. I pointed nonchalantly at the area where Regis had disappeared and said, "That thing is going to reform in a few seconds." As amusing as it was, please don't attack him again. Her eyes went wide. That was something you did. That was my wolf, yes. She was cut off as a pocket of dark ash began to spin within the light snow, condensing down until it was a perfectly round ball, then bursting into flames. Finally, Regis's bright eyes popped open, and the dark shadow of his mouth twisted down into a comical frown. The will-o-wisp floated down to the ground where it shifted again, bulging outward as it transformed back into the small, wolf-like puppy. You know, I'm not sure I like either one of you very much right now. Kara's brows furrowed in confusion as her gaze shifted from Regis to me and then back again. I shrugged. This is Regis. You two have met before in the last two zones. Her eyes shone in realization, then she tilted her head, but he was a little bigger then. Yeah, well, you were a dude, Regis snapped angrily. You're right, Kara's lips quivered as if she were trying very hard not to smile. I'm sorry, little friend. The Alacrian leaned down and scratched Regis behind one pointy little ear. His bright eyes glared at her, but he couldn't stop his shadowy tail from wagging in pleasure. This time, I let out a chortle, causing my companion to stiffen. Letting out a growl, Regis snapped at Kara's finger, startling her so that she jerked her hand away. The tiny shadow wolf pounced ahead of us, bounding through the snow with some difficulty. Without looking back, Regis said, "Stop staring and start walking before you both turn into meat popsicles." I met Kara's strange red eyes, narrowed in a pleasant smile, and forced myself to turn away. Scooping up my bedroll, the Alacrian shook the snow off and wrapped it around her shoulders, then we followed after our fuzzy little guide. It's a bull, I muttered, stopping so that Kara, who was walking in the track I left in the deepening snow, bumped into me. What? She asked, taking a step back and peering around us. I took her by the shoulder and turned her so that she was looking down into a wide dip in the land. Visibility was poor enough that I hadn't immediately noticed it, but we were walking along the ridge of a massive, shallow crater. The wind let up at that moment, and a beam of silvery light cut through the gray blanket above us, spilling across the snow and highlighting the entire basin. Far below us, perhaps a mile or more, there was the clear outline of a large, round bulge under the snow, much too round and perfect to be a natural formation. Then the wind picked back up and the clouds closed in and the shape was lost behind a white curtain. Did you see that? Kara asked excitedly, pointing down toward the hidden mound. She turned toward me and suddenly she seemed very close. Her gaze then landed on my arm, which I suddenly realized was still around her shoulder. Immediately, I pulled myself away, taking a step back as Kara also shifted uncomfortably. See what? Regis asked, trotting back toward us after having gone several yards ahead. What I miss? And what were you doing with your arm around the spy? There's something down there. I gestured down the slope, ignoring my companion. It looks like the snow gets deeper though, so maybe you should get back inside me. I looked at Regis pointedly, making it clear this was less a question and more of a demand. You know, it's been nice to stretch my legs. I think I'll stay out here. I don't mind a little snow. I glared at the pup, and Regis wiggled his eyebrows in return, a gesture that reminded me of the cartoon animals in the shows I had seen as a kid. I think I'll keep an eye on things from out here, he thought to me, making it obvious that he was still upset about being cut in half. Kara was watching us expectantly, so I waved my hand toward the slope. After you, my mighty companion. Regis swished his shadowy tail as he trotted on ahead. Within 60 feet, though, the drifts were well over his head, and even though the cold wasn't bothering him, his tiny woven body wasn't equipped to swim through snow. After struggling for a couple of minutes to keep up any sort of progress, pouncing and paddling through the snow, Regis gave up. You know, I think I've stretched my legs enough. I better go back to gathering ether. With that, my companion leapt up as if trying to jump into my arms, but instead faded into my body. What did he mean, gather ether? Kara asked as we pushed forward through snow that was now up to my hips. I was leading, breaking a path so that Kara could more easily follow. My summons is powered by ether. When we used the purple fire, well, we used up all his power. So he shrunk into this form. I kept my tone matter-of-fact, as if it were perfectly normal to have an ether-powered shadow wolf for a companion. But he's not really a summons, is he? I could practically feel her piercing eyes burning into the back of my neck. No, I suppose not, not the way you normally think of one. And, Kara hesitated, I kept my attention forward, shoveling through the deep, heavy powder. And you're not really a mage, are you? Not the way we'd normally think of one anyway. You don't use mana. I stopped walking, more out of realization than out of apprehension, realization of how tired I was of hiding everything about myself to everyone that I came across. There was no way I could answer truthfully without giving away who I really was, but any lie would be as obvious as the horns on her head. No, I suppose not. We marched in silence for a few minutes, and soon the snow was up to my ribs. A strong hand on my shoulder pulled me up short. I turned to see what was the matter, but was blinded by my own bedroll being tossed over my face. Kara laughed for the first time, a refreshing yet elegant sound. I'm no ordinary mage either, remember. I jerked the wool blanket from my face, already gathering ether into my extremities to defend myself if needed, but Kara wasn't attacking me. She wasn't even looking at me. An ominous power was growing within her, however, and when she finally met my eyes, there was a dark fire in them. You might want to move aside, Gray. I stepped back into the snow, getting out of her path as she drew her sword, her real sword. The dark, flaming aura I'd seen her use when fighting the giant monster in the convergence zone flickered around the red blade, turning it black. This time, though, it was much more muted, less wild and dangerous. Then Kara thrust the sword forward and the dark flames billowed outward, carving a channel in the snow for at least 200 yards. She turned back and walked toward me, sheathing her long, curved blade. Snatching the bedroll back and wrapping it over her shoulder, she shot me an almost childish grin. "You look tired, Gray. Let me lead for a while." "That trick was more impressive the first time I saw it," I muttered, dusting the snow off of my clothes. Snorting indelicately, Kara spun away and started marching through the wide path she'd made. I followed, my mind entirely occupied by Kara's ability. When she'd used her power in the convergence zone, I had been too busy not dying to really examine it. This time, though, I had watched carefully as she manifested the dark aura and released the torrent of black fire. The flames hadn't produced heat. They destroyed without burning, kind of like the violet fires of the destruction rune, but she wasn't using ether. In the convergence zone, those same flames had eaten through the Titanic Guardian's attack, literally carving a path through the beam of energy. I flashed back to my battle with Nico, how he had controlled the dark flames to destroy my lightning storm. Kara's ability seemed similar, able to destroy both energy and matter. Then I thought of Caitl's soulfire and how it was able to burn away someone's life force from inside, preventing even Vivim from healing them. Then something I hadn't thought about in a very long time returned to me. I was walking through the forest with Winsome, my Assyrian protector and mentor. Birds were chirping. The sun shining through the leaves dappled his wise old face as we walked. He was teaching me about the different Assyrian races and their magic. He had described the nature of ether, though he struggled to communicate into the lesser tongue, and had settled on referring to it as a creation-type mana art. The Vritra were made up mostly of basilisks, a race that used a decay-type mana art, though he never gave me another name for it. Was that what Kara was using? A unique, deviant form of mana-based magic. I watched Kara's navy hair bounce around her onyx horns as she strode ahead of me like nothing could touch her. She was incredibly talented and equally confident in her abilities. When I'd first seen the way she fought, I'd immediately been reminded of myself. It was no secret that Agrona and his basilisks had bred with the people of Alacria. Clearly Kara was the result of such experiments, but she hid her ancestry when we first met in the Relictums, using her strongest ability only when there was no other option. Something about this zone had caused her disguise to fail, but even the first time I'd met her while she was with her two guards, she had hidden her horns. Why? Right, personally, I think they're hot. When we reached the end of the path carved by Kara's power, the snow was deep enough that the channel had become a tunnel. Instead of a round, rippling tunnel of ice, though the 15-foot deep cave in the snow was rough and imprecise, like a dozen children had dug it out with their bare hands. With no heat to melt the snow, allowing it to refreeze and harden, the tunnel didn't seem safe to enter, but that wasn't all that was bothering me. Kara lifted her sword from her shoulder and pointed it forward, but I held out a hand. "I don't think your power is best suited to this kind of thing. Save your strength. Based on my experience in the Relictums, it won't be long before something tries to kill us." I concede the point. "What do you suggest, Gray?" As far as I could tell, we were still a quarter-mile or more from the round bulge we'd seen from the rim of the caldera. The powdery snow made walking on its surface impractical, as either one of us could sink in over our head with each step. "You could blast a tunnel with ether," Regis suggested. I had already considered this, but the ether cost of utilizing gauntlet form for something as mundane as drilling a hole through the snow seemed reckless. "Drilling? Regis, you're a genius." "I know." I could sense my companion's confusion, but I was already preparing myself. With a thought, I encouraged Regis to move to my hand to help draw the ether that I released from my core. I didn't build up a large blast of ether like I might have if I were preparing for an attack, but instead I released a small burst of etheric energy. As I siphoned ether through my arm, I willed it to coalesce rather than surge out, but the manifestation faded in my palm. This was something new, and it required more control than creating a straightforward burst of energy. Taking a deep breath and tuning out Regis's stray thoughts and Kara's boring gaze, I tried again and again. After the fourth attempt, the ether finally manifested into the form of a globular balloon that dispersed as soon as it left my palm. After the seventh attempt, the ether took shape into a sphere that grew larger as I fed it more ether. It took every ounce of my concentration to keep the shimmering purple globe from dispersing as it grew to my height. Then I shoved, driving the etheric sphere forward into the snow. Despite using only a fraction of the ether it would have taken to unleash a full etheric blast, the large etheric orb bored through over 20 feet of snow before it faded away, leaving behind a round, stable tunnel that we could easily walk through. Good enough, I huffed. I had hoped to manipulate the ether into a cone-shaped drill, but seeing as even a half-decent sphere was barely possible, I quickly settled for something simpler. You know, that's pretty much exactly what I was thinking. Of course it was, I teased. Kara walked carefully into the tunnel, her hand running across the wall and roof as she warily inspected my handiwork. Clever. Can you do it again? Nodding, I said. I should be able to get to that dome without totally draining myself, yeah. She stepped aside, gesturing into the tunnel. After you, my mighty companion. Whether it was because I was tired from the amount of concentration that went into the etheric spell, if it could even be called that, or just because I was still proud of my accomplishment, I actually let out a small laugh before building up ether in my right hand again. By resting briefly after every few uses of the ether cannon, as Regis quickly dubbed it, I was able to keep my core topped up, just in case we ran into anything hostile under the snow. I took it as a good sign that we did not, however, and within an hour we found what we were looking for. Behind me, Kara held up a light artifact revealing a smooth, gleaming white wall. I ran my hand along the cold stone. I've never seen anything like frost that's been turned into stone, I said, brushing away the snow at the outer edges of the tunnel. My etheric sphere hadn't even scratched the surface. Let's hope there's a door somewhere. Utilizing my new ether cannon spell, I began to open up space around the outside of the white dome. Wherever the swirling purple energy touched the shining stone, my power seemed to disperse, rolling over the smooth surface like water across wax. Then with a final pulse of ether, golden white light spilled from an arched door in the dome, causing our snowy tunnel to blaze so brightly that I had to shield my eyes. Kara held up her hand to ward off the glare. I hope that light is coming from a nice, warm fire. Blinking away the glittering stars in my eyes, I drew the white dagger, infused my body with ether, and moved cautiously up to the archway. The inside wasn't exactly what I had expected. The dome was about 40 feet tall at its peak and nearly 100 feet wide. Blazing balls of light drifted through the air like paper lanterns. A dais rose up from the floor at the center of the cavernous room, and on it was a beautifully carved arch. Or what was left of it. Though the dais was 20 feet across and raised up 10 feet over the level of the floor, it still looked small and forlorn in the huge, empty space. There was an atmosphere of neglect and loss within the dome that made my skin crawl. From next to me, Kara said, "It looks broken." Scanning the room again to make sure there were no enemies clinging to the ceiling or creeping along the walls, I stepped into the dome, then slowly crossed the open expanse to the stairs, feeling entirely exposed. There was a pile of random items at the foot of the stairs. Kara kneeled down to inspect them. Bones mostly, but look at this. She held up a pure white arrowhead. It looks like it's made from the same material as the dome. I took it from her and rubbed it between my fingers. It was cold to the touch and silky smooth. And look at this. Draped from her fingers was a leather cord hung with large, curved talons like those of a hawk or an eagle but larger. Made from something native to this zone, I imagine, I said, pressing my fingertip to point at one of the claws. I winced as a drop of blood bloomed on my fingertip. Damned sharp. Made by what though, I wonder, Kara asked, tossing the talon necklace back into the pile. Although I was interested in the items and what they might tell us about this zone, I was more interested in getting out of it. Stepping over the scattered objects, I took the stairs 2 at a time until I reached the top of the platform. The arch was 10 feet high and just as wide. I ran my fingers across the designs, which were incredibly detailed, showing animals at play in gardens full of impressively crafted plants and flowers. But Kara had been right. Several pieces of the arch were missing, which, assuming that this was the portal out of the zone, meant that we were stuck. Chapter 297. My fingers ran over the arch's frame, tracing the jagged, broken edges where parts of the large structure were missing. Was this another challenge or just bad luck? I had hoped that crossing the frozen wasteland was enough to leave this zone, but clearly that wasn't it. I turned to Kara. Do you see any pieces of the arch in that pile? It looks like there are at least 4 or 5 separate chunks that have been broken off, judging by the damage. She sifted through the large pile for a moment before looking back up at me and shaking her head. There's quite a bit to sort through here, but I don't see anything else in the same white stone the arch seems to be made of. Maybe here under some of the bones. She kept rummaging, but I wasn't hopeful. Things were never that easy in the relictums. Regis popped out of my side, landing on the platform and shaking himself like a dog, the violet flames of his mane flickering. He gazed up at the ancient structure towering over him before speaking. Do you even need the pieces? Maybe that fancy new power of yours can just fix it. You can't just fix. The rest of my words died in my throat as I realized my companion had a point. Pressing my palm to the arch, I ignited the newly acquired god rune that sat latent within me. Repairing all of the mirrors in the last zone had given me more than enough practice utilizing Aroa's Requiem, but the sensation still felt new and raw, almost foreign. The rune glowed golden from beneath my clothes as ether circulated through it, and purple motes of ether began to swirl around my hand. The motes left me and flowed along the arch, concentrating where the broken edges stood out against the flawlessly smooth carvings. Aside from some light scuffs fading away, nothing happened. I kept concentrating, imagining the missing fragments of the arch rebuilding themselves. The sparkling particles of ether had simply worked when I'd used the rune before, repairing the cracked mirrors and releasing the imprisoned ascenders with no direction from me. But I had seen what to do in the vision of the future. Maybe I needed more understanding of how to repair an item, or what its purpose was to affect it with Aroa's Requiem, or maybe that wasn't it either. Frustrated more at myself than the circumstances we were in, I let out a sigh. "It's not working," Regis said helpfully. "I can see that," I muttered, withdrawing ether from my god rune. The purple motes flickered out one by one as the rune's glow faded. "Try searching the rest of the hall for any pieces of the arch. Maybe if we can find them, I'll be able to repair it." Maybe. I mean, I'm as much an optimist as the next guy, but maybe sounds like, "Do we have any other choice?" I snapped, glaring down at the shadow wolf pup. Regis's ears drooped. "No, I suppose not." I sighed as my companion hopped from stair to stair and began sniffing around the outside wall of the huge space. Sylvie and I had never fought like this, but that wasn't Regis's fault. Sylvie had always been my counterpoint, providing me wisdom when I was being foolish, temperance when I was reckless, bravery when I was afraid. Regis, on the other hand, was more like me, reinforcing both my strengths and my weaknesses. Was that why I was harder on him than I had been on Sylvie? I thought back to those first moments in the Relictums, when I woke up alone and powerless, alone except for him. Without him, waking up in that sanctuary room without Sylvie, knowing she sacrificed herself for me. Sitting down on the edge of the platform with my legs dangling down the side, I withdrew the rainbow-colored stone that held my bond. It had been quite some time since I had tried pushing ether into it, but I could feel that I hadn't grown strong enough yet. Despite everything I'd faced and all that I had learned since waking up magicless and broken in the Relictums, I had barely scratched the surface of what was possible with ether. "I'm going to get you out of there someday, Sylv, I promise. When you meet Regis, you're going to," another relic secreted away from the Vritra, Kara asked as she slid to a seat beside me, my bedroll pulled tightly around her shoulders. Her navy hair fell in front of her eyes and she leaned down to inspect Sylvie's egg. "Not exactly," I said, turning my eyes back to the iridescent egg. "It's beautiful," Kara said, her words barely a whisper. "Thanks," I said, hurriedly stashing the egg back in my dimensional storage rune before she was able to study it any more closely. I started to stand up when strong fingers gripped my forearm and pulled me back to my seat. I turned to make some excuse to Kara, but she was staring at me, flabbergasted. "What was that?" My eyes narrowed. "I don't think I'm obligated to tell you what I'm not talking about the colorful stone," she said, waving my words away with her free hand. "How did you do that? Where did it go?" Nonplussed, I showed her the back of my hand and the dimensional storage ring that I wore. No, you didn't." She shook her head, her usual calm demeanor replaced by a childlike excitement. "You didn't activate the ring just now, I could tell." "Wait, you can't." Kara's eyes widened in realization. "Of course, how did I not see it before? You don't have mana to activate the ring." My mind whirled for lies to explain what had happened. My ring could be another relic that didn't need mana, the egg could have had similar powers to Regis, or some other convenient excuse. But as I opened my mouth to speak, I hesitated, tired of it all. What was the point of lying? Kara knew I could use ether. She knew I had at least one relic, which was already punishable by death, and probably assumed I had more. She'd even seen Regis talk and absorb ether, but still chose to scratch him like he was just another household pet. Letting out a sigh, I pulled up my sleeve and imbued ether into my forearm to activate the dimensional rune. I have a rune, a spell form, that operates on a similar principle. The ring is just for show. Fascinating. Kara's ruby eyes shone with intense curiosity as she stared at the complex runes engraved in my skin. I felt a slight smile tug at the corner of my lips as I watched her inspect my arm like a child opening a brand new toy. Catching myself, a wave of guilt forced myself to remember who this girl was. Kara had followed me and lied about her identity. She was not only an Alacrian but of the same blood as Agrona and the rest of his monstrosities that had wreaked havoc on my people. A dark part of me reasoned that I could always kill her before leaving the Relictums if I told her too much, but I also knew I was just making excuses. Being honest with myself, it simply felt good to have even that small weight of having one less secret off my shoulders. A cold touch on my arm snapped me out of my thoughts, startling me. Kara pulled her hand away. My apologies, my curiosity tends to get the better of me at times and I wanted to see how the rune felt." "It's fine," I said, clearing my throat. I pulled my sleeve back down to cover the rune, but Kara was still staring at me. Is there something on my face? I asked, cocking a brow. It's just, who are you, Gray? Kara asked. Just a soldier that was mortally wounded, I said with a shrug. You should remember you met me only shortly after. Kara narrowed her eyes as she stuck her lips out into a pout. That's a bit of an oversimplification, Gray. If you were to ask me, I'd speculate that you're some sort of aberration of the relictums, conjured of Etha to lure me into the deepest depths of the ancient mage's endless fortress. Lure you? I scoffed. Excuse me, but if I recall correctly, you were the one who somehow tracked me down and tricked me into taking you along. Kara stiffened before clearing her throat. That, I admit, was a bit unbecoming, she said, turning away. So, I said quietly, isn't it about time I get an explanation? Kara fidgeted uncomfortably, still unable to look me in the eyes as her hair fell over her face like a curtain. She raised a hand and pointed at my chest. The medallion, she said finally. The medallion, I echoed, confused. What meta? Realization struck me, and I withdrew her brother's bone-white dagger and gazed at the golden coin strapped to its handle. Etched into it was the sign of Denoir House, feathered wings spread out from a wreathed shield. Of course, can anyone track me with this or just you? My voice came out cold and collected as my narrowed gaze locked onto her. If Agrona or his scythes were able to hunt me down with a magical tracking beacon, then I would be in danger as soon as I left the relictums. Damn it. If I was still able to use mana, I wouldn't have fallen for this. Only I'm attuned to the medallion, she said hurriedly, turning to meet my eyes. No one else can track it, I swear. She held my gaze for a moment, her ruby eyes sincere and unwavering until she dipped her head. Again, I apologize. I held out the dagger and coin. You said that you expected these back one day. Here, take them. She didn't move to accept the offered items. Gray, I set the dagger and medallion down on the platform between us, just loudly enough to cut her off. You've told me how, you still have to tell me why. Etha leaked from me, rippling in the air to give a tangible weight to my emotions. What I said back in the mirror zone was all true, she said, flinching slightly. I could tell you were different, and I wanted to know more to see for myself. Then why not reveal yourself? I asked icily. Why go to all the trouble to disguise your identity? No offense, Gray, but passing dogs can tell how standoffish and untrusting you are. Would you have really let me travel with you had you known who I really was? She asked, raising a brow. Surprised by the blunt response, I opened my mouth to reply, but Kara continued speaking. Besides, I'm always in disguise, no matter where I go. She smiled solemnly, her hand touching one of her dark horns. I stared at the Alacrian noble. Even after enduring 2 zones and a deadly winter storm, her posture remained poised as she sat across from me. But underneath that polished exterior was something that reminded me of myself when I had first wound up in the relictums. I could tell how alone she felt. Letting out a sigh, I spoke once more, breaking the silence. I want to trust you, Kara, but I can't. Then don't, Gray. Her gaze hardened as she swallowed audibly. If I harm you in any way, impede your goals, or do anything to cause you to think that I'm sabotaging your purpose here, kill me. I remained silent, taken aback by her confidence and resolve. Thankfully, the sound of little paws plodding across the silky stone floor drew our attention to Regis. I slid off the edge of the dais we were sitting on, landing the 10-foot drop with ease, before walking toward Regis. Did you find anything? Not a damn thing, Regis muttered, shaking his head. Which likely means we'll have to venture back out into the snow, I added with a sigh. I glanced back at Kara, who hopped off the edge of the platform as well, landing deftly before joining us. Tossing the bedroll that I had given her over her shoulders, she gave us a nod. We should get going then, I shook my head. The blizzard sounds like it's getting worse. I doubt you'd last very long out there. Kara frowned. While it would drain my mana reserves by quite a bit, I should be able to endure if I clad myself in my soul fear. It's not just that. The storm makes it almost impossible for me to see anything even with my enhanced senses. We should set up camp here for now and get some rest while we still can. Kara nodded, wrapping the thick blanket tighter around her. That also doesn't sound like a bad plan. I managed a faint smile before turning to my companion. And Regis, yeah, boss, you better spend some time gathering Etha. We're going to need you back at full strength. The little shadow wolf grinned hungrily before jumping into my body. The camping situation wasn't ideal. We weren't equipped for the cold weather, though at least the light orbs floating around the dome shed some heat. Alaric had packed a surprisingly large amount of blankets for some reason, but I couldn't find any sort of matches to start a fire. Worse yet, Kara's dimension ring had been damaged in her fight against Mythelia's, which meant the matches and other survival equipment she had packed was inaccessible. What about your soul fire? I asked as the two of us sat on the thick pile of bedrolls we had spread out along the edge of the platform near the staircase. It doesn't produce any heat like a normal flame would, she said, igniting a black fire on the tip of her finger. The two of us idly watched the shadowy flame as Kara made it bigger. Her gaze followed the tip of the flame when her eyes suddenly widened. Extinguishing the flame, she pointed up. We can use those. I looked up to see the floating orbs of light hovering high above us in the room. Before I could argue, Kara had already jumped up to the pedestal and was climbing the arch. Reaching the top of the arch, she was just under the height they were hovering. Curious, I watched as Kara crouched down atop the white arch, got her feet under her, and waited. After a few minutes, one of the lights drifted close enough. Her scarlet eyes locking onto the target, she leapt from the peak of the arch, soaring through the air and landing right on top of it. Or she should have landed on top of it. Instead, she went right through it. Kara let out a soft squeal as she fumbled in the air before crashing gracelessly to the ground 20 feet below her. Ouch, Regis groaned. That's gotta hurt. The Alacrian noble bolted up to her feet as if nothing had happened. Her hair, however, was in shambles, and dust was caked throughout her clothes and parts of her face. I stifled a laugh as she turned away. You all right? I asked, watching her pat the dust off her clothes. I'd appreciate if you could forget that ever happened, she said, still facing away from me. You were waving your arms so hard that for a second I thought you were actually going to fly, I smiled slyly. That image is pretty hard to forget. Kara whirled around, cheeks red and eyes glaring angrily. Why you? I couldn't help but laugh even as Kara ripped out a bedroll from under me and spun on her heels, marching to the other side of the room before huddling with the blanket over her head. Feeling a tinge of guilt for making fun of her, I let Kara have some time to herself while I went back outside. Ignoring the biting winds that cut through my clothes and armor, I scooped snow into our waterskins and a small wooden cask that Alaric had packed for me before going back inside the dome. How is it outside? Kara asked, leaning against the wall beside the entrance. I held up the cask and waterskins for her to see. Water shouldn't be a problem once this melts. I guess our biggest problem is food then, she said softly before taking a peek at me. Or rather, my biggest problem. When was the last time you ate? I asked. It's been about 5 days, maybe a week, so I'm not in any immediate danger of starving, she said. Her stomach grumbled at that moment as if to argue. The pile of bones we found earlier means that there still might be some wildlife out there somewhere, I stated. Kara let out a sigh. Whether it's for sustenance or the missing pieces of the arch, it seems like all of the signs are telling us to venture back out there. Do you regret stalking me now? I asked with a smirk. Investigating for personal research, the Alacrian noble corrected. I handed her the wooden cask stuffed with snow. Well, Miss Investigator, chew on this for now. Kara grabbed a handful and held it up like it was a glass of wine. You've managed to find quite the delicacy, Gray. Is this S-grade ice? Rolling my eyes, I walked over to the bedrolls we had stacked on top of one another to make a makeshift bed. Care to take the night shift, my gluttonous companion? I asked. Regis emerged from my arm, falling to the ground on all 4 of his stubby little legs. I take offense to that kind of language. Tell that to your belly. I pointed to the round bulge of a stomach that nearly touched the ground. HMPH, let it digest and I'll return to my adult form in no time, he argued before waddling toward the stack of bedrolls. You should try getting some sleep, I said, handing Kara a few more bedrolls. The strength of the blizzard seems to fluctuate, so ideally this storm will subside soon. If not, we should still be ready to head out as soon as Regis is back to full strength. She nodded, accepting the bedrolls and curling up into a corner with the cloth blankets wrapped tightly around her. I was lying underneath a single bedroll a few feet away, leaning against the smooth wall of the platform. With my Asuran body constantly supplied by the abundant amounts of ambient ether in the zone, the teal, fur-lined cloak was enough to keep away most of the cold. Sleep eluded me and closing my eyes caused unwanted memories to resurface. So I let my gaze wander across the large marble dome until it landed on Kara's prone form, still shivering within her bedrolls. Maybe it would make more sense if we shared my bedroll, I said softly, reasoning that our bodies' shared heat in the confined bedroll might keep us warm. Kara stopped shivering as her entire body seemed to tense up underneath the coverings. Regis, who was lying nearby, lifted his head, his eyes bulging. Slowly, Kara turned toward me, eyes wide and blushing bright red all the way up to her curved horns. It only took a split second to realize why both Regis and Kara looked so shocked. I held my hand up in front of me. Wait, I didn't mean, Gray, Kara said hoarsely. While I admit you're quite handsome, don't think that getting me into your bedroll will be so easy. Oh my, Regis sang. I opened my mouth, closed it, and opened it again before burying my face in my hand. Forget I said anything, I mumbled, turning my back to the two of them. I'm sorry, your forwardness just surprised me. Kara's voice still had a tinge of laughter in it as her soft steps drew closer to me. I felt the back of my bedroll being lifted as she climbed in under the thick blanket behind me. Thank you, Gray. I didn't respond as her body shifted closer to me, her constant shivers gradually subsiding. We lay back to back, and I kept my mind carefully blank as I listened to her breathing become more even, but it was obvious that she was still awake by her occasional shuffling. There's been something on my mind, I finally said. Why do you hide your horns? I assumed that having horns would be something to take pride in. I suppose it is normal to think so, and for many it might be, she said, her voice soft. But reality is never that simple. Kara paused, as if hesitant to reveal any more. After letting out a sigh, she went on. Every house that has had traces of Vritra blood in their lineage is recorded so that offsprings from those houses are immediately tested upon birth. If a newborn's blood contains traces of the High Sovereign's lineage, then they're immediately taken away from that household and placed into a high-blood house capable of raising and training the baby to become a distinguished figure, she explained. So the Dinoirs aren't your blood parents. My mind jumped to my own parents and my strange relationship with them. Though I'd been born to Allison Reynolds, and I thought of them as my true parents, as Gray I had been birthed by a different woman, a mother I had no memory of. No, they're not. I don't know my blood parents. The Dinoirs had the honor of fostering me in the hopes that the Vritra blood in me manifested, which is quite rare. There was a hint of sarcasm at the word honor, but I didn't press it, letting her continue. Until then, I was to be raised, educated, and trained under the safest of conditions, because if anything were to happen to me, the sovereigns would strip the Dinoirs of their nobility and land at the very least, or in the most extreme circumstances, even kill the entire blood. That must have put your relationship with the Dinoirs on edge, I chortled. Kara let out a small laugh. That's a bit of an understatement, Gray. But yes, the only one that actually treated me like a person rather than a glass sculpture was Severin, the original owner of the White Dagger, and the only one I could actually call a brother. He would sneak me out of my room and the two of us would spar until sunrise. After he became an ascender, he would come back and always tell me stories of his ascent, the thrills and dangers of the relictums. Karash shifted slightly under the blanket. That explains your fondness for the relictums, I said, connecting the dots with what she'd told me as Hedrig. That also explains why you have to disguise yourself as someone else, but not why you hid your horns even when I first saw you with your guards. The fact that my Vritra blood has manifested has been kept a secret from the Dinoirs, even to Tejan and Arian, she divulged. What? How do they not? I turned, only now noticing that Kara had been facing me. Her scarlet eyes widened in surprise as we came face to face, and I immediately pulled away from her, lying on my back and keeping a couple inches of space between us. My back was taking up all of the heat, she quickly explained, flustered. No, it's okay, I said. But how do the Dinoirs not know that you've manifested your Vritra blood? I thought that was the whole point of taking you in. It is, and in normal conditions they would have been the first to know, Kara agreed. But at the time of my dormant Vritra blood's manifestation, I was with one of my mentors, a scythe sent by one of the Vritra themselves. I stiffened at the mention of the powerful Alacrian generals who had nearly killed me on multiple occasions, but Kara didn't seem to notice. My mentor immediately took me to a secluded area and helped guide me through the process before explaining what would happen to me now that I was a true Vritra-blooded Alacrian. A solemn smile appeared on Kara's face. She gave me a choice. I could be experimented on and molded into a soldier for Agrona, or I could continue on as I had been, the frustrated foster child of an overprotective blood. I'm assuming you went with choice number 2, Kara let out a chuckle. I don't think I'd be in the same bedroll as a mysterious wielder of taboo magic with several relics in his possession if I had chosen the first option. Do you know how many laws you're breaking? Probably not many more than the girl hiding the fact that she's able to wield Vritra magic, I pointed out. And I doubt it's okay for you to be referring to the High Sovereign himself like he's your least favorite uncle. Kara stared at me for a moment before bursting into laughter, startling me. I guess that's true. Here, she then reached down her undershirt, pulling out a small teardrop-shaped pendant before handing it to me. It's not working right now, but this is the relic that keeps my horns hidden and allows me to change my appearance to Hedrig. I held it in my palm, feeling the unmistakable traces of ether radiating from it. Is it okay for you to be revealing this to me? It's unreasonable for you to trust me after how I deceived you, but a close alternative to trust is mutually assured destruction, Kara said, giving me a somber smile. I raised a brow. You know I can destroy this right now. The Alacrian noble's eyes widened. Why you can, that would be ... problematic. I stared at the crystalline blue relic, studying the etheric runes that seemed to have been engraved on the inside of the translucent gem by the jinns. Kara watched me closely, biting her lip nervously as I turned the priceless relic over. She was right. If I held onto this relic now, or destroyed it before we left the relictums, her life would be in as much danger as mine. After thinking the matter through, I tossed the pendant back to her. You'd be no use to me if you got locked up as soon as we got out. Kara's eyes lit up. Does that mean you don't plan on killing me yet, Gray? Let's get some sleep. I turned my back to her, lying on my side under the cover as I asked myself that same question. The rational side of me knew that it would be safest to kill her here and now. But I had vowed to myself, after first winding up in the relictums, that I would need to take risks if I wanted to kill Agrona. And if Kara, with all of her powers and connections, really was opposed to the Vritra as much as she had led me to believe, then having her on my side might just be worth the risk. The sound of soft, even breaths behind me jogged me out of my thoughts. I peeked back to see that Kara had already fallen asleep. No funny business. I'm a proponent of mutual consent, Regis japed. I ignored my companion, thankful that he had at least kept to himself during our conversation, and closed my eyes, both hopeful and anxious for what this zone would bring. Chapter 298. Regis and I stood at the archway opening into the snowy tunnel. The entrance had partially collapsed and was quickly being filled with snow. In front of us was a blurred expanse of gray and white, howling gales tearing and tossing snow with enough speed to tear flesh from bone. I scratched my cheek. Maybe it's not as bad as it looks. Regis chortled. Imagine those being your last words. Ignoring my companion's snide remark, I approached the end of the tunnel, where snow had piled up and largely filled in the chasm cut by Kiraz's power, leaving behind only a shallow divot. Flecks of purple ether swirled within the storm, giving the snow a pinkish hue and making it even more difficult to see. Wait, you were being serious? Regis asked, walking around me to stand between me and the storm. We were barely able to see 2 feet in front of us yesterday, and the storm is even worse than before. Well, we can't keep twiddling our thumbs hoping for the storm to pass, I said, stepping over my companion. I clad myself in ether, fortifying my body against the cold and cutting shards of snow and ice. Climbing up the divot, I began to make my way up out of the tunnel. My feet sank with each step on the soft white powder as I had to continually use my hands to shovel aside the fresh snow. Even with the endless amount of ambient ether replenishing my reserves, I could feel my core draining fast from the winds constantly slashing at my etheric defenses. I had to walk slowly and in a wide stance to keep from being tossed off my feet by the storm. The etheric winds constantly changed directions, shifting the landscape with every blow and shaking my confidence in my own sense of direction. Damn it, I cursed, my voice drowned out by the howling gale. Admitting defeat, I turned back. The blizzard had already started filling in the trench I'd forged to reach this point, but using my link with Regis as an anchor, I quickly found the vanishing entrance to the ether-carved tunnel leading back to the dome. By the time I returned, Kiraz was awake and standing next to Regis, wrapped tightly in several layers of bedrolls. Kiraz stared at me before letting out a shiver. Just looking at you makes me feel colder. I looked down to see that I was caked from head to toe with a thick layer of compacted snow. Did you find anything out there? A bit of snow, perhaps? Regis asked with a wolfish grin. Sweeping a thick clump of snow out of my wheat hair and off my shoulders, I promptly dropped it on top of my companion. Hey, Regis yelled, his small voice muffled by the snow. He struggled to free his diminutive form from the snow before Kiraz dipped down and pulled him out by his tail. It looks like we're going to be stuck here for a bit, I said to Kiraz as I shook the rest of the snow off of me. The Alacrian noble let out a sigh. I figured as much. Walking back along the tunnel and into the dome, I took a seat at our makeshift camp and began to think. The thought of just idly waiting felt nearly as dreadful as the trek through the snowstorm. I debated whether to use this time refining my ether core, but the process left me too vulnerable for my comfort, and Regis still needed to get back to normal. As I continued to deliberate our next course of action, my gaze was drawn to Kiraz, who was digging through the pile of random items by the foot of the stairs. Her eyes lit up as she picked up a small item before stuffing it in her pocket, then she went back to looking again. After a while, she made her way back to the pile of bedrolls we had laid out, carrying a handful of small bones and smooth stones. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Come here and you'll see," she said, patting the ground by her side. My curiosity getting the better of me, I walked over to where she was using a knife to draw thin lines on the smooth stone ground, until a rough hexagonal grid had been carved out. At first, I thought she was trying to map out our coordinates within the zone, but then she started placing the random assortment of stones and bones into 2 opposing sides of the grid. "Is this by chance a game?" I asked, brows furrowed. "It's a strategy game popular amongst highbloods," she explained, adjusting some of the pieces so they were in the center of their respective hexagons. "I carry a portable board during my ascents, but since my dimension ring is broken, this will have to do." Kiraz hadn't eaten in days. In these frigid conditions, where her body was burning off more energy to regulate her internal temperature, she would last a week, maybe 2, without some proper food. Yet she seemed to be unconcerned as she sat in front of the crudely made board. "Is now really the time?" I asked, still standing. Kiraz raised an eyebrow as she looked up. "I'm sorry, did you have some other pressing business to attend to, Gray?" I rolled my eyes, but sat down on the opposite end of the makeshift board. "Fine, but you'll have to teach me the basics. So the casters can move up to 5 spaces in a given direction." "No, it can move anywhere as long as it's within 5 spaces. Here, let me show you again," Kiraz said, speaking up to be heard over the noise of the blizzard outside. We each sat on top of a folded bedroll within the dome, the carved game board positioned between us while Regis remained in my body to replenish his ether. In front of me were the bone shards, each piece carved with a small image of either a square, a line, a triangle, or a circle. Kiraz's pieces were smooth rocks, each carved with one of the same 4 symbols, And the pieces with lines are the strikers? I asked hesitantly. Yes, Karaz said with a pout. And it's not a line, it's a sword. I lowered my head to the board to take a closer look. I'm pretty sure that's a line. I had to improvise, so just use your imagination, Karaz retorted. Anyway, the caster pieces, the ones with the symbol for fire, the triangle, I corrected. The fire, she stressed, are the most flexible. The shields are best used defensively while the strikers are good at taking pieces. Remember that you can only capture a piece by jumping over it. And you win if you take my sentry. MHMM, Karaz nodded. Or if my sentry reaches your hold, which is called a true win. I raised a brow. What's the difference between a normal win and a true win? True wins are much more difficult to obtain, so it's considered a great achievement. Seems like another way for nobles to flaunt their skills. I suppose it is. Karaz let out a chuckle as she set the pieces back to their original position. Are you ready? I nodded. Though I hadn't played this specific game before, it was similar enough to the strategy board games of my past that the rules fell into place easily in my mind. Traditionally, white goes second, she said, pointing to my pieces of bone. Dipping in a miniature bow, I gestured for Karaz to take her first move. She slid a stone shield forward one space. I moved my outer striker to the leftmost corner of my side of the board. Karaz responded by moving one of her casters up the edge of the board, opposite of the striker that I had just repositioned. I moved my caster as well this time, bringing it around my outer shield piece and up to the front so it would be in position to capture the shield in my next turn. However, Karaz seemed to have anticipated this, because she moved one of her strikers behind the shield, so my caster wouldn't be able to capture the piece in its allotted 5 moves. I didn't think to move the pieces that way, I mused, more to myself than to Karaz. It didn't take long for the game to unfold in my opponent's favor. By about 7 moves in, I knew I couldn't win, so I opted for moving pieces around in order to see how Karaz would react. At the very least, Karaz wasn't able to obtain the true win like she had wanted, making her bite her lip in irritation. Another, she declared, already moving the pieces back to their original spots after capturing my sentry. Sure, I said, amused by her competitiveness. Karaz was good. It was obvious that she wanted to use this game to learn more about me, but through the next few rounds I was able to learn a lot about her as well. She moved cautiously but never passively. There was a strategy with every move, evident in her desire to keep as many pieces in play as she could while slowly whittling down my pieces. And for the first few games I fell for her tactics, but her personality leaked into the game and she showed a crucial weakness that I was able to expose. That's a win for me, I said with a grin, deliberately lifting her sentry slowly off the board for her to see. Hold on, she said, her scarlet eyes scanning every inch of the board for some kind of mistake. I stifled a laugh. My victory was a shallow one caused by Karaz's own greed to get a true win off of me. If it hadn't been for that fact, I wouldn't have been able to win. Look all you want, but it's not going to change anything, I chuckled. Karaz whipped her head up, shooting me a glare. You've played this game before, haven't you? I shook my head. I haven't. I've played this game for years, and while I'm not the best, there is no way for me to lose so easily to a first-timer. Letting out a sigh, I put the sentry back on her board. I only won because you got greedy. Did you think I wouldn't notice you trying to go for a true win? Karaz's eyes widened and she let out an embarrassed cough. You isolated your caster 3 moves before hoping to draw my sentry out of its hold to clear a path for your sentry, right? See. The fact that you're able to think like this proves that you've played this game before, she said. The only thing that this proves is that you're competitive and also a sore loser, I replied with a smirk. You just got lucky, she muttered, setting the pieces back to their original places. I did, and I'm pretty sure I would have lost had you played seriously, I said calmly. You're good, Karaz, it doesn't take a master to see that. Karaz narrowed her eyes. You are continually surprising, Gray, do you know that? I'll take that as a compliment, I raised my head, just barely catching a noise different from the usual howl of the wind. A frown fell over Karaz's face as she cocked her head side to side, but my gaze had already turned to the single doorway into the dome. Karaz's eyes followed my own, and we both waited silently. I thought for a second that I must have just heard wrong. It still could have been the wind against the dome. Then I heard it again, the heavy scraping of something large moving through the snowbound tunnel. It was coming our way. Behind the platform, I said in a hushed tone, dashing away from our gear to put the raised dais between us and the door, Karaz right behind me. Do you sense something? Is it stronger than us? She whispered, a trace of fear in her voice. That's not it. I knelt down, peeking around the corner of the platform so I could just see the door. Something has been leaving things here. That suggests intelligence. I want to see what it is before we engage. I focused my hearing on the tunnel, listening carefully for any noise over the howling of the snow-heavy winds, but I heard nothing. By this time, Regis had woken up from his meditative state. Maybe it was just the wind, my companion's thought cut off as a large purple mass of ether appeared in the doorway, so big that it had to squeeze to pass through. The etheric shape paused, appearing to turn toward our equipment, and I heard an audible sniffing, snorting sort of noise. It wasn't until the shape turned and took a cautious step toward our bedrolls that I recognized it. It had a long, stocky body, a sloped back, and 4 powerful limbs. Its wedge-shaped head lowered to the ground as it continued to sniff, clearly attempting to catch our scent. It was similar in size and shape to Boo, though longer and not so broad in the body. Each step the bear-like creature took was slow and deliberate, its movements wary, almost delicate. But why can't I see it, I wondered. I could see its ether but not the beast. It was almost like it was an etheric ghost, a being of pure energy. I doubt ghosts make noise when their sides rub against a tunnel wall, Regis pointed out, cementing my own thoughts. Turning carefully to catch Kara's attention, I pointed to my eyes, then toward the intruder. She looked at me in confusion, then shook her head. It's invisible, Regis thought, but I shook my head. More than that, it's using ether to shield itself from being seen. That's a trick I wouldn't mind learning, Regis said hungrily. Suddenly, the invisible bear pushed at the game board with its snout, scattering the pieces across the cold, white floor. Kara's eyes widened in surprise, but she managed to keep silent. Still, the invisible mass of purple was drawing closer, its wedge-shaped head tracing the very steps that Kara and I had taken during our hasty retreat. I ushered Kara around the corner of the dais, then pointed upward toward the top before clearing the height of the platform and lying flat so the etheric being couldn't see me. Kara followed suit, jumping the 10 feet to the top of the platform and using her hand to soften her landing. Only seconds passed before I caught the sound of snorting and sniffing from below. It was moving very slowly around the edge of the platform, so I began to push ether through my body in case the creature found us. Maybe we should attack first, get the jump on it. No, I want to see what it's doing if we can, I replied. If the etheric beast was intelligent, if it could be communicated with, then perhaps it could help us escape the zone. When was the last time we ran into a smart monster in the relictums? Regis asked, but I ignored the comment despite the fact that he wasn't exactly wrong. Sliding across the silky stone, I moved around so I could just see over the lip of the platform. After the bear made a complete circle around the dais, it approached the pile of items at the base of the stairs, and I felt the sting of disappointment. Was it just drawn here by the smell of the bones? But instead of ransacking the mound, the bear set something carefully on the pile, then plodded slowly toward the door. Realizing the creature was about to leave, I slowly pushed myself up into a crouching position and held my hands up above my head in what I hoped was a universal sign of peace, even to ether-wielding invisible bears. The shimmering purple mass froze, standing perfectly still and silent. The big guy doesn't realize we can see him, Regis thought. What now? Slowly rising until I was standing straight, my hands still held above my head, I locked eyes with the creature, or least I looked where I thought its eyes were. We're not going to hurt you, I said, keeping my tone even and unthreatening. The bear-like beast stayed motionless. I knew if I couldn't see ether, it would be completely invisible and silent. I couldn't help but wonder what other sorts of ether beasts inhabited the snowy zone if a creature so large and imposing had developed such an impressive defense mechanism. What do you think you're doing? Kara hissed. I'm not sure yet, I said out of the corner of my mouth. I stepped sideways toward the stairs, never taking my eyes off the ether-shielded bear, then felt around with my foot at the edge of the platform until I touched the stair below. Cautiously, I went down one step at a time. At the bottom of the stairs, I took a single step forward. Instantly, a roar that drowned out even the blizzard outside filled the vast dome. Out of the corner of my eyes, I could see Kara whirling into action, her red blade drawn. Dropping to all fours, the etheric beast charged at me. I raised an arm, signaling for Kara to stay back while shrouding myself in a condensed layer of ether. I could feel the drain on my reserves, but it was better to take safety measures against enemies of unknown strength. I lowered my stance to meet it head-on, expecting it to rear up and attack or to veer away, but instead it lowered its broad head and the ether surrounding it flared as it ran straight into me. Sidestepping at the last moment, I thrust my palm at its side, hoping to push it off balance. However, the beast shifted its weight at the moment of contact and used the force of my blow to whirl in place. The invisible beast lashed out mid-spin with a paw the size of a dinner plate. I blocked the blow, catching its giant paw in my hands before pivoting my stance and throwing its arm over my shoulder. Ether flared from my core as I summoned the strength to shoulder-toss the 2-ton behemoth onto the stairs, shaking the entire dome. The shell of ether shimmered and faded, and suddenly I could see the thing hidden underneath, strewn across the base of the stairs. It had thick, brilliantly white fur, which shimmered with a pinkish pearlescence when the creature moved. A flat ridge of steel-gray bone protruded from its broad forehead, like horns that had been sawed off a few inches from its skull, and a plate of bone wrapped around each shoulder like armor. Did you just throw this giant beast? Kara asked, slowly making her way down the stairs. I don't want to hurt you, I said to the bear, which had been stunned by the impact. I had seen it leave something on the pile of objects at the foot of the dais stairs. There had to be some meaning behind that. I walked closer to the white, bear-like beast when its eyes suddenly shot open and it burst at me with a blurring speed. My eyes widened in surprise, but my reaction speed wasn't any slower than the bear's. I spun on my heels just as the bear attempted to tackle me and tried to grab a hold of its thick fur. Unfortunately, the bear had surrounded itself in etheric armor once more and my hand slipped off. I tumbled to the ground before catching myself. By then, Kara had already gone after the beast's fading form, her blade in hand. "Stop, don't kill it." I felt the tingle in my spine as she summoned her Reborn power and caused a curtain of black fire to burst to life within the doorway just ahead of the escaping Ether beast. It wasn't enough. The bear roared again and burst through the dark wall of fire, leaving behind the scent of singed hair. Channeling Ether into the rune, I ignited God's Step but was met with a sharp pain. With my ether reserves already low because of Regis and the amount I had spent in the short span of our battle, I didn't have enough ether to use God's Step. "Don't lose it, Regis," I ordered, cursing inwardly. Aye aye. Regis emerged, now the size of a large hound, and raced off after the bear in a blur of black and violet. "Gray, it's not worth it. You saw it feign unconsciousness," I snapped, cutting Kara off. "It's intelligent, and if we can find out where it came from, we might be able to find the missing pieces of the arch." Even without Kara's uncertain gaze, I knew it was a long shot. Still, the creature could manipulate ether in ways even I couldn't. There had to be some greater meaning to its presence within the dome. It hadn't wandered in by accident, and it had seemed surprised to find us there, which meant that it didn't come because of us. The Jinn had designed every aspect of the relictums to challenge all those who entered it. The fact that relics didn't work in this zone, the broken exit portal, the invisible bear, it all had to be connected. Kara gave me a hard, piercing look. "I don't know what keeps you from freezing solid out there, but I won't last forever. I can give myself a little time," but she didn't need to finish the thought. I knew what she meant. If we followed after the ether beast but got lost in the storm, she could die. "If we're not willing to take risks, we'll never get out of here," I said earnestly, meeting the gaze of her scarlet eyes. She only nodded, then took a step back and gathered her power. Ghostly flames flickered to life all over her body. "Where the hell are you?" Regis shouted in my head. "On our way, just don't lose it." I flashed past the door and sprinted along the exterior of the dome, Kara just behind me. By the time we turned away from the wall, Regis was well ahead of us, nipping at the giant bear's heels. I could see where it had rubbed against the sides of the tunnel as it ran, its shoulders gouging thick trenches into the snowy walls, causing a partial collapse of the tunnel so that Kara and I had no choice but to dig our way through, losing valuable time. We climbed up the hill of snow leading to the surface while I continued to replenish my ether reserves. The bear galloped nimbly through the powdery snow, its purple mass indistinguishable from the ether-laced snowstorm, while even Regis's black form was almost entirely shrouded. Still, it left heavy tracks and I followed it without hesitation. Then Regis's voice was ringing in my head. "I'm losing it, Arthur. It's swimming through the snow like a big, angry fish. I can't keep up." "Just hang on for a few more minutes," I urged, my ether reserves almost replenished enough to use God's Step. Utilizing all the strength of my Assyrian body, I used the compacted snowprints of the beast as stepping stones to continue the chase. Kara struggled along behind me, the fiery aura keeping her warm and eating away at the flakes that whipped past us on the ether-laden winds. Skidding to a halt, I turned to Kara, who was still catching up. "Keep following this trail," I barked. "I'm going on ahead." Kara's eyes widened, but I couldn't wait for a response. Turning my back to her, I ignited my rune. I let my eyes unfocus as I searched through the vibrations in the ether that I could slip into using God's Step. But the etheric blizzard blazed with violet light, obscuring everything, even the vibrations and the destinations that they led to. My heart pounded as I felt for the path around me while seconds continued to tick away. Knowing that I couldn't waste any more time, I locked on to a shimmering vibration. Then I stepped forward. Chapter 299. The world warped, stretching and folding in a sea of violet, and the omnipresent sound of the harsh winds was cut down to a distant rumble in the span of my single etheric step. To everyone else, God's Step was instant, but I struggled to fully process the rapidly shifting landscape as I approached my destination. I needed to understand and predict exactly what would be around me when I arrived, or that split second of disorientation would give my enemy more than enough time to retaliate. But neither the towering frame of the bear-like beast nor my companions could be seen as I appeared at my destination. Instead, I was met with complete darkness. Then came the claustrophobic feeling of being entirely encased, like a rodent trapped in a fist. Something was covering my mouth, gripping at my arms and legs, pressing against my eyes, filling my mouth. A blind sense of fear coursed through me, causing my heart rate to spike and my breath to come in quick, labored gasps around the mouthful of quickly melting snow that threatened to choke me. CK happened, Regis thought, his own mind nearly blank with worry. Arthur, tried to God-step, everything is muddled from the wind, must have missed under the snow somewhere. My thoughts were scattered and difficult to collect, even more than my sudden emergence under the snow could account for. This was the sole instance where I had failed God's step, and it was the first time feeling not only the disorientation, but the repercussion of the spatium art. Had I wound up underground or deep in the ocean, the consequences might have been life-threatening. I shook away the unnecessary thoughts, which caused me to sink further down into the snow, opening up a bare inch of space around my face and torso. Twisting and turning, I used my whole body to break apart the heavy, packed snow and give myself some room to breathe. By the time I had a rough little cave to huddle in, my mind had cleared a bit as well. Regis, find me. Look for the blast of ether. I could sense a tinge of hesitation from my companion. You want me to give up on the, if I can't use God's step, then there's no way we can keep up out here. Just look for the ether cannon. Yeah, I'm on my way, princess. Using the technique I'd made to drill through the deep snow around the dome, I released a small amount of ether from my core and gathered it in my hand, molding and shaping it into a sphere. The violet sphere shot upward, easily passing through the layer of snow above me, then rising another 15 feet up through the storm. As soon as the hole was exposed to the surface, the biting wind and the blizzard's roar rushed back in. I counted to 30, then released another blast of ether up into the sky, which glittered like a flare amidst the wall of rushing ice and snow. I kept track of time by the number of ether spheres I sent soaring into the sky. Around the 5th shot, I started to wonder how far off course I'd gone. By the 10th, I was growing nervous. Then shortly after I'd sent the 13th ball of purple, glowing ether into the sky, a dark shape outlined in flickering black flames plunged unexpectedly into the hole from above, landing on top of me with a grunt. The figure yelped in surprise and something hard hit me in the nose, then the fire winked out. Gray, Karash shouted, struggling to disentangle herself from me. What happened? Later, I shouted back. Just waiting for Regis, then the shadow wolf's thoughts cut through my own. Arthur, where are you, Regis? I thought, unable to suppress the frustration I felt leaking into our connection. I could feel my companion's presence closer to me than before, but I was unable to pinpoint him in the etheric storm. Almost there, I think. Send up another flare. I followed my companion's instructions, and in moments he was sliding down into our now cramped hole next to Kara and me, unmarked by the raging storm. Nice to see you both again, lovely weather we're having, Regis quipped. I think it's actually about to get. Catching a flash in the corner of my eyes, I intercepted an object just before it struck the side of my head. In my hand was a hailstone the size of my fist. A lot worse, Regis finished as a second frozen projectile shot down next to me, leaving a crater only inches from my companion. Beside me, black flames burst from Kara's form just as a hunk of ice the size of her head struck her on the shoulder. Though the aura devoured most of the hail before it hit her, she sucked in a pained breath and flinched away from the impact. We can't move in this, she said, speaking over the noise. I'll be pummeled to death. Knowing she was right, I did the only thing I could think of. Twisting around in the little hole so my back was to the others, I sent a blast of ether outwards and down, opening up the hole down to the perma-frozen ground and even removing a couple feet of the dark soil. I slid down the slick tunnel, which was about 5 feet deep and 7 feet across, and the others quickly followed. Spreading out my cloak, I gestured for Kara to lay down next to me. Regis, inside me, Kara here. What are you? There's not enough snow above us to block the hail, I said impatiently. I can protect my body with ether and you with my body, just lay down. Regis immediately leapt into my body, but Kara continued to look at me uncertainly. This moment of hesitation was interrupted when a massive bullet of ice blew through the snow above our heads and bounced off the hard ground at my feet, showering us with snow, dirt, and ice. I feel like we've gotten much closer in these last few days, Gray, don't you? She said, letting out a stiff laugh before lowering herself down next to me. A bit too close for my comfort, I grumbled, pulling the cloak around us and shifting so that I was hovering awkwardly above Kara, shielding her from the hail and sharing my warmth. My entire body began to hum with a palpable layer of ether. Well, this is cozy, Regis thought happily. I rolled my eyes and settled in for a long wait. By the time the hail stopped falling and the wind subsided, we were mostly buried again, as the continual bombardment had caused the snowy roof to collapse down on us, and the blizzard had deposited several feet of new snow down into our hole. The enclosure had protected us from the wind, though, and left a smaller area for our bodies to heat, which likely saved Kara's life. Still, she was blue around her lips and shivering violently as we dug our way back up to the surface. After breaking through into the cool, still air, I froze, my breath taken away by the sight around me. The sunless sky was clear and cloudless, a brilliantly glacial blue canvas painted with sweeping streaks of greens, yellows, and purples. The painfully bright landscape glittered under the sourceless light, and squinting, I could see the full shape of the land for the first time. God's step had taken me past the caldera where the dome containing the broken portal was hidden, into a valley of snow that stretched out into the horizon. Still, the fact that we could see the large crater in the distance was something I was happy about. Leading up to the ridge of the caldera were uneven, broken borders of jagged stone and deep ravines, while behind us, the zone kept climbing until fading away in distant, misty mountains. "It's beautiful," Kara said, having pulled herself halfway out of the snow beside me. "Brrrrock." The screeching squawk was so sudden and so close that I acted on instinct, bringing one arm over my head and the other over Kara to defend against an attack from the sky. Kara stumbled from my sudden action, using my body for support as she sank down into the snow with a puff of powder. Behind me, there was a flutter of wings and another harsh crow. Whirling my body in the deep snow, I spotted a tall, thin bird-like creature just several feet behind us. It had long black legs, thin as sticks, a teardrop-shaped body covered in gleaming white feathers, broad wings that it tucked tightly to its sides, and a gracefully curving neck. Its neck was currently twisted to the side, tilting its head comically. Two vibrantly violet eyes shone from behind its jet-black beak, which was shaped like the head of a javelin. The beak opened and snapped shut too, then 3 times, the sharp crack echoing across the caldera. I waited with caution, uncertain if the creature was hostile or simply curious. Instead, Kara was the one to act first. Hello," she said softly. Hello," it mimicked back in its high-pitched, rasping voice. The egret-like Etha beast stepped to the side, then took a series of shuffling back-and-forth steps that almost looked like some kind of dance, after which it flapped wide wings to flutter several feet to the left. "I think Big Bird here likes Kara," Regis teased. That looked like some kind of mating ritual to me. More like it was writing something, I mused out loud. As if to reinforce this idea, the creature gestured sharply toward the series of claw prints in the snow with its spear-like beak. "Writing what?" Kara asked, her tone clipped as she grumpily extricated herself from the snow once again. "Oh," moving slowly so as not to spook the creature, I pulled myself free of the snow and moved to stand over the series of interwoven claw marks. It did look remarkably like writing, though it wasn't in a language I could read. Kara appeared beside me, her hands tucked under her armpits as she hugged herself for warmth. It wasn't as cold as it had been before, I realized. The temperature was still below freezing, but well within a talented mage's ability to survive with the effective use of mana. "Do you have any idea what it's trying to tell us?" she asked, gazing down at the prints in the crystalline snow. "Not a clue," I replied, racking my brain for a way to communicate with the being. It was clearly intelligent, possessing written communication and perhaps even its own spoken language. It had the ability to mimic the noises we made, so theoretically and with enough time I might be able to teach it the common tongue, but that could take months or even longer. "Not a clue," it mimicked again, hopping side to side nervously. Then it turned and flew 15 or so feet away, set back down and turned to us, one wing flapping toward a mountainous ridge in the distance. "Maybe it wants us to follow it," Kara said as I met her red eyes. "What other choice do we have?" I asked in a resigned sort of way. "I'd say we either eat it or follow it." Nodding, she took several steps through the deep snow, each footfall breaking through the hard crust with a cracking, crunching sound. The wind had left the deep, powdery snow with a half-frozen shell on top, making each step difficult, but at the same time preventing us from sinking in over our heads again. Once we'd come within a few feet of the bird, it flapped its broad wings and flew another 20 or 30 feet, then waited for us to catch up. We repeated this again and again, marching along after our guide in silence as it led us up the side of the caldera and into a narrow ravine, then up a naturally occurring switchback trail that climbed high into a mountain of sharp, dark rock. Despite the sub-freezing temperature, the laborious climb warmed us, and I didn't even need to circulate ether within me to ward off the cold. "Are you sure it isn't going to lead us up to a cliff and just push us off?" Regis asked after an hour of scrambling along the treacherous mountain path. "No," I answered honestly, "but that seems like a lot of trouble for a meal. Besides, it doesn't seem very strong. There's definitely ether circulating within it, but I don't think it's a fighter." "My point exactly," Regis groused. Eventually, we reached a place where the trail became a steep vertical climb. Our guide flew up to the top of the sheer cliff, perched on a little outcropping of the dark rock, and waited. The cliff face was only 40 feet or so, and the weathered stone had plenty of hand and footholds, but I was admittedly strained after having used so much of my ether to shield us against the hail. "Ladies first," I said, gesturing for Kara to start the climb. Her brows turned down as she glared at me, and her eyes flicked from me to the steep descent behind us and back. I couldn't help but wonder if she was considering pushing me down the mountainside, but in the end she just sighed and started searching for a path up the cliff. I stayed right below her, hoping to catch her if she fell, but it wasn't Kara who slipped. About halfway up the cliff I missed a handhold and my toes slipped from the crack in which I'd wedged it. My stomach lurched as I grabbed for a protruding piece of rock, But in my haste I crushed the rock in my fist, fell back out of reach of the wall, and tumbled the 20 feet back to the ground, landing with a thud at the base of the cliff. From above I heard Kraka, followed by "You alive?" Kara was grinning at me from above. Grunting, I stood and dusted myself off. "Keep going, I'll be right up," I said hoarsely. I watched from below as the high-blooded Alacrian woman moved up the wall like a trained mountain climber. Only after she'd heaved herself over the ledge above did I attempt the climb again, this time pushing Etha through my legs and leaping as high as I could, then slamming my Etha-coated hands like wedges into the narrow cracks. Looking down, I had covered over a quarter of the climb with a single leap. Getting a good foothold, I repeated the maneuver, throwing myself upward another 20 feet or so, then wedging my hands into a series of cracks, widening them and causing a shower of stone chips and dust. Kara peeked down from the top of the cliff just as I threw myself upward for the third time. She shook her head. "Why not just grow wings and fly, Gray?" "Maybe someday," I grunted as I climbed the final few feet and scrambled up onto the ledge. Ahead of us, the cliff's edge sloped downward into a hollowed-out basin surrounded by jagged peaks of black stone. Squat little huts huddled throughout the basin, each one built of woven sticks, branches, and thick brown grass. Most had tattered bits of cloth hung across their doorways, which were decorated with more of the bird foot-shaped letters. Several of the bird folk were milling about the little village. All had stopped to stare at us, their bright eyes shining within the gloomy hollow. Most were stark white with black legs and beaks, but a few had mottled gray feathers and one stood out due to its jet black coloring. Our guide snapped its beak several times and let out a series of sharp cawing noises that sounded to me like words, then waved one wing toward us as if to say, "Follow me." Having already come that far, we did as it asked, and it led us hopping down through the center of the small village and toward the largest of the nest-like huts. The other bird folk watched us pass, their feathers ruffled and eyes darting around with curiosity and fear. A couple even took flight, soaring up into the peaks above us, where I noticed smaller nests hidden amongst the crags. As we approached the largest hut, which sat at the rear of the hollow, built right up against the black stone wall, a truly ancient-looking creature pressed aside the gray-blue cloth and hobbled out to meet us. Our guide began to click and caw rapidly, occasionally turning to us to gesture sharply with its beak or wave its wings. I watched the old bird creature carefully as it listened. Its white feathers had turned gray and fallen out in many places, and its thin legs were bent and knobbly and had developed pink splotches. Several of its claws were broken, and a lightning bolt crack ran from the tip of its beak all the way to where it disappeared into its bumpy flesh. 3 deep, pink scars ran across its face, leaving one eye glassy white instead of rich purple like the other. After our guide finished chattering, the elder turned to me and bowed slightly, its wings unfurling as it did so. In a voice as old and cracked as its beak, it said, "Welcome, ascenders, to the village of the Spear-Beak tribe. The Ancient Ones have told me to expect your arrival." I gaped at the old bird, stunned by his clear use of our language. Kara, however, returned the shallow bow without missing a beat and replied politely, "Thank you, elder, for the warm welcome." A slight nudge at my own foot turned my attention to the Alacrian noble, who was looking at me and gesturing with her eyes to follow her lead. "Thank you," I said evenly, dipping my head as well. "We have no choice, but we're in a pretty vulnerable position right now, so be on the lookout," I warned Regis. "Fair enough, want me to just come out?" "Scare them a bit? No, just pay attention, you'll know if I need you." "Come, come," the elder of the Spear-Beak tribe squawked, gesturing with one wing toward its hut. "Enter, sit, talk. Then you may join with the Spear-Beaks in a feast should you wish." I could hear Kara's stomach grumble from the very mention of the word feast, which made her blush in embarrassment. "My apologies, elder, but we're in a hurry and we'd just like some information." My eyes flickered to Kara, who was pressing her hands against her stomach, "And perhaps a light meal we can take with us." "You wish to activate the portal out, no?" the elder asked, tilting his head. Hiding my surprise by his knowledge of our motives, I answered evenly. "Yes, we would like to activate the portal in order to leave." "If that is the case, you must first listen and learn," the elder said as he scratched the lightning bolt scar on its beak with its wing. Kara's scarlet eyes turned to me for answers, but I could only shrug in response before turning back to the tribe elder. "We humbly accept your offer then." "Good, good." The old bird's mismatched eyes narrowed in what I felt was a smile as he gestured us toward his hut with his wings. After taking one last look behind me, my eyes quickly tracking across the bird villagers all staring back at us, we entered the hut. Chapter 300. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the change in light. The inside of the Spear-Beak elder's hut was dim, unlit except for the thin columns of light that flowed in through gaps in the woven sticks and from around the edge of the door hanging. The hut's interior was simple. A large bed of feathers, brown grass, and tufts of fluffy white fur dominated the space, and a single copper wash basin full of water rested next to the door. A thin layer of ice had formed on the surface. Hanging around the hut from the small loose ends of the branches were what looked like trophies. There were several necklaces made of large fangs and small bones, the pelt of a four-armed creature I didn't recognize, and even a row of feline skulls lined up neatly. Quite the morbid sense of decor from our feathered friends, Regis thought. We can't be sure they're friendly yet, I warned, my gaze flicking from item to item until my attention landed back on the necklace made of talons. Don't those look pretty similar to the ones left at the altar? As the elder shuffled into his bed and squatted down, his spindly legs folded beneath him, and I got a better look at his clawed toes. I think you're right, Regis affirmed. Now the bigger question is, did they put them there or one of the bear beasts? I think, Regis's voice was drowned out as my eyes focused on something far more interesting. As the elder shuffled in his nest, for just a moment I caught the purple glimmer of ether beneath the bedding. There was some kind of relic hidden within, I was sure of it, maybe even a piece to the portal. Sit, sit, the old bird croaked, waving his wing around the hut. Giving no indication that I'd noticed anything, I sat on the hard-packed earth floor around the bed, thinking it might be rude of us to intrude on the elder's resting place, and Karat took a seat next to me. Unsure where to start, I stayed silent and waited for the spear beak to continue. Silence is wisdom, the old bird said sagely, nodding his black beak up and down. Long, very long since an ascender has visited us. We have many questions, elder, but first, what should we call you? I asked politely. The gray old bird clacked his beak and honked in a way that I couldn't hope to replicate, then it laughed, a sound like grain being milled. In your words, Old Brokebeak. Smiling at the accuracy of Old Brokebeak's name, I held my hand to my chest and said, and I'm R. I stopped, stumbling over the words as I nearly revealed my name. This one is Gray, Kara cut in, glancing at me strangely from the corner of her eye, and I'm Kara. It's an honor to meet you, Old Brokebeak. How is it you've come to know our tongue? I asked, hoping to move the conversation past my near mistake. Despite our urgency to leave this zone, I was incredibly curious about these spear beaks. Since being reborn into this world, I hadn't met a mana or ether beast as intelligent as these creatures. Had the Jinn been so powerful that they created sentient, intelligent life simply to populate their trials, it seemed implausible. Another ascender, wise enough to listen, taught me when I had only just learned to fly. The elder clacked his beak several times, ruffled his feathers, and pecked at the bedding underneath him before continuing. I have kept this knowledge and shared your words with every ascender to find us since or tried. Many are not wise enough to hear the words. I nodded along as our host spoke, imagining the types of powerful ascenders who might have reached this zone only to attack every ether beast they saw without realizing they weren't monsters. But if they're able to fight off ascenders powerful enough to arrive in this zone, then these guys must be stronger than they look, Regis finished. I am glad you have come and you bring wisdom with you, the old bird went on. We need you and you need us. Kara leaned forward, her scarlet eyes boring into the spear beak's purple ones. You know where the broken pieces of the portal are? The clans keep them, yes, but they won't give them to you, no. Old Brokebeak shook his wizened head, his long beak cutting back and forth in the air like a sharp blade. The clans? Kara asked. 4 clans, yes, and the wild things, the mindless things, they carry one too, but they always hunt for the others. The wild things are sleepless and fearless and forever greedy. The elder leaned forward, looking from Kara to me, then back again. But the clans are worse, cruel, stupid. 4 fists, ghost bears, shadow claws, only the spear beaks know wisdom. Ghost bears? I asked, thinking of the invisible bearish creature we fought under the dome, squatting far below us now at the bottom of the caldera. Huge, hungry monsters, the elder said ominously, ruffling his feathers as if shivering. Ghost bears kill as if it's a game, moving unseen through the storms, raiding in the night. If you find one, he leaned forward again, his cracked beak coming within inches of my face, kill it or it will hunt you forever. Ghost bears never give up a kill. I only nodded, carefully keeping my thoughts from my face. The ghost bear we'd seen hadn't seemed like a murderous killing machine. In fact, it had seemed cautious and curious, then fled before harming any of us. We could have just scared it, Regis pointed out. The ghost bears or whatever can't have seen many people, much less someone that could actually see them like we were able to. You might be right, I admitted, but I was still unsure. I didn't want to give away our knowledge of the ghost bears, though, so I instead pressed the Spearbeak Elder for more details about the other clans. The others, just as bad, yes. 4 Fists clan are like you, yet not like you. Short legs, long arms thick as a grown spearbeak's breast, squashed, ugly faces with teeth like this. Using its feathered wings, Old Brokebeak mimed large, misshapen tusks or fangs. Shadow claws live to fight to kill. Old Brokebeak indicated the row of feline skulls. They stalk us, climb the peaks, and hurl our eggs from their nests. Kara was listening somberly to the old bird speak. She shook her head when he mentioned eggs. That's horrible. I'm so sorry, Brokebeak. You said we needed each other, I reminded him, eager to bring the conversation back around to the portal pieces. So each of these clans holds a piece of the portal out of this zone. Why? Old Brokebeak closed his eyes, his long neck swaying gently as if he were singing a song in his head. When his purple eyes finally opened again, there was a sense of the ancient about him, a weariness that rolled off him like an aura. Long, very long have I thought on this. Always the Spearbeaks have tried to spread wisdom to the other clans, but now I know they cannot learn it. The others will not give you the pieces. You must destroy them. All of them take their pieces. When you have the others, I will give you the piece long guarded by the Spearbeaks. My apologies for being blunt, but why can't you give us your piece now? Kara asked, studying the elder closely. His neck twisted to the side to such a degree that his head was nearly upside down. If the Ascenders fail, if they die in the snow, under the claws and teeth and rage of the other clans, then we would have lost our own piece of the Creator's temple. No, this is not wisdom. Though I recognized the sense in his words, I was distracted by something else he'd said. The Creators. The long, dark beak moved up and down slowly. The other clans sense only the Creator's energy within the relics, and so hoard them and worship them. They are too dumb and too vicious to think about the piece's purpose, yes. These clans, it seemed, had developed some kind of mythology around the Jinn, the dome, and the arch within. If the portal pieces exuded ether and these creatures could sense it, then it would make sense that they coveted them. You will need the Creator's gifts to heal the portal. You can do this, I nodded. Just like the mirror room, we only came to the snowy zone because I already had the tools required to move past it. Test upon test, I mused silently. At that moment, Kara's stomach rumbled noisily. Old Brokebeak snapped around, staring down at her midsection with wide eyes, his cracked beak open slightly. Food, yes, I have been a bad host. So eager to share words while you go hungry. Come, we have sat, we have talked, now eat, yes. The elder's legs creaked audibly as he stood up and led the way out of his hut. Outside, we discovered several Spearbeaks lingering nearby, staring intently at us as we followed him back out into the cold mountain air. Old Brokebeak snapped, clacked, and cawed, and the others nodded respectfully and began to follow us, forming into two long lines. Kara's brows furrowed in concern as she looked at me, but I just nodded and walked up behind Old Brokebeak. The Spearbeaks murmured and cackled in low whispers, the rustling of their features growing louder as we followed Old Brokebeak through the village. Others peeked their beaks out of the many huts and shuffled into line in the impromptu march. Several of the Spearbeaks wheeled in the skies above us, their strange song falling down over the mountain hollow. We followed the elder to another, nearly identical hut with a faded gray door covering. He snapped his beak 3 times, and the crowd behind us fell silent as the dark-feathered Spearbeak we'd seen upon entering the village appeared in the doorway. There was a short exchange in their own language, then the black Spearbeak pushed aside the hanging with its beak and the elder entered, waving us in with a wing. I glanced back at the flock. They were all entirely silent and still, their violet eyes following us closely. Those that flew circles above us did so in an unnatural, interweaving pattern like an aerial dance. Kara vanished through the shadowy doorway ahead and I followed, a surreal, dreamlike feeling of otherworldliness settling over me like a heavy blanket. Inside, the hut was nearly identical to Old Brokebeak's, though there was no copper wash bin, and the only trophy on the wall was a small bear's skull with a narrow hole just above the right eye socket. It looked much too small to be a fully grown bear. A second Spearbeak, nearly identical to our guide but with a fringe of feathers that stood up from her head, was nestled into the bed but stood and shuffled to the side at a few clacks and squawks from the dark-feathered bird. Sitting in the middle of the nest was a large, pinkish egg. Kara eyed me uncertainly once again, but I stayed silent, waiting for Old Brokebeak. The elder walked slowly across the hut, his claws crunching through the dry grass and feathers of the nest bed, then gently tapped at the egg in several different spots. Without turning to us, he said, "This egg will not grow a hatchling." Then, without warning, he drove his keen beak through the shell of the egg, puncturing it with a sharp crack. I looked on, horrified and fascinated, as he began to pick away pieces of the shell, crunching them with his beak and swallowing them down until there was a large hole at the top, revealing the golden, gooey yolk. "I did not expect that," Regis murmured in a daze. The elder took a single beakful of the egg, then crossed beaks with the fringed Spearbeak before she too ate from the egg. They both repeated the ritual with the dark-feathered Spearbeak, who took his portion. "Eat," the elder said simply, then all 3 Spearbeaks stood aside, watching us expectantly. I could see Kara's thoughts written plainly on her face as her hunger and disgust waged a war within her. It was obvious that there was some kind of cultural significance, perhaps even religious ritualism, to this couple offering up their egg for consumption. And while the idea of these creatures cannibalizing their own eggs was distasteful, I expected they would not understand our hesitation and might even find it rude if we declined their offer. Besides, Kara couldn't live forever on snow alone. Bowing respectfully to each of the 3 Spearbeaks, I stepped carefully into the nest and leaned over the egg. The insides were thick, warm, and slimy. Using both hands like a bowl, I scooped out a small portion and slurped at it indelicately. It had a musky, rich flavor that wasn't distasteful, exactly, but was foreign and strange. Despite this, I quickly finished the handful of slimy egg as I realized something else about it. The raw spearbeak egg yolk was swimming with ether, and eating it allowed my body to quickly absorb the ether, helping to refill my core after the long night out in the storm. Regis, are you feeling it? Oh yeah, Regis answered, enjoying the hum of energy that we absorbed from just that small scoop of the egg. Kara watched me with pursed lips and a pinched sort of look on her face. I nodded toward the spearbeak egg, widening my eyes pointedly. She clenched her jaw and looked at me darkly before kneeling down in the nestbed next to the large, pink egg and sticking her own hand into the golden goop. The Alacrian noble held her breath as she quickly slurped down the mouthful of warm egg. Yes, eat, Old Brokebeak said encouragingly. Kara and I took turns scoping out handfuls of the musky yolk and kept eating until only a shallow puddle of slime filled the bottom of the eggshell. For Regis and me, the ether-rich yolk was like drinking pure distilled energy, but I could see the change coming over Kara almost immediately. Though she'd stoically done her best to stay in good humor even after days without food, having a full stomach made her smiley and sleepy, and despite her initial hesitation, she eagerly consumed the last bits of egg within the shell. Turning to me with drooping eyes, she opened her mouth to say something, but a small burp escaped her lips instead. Kara's eyes widened in shock and she raised a hand to her mouth. Very unladylike, I commented. Kara merely rolled her eyes, wiping her lips before responding, that's sexist. Around us, almost unnoticed, Old Brokebeak and the others were engaged in a quiet conversation. Red Wings and True Feather have offered their nest to you to rest and recuperate. Then, if you are willing, Swifture, who brought you to us, will guide you to the Shadow Claw village. Yes, thank you. Kara nodded, heavy-lidded but trying her best to stay awake. Sure thing, Brokebeak, I said, feeling more drunk off the ether-rich yolk than full. True Feather and Red Wings stepped lightly around me and began to break down the remainder of their eggshell, snapping off pieces and crunching them in their strong beaks, and within moments the egg was entirely gone. Each of the spear beaks gave a spade-winged bow, then shuffled out of the hut, which was feeling more warm and cozy by the moment. As soon as the last spear beak left the hut, Kara slumped backwards until she was lying prone in the feathers and grass, her eyes already closed and breath steady. She sure has gotten comfortable around us, Regis commented, letting out a hiccup. Stop talking and stay focused. I expect you to at least be at your full strength by tomorrow, I replied, taking a seat in between Kara and the entrance of the hut. Letting out a controlled breath, I focused on the ether coursing throughout my body. I hadn't felt so saturated with ether since I'd taken over the giant millipede's hoard of ether stones, and I wasn't about to let it go to waste. However, rather than refining my ether core, I ignited the God Step rune. Staying seated on the ground, I watched as my perception of the world around me expanded until I could see all the particles of ambient ether flowing in all directions. I could feel my heart beating against my ribcage and my mind clear as I focused on the intertwining streams of etheric pathways. Failing God's step while chasing after the ghost bear in the storm had taught me two things. One was that, as powerful as this ability was, its misuse could be fatal, and two, it took me way too long to find the correct path. What was the point of having an ability that could instantly transport me across space when it took me so long to even find the path that could transport me where I wanted to go? So while Kara slept, I sat and watched, the God Step rune casting a soft golden glow throughout the spearbeak's hut. I watched how the etheric particles moved, how they behaved, and studied any patterns that could help me use God's Step more instinctually. Things moved quickly when Kara finally woke, bleary-eyed and dull from oversleeping. Though I was mentally drained from concentrating the entire night, my body was flush with newfound energy. We found Swifture waiting patiently outside the hut, eager to set off. Before we left the Spearbeak village, however, Old Brokebeak had some parting wisdom for us. Swifture is fast and wise. He will guide you to the other clan's villages, but a Spearbeak cannot fight against Shadow Claws or Four Fists, he warned darkly. Do not expect to share words with them, do not hesitate. Their language is violence, and you must speak it if you wish to leave this place. Return with the other pieces, and we will give you the last. With that, Swifture led us back out of the hollow mountain top, several of the other Spearbeaks trailing along behind us as far as the cliff to send us off with happy clacks of their beaks and raucous squawks that sounded like cheers. I peered down at the steep edge of the cliff while Kara was already preparing herself to make the climb down. Walking up to Kara, I pulled her back to her feet and wrapped my arm around her waist. Excuse me, Kara stammered while Regis Wolf whistling in my head. Walking closer to the edge of the cliff with Kara in tow, I turned to our guide. Swifture will meet you down there. I watched the white etheric bird tilt its long neck in confusion just before I stepped off the edge of the cliff, taking Kara with me. The Alacrian noble let out a squeal of surprise that soon turned into a terrified scream as we plummeted toward the stone shelf 80 feet below. Arthur, being the cockroach that you are, I'm sure you'll survive, but I don't think Lady Horns can. I ignited Godstep just as we were about to crash and slipped into the etheric path that would lead us straight down into the ground just several feet below us. My feet hit the ground with almost no noise, the momentum that we had built during the fall completely gone. Oh, Regis muttered, completely dumbfounded. Or you could do that, I guess. Kara still had her head buried in my chest, her nails digging into my skin even as I let her go. You can let go now, I said as her horns dug deeper into me. Kara flinched before she peeked down and realized we were no longer in the air. Just to make sure, she stomped her foot on the hard ground before pushing herself away from me. How did we what just you? Kara glared at me, her breath coming in quick, angry huffs before she punched me in the gut with the strength that could have actually broken some bones had it not been me. Next time you feel the urge to throw yourself off a mountain, feel free to take the bird. I rubbed my stomach, wincing in pain. Got it. Swifture landed a few feet away from us, fluttering his large wings as he looked at me in a curious manner. Shadowclaw, he squawked, his tone almost like a question, but I wasn't sure what he meant. Our guide gave up on looking at me for an answer and let out a throaty warble before leading us back down the switchback trail. Kara was still angry at me, but she kept glancing at me from the corner of her eye when she thought I wouldn't notice, looking at me the same way Swifture was. That's a pretty cool trick you learned overnight, Regis chimed in, enjoying the show. I'll need more time to practice God's Step if I want to actually use it in battle, but I'm slowly getting the hang of it. Once we reached the bottom of the ravine, we turned right, moving away from the caldera. This rocky, uneven path took us around behind the Spearbeak's clifftop village, then we turned right again and marched on in silence for hours. Without the wind and snow, simply walking kept us warm enough. Our bellies and cores were full, making the hike almost pleasant. While we walked, I thought over everything I had seen and heard during our short stay with the Spearbeaks. I couldn't help but linger on Old Brokebeak's insistence that the other clans were simple, violent ether beasts. After all, it had been the caution displayed by the ghost bear that had made me so sure of its intelligence to begin with. It was clear from the trophies proudly hung from the elders' walls that there was conflict between the clans. But the little broken bear skull in red wings and True Feather's hut had seemed no more than a cub. Didn't your palace back on Earth have a whole menagerie of stuffed critters including 2 polar bear cubs? Regis pointed out, my brows furrowed in annoyance. That's not. I hadn't made the connection, but my companion was right. We saw those bears as only animals and hadn't seen anything strange about having their corpses stuffed for decoration. Maybe the Spearbeaks do see the other clans as little more than beasts. I'd say we just wipe them all out and get the heck out of here. You know, if we negotiated for a few more of those eggs, I'd had the thought myself and Regis very well knew it. If we consumed enough of the Spearbeak's eggs, we could reach the next plateau of our etheric power, whatever that was. Consuming the eggs of a sentient species felt wrong, however. It seemed somehow solemn and ritualistic that we had been invited to eat from that egg, and as I thought about it, I realized I had not seen any obviously young Spearbeaks. I wondered how rare hatchlings might be among the strange creatures. Old Brokebeak had claimed that no hatchling would be born from the egg, but at the same time, what did those eggs represent if not the species' future? These and many other thoughts consumed me as we followed our guide, who would sometimes hop along with us on the ground, other times flying high above, scouting out our path. Though Swifture couldn't speak our language, he had learned a few words and could communicate well enough by pointing and squawking. The light didn't seem to change as we walked, and although we traveled for several hours, night never fell. I was lost in thought when Swifture snapped his beak to draw our attention. Near, he said in his scraping voice. The Spearbeak stayed on the ground, hopping ahead of us toward a ridge of dark, exposed stone. When he was close, he folded his legs under him so his round body was nearly touching the ground and crept up to the edge, then waved us forward with a wing. Kara and I got down on our hands and knees, then began crawling through the snow. That's, Kara whispered under her breath as soon as we arrived near the ledge where Swifture was positioned. My eyes narrowed as well. The mountainside tumbled downward into a small dell full of squat, colorless trees. Within the thick branches, a few dozen huts hunkered like fat little birds. Something was moving around within the village. 4 fists, Swifture croaked, chapter 301. I strengthened my vision and peered down into the dell. The huts looked simple, made of grass and packed mud. They were all built off the ground in the thick branches of the trees, with no obvious stairs, ropes, or bridges to allow the ether beasts to get around. Watching the 4 fists, though, it was easy to see why they had no need for them. Several of the ape-like creatures were moving around under the trees. Each one had a broad, muscular body, short, thick legs with feet that they used to grab and climb with, and 4 massive arms. They climbed and ran quickly, using all 6 limbs to hurl themselves forward. Even from our perch high above, I could see that their bodies were entirely littered with scars. The four fists were covered with fur, mostly brown or black, but had pale flesh. Their faces were less ape-like, reminding me instead of something between a human and a pig. They had wide jaws, large, flat noses, and heavy brows. Boar-like tusks protruded from their lower jaws, and their small eyes shone like purple fire under the shadows of the trees. An enraged roar shattered the mountain's silence, and an instant later the source became visible. A truly massive four fists, draped in an ornate cowl decorated with what I could only assume were spear beak feathers and talons, hurled a smaller representative of its tribe from the open doorway of one of the raised huts. The victim tumbled 10 feet toward the frozen earth before reaching out and grabbing something I couldn't quite see, then swung to the closest tree branch. The aggressor jumped from the hut, plummeting toward its prey like a comet. The smaller four fists hurled itself away from the tree, again seeming to grab a hold of the very air like some sort of handrail. It swung itself across a large gap between two trees as it sought to put some distance between itself and its attacker. Around them, several other four fists looked on, some growling or roaring in agitation, but they didn't make any effort to intervene as the larger of the two four fists chased the smaller one from the cover of the trees. Suddenly, the large four fists wearing the feathered cowl cocked back one arm and hurled something at its prey. A small orb of purple energy, ether, shot through the air in a blur, bursting through the fleeing four fists' calf and causing it to stumble and roll through the snow. Then the huge gray ether beast was on top of the smaller one, all four heavy fists hammering down on the injured ether beast. It wasn't much of a contest, and in less than a minute the battle was over. The victor dragged its opponent's corpse back toward the treetop village while about 3 dozen four fists came out of the trees, moving cautiously, eyeing their kin nervously. With a stone-rattling bellow, the large four fists lifted the corpse from the ground and hurled it at the feet of the others. As it beat its chest like a drum, however, another noise just beside me drew my attention. Swifter was clacking his beak nervously, a noise that carried into the mountains and echoed down into the dell. Every bestial face turned simultaneously toward us, glaring up toward the ridge. I ducked down to hide my head, pulling Swifter by his beak with me, but a cry had gone through the four fists tribe, and I could hear the hammering of their knuckles on the permafrost as they began their charge. Wriggling his sharp beak from my grip, Swifter let out a panicked squawk. "Fight! Damn it," I cursed, getting up and looking behind me as I contemplated retreat. No, it made no sense to turn and run. The apish beasts had the portal piece we needed, and they appeared just as wild and monstrous as Old Brokebeak had promised. "Prepare for battle," I said to Kara, who was already at my side, her blade out. Cladding myself in ether, I took in the sight below. Over 30 of the four-armed ether beasts, their beady little eyes burning with fury, were stampeding up the side of the mountain toward us. "Regis, come out when we make impact," I ordered, then leapt from the ridge, aiming to land right in the middle of the ether beasts and hold their attention. Immediately, the four fists responded by hurling projectiles of ether at me. With my Asuran instincts at full force and my eyes focused on the barrage of ether orbs, I calculated their projection as they approached me. Whirling my body as I sailed through the air, I oriented myself to dodge as many of the ether projectiles as possible as they hummed through the air. Two struck me, one just scraping my right thigh, the other glancing past my ribs. The pain radiating from the 2 points of injury told me that my etheric shroud wasn't enough to completely protect me from their ether bullets. Feeling my wounds already healing, I focused on the approaching battle. "Regis, gauntlet form," I ordered. His presence immediately traveled to my right hand to draw ether there and allow it to build up. As I neared the ground, a hurricane of ether raged around my hand, fighting to be released. Maniacal howls of fear and panic echoed below as some of the ape-like beasts scrambled to get away. Just as I was about to land, however, the large four fists wearing the decorative cowl hurled itself between me and the ground. A deafening explosion resounded across the mountainside as the torrent of ether released from my fist clashed against all four of the large four fists' ether-clad arms. I felt the shockwave of our impact rip through its protective shroud and shatter its bones before it was sent tumbling away in a cloud of snow and debris. Still, because of its sacrifice, my attack had been mostly contained, leaving its brethren dazed but unharmed. "Regis now," I huffed, steadying myself as I fought the draining effects of the ether technique. "Don't die, princess," my companion growled as he leapt from my back and jumped on one of the approaching four fists, his teeth going for the throat. Fueled by rage over their injured brethren, the four fists howled madly, hurling themselves at me with complete disregard for their own safety. Letting out a sharp breath, I focused on the ether clinging tightly over my skin, protecting and strengthening me. My mind slipped into a trance as I recalled the years of hand-to-hand training I received from Cordry. I could hear angered screams of the four fists growing louder, Karak calling my name from the distance as she fought her way toward me, and Swifture honking high over our heads, but I tuned them all out until all I could hear was the sound of my own, even breaths. Sidestepping a pair of smaller four fists that pounced on me, I struck one with my fist, causing it to collide with its partner before spinning on my heels to intercept a darker four fists ether bullet. Cladding another layer of ether over my palm, I redirected it to hit the pair that I had just knocked down before driving my elbow into my attacker's sternum. I ignored the choked gasps the ether beast let out as it collapsed. I ignored the look of pain and fear on the other four fists. I just focused on the sound of my own breath as beast after beast was felled by my hands. This wasn't the time to show doubt or compassion. This wasn't the time to show weakness. A squashed, ugly face of yet another four fists pressed down from above, its jaws snapping and its tusks digging at the air as it tried to gore me. I grabbed the beast by those tusks and slammed its face into the ground. When it didn't go immediately limp, I stomped my feet down into its skull before scanning the battlefield. Nearly a third of the Four Fists clan had already fallen. Out of the corner of my eyes, I could see Karat outlined in a burning aura, making it nearly impossible for the big, apish creatures to physically attack her. In the rough circle of enemies around her, I could see several with destroyed hands and arms, burned away by her dark fire as her long sword continued to carve red arcs around her. Regis, on the other hand, darted between outstretched arms, ripping and tearing at whatever exposed flesh he could. I felt his exhilaration every time his fangs closed down on an enemy throat. The frozen battlefield soon became colored in red as we continued to slay the ether beasts that seemed even more savage than Elder Brokebeak had described. Even as their bones were broken and bodies bloody, the apes just became more wild. Abandoning their ability to hurl ether bullets at us, they continued to charge in, flailing their fists and gnashing their teeth like rabid animals until a baleful roar thundered across the snowy landscape. The four fists all around us instantly stiffened, then another series of growls echoed in the distance. "What now?" Regis groaned as we watched all of the four fists, those still alive, leap back and distance themselves from us. In a matter of seconds Regis, Kara, and I were standing in a large ring of snarling four-armed ether beasts. I could hear Kara's heavy breaths behind me as she waited for me to act. A deep, rumbling grunt drew my attention to the opening in the ring, where the massive gray four fists that had intercepted my initial strike tread confidently into the ring of its brethren. I had watched this creature beat another of its kind to death, so I knew it was bigger and stronger than the rest, but it looked even more formidable up close. The beast stood tall, at least 2 feet over me, with its scarred chest puffed out and arms crossed. Its upper 2 arms were caked in dried blood and snow from taking the brunt of my gauntlet-form strike, but its injuries didn't seem to bother it. Its 2 gleaming violet eyes bore into me, looking at me with a calm hatred that contrasted its frenzied brethren. It raised one of its lower arms, causing both Regis and Karat to tense. Grabbing its feathered cowl, the gray four fists ripped it off of its shoulders and dropped it on the ground before pointing one of its fingers directly at me. "Damn, that was manly," Regis muttered. "I think challenging you," Karat said, her eyes narrowed in confusion. "Good," I said, stepping forward and dropping my own teal cloak on the ground. "That'll save us some time then." "At least take this," Karat replied, holding out her scarlet sword. My hand reached out toward the weapon, but as I peered into the massive four fists' glowing eyes, I couldn't help but grin. "No, it's fine." I thought the Alacrian noble might argue. I knew it was foolish of me to put myself at a disadvantage by fighting bare-handed against an opponent 4 times my weight and with twice as many arms, but Karat stepped away without another word, leaving me alone in the ring with the gray four fists. My opponent let out a throaty bellow, and several of the others began pounding their chests in a steady rhythm, like the beat of war drums. The start of our battle was marked by the explosive charge of the gray four fists. Pushing Etha into my legs, I shot forward as well, dipping under its muscular arm as it tried to grab me. Just as my ether-clad fist was about to reach under its ribs, my opponent's body blurred and I was barely able to guard its strike to my knee. I flew back in the air from the impact, the wind knocked out of my lungs, but I was able to see what had happened. It used the same spadium technique that one of its brethren had used to swing in the air, but instead used the ether as a handle to pull itself forward, giving it incredible momentum. I ignited God's Step, and without the time to determine which path to take, I utilized one that would simply get me out of the way. The world blurred and I found myself a few feet higher than I had been. Quickly reorienting myself in the air, I channeled ether into my arms just in time for the gray four fists to snap out of its initial surprise, and create another ether handhold to fling himself back toward me. Our fists met, but without the aid of gauntlet form to strengthen my attack, our clash was no longer as one-sided as it had been before. I could feel the bones in my arms splintering even through the thick layer of ether protecting me as the impact caused both of us to crash back to the snowy ground. Leaping up to my feet, I didn't even wait for my arm to heal before I ignited God's Step once more. This time, I was able to find the path I was looking for just as my opponent managed to haul himself out of the small crater of snow. My world shifted perspectives as God's step placed me next to the gray four fists, just under its arms. Every ounce of concentration was focused on maneuvering ether through my ether channels, letting it travel from my legs and hips and up my back and through my left fist in a perfectly timed fashion to match my final strike. The result was devastating. The gigantic ape-like beast crumpled as my fist sank into its side, and it was sent flying out of the ring of four fists, crashing into the side of the valley and causing a sheet of snow to break loose and cascade down over part of the battlefield. Silence fell as I stood panting, looking down at my bloodied fist as ether still leaked out from the surface of my skin. A sorrowful wail snapped me out of my daze, and I immediately readied myself for battle. The four fists had fought madly with little regard for their own safety before their massive leader stepped in. But rather than rally for battle, the ape-like beasts fell on all six of their limbs and howled with grief as one of them pulled out the mangled corpse of the gray four fists that I had just defeated. Suddenly, a warm hand grabbed me. "Let's go, Gray." Kara, hair disheveled and several cuts on her face, pulled me, leading me toward the village while Regis followed shortly behind. My gaze remained on the broken ring of four fists all morning over the tribe's leader. I was worried the tribe would pick up the attack again at any moment and kept glancing back over my shoulder, but they made no move to follow or to defend their village. "Something's bothering me," the Alacrian noble said as we passed under the boughs of the trees. "Not only the leader that you fought, but a lot of the four fists had tattoos all over their bodies." "Tattoos, like spell forms?" Regis asked. "No," I replied, answering Regis. "I'm not sure about mana, but I never sensed any ether being manipulated through the tattoos." "They're different from the types of crests that we have as well," Kara said, shaking her head. The tattoos actually looked really close to the carvings in the portal archway. I stopped, taking it all in. "So they're just art." The revelation made me uncomfortable. These four fists had charged us, fought furiously and to the death with no provocation at all, but these tattoos spoke of an intelligence far beyond wild mana beasts. I'd seen the signs, but had chosen to ignore them. The very act of having homes in the trees, wearing decorative pieces of clothing like the feathered cowl, the way their leader challenged me to a duel. They were all signs of intelligence and culture, contrary to what old Brokebeak had told us. "Where's Swifture?" I asked, looking up in the air. Kara shook her head. "He went ahead of us as soon as the battle started." I unfocused my gaze and concentrated on the ambient ether while my eyes scanned the huts. Without the etheric snowstorm to muddle my senses, I was able to see several distinct ether signatures, most likely coming from four fists hidden in the huts. "Should we split up?" Kara asked. "That's never a good idea. It may take more time, but there aren't that many huts we have to check." I pointed to one of the rough bark trees nearby. "This one first." I held my hand out to the Alacrian noble, thinking she would need help getting to the hut high above us. "Hold on." Kara's thin body flowed with a visible shroud of mana before she leaped up onto the nearest branch, kicking up a cloud of snow over me and Regis. My companion shook the white powder off him and leaned in toward me. "Rejected," he whispered before leaping up onto the lowest branch behind Kara. Rolling my eyes, I jumped up as well, following after the two of them until we arrived just under a hut situated on a thick, gnarled branch. "Careful," I muttered, "there's one inside." I slowly stepped into the hut. The hut itself was simple grass and mud molded into a vaguely rounded shape. The floor was more of the same, though it was almost entirely covered in a layer of straw-like grass that had a sweet, mildewy sort of smell to it. Huddled in the back corner of the small dwelling was a four fists. It was pressed into the corner, its eyes turned away from us. Regis immediately tensed, the violet fire around his neck flickering wildly. I turned to Kara, who had taken out her sword but held it loosely at her side. The Alacrian had a pained expression as her scarlet eyes focused on the four fists. "Let's just look around and leave." My eyes focused on the rough shelf that had been dug out of the side of the interior wall. A series of primal-looking tools sat on the shelf along with some crude bowls. Kara and I scanned through the hut to make sure the portal piece wasn't hidden somewhere when a brief bawling cry came from the corner. The three of us turned to face the source of the sound. The four fists huddled at the back wasn't alone. It was holding an infant which must have just woken. The little creature, which had only a thin dusting of fur over its pink skin, looked as much like a six-legged piglet as it did the massive gorillas. It was so small it fit within just one of the four fists' hands. The larger four fists quickly covered the infant, hiding it between two big hands and turning so the baby was shielded by its body. It peeked at us through the corner of its wide, trembling eyes. A bitter taste filled my mouth as I clenched my teeth. Prying my eyes away from the sight, I quickly searched through the rest of the room before leaving their home. The next hut was close enough that we could jump to it, and while it wasn't occupied like the last one, it was a lot more cluttered. In a roughly hewn wooden bowl near the door, there were a handful of bright blue fruits that looked like giant blueberries. They smelled fresh, so I risked taking a nibble of one, finding it was rich and sweet with a texture like nectarines. A warm glow slid down my throat and sat contentedly within my stomach like I'd taken a shot of alcohol. I tossed some to Regis, who ate it whole, then handed all but one of the fruits to Kara. The fruit wasn't as ether-rich as the spear-beak egg, or even the dangling fruit we'd found in the giant millipede zone, so it wasn't as useful to me as it was to her. She took the fruits wordlessly before turning around and searching the rest of the hut. Along a raised flat surface were a set of sharp tools and some rock bowls full of smelly ink. There were also some ancient-looking steel chisels next to a collection of carved bones, claws, and tusks, but no portal piece. Maybe these four fists don't have a piece of the portal, Kara offered as she inspected some of the tools. But Brokebeak had one and he said. The words got lost in my mouth as I realized what she had actually meant. Let's try looking a bit more, I said. Kara just nodded and the three of us continued searching for both Swifture and the piece of the portal. As we made our way through the tree huts, we found one of the things we were looking for. High up on a tree so ancient that it seemed nearly petrified by time was a mud hut, and circling around it was Swifture. The high tree had been hidden from view earlier, otherwise I would have seen it straight away due to the thin, translucent bubble of ether surrounding it. What's he doing? Kara asked, watching the spear beak flying around the small structure while stabbing his sharp beak in the air. He's trying to get in, I said. My mind immediately thought of the near-invisible hand holds that the four fists were able to create out of ether, and wondered if this was an advanced application of that. There's definitely at least one four fists inside, I said, turning to Kara and Regis. Regis, with me, Kara, stay out here and make sure Swifture doesn't try flying off. She nodded, the scarlet sword humming with energy in her hand. Igniting God's step, I let my perception of the world around me stretch as streams of ether coursed through the air. My limits had vastly increased since first using God's step in the town of Marin, but it still took me some time to find the right path that would lead me beyond the etheric bubble and directly into the hut. My heart pounded as I took the step, cladding myself in ether in preparation to face off against the powerful four fists capable of creating such a potent etheric barrier. Chapter 302. The world shifted as I rode the currents of ether to arrive just within the open doorway of the ancient hut, and I immediately stepped into a defensive stance. But it wasn't necessary. Lying on the floor of the hut was a very, very old four fists, undoubtedly the source of the powerful etheric presence. Its massive muscles had atrophied, shrinking in on themselves like an empty water skin, its wiry pelt had faded to a snowy white, and its pale skin had wrinkled and shriveled. Two tiny purple eyes turned toward me and the aged ether beast crooned, low and gentle. It attempted to lift its head, but after straining unsuccessfully for a few seconds, it settled back down into the deep indentation its body had made in the bed of dried twigs and plants. One shaking arm lifted up and pointed toward the far wall. My gaze followed to the spot it indicated. On a shelf in the wall sat a long, thin slab of white stone. 3 quick steps later and the portal piece was in my hand, cold and silky to the touch. I ran my fingers along the intricate carvings, a sense of accomplishment building within me. I turned back to the elderly four fists, lying defenselessly on the ground. The thought of killing him grew in my mind. This ape beast was such a large well of ether that I knew I'd be able to grow stronger if I absorbed its power, just as I had done to the chimera when first grappling with my etheric abilities. Cladding my fist in ether, I raised it over the old four fists' head, but I couldn't bring myself to strike. Powerful and ether-abundant as this creature was, it wasn't a mere construct of the relictums like the chimera had been. Killing it purely to consume its ether felt deeply wrong, like I was eating another person. Unclenching my fist, I walked out of the hut and God stepped back to the ground where Regis and Kara were waiting for me. I got it, I said, holding up the portal piece in my hand for the two to see. Good job, Gray, Kara said with a soft smile as she looked down at the smooth slab of stone. Birdie incoming, Regis pointed out just as Swifture landed softly next to me. His javelin-shaped beak dipped down so he could inspect the portal piece, and it was then that I noticed the last few inches of his beak were red with blood. He hadn't fought with us on the battlefield, and I couldn't see any sign of a fight on the rest of his clean-feathered body. I grabbed his black beak, startling him. He flapped his wings and tried to dance away from me, but I held tight, twisting his head so I was looking him in the eye. Whose blood is this? I asked, my voice calm but frigid. I released him so he could answer. The skittish bird took several hopping steps away and examined me with wide, confused eyes. Four fists, enemy. My gaze locked with his as I tried to study our guide's intent. Kara's warm hand touched my arm. Now's not the time for this. We got what we came here for and we're not exactly honored guests in this tribe, she said softly. From the four fists' hidden veil, Swifture led us back up the mountainside and farther away from the Spear Beak village. Regis was back inside my body, replenishing his ether supplies, while Kara and I followed closely behind our guide. Despite being able to finally make some progress in leaving this zone, neither of us were in the mood to converse as the weight of our actions back at the Four Fists tribe's village settled over us like a dark shroud. Even after finding out that the Four Fists were not only intelligent but actually sapient, I realized that had it not been for the giant gray Four Fists challenging me to a duel, we would have committed genocide. Despite the brewing emotions that I kept suppressed, I made sure to keep constant tabs on Swifture. While I was still wary of our guide, Kara and I were reluctantly dependent on him to show us the location of the other tribes. In the end, whatever Swifture had done, it was only what he'd been taught to do by the harsh world in which he lived. It was barbaric, but these warring tribes of ether beasts hadn't evolved their cultures beyond the level of barbarism yet. The Four Fists, I was sure, would have done just as bad to the spear beaks given the chance. Pushing aside my needless thoughts, I focused on our next leg of the journey. The path we were on took us higher up the edge of the seemingly endless mountain ranges that surrounded the caldera where we'd first appeared. The skies stayed bright and cloudless, the temperature hovering just below freezing. "How are you holding up?" I asked Kara, who was walking beside me with a blanket wrapped over her shoulders and arms. "I was able to replenish my mana earlier during your duel with the large Four Fists, so I'm okay," she answered with a faint smile. Swifture, who spent most of his time flying above us, landed ahead of us, his feet never breaking the crusty surface of the snow. He turned to look at me, his beak snapping twice. Shadow claws. He then held up his wings, holding them close together. I nodded in understanding just as a flicker of purple flashed right below Swifture, and the snow in front of us burst upward, showering Kara and I with a cloud of powdery white. Kara instantly clad herself in a shroud of black fire, blanket tossed aside and her sword already in her hand. Swifture let out a surprised cry and tried to take to the sky, but his terrified shriek was cut short as a set of violently purple claws ripped through his graceful neck, spraying blood across the ground at my feet. Swifture's warning cry was cut off in a honking gurgle. The spear beak's wings flapped wildly, sending up a flurry of white feathers. Our guide rose a few feet in the air, shockingly red blood raining down into the bright white snow, then his strength gave out and he crashed to the ground, twitched and was still. I was already moving well before Swifture took his last piteous breaths. My ether-clad fist hissed through the frigid air, but just before it should have connected with our attacker's cat-like face, the creature vanished in another flash of etheric energy. Godstep, I thought in shock, quickly looking around for the attacker. Behind me, Kara had her flame-bathed blade ready to block, but before she could do anything else, the cat-like beast was behind her, its claws raking down between her shoulder blades. Kara was protected by the Shroud of Soul Fire, but the ether claws were able to tear through the mana barrier and slice cleanly through the chain links covering her back. She rolled forward, most likely saving herself from any serious injuries, but a score of long cuts ran down her back. I burst forward, my hand blurring in the air as I launched myself at the ether beast, a shadow claw I assumed, but it vanished before I could reach it. Kara came up covered in snow and blood, her expression deadly calm, like when we had first met in the relictums. "Do you know where it is?" she asked, positioning herself so we were back to back. "There," I said, pointing some 60 feet to our right where the shadow claw crouched atop a jutting shard of black rock 20 feet high. The shadow claw had the head and spotted white fur of a snow leopard, but its torso and limbs were humanoid. Its hands and feet were feline, and a long, muscular tail swished behind it. Though it was some distance away, it looked small, perhaps 5 feet tall at most. "Arthur," Regis thought in warning as ether flared behind me and to my left. I spun, pushing Kara out of the way and throwing a kick directly at the blurry source of ether. My counterattack failed to connect, as my attacker had already managed to duck out of the way. It slashed at the leg planted still on the ground with its etheric claws before vanishing again. Even though I had concentrated more ether around my body in defense, the claws still managed to tear through the flesh above my knee, causing me to buckle. Catching myself, I let the ether clinging tightly around my body burst out in a palpable force that stunned my attacker before it could follow up on the opening. It was able to teleport away, but this gave me the time I needed to heal my wounds. "Gray," Kara stammered, wincing in pain as she slowly got up to her feet. "Sorry," I said, retracting my etheric force. The Alacrian noble sucked in a deep breath as her eyes continued to scan our surroundings. My eyes, however, went straight for the two etheric presences on the dark rocks. Now both shadow claws crouched above us, their gleaming eyes carefully tracking our movements. I held back the urge to step onto the rocks to confront the two shadow claws, choosing to remain beside Kara instead. When the ether warped on my right, my hand flashed out and grabbed a third cat-like ether beast around its throat, squeezing hard enough to choke it but not to kill it instantly. The creature's eyes went wide in alarm, then its impossibly sharp ether claws ripped through the flesh of my forearm. I squeezed, intending to break its thin neck, but it flashed away like the others. At the same moment, Karaz's blade hissed through the air just below my arm. Turning to the point of rock, I found all three shadow claws glaring down at us, one rubbing gingerly at its throat where I had grabbed it, a trail of blood running down its furry leg. Kara began to speak, but I waved her words away. I watched the three attackers carefully. They were absorbing ether from the atmosphere. They have to charge up before they can use that teleportation ability again, I said quietly. Perfect, Kara said as she stepped in front of me, her expression calm and icy as the black flames dancing on the blade of her scarlet sword. The three shadow claws tensed as the flames completely engulfed her sword. She widened her stance and thrust the sword forward, releasing a violent jet of flame toward the shard of black rock. The shadow claws burst out with a series of terrified howls as two of them vanished in a flash of etheric energy. The third, the creature I had caught in my grasp when it attacked us, wasn't so lucky. It hadn't had enough time to gather the ether required to use its teleportation ability again, and so it was engulfed by Karaz's spell. For an instant the shadow claw was highlighted against the dark rock behind it, surrounded in blazing black light. Then both the cat-like ether beast and the pointed peak of rock were gone, destroyed entirely. An angry, sorrowful howl from behind us caused me to spin around. The remaining shadow claws were 50 feet away, crouched in the snow and squalling mournfully. I took a step forward instinctively, but the memories of the Four Fists' mother holding onto its baby for dear life made me falter. My gaze flickered to Swifture, contorted unnaturally in the bed of red snow. He had risked his life despite barely knowing anything about us and brought us into his home. Despite the wariness I had felt for our guide, his death wasn't just. The shadow claws had ceased their yowling and now seemed to be engaged in a heated conversation. They were distracted. Just like the Four Fists, these creatures had ambushed us and attacked without cause. Now wasn't the time to hesitate. Making up my mind, I unfocused my eyes and the paths through the ether lit up like the nighttime highways of my old world before me. It was a simple thing to step through the vibrations, appearing between the two arguing ether beasts in the same moment. Before they could so much as widen their eyes in surprise, I hacked outward with the blades of my ether-clad hands, which came down on my enemy's shoulders like axes. The shadow claws did not seem to guard themselves with ether, and both small forms crumpled under the weight of my unexpected blow, their shoulders and necks shattered. I knelt down over the bodies as I waited for Kara to catch up. Up close, I could see that the wide, feline paws had no natural claws. They create their only weapon with ether. I realized, curious and amazed, that there were creatures in a place as dangerous as the relictums with no natural defenses. "Are you okay?" Kara asked as she walked up behind me. "I saw your leg earlier." "Oh," I looked back at her over my shoulder. "I heal pretty fast." "That's a bit of an understatement," she said before her gaze fell to the shadow claws. "Did you find anything?" "I'm checking now." I turned back and studied the shadow claw corpses. They didn't wear any clothes, but both had simple leather pouches that hung from corded belts around their waists. I untied the leather string that held one of the pouches shut and fished out a handful of small objects. First was a slab of dried meat of some kind. I sniffed at the meat, then nibbled off a corner while Kara watched me expectantly, like a puppy staring at a treat. I grabbed my neck, widening my eyes as I let out choking noises. The Alacrian noble let out a startled gasp. "Gray." I shakily held up the rest of the dried meat before plopping it into my mouth. "Just kidding." Kara blinked in confusion, then narrowed her eyes. "That wasn't funny." "I thought it was funny," Regis said with an approving tone. "Thanks," I responded as I dug through the rest of the pouch, a smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. Aside from a few more slabs of dried meat, the shadow claw also carried a jet black knife carved from what looked like a beak. "These things sure do like their little keepsakes from murdering each other, don't they?" Regis pointed out. I put the knife into the dimensional storage rune, thinking it could perhaps be used as a bargaining chip to receive some more spear beak eggs, and I handed the dried meat to Kara. "This, along with the fruits we recovered from the Four Fists village, should keep you from having to eat my arm to stay alive." "Another joke, Gray?" Kara asked, horrified. I shrugged. "It can be now." The next items that came out from the satchel were 3 white rocks that had a smooth, almost silky texture to them. "Look." I held them up for Kara to see. "It's the same stone as the dome and the arch." She held up 4 similarly sized and shaped stones. "This one had some too." Kara had her own small pile of items, the 4 stones, another flat lump of dried meat, a handful of some kind of small, purplish berries, and a thin rope that appeared to be woven of a tough yellow grass. The last item from the pouch was a square piece of flat slate about 3 inches wide. At first I thought it was nothing more than that, but then I flipped it over to reveal a realistically etched image of 2 young shadow claws leaning against one another. "Whoa," Regis muttered. It was a very well-drawn picture, and I couldn't help but think it had been scratched into the hard surface with an etheric claw. Kara leaned close to me, studying the drawing on the slate with awe. This is basically their version of a locket. That's what I was thinking, I agreed. Strange, she muttered, lightly tracing the carved drawing with a finger. Why did they attack us? They might just be as bloodthirsty as old Brokebeak made them out to be, I said. After what we saw at the Four Fists village, it doesn't seem that simple. Kiraz's gaze turned to the bloody corpse of our guide. What if it was because of Swifture? I looked at her questioningly but kept silent, letting the thought tumble around in my mind. From what we had seen, the animosity between the tribes was unmistakable. The Spearbeaks hung Four Fists pelts on their walls for decoration, but the Four Fists leader that I had fought against had a decorative cowl made from spearbeak feathers and talons, and the Shadow Claws carried knives made of spearbeak beaks. Members from both tribes had attacked us not because they were more violent or animalistic than the Spearbeaks. It was because we were with a Spearbeak. I shook my head. These were all just speculations at this point, but one thing remained true. The tattoos, carvings, and now this etched drawing weren't just signs of intelligence. They represented a flourishing culture. We should get going and scout ahead, I said, getting up to my feet. My gaze fell to the corpses of the two Shadow Claws. We'll need to get rid of these bodies, though. Kiran nodded solemnly. The flicker of black flames in her palm soon engulfed the two Shadow Claws. I had utilized very little ether during the battle, so instead of climbing up the rocky cliff, I chose a point high up on the mountainside and God-stepped directly to it, taking Kira with me so we could see far out over the high plateau on which we'd been traveling. Kira let out a sharp breath at the sight around us. It was hard to believe the Jinn had created this entire place. How absolute their mastery over ether must have been for them to leave behind something as strange and incredible as the relictums. The sharply climbing mountains all around us seemed to go on into infinity. I suspected there was some trick to it, and that Kira and I could walk forever toward those far-off mountains and never reach them. They seemed little more than a surreal backdrop to the caldera and the ring of jagged peaks that surrounded it. A gust of wind whipped at my straw-colored hair, and I realized that several gray clouds now interrupted the glacier-blue sky, and the paintbrush markings, the yellow, green, and purple swirls, were fading as a subtle mist blew in. The weather is turning again, I told Kira. With Regis's ether levels still recovering, I was currently the only one that could survive the harsh storms in this zone. Despite nearly succumbing to the storm firsthand, however, the noble Alacrian's ruby eyes remained determined. Then we just need to find that Shadow Claw village before the storm does. With a nod, I focused ether into my eyes to enhance my sight and began scouting out the surrounding landscape. It took several minutes to explore the many folds and disguised valleys hidden around the base of the greater mountain range. When I found nothing atop the plateau, we crossed one rocky outcropping to the next until we'd moved around the side of the jagged peak and began searching again. It didn't take long to spot what we were looking for. Below me on the next ridge over, there were 20 or so woven huts built within the cliffs. They were carefully hidden between two sharp ribs of stone, and I couldn't see any easy way in or out. A little waterfall tumbled down the mountainside, pooling at one edge of the village. I watched as a Shadow Claw, barely the size of an ant from my perspective, bent down over the water to fill something, then disappeared back into a nearby hut. There, I pointed my finger in the direction of the village so Kara could see as well. She let out a sigh. Well, in terms of strategic positioning, I'd say they definitely have the advantage. For now, let's head back down, I replied quietly. There's still a high possibility of there being other scouts or guards nearby. On our way back to the base of the rocky outcropping, we stopped at Swifture's body. It wasn't a pretty sight. The Spearbeak's once graceful neck was slashed open, his white feathers stained red with his own blood. His thin, barbed tongue hung grotesquely from his beak. Kara, who stood beside me, gathered her hands and closed her eyes, bowing her head in respect before shifting her gaze back to me. Should we bury or burn the corpse? I shook my head. Neither. Bending over Swifture's corpse, I dipped my hand in the fatal injury on its neck and ran my bloodied fingers over my face and clothes before turning to Kara, who was gaping at me, confused and disturbed. I have an idea that may answer your question earlier as well as get us into the Shadow Claw village, I said as I walked slowly over toward the Alacrian noble with my bloodied fingers. Kara huffed out a resigned sigh. Have I expressed exactly how much I dislike some of your ideas? Chapter 303. Gray, I won't pretend to know what sort of customs and rituals these tribes may have. Kara touched Swifture's blood, which was splattered over her clothes and part of her face, but this seems like the kind of thing that would be universally disrespectful. Stop fidgeting, I replied, smearing some of the blood so it looked more natural. Ah, what a cute sight, Regis chimed in, lying on the snowy ground nearby with an amused grin. Nothing says love like painting each other in the blood of your enemies. Nothing about this is cute, and it's not for certain that Swifture was an enemy, Kara huffed. I rubbed snow between my blood-stained hands to clean some of it away. Just ignore him when he says stupid crap like that. It'll only encourage him. Hey, I'm not some puppy that needs to be trained, Regis yapped, his burning mane flickering. You're right. I turned to Regis and smiled patiently. A puppy would at least have the decency to sulk when it gets scolded. Kara let out a chuckle as Regis sputtered in frustration. Noticing his mane quivering even more crazily in the growing winds, I looked up to see that the sky had turned almost entirely gray now. Hey, I'm still talking to you, princess. I'm the amalgamation of several Asuran beings powerful enough to— Let's get moving, I said, cutting him off. I don't think we have long until this turns into a real storm. Regis glared at me before leaping back into my body. I held my hand out for Kara. We'll teleport just past the mountain ridge where we spotted the Shadow Claw village. I don't want to risk using Etha anywhere closer. She took my hand but was shaking her head disbelievingly. The fact that I can so casually accept the fact that we'll be teleporting makes me feel like I've lost something. Pulling her close, I ignited God's Step, following the etheric path that I had mentally charted on our first run. In the span of several seconds, we were standing on the edge of the sharp lip of stone that surrounded the Shadow Claw's hidden sanctuary. From there, we traveled on foot. It wasn't a difficult climb, but it did take time, and we were buffeted by icy winds and blinded by driving snow before we arrived in a shallow alcove looking down on the woven huts, now clearly visible even through the growing storm. The last part of the plan required that not only the two of us but Regis be visible as well. Like we planned, I whispered. Not that I mind posing powerfully and intimidatingly, but I don't see how my presence will help us, Regis said softly. Karan nodded. I'm curious as well. I just figured wolves and leopards are close enough. I shrugged, keeping an eye on the village. Who knows, maybe you'll make some friends. Hard to argue with that logic, Regis said sarcastically. Imbuing Etha into my eyes to supplement my naturally enhanced vision, I studied the details and activity happening within the village. The woven huts the Shadow Claws lived in were shaped vaguely like beehives and made of overlapping layers of a straw-colored woven grass. Each structure was fitted with a simple door woven into a frame made of treated sticks. Though the wind still howled, the village was protected from the worst of it. In fact, the entire hollow in which it was built was clear of snow. A handful of small, twisted trees with broad, dark leaves decorated the packed earth paths between the houses, and dense, deep green grass grew everywhere else. In a circular patch of sandy earth, 4 Shadow Claws appeared to be training. When we had first arrived, the 2 pairs had been attacking one another, though without their claws. As we watched, they halted their sparring, bowed to one another, and began a series of identical movements that were clearly rehearsed. Their combat style was fascinating to watch. They emphasized quick strikes to vital areas and were always moving. Every slash or swipe of a paw took them at least 3 steps from their starting position, and each attack was intertwined with a defensive maneuver. Though they didn't actively use their ether abilities while training, I could see how sudden leaps or strafing hops were meant to simulate their ability to teleport. As I watched them, I wished that I could speak to them and learn about their manipulation of ether. If this goes well, maybe I'll get the chance, I thought, running through what I'd planned to say and do one last time. Ready? I asked the others, keeping my voice low. They both nodded. Taking Swifture's corpse out of my dimension rune, I gripped it by its ruined neck and leapt from the alcove down into the village, landing between the circular training area and the outer wall. Kara and Regis jumped down just behind me. The 4 closest Shadow Claws howled in alarm, scrambling away from us and falling into low crouches. Etha flared around them as they conjured their claws. More came running from around the village, bursting out of doors or simply appearing in front of us using their etheric teleportation, each one snarling, claws out and ready to fight. I raised the stiff corpse above my head, then went down on one knee and bowed forward, letting Swifture's body roll out of my hands into the dense grass. Next to me, I knew Kara and Regis were copying my bow, each of us exposing the backs of our necks to the crowd of Shadow Claws. I listened carefully to the whisper-quiet sound of a single Shadow Claw cautiously approaching. I peeked through my curtain of pale wheat hair and watched as the cat-like creature nudged the corpse, causing the neck to roll and revealing the torn throat, which Regis had chewed open to hide the razor-thin slashes. It said something in a mewling, pitchy voice, and I risked lifting my head a fraction of an inch to better see it. The Shadow Claw was clearly old, its thick white fur having lost its luster, the black spots fading to gray. Its head snapped around when I moved, and it stepped back into a defensive posture. Very slowly and calmly, my eyes on the ground, I said, "Please, we mean you no harm, we come seeking your aid. Do any of your people speak our language?" Another Shadow Claw, this one taller than the rest, stepped out of the crowd, which had formed a half-circle around us, and gestured toward me. It began to speak in their hissing, mewling language, its voice the low growl of an angry leopard. "This doesn't seem to be going well," Regis said, projecting his thoughts into my mind. "Be patient." They didn't immediately attack, which is exactly what we hoped for. A third shadow claw, so old and stooped that it walked with the aid of a stick, stepped forward and responded to the tall one, who shot me a glare, bowed, and fell back. The village went silent except for the noise of the wind battering at the stone walls. I resisted the urge to clad myself in ether as I waited for something to happen. Even if they didn't attack us, I didn't know what their capability for communication was, or if they would give us their piece of the portal frame once we had made them understand our purpose. If they did attack us, I was confident I could fight them off, even given our poor strategic position, but I really hoped it didn't come to that. The longer they waited, though, the less likely a fight seemed. Finally, the Shadow Claw who had come forward to inspect Swifter's remains said something, and two others ran up to collect the body, carrying it out of sight. Then the cat-like creature sat in front of me, its legs crossed. With one paw, it gestured for me to sit up. Shifting around, I sat in the grass, crossing my own legs and resting my hands on my knees, palms up. Behind me, I heard Kara and Regis shuffling around as well. The Shadow Claw's eyes shone like amethysts, although they didn't seem to be looking at me directly. Rather, it looked around me, its gaze traveling the edges of my physical form as if it could see the heat radiating from my body. Or my ether, I realized. Slowly, very slowly, one broad paw reached out toward my upturned palm. There was no malevolence in the motion, so I stayed still, watching, deeply curious about what this creature might do. The soft pad of the Shadow Claw's paw touched my hand, and for a moment nothing happened. Then everything changed. The quiet mountain village of woven huts was gone, as were the stunted little fruit trees and the crowd of worried-looking cat people. Even the constant rushing of the wind had vanished. I felt as though I were drifting in space, though I wasn't floating exactly. I wasn't really anything at all. Before fear could set in, however, color and light seeped out of the empty nothing, resolving into moving images like I had closed my eyes and was picturing a favorite memory. Except it wasn't my memory. I watched as two Shadow Claw kittens chased each other through the village. One, the chaser, was howling angrily. The other had taken something. As they sprinted toward the pool, I was suddenly in front of them, forcing both kittens to slide to a halt. Calmly, I took the object, a little branch with a handful of purple berries on it, plucked the berries one by one from the branch, and then gave each child an equal number. "Be kind to one another and share," I said simply, though my words came out in the language of the Shadow Claws. Then the vision melted away and was replaced with another. This time I was looking down at myself, bowing, Swifter's body lying awkwardly before me. I relived the moments after our arrival in the village again, though this time it was from the perspective of this Shadow Claw. Though I still didn't hear the words as words, I understood their meaning when the tall Shadow Claw, Left Tooth, spoke, addressing me. "3 steps, it is clear this must be some trap of the fiendish spearbeaks. We should kill these creatures quickly before we fall under their power." The other Shadow Claw, Sleeps in Snow, stepped from the crowd and said, "Take care, Left Tooth, lest your fear cause you to grow feathers and a beak. Let us see their minds and know their purpose." Then the vision faded and everything went dark and blank again. I felt a sense of expectation. I thought I understood what the creature wanted. She couldn't speak my language, but by sharing our memories we could communicate. I could explain what we'd come for. It was delicate. I had to bring forward the right memory without thinking about anything that could upset our hosts, but I had no way of knowing if the topic itself, our pursuit of the portal pieces, would anger them. First, I shared the memory of Kara and I standing before the broken archway and my attempt to repair it with ether. Next, I replayed the battle with the ghost bear, including my conversation with Kara about not wanting to fight it. Deciding to take a risk, I finally focused on the memory of the ancient four fists, gesturing for me to take the clan's portal piece. This communication by memory was a slow process, aided only by the fact that I had so much experience with mental communication through Sylvie. Unbidden, the memory of our last moments together played in the darkness. I watched in sudden horror as her body became ethereal and broke apart into motes of gold and lavender. I forced the memory away before she was completely gone, as if by doing so I could keep it from already having happened, and hoped that the Shadow Claw didn't take offense from my unintended memory. All was blank and silent once again. While I waited for a reply, I grew anxious, wondering how Regis and Kara were doing. While my woven companion might be able to manage, Kara definitely didn't have any training in mental communication. If one of the Shadow Claws decided to communicate with her, our plans could be run to the ground. Fortunately, the connection broke without issue and the world came whirling back into existence around me. 3 steps unfolded from her seated position, using her thick tail to push her to her feet. She then gestured for us to stand as well. I glanced behind me. Kara and Regis hadn't moved, though they were both watching me nervously. "Where the hell have you been?" Regis asked, touching my mind. "You just sort of went away for a while when that thing touched you. I couldn't sense your mind at all." I stood and offered my hand to Kara, but she hopped to her feet without my aid. Turning to Regis instead, I said only, "We made some progress." Three Steps announced something to the rest of the Shadow Claw clan, sending a ripple through the 20-some creatures. Some bowed respectfully. Several quickly suppressed looks of surprise, but Left Tooth and two others shook their heads in disbelief and looked as though they might argue. Before they could, however, Sleeps in Snow knocked the end of his stick on the frozen ground and spoke briefly. Whatever was said, it seemed to quell any rising tension, at least for the moment. The half-circle of shadow claws opened, allowing 3 Steps to walk through. She gestured for me to follow, which I did. I watched Left Tooth from the corner of my eye as we passed through the line of cat people, most of whom stood no taller than my shoulder, but he remained motionless. 3 Steps led us through the town to a humble home next to the pool of water, then held the door open and waved for us to enter, which we did. The interior was simple, just like at the Spear Beaks and Four Fists villages. A woven grass rug covered much of the floor, while a round bed of mounded yellow grass was pressed against the far wall. A white feathered headdress hung just inside the door, and a short stack of slate plates sat next to the bed. Like the picture we'd found on the slain Shadow Claw, the top plate was etched, though I couldn't quite make out the image. Space is a little tight in here, I thought to my companion. Why don't you remain on standby while you recharge? Meal time, the Shadow Wolf said, licking his muzzle before jumping into me and disappearing into my body. 3 Steps watched this carefully, her bright eyes widening when Regis vanished. Then the old Shadow Claw leaned forward, peering closely at my chest, and her eyes went even wider. She said something in her own language, stopped, and shook her head. She pointed where Regis had been, then pointed at my chest. I nodded. 3 Steps let out a sharp, yodeling laugh, surprising both me and Kara. She was grinning wildly, though I couldn't be sure what she found so entertaining. Seeing my look of confusion, she gestured to my hands, which I held out, then pressed her soft paws into them again. I wasn't taken away from the world this time, though I still received a vision of 3 Steps' memory. 6 Shadow Claws were standing in the circular training area on the other side of the village. I was explaining something. We were discussing the nature of the Creator's power, how each tribe had been gifted with unique abilities that suited their needs. I was explaining how they should never stop climbing the mountain of knowledge because it had no peak. Just because they had never seen a thing done did not mean it couldn't be done. After the lecture, they began to practice with their claws and their teleportation ability. I corrected and encouraged them, provided guidance and feedback, and through the memory I began to understand something of how they used ether. To the Shadow Claws, calling on ether was as natural as using their lungs to breathe or their hearts to pump blood. It was likely the Jinn, their creators, I assumed, had given them these abilities, much like the Chimera had unknowingly manipulated ether to move, fight, and even rebuild themselves. The speed with which they teleported was impressive. They didn't need to stop and look for the correct path like I did, something that hindered my ability to use God's Step in combat. The vision ended and 3 Steps pulled her hands back, but I had an idea. I moved my upturned palms toward her, trying to communicate that I wanted to connect again. She seemed to take my meaning and touched my hands. I sent her snippets of memory throughout my journey through the relictums. In each one, I was practicing some form of ether art, trying to learn to control my new abilities, to hone them and get better at using them. It took several minutes, but when I broke the connection, I could feel the hunger for knowledge emanating from 3 Steps. Our hands had barely parted before she pressed them back together, and another memory filled my mind. I was sitting next to Sleeps in Snow, somewhere in the craggy peaks above the village. We had been speaking, dancing around a subject I wanted to broach, but was nervous to do so. Sleeps in Snow wasn't quite as old as he had been when I'd seen him only minutes ago. He hadn't yet taken to using the walking stick. "What is this thought I see hiding behind your eyes, 3 Steps?" he asked me, his own stormy purple eyes burrowing into mine. "What is our purpose, Sleeps in Snow?" The old Shadow Claw watched me closely for a few long moments before answering. "What is the purpose of the mountain, or the snow, or the fish in the stream?" I had expected a response like this. "The mountain is our home, the snow our protection, and the fish fills our bellies when we grow hungry. This is how these things touch our lives, yes, 3 Steps, but is it their purpose?" Sleeps in Snow kept his face carefully blank, but there was something teasing in his tone. I pressed my paw into a blank snowdrift, then pulled it carefully out, leaving behind a perfect imprint. "They do not themselves have an inherent purpose. It is up to us to decide their purpose." Sleeps in Snow raised a brow as he replied in a challenging tone. "And who are you to decide such a thing? Are you the master of the mountain and the snow to tell them what their purpose should be?" I shook my head, realizing I had fallen into his trap. "No, I am not the master of the mountain or the snow." Relaxing into an understanding smile, Sleeps in Snow wrapped his tail around my shoulder. "Minds both clearer and deeper than ours have pondered the question of our purpose. Only by climbing the mountain of wisdom may we see more of what lies around us. And if we never climb high enough to find the answers we seek," Sleeps in Snow stretched and yawned, and the cracking of his old joints echoed down the cliffside. Then hope that those you teach climb higher than you when it is their turn. My eyelids fluttered open as the vision ended. I didn't even realize I had closed my eyes, but this memory had felt much more intense than the others. I couldn't help the sense that I'd been shown something very private. Three Steps was watching my face closely, though how well she could read my features I had no idea. What I did know was that she was hungry for knowledge, and it was possible she had as much to teach me about Etha as I could teach her. Gray, Karas said softly from beside me, making me jump. I'd nearly forgotten she was there. Not to interrupt, but what's the plan? Are we guests here? Are we prisoners? I locked eyes with 3 Steps before turning back to her. We're guests. The Alacrian noble let out a sigh, her horns practically sagging in relief. What about the portal piece? Do you think they're willing to give it to us? I haven't asked yet, I replied. For now, I think we should stay here and wait out the storm. Is that really necessary? Kara asked with a frown. We've already spent so much time in this zone. Her voice trailed off as I looked at her, truly looked at her. She had been holding strong without complaint, but Kara had definitely lost weight and her complexion wasn't healthy. Her cheeks, splotched with dirt and blood, were sunken, and dark bags clung underneath her eyes from lack of proper sleep. She had been following me, someone who barely needed any food, water, or sleep to survive, and had done so without protest. She couldn't complain since she had been the one to lie and hide herself in order to follow after me. Despite who she was and what her blood implied, a small part of me felt bad. Let's get you some rest, I said gently. I'll ask if we can wash up and I'll take watch while you sleep. Kara nodded wordlessly, but a faint smile played across her lips. Hang in there, I added. We still needed to find the ghost bears and the wild things, then figure out how to get back to the spear beaks. But before all of that, I needed to stay here. I couldn't just ignore the chance to learn from the shadow claws. Not just their ability to teleport short distances, but their ability to conjure their most deadly weapons completely out of Etha. Perhaps I didn't need to find a replacement for Dawn's ballad. I could just make one. Chapter 304. Hugh. Kara dipped her head before walking in through the entrance of the straw hut. This storm is getting stronger by the day. Even as she spoke, the noise of the wind rushing through the craggy mountains protecting the Shadow Claw village drowned out almost all other sounds, including her voice. However, even with the doors open and the hut exposed to the cold air, the wind itself was barely a breeze by the time it reached the secluded village. It seems like you're enjoying yourself out there, I said, almost jealous. Kara had grabbed a woven towel from a table near the entrance and began wiping away the sweat that ran down her neck and arms. We're stuck here. If I ever hope to catch up to you, I have to do my best to train as well. I raised a brow. Is that what that was? All I saw was you chasing after the little kittens. The Alacrian noble frowned. Says the one that's had his behind firmly pasted to the ground these past 3 days. I'm not just sitting around, I corrected. I'm learning how to filter. Ouch. Rubbing my head, I picked up the wooden spoon that had been thrown at me from the other side of the woven home. 3 Steps, who had been quietly stirring a stone pot, let out a sharp mewl before pointing to her feline eyes with her paw. Yeah, I know. I was just replenishing my ether a bit, I grumbled, knowing that she couldn't understand me. Kara let out a chuckle. I let my gaze unfocus and put both Kara and 3 Steps out of my mind before igniting God's step once again. The rune on my lower back grew warm as ether surged out from my core. I couldn't help but grow annoyed and slightly worried by the shadowy presence clinging tightly around my ether core. Regis, it's been 3 days now. Either answer me or stop hogging all of my ether. After waiting for a response for several more minutes, I gave up. Something had happened to Regis after arriving in the Shadow Claws village. He had been taking a nap, meditating, when all of a sudden his eyes bolted open and he shot into my body, refusing to come out. Since then, he'd been absorbing an unusual amount of ether, and I could feel his presence shifting back and forth from my core to my god runes. At least with Regis eating up so much of my ether reserves, it's allowing me more breaks in between training sessions with 3 Steps, I thought somewhat grumpily. The past few days had been exhausting in a way that I never thought was possible with my Asuran physique. After 3 Steps had agreed to mentor me in the ether arts of her own kind, she started off by sharing her memories of her own tutoring by a younger Sleeps in Snow. They had often discussed the Shadow Claw's etheric abilities at length and in great detail, providing a very solid base for my own learning process. Through it, I had learned that Shadow Claws are born with the ability to see the etheric passages that allowed one to travel across space instantly. However, for newborns, this ability was actually a curse. With so much information bombarding their undeveloped brains, some of the weaker-willed infants actually died. It was up to the parents and mentors to properly guide their newborns, to help them learn to first shut off their mind's eye until they were old enough to start learning how to shadow step, which was their term for the etheric teleportation technique they used. Most of the memories I'd been shown guided me through how the Shadow Claws honed their shadow step ability. Three Steps didn't understand my Godrun any more than I could fathom how she manipulated ether without runes, spell forms, or an ether core. But by learning the way they learned, I hoped to grow stronger and quicker in my use of God's Step. Apparently, I wasn't even at the level of a 2-year-old shadow claw cub, because that was the age that they started learning how to filter out the countless paths of etheric streams. Seeing it firsthand through the eyes of Three Steps as she filtered out the paths was both fascinating and humbling. There were only a dozen or so around her, which she always kept track of in order to be ready to shadow step at a moment's notice. With over 2 lifetimes of experiences in different worlds, I considered myself fairly intelligent and sharp. However, compared to how the shadow claws constantly focused and kept track of the etheric paths, even predicting how those paths would move based on their own movements was mind-boggling. My gaze remained focused on the boulder in the center of the pond just outside of Three Steps' home. Hundreds of branching paths of violet intersected in the space around me, and while I had found the etheric path leading to the boulder a long time ago, I had no intention of using God's Step. I continued to take in my surroundings through my unfocused eyes, trying to filter out more and more of the etheric paths that drowned my vision. It was like trying to flex a specific set of muscles somewhere between my eyes and brain in a subtle yet precise order. During these last few days of Three Steps showing me countless memories in hopes of expediting my training, I had learned how to contract my vision in order to filter out the etheric routes that went past my chosen destination. Three Steps had been particularly excited about this breakthrough even though I wasn't quite as satisfied. I trained God's Step constantly, even while Three Steps and Karas slept, stopping only when I needed to replenish my ether reserves. I knew that my time here was limited, so it was crucial that I make the most of it. It was only when Kara appeared again in the corner of my eye that I realized I had gone through another night training my focus on the etheric pathways. "How is your progress, Gray?" Kara asked, taking a seat on the ground beside me. She was dressed in a tight sleeveless shirt, giving her a much more casual appearance than I had grown used to. If it wasn't for the gleaming pair of horns circling her head like a dark crown, I performed the mental equivalent of biting my tongue, not allowing myself to finish the thought before answering the Alacrian noble. "It's going well. The fact that I barely need sleep certainly helps." Kara hugged her legs and shivered from the cold. "You know, I used to really envy that particular ability, perhaps even more so than your ridiculous regeneration ability." I raised a brow. "Oh." I kept thinking to myself how much stronger I would be if I only needed a few hours of sleep a week in order to stay completely healthy, how much I could get done, and how useful it'd be both in and out of the relictums. Kara rested her chin on her knees, her gaze far away. "But after being with you for this long, I've realized that it's as much of a curse as it is a blessing." "Why do you say that?" The Alacrian noble turned her head to me with a solemn smile. "You always look lonely or in pain during the night. It's why you're always training, right?" I stared at Kara, not knowing how to respond. My mind flitted to all of the times when memories of my family and friends in Dicathen ate at me, even when I was awake. But it was worse at night. "It's not like that," I lied. "There are things I have to do, and if I want to even hope to succeed, then I need to utilize every advantage I have." "With how strong you are already, it sounds like you're preparing yourself to fight the gods themselves," Karas said with a thin laugh. Before I could answer, a stern mule drew our attention behind us. Three Steps, who must have slept and awoken again while I was lost in training, was motioning for me to follow her before walking out the door. "Will you be okay by yourself?" I asked Kara, who was still sitting by the entrance. "You're not the only one that has training to do," she said with a grin. I smiled back this time, admiring her mental fortitude. She had been stuck with me in zones far more difficult and deadly than she had ventured through before. Yet despite almost starving to death, nearly dying several times and almost freezing to death on multiple occasions, she was still able to stay positive. Following after Three Steps, we made our way toward the rear end of the village, away from the curious gazes of the Shadow Claw villagers. Much of the storm had subsided overnight, allowing some of the Shadow Claws to go back out of the village. While it was still hard for me to tell the Shadow Claws apart from one another, one of them did stick out to me. It was Left Tooth. Three Steps let out a hiss beside me before taking a seat on the snow, drawing my attention back to her. My mentor's sharp feline eyes looked at me seriously while she began speaking in her language. I watched her face carefully. Her eyes were darting from my face to my chest, and her feline mouth was turned down in a slight frown as she spoke, her whiskers twitching. I couldn't understand a single word she had said, but I didn't need to. Three Steps held out her paws, and as we had done so many times now, I completed the connection. As I expected, the memory she shared with me was the exact scene of her talking to me just moments ago, except it was from her point of view, and I could understand what she was saying to me, even as I looked at my own self through her eyes, staring back in obvious confusion. "I have shown you enough of our ways to be comfortable asking for something in return. I would like to know more about your unique abilities, passed down from the creators, even if it is not something I can learn myself, she said before my vision shifted to a memory she had shared with me previously in which she and Sleeps in Snow conversed about their purpose. The vision faded as my host pulled her hands back from mine. She waited, her eyes unblinking, until I nodded and held out my hands to her. 3 steps looked at me once more, but her expression had changed. No longer did she look at me as if I were a child trying to learn the very basics of shadow step. She regarded me with respect, perhaps even a hint of wonder, remaining dazed even after several minutes had passed since our hands disconnected. Reliving the memories hadn't been easy for me, either. This was the first time I had shared the memory of my arrival in the Relictums after losing the battle against Nico and Cadel. 3 steps had just witnessed my entire journey through my eyes, from the giant chimeras and etheric millipede, all the way to the Titan. She had felt my darkness and pain and sense of loss as I struggled to keep fighting, and she had witnessed the evolution of my etheric abilities with nothing short of awe. I held back a deep, weary sigh, not wanting to give 3 steps the wrong impression. I had found the Shadow Claw's method of communication to be long and tiresome, but it was now that I realized how much more effectively you could express your meaning through the sharing of memories. 3 steps knew more about me, about my journey, than Alaric or even Kara, who had been by my side throughout this ascent. Being so open was honestly somewhat scary, but at the same time, seeing 3 steps' expression of empathy and sadness it was as if a large weight had been taken from my shoulders. As if sensing my emotions, 3 steps patted me on the shoulder before motioning for me to follow her once more. This time, with most of the storm having passed, the Shadow Claw led me out of the protective confines of the village and to the base of a jagged mountain nearby. Once again, my host held out her paw while shooting me a playful grin. Curious, I touched her hand with mine and felt my mind slipping into hers. In it, a young 3 steps, though she wasn't yet called that, and 2 other Shadow Claws, Tumbled Down and Spear Rider, were training in the same jagged mountain just above their village. It was a sort of competition, where they each teleported as far as they could across the deep folds of the mountain, and whoever made it the farthest from the starting point won the round. It was Spear Rider's turn to go first. As I watched the strong-jawed, dark-spotted Shadow Claw chart the course of his shadow steps, I found myself considering his bravery, and the awkward thought that he would make a fine mate to raise a kitten with someday passed through my mind. Though I knew this was part of the memory, it was still an extremely strange thing to find myself thinking. Outside of the memory, 3 steps pressed harder against my hand, perhaps sensing my distraction. I refocused as Spear Rider, having chosen his course, made 2 quick shadow steps, bringing him to a shallow ledge of rock about halfway up the next ridge over from our starting point. It was a fair effort, but there was another path using a boulder just past the column of stone he had used as his own middle step that would take me farther. Tumble Down must have had the same thought, because he chose the boulder to step to. Unfortunately for him, it was loose. The stone shifted under his feet, forcing him to shadow step to safety. He howled in frustration from a shallow bowl in the mountainside nearly 50 feet below Spear Rider. Glad that Tumble Down went first and showed me the loose stone, I scouted the mountainside again, looking for a safer path that would take me farther than Spear Rider, but couldn't find one. "What are you waiting for, soft heart?" Tumble Down yelled. "The mountains to move closer together before you take your steps." Spear Rider laughed at our friend's teasing. "Perhaps she will wait until the next storm and let the wind carry her to the mountain's peak. If you don't hurry, soft heart, your name will become slow as stone, and yours will be dumb as rock." Tumble Down, I threw back, eliciting another howl of laughter from Spear Rider. Making up my mind, I set my feet and prepared to catch myself on the loose boulder. If I waited for it to settle and it did not break loose entirely, I could make it to a shelf of stone 20 feet beyond where Tumble Down stood. Taking my eyes away from the stone and snow of the mountainside, I focused on the shadow paths, the purple lightning fork cracks that would lead me to the boulder, and then the high shelf. Though the memory flowed at the speed of perception where I could experience 3 steps thoughts as she was formulating them, the actual act of her looking into the ether and teleporting was nearly instant. Even after days of non-stop training, my own view of the branching etheric paths was still immensely more complex and burdensome than her own. It was yet another reminder of how far I had to go if I wanted to utilize the full potential of my ether art. In the memory, my surroundings flashed as I took a shadow step from the high ridge to the small boulder. My body tensed, expecting the boulder to shift, which it did. My plan was to let it settle, then step to the shelf. Beneath the wide pads of my feet, the boulder turned and kept turning. In a second, it was sliding away from the mountainside, and suddenly I was riding the unsupported boulder as it plummeted down into the ravine. Rising panic had made me too slow to make my second shadow step, and when I finally did, I was already falling. Looking up, the first thing I saw was the column of standing stone that Spear Rider had used to step to. Following the purple pathways to the peak, I took my second step. I misjudged it badly, appearing on the side, not the top of the column. My etheric claws scratched at the smooth stone, scoring deep lines into it, but failing to catch hold of anything as I slid downwards, at risk of falling nearly 100 feet to the bottom of the ravine and my death. A stray, dislodged thought floated through the back of my panicked mind. Why had the creators given the shadow claws the power to see the etheric paths and step through them, but only allowed us to do it twice in a row? It was with some bitterness that or 3 steps, it grew difficult to tell our thoughts apart during longer memories. Thought that if only they'd given us the ability to shadow step 3 times in a row that I wouldn't be about to die. The sudden shift in gravity jerked the thought away, and I watched with horror as the branching paths, still there but unreachable, jumped and twitched, showing me a path to safety I couldn't take. As Arthur watching the memory, I was fascinated by the way 3 steps was able to keep near automatically adjusting the path that would take her to safety. More than that, however, it was the first time I realized that, while the shadow claws were able to visualize the etheric paths, they weren't necessarily seeing it through strictly their eyes. Through 3 steps memories, I could sense the etheric paths all around me even as I was falling. I'd thought of them often as vibrations, but it took the combination of 3 step senses and my own to realize that there were other ways to see them than with my eyes. There was a music to them, a beckoning, quivering eagerness, almost as if the ether wanted to help to show me the way out. Almost without thinking, I reached out my paw and followed. The pain was so intense at first that I wasn't sure if I had shadow stepped or if I had crashed into the ground and was taking my last breaths before my inevitable death. A purple fog obscured my vision, but something cold and hard was pressed against my body, flattening my fur. There was shouting in the distance. Then the shouting was right next to me, and strong paws turned me over. The purple fog faded. Spear Rider and Tumble Down were both standing over me, their eyes wide, their whiskers quivering as they waited to see if I was alive or dead. My heart was thumping so hard I thought it might burst. Meanwhile, there was a terrible ache gripping at every inch of my body, and a severe case of backlash was overtaking me. Still, I was alive. As Arthur, I felt myself grinning as my mind slipped back into my own body. 3 steps was giving me a toothy smirk as well, obviously proud of the memory she had just shared with me. "So this was your secret," I said, my body twitching in excitement. As if understanding my words, 3 steps held a furry finger over her mouth. I nodded in agreement as I thought through parts of the memory 3 steps had just shown me. It was obvious that she had been holding on to this memory until she felt I was truly keeping my end of the bargain, because through it I learned something crucial. More than that, I was able to experience it firsthand. As I ignited God's step, I let my gaze unfocus, but this time I went a step beyond. Instead of concentrating so hard on limiting the etheric paths through my eyes, I expanded my focus toward my other senses. While I couldn't smell, hear, or taste the ether in any capacity, I was able to expand my intent toward the ether paths around me. Every etheric stream, while intertwined with or branching from one another, had a beginning and an end. And these streams acted as highways that I could travel through. However, with my intent fully connected to the etheric paths, I didn't try to read these intricate and complicated routes. Instead, I let the ether feed the information I needed to me. Going a step beyond 3 steps, whose feline body was already adept at sensing the ether paths, I shrouded myself in a thin layer of ether and let my body be an anchor for the etheric paths to send information to. This was where 3 steps training to focus on only the most immediate routes and limit the distance at which I perceived them was crucial. With so much information being fed to me from the etheric pathways, I was only able to properly make out those that would teleport me just 2 feet away. If I tried to expand my focus out beyond that radius, it felt like hot rods were being shoved into my brain. Taking a deep breath, I withdrew God's step, and in my excitement, I couldn't help but give my mentor a hug. It was only a small step forward, but I knew now how to improve. For the first time, I could see myself not only catching up to 3 steps, but with my ether core surpassing her. Chapter 305. A bead of sweat rolled down the side of my face as I carefully lifted my back leg and slowly brought it forward. I had learned and relearned how to walk throughout the span of 2 lifetimes, but this single step took more concentration than even the most intricate, multi-elemental spell that I had mastered with the use of mana. My heart skipped a beat in excitement as the ether paths continued to hold strong and provide me with updated information based on my new position. I prepared to take another step when a tap on my shoulder broke my concentration. The intertwining streams of violet crackled and distorted, sending me a barrage of chaotic information in the form of a hot knife pressed against the inside of my brain. Gah, I recoiled in pain, but the feeling of losing my streak was even more agonizing. I was on my 23rd step, I groaned in frustration at 3 steps. My mentor scoffed and spoke in her language before holding out a paw. I pressed my palm up against her warm pads in resignation, letting her memories in. It's childish to get angry at me for not being able to keep your concentration. Besides, the day is ending and my tribe members should be back from their journey. Letting out a sigh that coalesced as a cloud of fog around my head, I nodded. 3 Steps smirked, revealing a sharp canine before she disappeared with a shadow step. I looked down to see her on a thin nose-shaped rock about a dozen yards below from the wide mountain peak we had been training on. I ignited God's step once again. In that moment of focus, I felt the draining presence of Regis within me. He had remained unresponsive no matter how much I called for him. When I tried to eject him out, I could feel my ether core anchoring him inside, leaving me no choice but to remain patient. Focusing my senses on the streams of ether that had lit up around me, I appeared next to 3 Steps with a crackle of etheric electricity. Without pause, my mentor disappeared once again, her body becoming a dark blur before appearing another several yards below me, near the base of a winding ravine. The two of us had made our way up this particular mountain using only our teleportation abilities. 3 Steps had shared with me that many of the mountains surrounding the village were sort of obstacle courses for the Shadow Claws to use for training. With how much difficulty I'd had God stepping up the narrow ridges and jagged peaks leading to the very top of this mountain, I refused to believe that this was one of the easier courses. I continued to follow after 3 Steps down the mountain, my breath fogging in front of me and sweat leaving a chilly trail down my face and back. With all of the unknowns in my life always weighing on my mind, focusing solely on training made me feel more in control, and with a mentor helping me progress, it wasn't as frustrating as nearly killing myself over and over to see some actual results. I didn't want to admit it, but I was enjoying myself for the first time since my training in the flying castle. My mind flashed to memories of learning elemental magic from Boond, Dicathen, Hester, and Camus back in the castle. We'd had fun then. Dicathen and I had enjoyed listening to the elders complain and gossip, and I couldn't remember when learning magic had ever been more enjoyable. At that time we'd been at war, yes, but there was still hope that we could win, and I still had my father, I still had Sylvie. 3 Steps was waiting for me on a flat protrusion hidden by snow-capped trees, gazing at me with a small frown. One of the things that I had noticed early on was how hyper-empathic 3 Steps was. She told me it had to do with how the Shadow Claws communicated using memories, allowing for a deeper sensitivity of not only scenes shared between their tribe members, but also the emotions that followed. When I didn't immediately meet her pause, she frowned deeper and stretched her arm even closer toward me. I shook my head, not willing to share these particular memories. 3 Steps looked as if she might press the issue, but the cry of a bird high above us made her flinch and fall into a crouch. She stared upward, trying to see through the clouds. I followed her gaze, unprepared for her excessive reaction. It was only a bird coin, the black body of a human-sized bird with a beak shaped like a spear, dipped below the surface of the white clouds. It wheeled once around the mountain top, then rose back into the white sea and vanished. A spear beak, I said, more to myself than to 3 Steps. Turning away from the sky, I found her practically flat against the ground, the fur along her neck and back standing on end, her teeth bared in a silent hiss. I gently tapped my mentor's arm and pointed to a shallow cave in the face of the mountain. After a moment, we made our way to the cave, though 3 Steps never took her gaze away from the sky. Standing with our backs flat up against the shallow cavity on the side of the mountain, I couldn't help but wonder at the spear beak's visit. What would bring a lone member of their tribe all the way to the Shadow Claw village? A scout perhaps looking for Kara and me, or maybe just for Swifture. Staring at the spear beak weaving up and down the clouds, an idea struck me. I knew it might be a long shot, but I had been fortunate enough to receive a warm welcome from both their tribes. If I could provide at least a small bit of mediation, then it might be easier for us to retrieve the pieces of the portal arch. With more to gain than to lose, I grabbed 3 Steps' paw and sent her the image of Swifture saving us and leading us to their village, of our welcome there, and of being fed. I only provided snippets of the conversation we had with old Broke Beak, as I didn't want to upset her. 3 Steps pulled her paw away from me in surprise, looking at me with confusion or perhaps concern. The Shadow Claw's feline faces were still difficult for me to read. "It's okay," I said quietly, mustering up a friendly smile for her and holding out my hands again. I wanted to share more memories, the moments I had spent with Swifture on our journey from the Spear Beak village, but before I could send them, I began receiving one instead. In it, I was again with Spear Rider. We were a little older than before, and this memory took place high in the mountains. He was running, sprinting along the snow-dusted stone, and from the emotions I felt through 3 Steps' eyes as I watched his back, I knew that their relationship was far past mere friends. "Faster, Spear Rider," I shouted as Spear Rider chased after a plump rodent the size of his torso. "What use is your 3 Steps if it takes you so long to recharge?" he retorted with a playful growl just before his body flashed. Spear Rider Shadow stepped right in the rodent's path, startling it, but just as he swept his etheric claws down at our prey, the mole dipped under the snow and resurfaced several yards behind him. I let out a howl of laughter as my life partner yelled in frustration. We had been chasing after this snow mole for the past hour, hoping to bring it back to the village and have a feast. It was rare to see one of these reclusive beasts, and even more rare to catch one, as they could burrow into the snow faster than even a shadow claw could get close. Unlike its brethren, this mole continued to resurface rather than hiding deep in the snow, which had given us a chance. This fearless rodent must be taught not to be so brazen, Spear Rider hissed as he sprinted after it, with me following close behind. I've heard stories about how these beasts are able to feed an entire village twice over because of their ability to make their bodies small or large, I yelled, excitement pounding at my heart. Imagine how proud Sleeps in Snow will be if we bring one back, Spear Rider looked back with an eager grin. Perhaps we'll finally be allowed to train as pathfinders. The thought of being one of the coveted seekers of answers, traveling far beyond the safety of the village hoping to find secrets, made my heart pound even harder. Filled with determination, I shadow-stepped mid-sprint just behind the plump white rodent. That's when I noticed that it was chewing on something as it was scurrying. My moment of distraction allowed the rodent to dip back into the snow and reappear just off the edge of a ravine. A shadow flashed by and I watched as Spear Rider leapt from the ravine's edge and Shadow stepped down into it and out of sight. Spear Rider, why? My ears twitched at a sharp, wet thud and a pained grunt from below, just barely audible in the silence of the snowy landscape. Then the gut-wrenching shriek of a spearbeak's battle cry resounded across the walls of the ravine. My vision swam as the blood rushed up to my head. I shadow-stepped to the edge of the ravine where I found a spearbeak on top of my partner. Without hesitation, I shadow-stepped once more on top of the lanky bird mounted on top of Spear Rider with my claws extended, but something flashed in the corner of my eye. Spinning, I brought my claws up in time to block a second spearbeak's sharp bill aimed straight for my throat. My paws gripped the ground and I slid to a halt just before going off the edge of the shelf of rock, which was high up on the side of the ravine. That's when I noticed the trail of blood that I had made. 2 red lines had been drawn in the snow by my own feet, but it wasn't my blood. Despite the danger I was in, my gaze followed the crimson trail slowly until I found myself looking at Spear Rider. My partner's pale pelt was red with blood that was still pooling underneath him, his hollow eyes open in shock and pain. A howl ripped from my throat as the anguish and grief washed over me like a blizzard, and despite the Creator's magic drained from my body, I gathered what I had left to sharpen and lengthen my claws. That's when I noticed. The spearbeaks, both dark as a stormy night, blended in with the shadow blanketed over us, and below the second spearbeak's talons was the rodent that they had used to lure us in, a thin white string attached to its neck. My eyes watered in rage as I shot forward, cursing to myself that I shouldn't have wasted my third shadow step earlier to catch up to the rodent. The spearbeak that had tried to kill me shuffled forward and met my claws with a barrage of stabs using its beak, forcing me to go on the defensive. I parried and dodged, careful not to slip on the melting snow beneath me, but my focus waned when the other spearbeak began ripping a strip of flesh off my partner. It took its time swallowing the flesh down, its eyes locked on me as if taunting me. The vile creature, eternal enemy of my people, continued to peck at and tear off pieces of Spear Rider, letting out elated squawks while I struggled to defend myself. Abruptly, the memory flashed out, followed by a jumble of other memories of altercations with the spearbeaks, of expression of fear, hatred, and grief from the Shadow Claw tribe. And as quickly as the desire to help bring these 2 tribes together had come, that desire faded. I wasn't sure if the animosity between the different tribes was a creation of the Jinn or the result of eons of competition, war, and strife, but healing such old wounds would be the work of lifetimes, not some afternoon quest for me complete on my way through. For the first time, I stumbled after being pulled out of 3 Steps' memories, her emotions still lingering and affecting me. The 2 of us shared a long look, and even without speaking a single word, I knew by 3 Steps' expression that I had overstayed my welcome. A palpable tension clung to the air as we arrived back at the village, and it was obvious that the gathering of shadow claws near the village entrance had something to do with it. 3 Steps was scanning through the crowd, clearly concerned. It wasn't until I spotted Kara that I realized what was going on. Her blade was drawn, eyes calm and deadly, but she remained in a neutral pose, unwilling to strike. I stepped forward to help her, but 3 Steps stopped me. She let out a few low mewls and stuck out her paw. My gaze shifted between my mentor and Karab before I impatiently accepted her invitation. I don't wish for a battle, but if you want my aid, I will need to know the whole truth. With our hands pressed together, I sent her the memory of the Shadow Claw ambush. From the moment the first of them burst from the snow and killed Swifture, all the way to Karaz's destruction of the bodies and our formulation of the plan to get into their village. Throughout the vision, I felt 3 steps flinch away from me, but she never broke the contact, allowing me to complete the sending. I ended by replaying our discovery of the broken portal, the elderly Four Fists giving us their piece, and my conversation with Kara about needing to collect all the portal pieces in order to leave this zone. When we broke contact, I tried to get some sense of 3 steps feeling, but her feline face was unreadable. Damn it, I don't have time for this. I got ready to accept the fact that 3 steps wouldn't help us, and was about to god step to Kara's side when 3 steps flashed past me and appeared between the gathering of her tribe members and Kara. Following after her, I stood next to the Alacrian noble, whose expression finally relaxed when she saw me. "You're here." "Sorry I'm late," I muttered, my eyes locked on the 2 familiar shadow claws leading the group. I could discern Left Tooth's aggressive growling as his gaze flickered toward me and Kara, while even the calm Sleepsin Snow let out a wizened rumble. Anger and fear was clear amongst the tribe members, but the reaction of the group changed as 3 steps spoke. "It's hard to assess the situation here without knowing what they're saying," Kara said softly. "Do you know what's going on?" I shook my head. "I don't know for certain, but I think the scouts that left earlier may have found signs of our battle with their tribe members." While I didn't understand her words, 3 Steps' tone was leveled and assertive. As she continued to speak, however, some of the Shadow Claw's faces contorted into expressions of disbelief. Left Tooth in particular became even more enraged, puffing out his chest and regarding me with a look of derision, ether fluctuating erratically around him. The conversation ended with 3 Steps swinging her arm in the air and pointing behind her with a growl. She then turned back to us and motioned for us to follow her. Kara and I exchanged a wary glance and started to follow my feline mentor toward her hut when a shadow blurred toward us. Left Tooth and 2 of his lackeys darted past my companion and lunged toward me, his jagged ether claws humming balefully. My foot snapped out in a front kick, but he shadow stepped at the last instant. I was ready for this, my vision swirling with the etheric paths, feeding me the route that Left Tooth had taken. I drove my elbow back, catching him in the side of the head and knocking him to the ground. Kara had managed to block the slashing claws of the second Shadow Claw, and I grabbed a third mid-teleport and slammed him into the ground. Pain exploded from my calf, and I twisted away from Left Tooth's claws as he darted away. "Regis, now would be a great time to be useful," I snapped, only to be met with silence. Annoyance grew to anger as Kara struggled to keep the other Shadow Claw at bay without gravely injuring it. Left Tooth let out a growl, his claws elongating and contorting the air around them before his form disappeared in yet another shadow step. Just as he appeared in front of me, I god-stepped as well. The haughty Shadow Claw's head whirled side to side as I stood behind him. Sweeping his legs out from under him, I grabbed the side of his head and slammed Left Tooth face first into the snowy ground. The Shadow Claw's arms flailed, his claws scratching desperately at the air, but I held him down firmly, my fingers all but ready to crush his head. "Gray," my head spun to see that it was 3 Steps who had called my name. Her eyes, filled with anger and sorrow, bore into me as she shook her head. It was then that I noticed that a blanket of silence had fallen over the entire village. Not even the soft howl of the wind could be heard, as everyone's attention was solely focused on me. I released my hold over Left Tooth and stood up, sweeping my gaze over the tribe members. Each one I looked at flinched in fear until my eyes locked onto 3 Steps, who was walking toward me. 3 Steps held out her paw one last time, and I saw a vision of the portal piece. It was in the caves just above the waterfall, hidden in a bed of black sand beneath a glinting, quartz-crusted boulder. I stood there dumbly, going over the memory once more just to make sure I wouldn't forget, when a light nudge snapped me back to my mentor. 3 Steps held up her other paw, handing me a hollow ball, slightly smaller than my palm, that rattled at the slightest movement. I'd seen the younger children play with similar balls, and 3 Steps had shown me a memory in which she taught them how to use it. Rarely, the hardy little trees in the village would grow a fruit large enough to turn into this toy. When the fruit dried, it became incredibly hard and trapped the seed inside. The adults would pull out the stem, leaving a hole just slightly smaller than the seed in the top of the ball, and would cut a thin seam in the side just before the hardening process was complete. It was one way in which the kittens learned to manifest their claws, as only by using an etheric claw could they pull the seed through the hole. Prying my gaze away from the toy, which I knew would be crucial for my growth, I looked at 3 Steps once more. My chest tightened as 3 Steps walked past me and picked up Left Tooth without another word. My gaze followed her as she walked off toward her tribe members without once looking back. "It's time to go," I finally said to Kara, turning my back to my mentor as well. Perhaps sensing my mood, the Alacrian noble walked silently by my side as the 2 of us made our way across the village to the waterfall. I struggled to keep myself from looking back. Regret and guilt tore at my insides as I wished nothing more than to thank and say goodbye to the mentor who had shared and taught me so much in the past few days. But I knew her duty was to her village, and it would be wrong of me to disparage the trust she had with her tribe members by acting so close to her. Of all the trials in the relictums, this zone was the most cruel in the way it tested an ascender. I was ready to be finished with it. Chapter 306. I gulped down a mouthful of icy water, letting it wash down my throat before standing back up. Beside me, Kara winced as she swallowed down the crystal-clear liquid flowing into the waterfall nearby. I continued to survey our surroundings, careful to make sure Left Tooth or his entourage hadn't followed us. "I don't think they'll try and confront us again," Kara said casually, walking over to me. "It would be obvious to even the children how outmatched they were against you. You held your own pretty well back there." I raised my brow, studying the Alacrian noble. "It seems like you've actually grown stronger since we arrived in this zone." "It's such a rare occurrence for you to compliment me, Gray," she said, narrowing her eyes. "It's a shame that it had to sound so condescending." "I didn't mean for it to come out that way," I responded, suddenly flustered. "My apologies." "Apology accepted." A faint smile played at the edge of Kara's pink lips. "Now let's grab the portal piece before any other trouble shows up. It's been too peaceful out here and it's making me anxious." Nodding in agreement, I pointed toward a set of caves formed on the sloping face of the mountain peak. "We're nearly there." The two of us made our way over to the other side of the wide stream, arriving in front of an obscure crack between two larger caves. Taking the lid, I squeezed through the entrance, which was just barely wide enough for me to fit in sideways. Gray, care to give me a hand?" I turned back to see Kara stuck midway, struggling to dislodge her upper body. "You're lucky Regis isn't here," I said with a smirk before pulling her free. Even with 3 steps memory guiding us in the right direction, it still took the better half of an hour to navigate the winding tunnel, which branched off several times as we went deeper. Finally, I found the glittering boulder that signified the final split and started counting 28 short paces before I started digging with my hands. Hidden in a layer of black sand was a thin slab of white stone about 4 inches wide and 8 inches long. "Only 3 left," Kara said with a deep breath. I stored the portal piece in my dimension rune. 1 step closer. Suddenly, a dull throb radiated from my lower back before echoing off my core, causing me to buckle forward. "Gray, it's fine," I grunted, standing back up. "It's Regis again. I don't know what's happening to him, but it looks like he's closing in on whatever he's been trying to do." The pulses, which had started just the day before, had grown steadily stronger. Luckily, they were more a bother than anything else, but I really was starting to worry about my snarky companion. Snapping out of my thoughts, I turned to Kara, who had been staring at me in concern. "Let's go." The two of us walked silently on the powdery snow, having already traveled quite a few miles from the mountain where we had located the Shadow Claw's portal piece. We were headed roughly in the direction of the Spear Beaks village, hoping to obtain their piece of the puzzle and get more information on the last 2 pieces. As to whether they'd willingly give us this information, I had no qualms with forcing it out of them after experiencing 3 Steps memories. Looking down, I focused on the dried fruit toy that 3 Steps had given me, which I had pulled out to keep me occupied as we walked. While frustrating to no end, I knew that mastering this children's trinket would be the first step in creating my own ether construct. I coalesced ether around my hand once more before digging my index finger into the small opening of the fruit. I started trying to squeeze violet aura through the tip of my finger and into the inside of the fruit. I only served to push the fruit away as a dull purple bulge formed over my finger. Focusing as hard as I could on the small opening of the toy, I tried to lengthen and narrow the tip of the etheric aura surrounding my finger, but I was only able to push it out a fraction of an inch more before it became painful. I was reminded of the ether cannon ability I had come up with to move through the snow and tried to use that as a basis. Except, once enough ether gathered at a central point, it burst out, taking the toy along with it. I turned to see Kara watching me with a smile in her eyes and lips pressed shut from trying to keep from laughing. "Have you grown frustrated with it enough to shoot it out of your own hands?" "I didn't do it on purpose," I grumbled, jogging a few paces to where the toy had landed. "This toy is just proving to be more of a challenge than I expected. Shadow Claws spend most of their childhood training with this, and that's taking into account their innate aptitude for this ability." I picked up the dried fruit and gave it a shake before turning back to Kara. So, Kara walked up to me and wrapped her hands over my hand and the toy, gently pushing it down. "You're not going to get this in the span of a few hours, especially when half of your brain is busy figuring out what to do next." "Did you gain wisdom alongside your horns?" I scoffed. "That's discrimination," Kara pouted. "And no, I didn't. People just tend to grow up rather fast when their childhood is difficult." I couldn't help but agree as I thought back to my childhoods both as Gray and as Arthur. My joke was rather insensitive, sorry. "Do my horns look that odd to you?" Kara asked, leaning closer toward me. "I've always hidden them from everyone except my mentor, and she has horns as well." I stepped away. "They don't look odd on you." It's just that I haven't exactly had a positive experience with people who have horns. Kara raised a brow, her piercing scarlet eyes growing even more curious. What sort of experiences? Kara stopped and shook her head. Never mind, as intrigued as I am to know more about you, I'd rather you tell me once you feel more comfortable. I appreciate it, I replied, tucking the dried fruit toy back into my dimension rune. But I paused, staring into the distance. What is that? Karat turned to examine the horizon. It looks like another storm that's rising from the ground. She was right. It did look like a storm, except there weren't any clouds in the sky. Above us, the glacier blue expanse was still painted with the aurora colors over the endless range of mountains. On the ground, the snow was kicked up, swirling as if in the midst of a blizzard. But the real problem was that it was heading our way and approaching fast. My vision shifted into a blaze of violet trails as I instinctively prepared to use God's step, but I held myself back. The storm wasn't moving in any sort of natural formation, but looked to be weaving, almost as if it were alive. A part of me was actually relieved that it might be an enemy. So far, the most dangerous obstacle we'd faced in this zone had been the weather, and that wasn't something I could fight, much less win against. Deciding to confront whatever was approaching us rather than waste Etha God stepping only for it to follow after us, I pulled Kara close. Brace yourself, I said, shrouding myself in Etha as Kara did the same with Mana. I dug my heels into the snow and prepared for impact, but instead of sweeping over us, the blizzard encircled our location. Once it was close enough, I could make out etheric shapes moving in the snow cloud, and I realized what this must be. The wild things, I muttered. A ghostly creature made of snow and ice suspended in a tornado of ether broke free from the blizzard and rushed toward us. It reminded me of the malevolent phantom that had possessed Ada in the mirror room, except this thing had taken possession of the land itself, coming to life as a sort of snow golem, a shapeless whirlwind of conscious ether. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of identical ether beasts made up the storm that had surrounded us. Sheathing myself in another layer of ether, I lunged forward to meet the construct. My fist burst through the snow and ether, but it only rippled like water and swirled back together as I passed through it. A thin arm ending in 3 icy claws slashed at me. Just as my fist had passed through its body, its claws moved through me, unabated by my etheric barrier. Though they left no physical wound, a line of cold fire burned in my side. Ether flooded from my core to heal the perceived wound. Don't let them touch you, I barked, just as Kara burst forward, her blade flashing down through the golem's body. Her attack, however, was even less effective than my punch. It slashed at her with a second clawed arm, forcing her to jump back. 2 more arms coalesced from the snow of its body, both reaching out for me. I tried to grab its wrists, but my hands closed only on the suspended snow. The claws drew twin lines of icy pain along my sides, forcing my body to again heal the wounds. And draining my ether in the process, I realized. Now would be a great time to come out, Regis, I growled, feeling his presence absorbing more of my already dwindling reserves. Dodging a flurry of the being's claws, I coalesced ether into my right hand. Relying solely on the channels that I had forged myself without the help of Regis's natural ability to draw in ether, it took much more time to gather the appropriate amount of energy. Once I did, I raised my hand, now wrapped in a nimbus of purple light, and unleashed an explosion of ether out at the closest snow golem. The ether cannon ripped through not only the snow golem I had aimed at but 3 more behind it, distorting the etheric mist holding them together before their frozen bodies crumbled into the snow. I winced at the sudden drop in my ether reserves, and all to kill only a handful of the golems. My gaze flashed to Kara as I felt the oppressive aura of her sulfur, which cloaked her blade in black flame. She swung wide, bisecting 3 ether golems. The sulfur around her weapon spread through the center of the etheric beings, eating away the captured snow and ice. However, I could still see the purplish mists, and they were already collecting snow from the ground to fashion themselves new bodies. Kiran noticed as well but remained calm. It seems like the most I'll be able to do is stall them. Do you have a plan? My ether cannon seems to destroy them for good, but I don't have enough ether to kill all of them, I said while evading a pair of snow golems. Kara thrust forward, disintegrating another golem's body with her soul fear. I'll follow your lead. Conserve your mana and stall as many as you can, I replied before turning back and locking gazes with the Alacrian noble. And thank you, we both want to get out of here alive, Gray, she replied before turning her focus back to the wave of golems emerging from the snow and surrounding us. I scanned the press of golems, suddenly worried we might accidentally destroy the portal piece, but I couldn't see through the blowing snow and ether to locate it. Would they simply be carrying it around with them? Perhaps it was hidden in an extra-dimensional storage. The worst-case scenario was that they kept it hidden under the snow somewhere we'd never find it. Dodging a swiping claw, I thrust my hand into the attacking golem's chest. The ether rippled around my fist, but the creature seemed otherwise unaffected. Perhaps it was a reflex from learning to fight against the chimeras and Corallians, but without thinking about it, I began to absorb the tornado of ether into my hand. The golem shivered, and the metallic screeching that issued from it set my teeth on edge. As I drew in its ether, several pairs of claws jammed into my sides and back from the golem's brethren, sending shocking jolts of breathless pain through me. Feeling my core replenishing, I grinned through the pain. My newfound ether supply meant that I could be a bit more reckless in my usage. I pushed outward, coalescing as much ether as possible into the thin layer surrounding my body. The barrier grew thicker, now casting a purple glow over the trampled snow around me. A claw came down from above, and I lifted my arm instinctively to block it, and the ghostly form of the golem clashed against the barrier. Despite the visible cracks on my protective aura where the claws had struck me, it failed to pierce through. Taking advantage of the golem's opening, I plunged my hand into its body. I absorbed ether once more through my hand, which was sheathed in violet energy. Like before, the golem began to emit a piercing shriek and froze in place, quaking slightly. Catching another golem's movement out of the corner of my eye, I dipped under its horizontal slash and with my other hand did the same to a second icy being. They continued to desperately claw at me, creating more and more cracks in my etheric barrier until it shattered, fading out of existence. By then, however, it was already too late for the golems. During the 10 breaths that it took to draw on their ether, more and more golems surrounded me. The two I was draining vanished, their shrieks cutting out suddenly as the snow that made up their physical form was released from the little tornado and drifted slowly to the ground. Before I had enough time to conjure another shroud thick enough to protect me against the golems, a set of icy claws managed to catch me across my left hip, while another slashed down my back. The icy pain drove my body to heal my injuries once more, draining my reserves. Before more could gather around me, I unleashed a dome of etheric pressure, careful not to let it reach where Kara was fighting. The golems surrounding me stiffened in the expanse of purple that encompassed the space around us, giving me the opportunity to jump onto another golem and begin draining its ether. I could see the effects my spell had on the golems, the violet mist that held their form together quivering and distorting. Outside the dome, Kara spun, parried, weaved, and cut like a master swordsman, each precise strike burning away the body of a golem, and each step taking her just out of range of a swiping claw. However, I could clearly see the nebulous of ether gathering around her, some already forming back new bodies. Rather than wasting ether forming a new barrier around me, I sought protection elsewhere. Igniting God's step, I flashed to where Kara fought and drove my hand into the mass of etheric mist trying to form a body of snow. "Keep the golems off of me while I absorb the ones without bodies," I yelled. Kara sprung into action, sticking close by me and turning into a whirlwind of destruction. The two of us continued this for what seemed like hours, Kara sparingly utilizing her sulfur to disintegrate the golems' bodies, while I absorbed enough energy to let out an etheric blast before repeating the process over again. The problem was that, while I could continue to replenish my ether reserves, my partner couldn't. I could see her movement slowing, and the sulfur sheathing her red sword flickered weakly. Kara's overhead swing came up short, leaving her open for a golem behind her to attack. Thanks to 3 Steps' unique teaching, I was able to God step in time to bring myself between the golem and Kara. Clutching the Alacrian noble close to me, I grit my teeth as a score of icy pain raked down my back. Kara's eyes widened in surprise. "G. Gray, it's fine, I'll heal while you won't," I mustered as I let go of her. "How much longer can you hold up?" "Not much longer," Kara admitted. With a nod, the two of us resumed our strategy once more, but this time at a slower pace. While I was able to permanently destroy the golems, it took time for me to absorb them completely. I needed Kara to destroy their bodies and protect me while I did so. With my internal reserves topped off, I focused on building up another ether blast. It burst from my hand to engulf dozens of the golems that made up the blizzard surrounding us, giving me a brief glimpse of the zone beyond. Then something changed. The blizzard blowing in a circle around us shivered, and several dozen forms within it compressed in on each other until it looked like a single purple blob within the white wall. What stepped out of the driving snow wasn't a meager whirlwind of snow and ice, it wasn't even a tornado. The figure was at least 12 feet high to the back. It had a broad, bearish form but walked on 6 muscular limbs, each tipped with gleaming claws of ether. A long, lance-like beak of pure ice protruded from its otherwise round, shapeless head. The resultant monstrosity looked like an amalgamation of the spear beaks, shadow claws, ghost bears, and 4 fists, except several times larger. Worse yet, it wasn't alone. Dozens of snow golems had come together to form 3 of these hideous snow sculptures. There was no choice now. We're not surrounded anymore. "Get as far away as possible while I hold it off," I demanded, igniting the rune of destruction and praying that I'd still keep my sanity after. I can still, please, I urged, my mind conjuring up the image of Karaz's body about to burn from my flames back in the mirror zone. I don't want to hurt you again. Kara clicked her tongue, but she began to leave as the violet flames flickered into existence, dancing in the air around me. Just as the dark, shadowy presence of destruction began to encroach on my mind, another pulse emanated from my core, this time with a force that brought me to my knees. Blood rushed to my head, pounding against my ears. I could barely make out Kara calling my name behind me. An unmistakably familiar presence emerged from my core, taking the dark presence of destruction along with him. Then my shadow beneath me expanded, taking on a bestial form as a giant claw the size of my torso emerged from the shaded ground. A pair of sharp amethyst eyes opened and gazed at me before a rumbling growl sounded over the tumult of wind and snow. Miss Me, Princess, Chapter 307. I watched in awe as Regis dragged himself out from the depths of my shadow rather than my body. Aside from the fact that I only came up to his chest when he stood on all fours, his front limbs now longer and more muscular than his hind legs, the shadow wolf's appearance had drastically changed. Regis's fur jutted out in hard spikes, gleaming like obsidian beneath the sharp-edged blades of purple flames that danced over him. His horns were sweeping spears that grew out from his temple and thrust forward like a bull's, while rows of serrated daggers protruded out to form his fangs. A powerful roar ripped out from the throat of my shadowy companion, carrying a palpable pressure akin to the etheric version of King's Force that I had learned from Cordry. Sensing the danger, the three giant golems' attention turned to Regis. My head snapped back to Kara. Change of plans, support Regis. Kara, despite her fatigued state, gave me a firm nod and channeled sulfur into her scarlet blade as Regis rushed forward, kicking up a cloud of snow behind him. My companion's movements blurred as he ripped a chunk out of one of the golems with his claws before spinning and lashing out at another with his spiked tail. Where his claws moved, a streak of violet trailed behind, carrying with it the aspect of destruction. While not nearly as potent as the violet flames I was able to produce utilizing the Godrune, his attacks were able to inhibit the golem's ability to regenerate, unlike Karaz's sulfur. Consuming the information being fed to me through the ether trails, I stepped near the giant golem still trying to regenerate part of its torso and leaped on top of its shoulder before plunging my hands into its body. As I began absorbing the etheric nebula that made up its actual form, the third golem retaliated by conjuring an icicle spear in its clawed hand and throwing it at me. Before I even decided to react, a sphere of sulfur crashed into the giant icicle, consuming the golem's attack before billowing out. My expression must have given away my surprise at the sight of her new spell because Karash shot me a smirk and said, "You're not the only one that's been training Grey." With my reserves nearly full, I began to coalesce ether into my palm in preparation for another ether blast when the golem I was standing on lurched, throwing me off. "Watch it," I growled at Regis, who had rammed his head against the golem I was on top of, skewering it with his horns. Twisting my body to reorient myself, I launched the condensed blast of ether at the golem's head. A muted explosion reverberated as my spell hit, but even decapitated, the golem was still able to wrap all of its 6 limbs around Regis. The other 2 golems quickly took advantage of Regis's limited mobility and began pummeling him with a barrage of fists, claws, and icicles. Despite the onslaught that he faced, however, his thick coat of spiked fur and jagged flames mitigated most of the damage he took, giving me and Kara another opening. Channeling more ether into my right hand, I condensed it as much as possible before flashing toward the cluster of giant golems and releasing my attack point blank. While the close-range attack greatly reduced the amount of ether it leaked while traveling midair, the rebound from the impact made by the spell was strong enough to blow me backwards, hurling me several yards into the air. I stepped to the ground, absorbing the momentum of the recoil, then ignited the Godrune once more to avoid a giant icicle the size of a carriage that had been hurled at me, despite my etheric blast burning away 2 of my attacker's arms. Kara let loose another cluster of smaller sulfur bombs that expanded upon impact, destroying chunks of the giant golem's limbs and bodies, now thoroughly misshapen and freeing Regis. Letting out another roar that sounded more like a dragon than a wolf, Regis became a whirlwind of jagged flames, fangs, and claws, mincing the trio of golems like they were in a thresher. "I don't even think we're needed at this point," Kara said with a weary chuckle, the black flames dancing around her fingers dimming. As if the golems took her words as a challenge, the physical constructs of snow and ice that made up their bodies suddenly collapsed to the ground. The purple mist that made up their true forms began to coalesce, becoming thicker and clearer while also condensing into a smaller form. A dome of kinetic force erupted from where the etheric being gathered, sending Regis soaring over the snow. Kara was barely able to anchor herself by stabbing her blade into the ground, while I opted to clad myself in a thicker layer of ether and dig my heels into the ground. From the epicenter of the explosion appeared an ethereal humanoid being with 4 translucent purple arms and a pair of wings that spanned twice its 7-foot height. Covering its limbs were plates of armor made of ice. But the most surprising feature was the white portal shard covering half of its faceless head like a decorative mask. Kirat took a step forward. "Is that?" A smile formed on the edge of my lips. "The portal piece." My body was tinged with a violet hue as Etha clung tightly around me. As I prepared to confront the 4-armed humanoid, however, a sharp burst of malicious thoughts broke my concentration. "This thing is mine," Regis snarled in a voice that didn't sound quite like his own. My shadowy companion rushed forward in a blur, his destruction-infused jaws snapping rapidly. However, the snow beneath Regis caved in and hardened so that his limbs were frozen to the ground. Letting out a frustrated growl, the shadow wolf began jerking his body, trying to free himself, but even with the aspect of destruction coating his body, the ice held firm. With a beat of its translucent purple wings, the being shot up high above the ground and began raining down a shower of icicles tinged in ether. Karaf flashed ahead of me, putting herself between Regis and the flurry of ether-clad icicles without hesitation, and conjured a wall of soulfire. Meanwhile, I ignited God's Step, teleporting in the air above our opponent to stop its attack. Shrouding myself in a nimbus of violet energy, I oriented myself as I fell straight on top of the humanoid's shoulders. Grabbing hold of the being's neck, its wings beating frantically to either side as our bodies bobbed up and down in the air, I wrapped my legs around its waist and tried to rip the portal piece from its head. However, the white slab of stone wouldn't budge, and the plates of frozen armor began to gnaw away at the protective layer of ether surrounding me. Seeing that Kara had managed to block most of the attack with her black flames and free Regis, I changed my tactics. Rather than trying to tear off the portal piece, I gripped the humanoid being's head with both hands. As I tried to absorb the ether that made up its purple flesh, however, I was overwhelmed by a torrent of energy. It was like trying to drink water from the bottom of a lake. At the risk of drowning, I released my grip around its head and focused on the humanoid's wings instead. The being began to writhe in pain, trying to pull me off its back with its arms or batter me with its wings, but I clung on firmly even as my foe's icy chill emanated through my protective shroud, causing my flesh to ache and burn as crystalline patterns of frost bloomed from every point where we contacted one another. Amassing a condensed sphere of ether around my right hand, which threatened to explode at the tiniest break in my concentration, I began molding it, much like I had practiced using the dried fruit toy that 3 Steps had given me. Flares of purple energy leaked out as I tried to change the ether's form, but I persisted until I was able to make something akin to a misshapen disc. I sipped from the humanoid form's ether, carefully not to let it submerge me as I continued to try and make the disc thinner, but a sharp crack resounded across the snowy plain and a mind-numbing pain radiated from my left leg. Almost losing concentration enough to explode the etheric disc I held in the palm of my hand, I chose to fire the spell immediately instead, aiming at the base of the creature's right wing. The translucent purple disc shot out from my hand, dissipating into the air in mere moments, but not before it managed to sever cleanly through one etheric wing. A grating sound akin to a hum and a screech issued from the being as we both began plummeting down to the snowy ground. "Regis!" I roared, both aloud and in my head to grab my shadowy companion's attention. Seeing the large, dark blur approaching us on the ground, I released my grip around the humanoid before igniting God's Step once more. With a crackle of violet lightning, I arrived on the ground some distance away, but immediately fell forward as my left leg gave out from under me. Gray, Kara rushed to my side, her scarlet eyes staring in horror at my shattered leg. However, my own focus went to the bloody wound on her shoulder blade. "How'd you get that injury?" I asked, wincing at the pain of my leg grinding and shifting as it healed. The Alacrian noble shook her head. "It was Regis, but I don't think he realized he'd hit me. He's not exactly in the right state of mind right now." Annoyance rose at seeing Kara injured because of us, but I was also thankful that Regis's newly acquired destruction ability wasn't nearly as potent as mine. If it manifested as all-consuming flames like mine did, turning my gaze to the battle ensuing in the distance, I could see Regis and the etheric being locked in a heated melee. Each attack carried enough force behind it to release shockwaves of energy that could be felt from even where Kara and I watched. "I should go help," I said, standing up. Kara looked down at my healed leg, her expression hidden behind her obsidian horn, then looked back up at me. "Regis doesn't seem to want help." "I know," I frowned, "but I can feel this new form of his eating away at Regis." With a nod, she stepped forward, standing by my side. "I've drained too much mana to be able to keep up with the two of you. I'll support from behind." My gaze fell to the curved gash that reached up her shoulder. While it had stopped bleeding, I could make out a tinge of purple over it. "I'm sorry about that." Kara pushed me forward with a faint grin. "If it scars, you'll have to answer to my mentor. Now go." Etheric lightning crackled around me as I ignited God's step. My surroundings changed as I appeared a few paces behind the humanoid just as its arms tripled in length and slammed down on Regis, creating a crater beneath him. "This thing is mine," Regis growled venomously. "Shut up," I spat back, rushing forward with an ether-clad step. I was forced to duck as the being's remaining wing condensed into a scythe of ether and cut toward my neck. I grabbed the wing as it hissed over my head and twisted the being's body sideways, then planted my leg in its stumbling path, letting it tumble sideways to the ground. Gathering energy in my hand, I delivered an etheric punch, less potent than gauntlet form but still effective, to its exposed chest, creating a swirling cavern through which I could see the snow-packed ground. I gathered ether again and prepared to release a point-blank blast when something dark and heavy hit me from the side, shouldering me out of the way before tearing into the humanoid golem. A scoff escaped my lips as my frustration boiled over into anger at my companion's rebelliousness. "So that's how you want to do this?" An aura of violet energy hummed around my clawed hand as I walked toward Regis and the etheric being rolling in the snow like a couple of wild animals wrestling. Not bothering to suppress myself any longer, I raised my open palm and aimed it at the two of them before launching the torrent of ether. An inhuman screech and a deep howl of pain resounded up into the mountain peaks. Both Regis and the creature had been knocked to the ground where they writhed in pain, momentarily stunned. "Thanks for holding this thing steady, pal," I said before plunging one hand into the being's fading purple body and carefully absorbing its ether. At the same time, I worked at the portal piece with my other hand, trying to pull it free from the faceless head. Using the humanoid's own body to fuel mine, reinforcing the strength of my arm, hand, and fingers with its ether, I was able to finally pry the white stone slab free with a satisfying crack. The dense concentration of ether that made up the humanoid's body unraveled. Without the portal piece serving as its anchor, the etheric being detonated into an enormous maelstrom of violet energy that soon rippled out of existence. I stood awkwardly for a moment, the sudden silence uncomfortable after the overwhelming noise of the battle, until Regis finally found the strength to stand on his clawed feet. "Look what you did," Regis spat, advancing toward me with deadly intent. "If you weren't so fixated on that stupid stone piece, I would have been able to absorb all of its ether." "Then what?" I matched my companion's menacing glare, not a shred of sympathy evident in my voice. "You were going to kill me and Kara and romp free in this wasteland," Regis bared his obsidian fangs. "Maybe I would," my fist dug into the side of his face, pummeling his head into the ground. Holding out a hand to stop Kara from approaching, I kept my gaze on Regis. "Looks like I've been a bit too easy on you." With a rage-fueled snarl, the shadowy wolf retaliated with a swipe of his huge paw, then snapped at me with destruction-laced jaws. However, his movements were wild at best and infantile at worst, making it easy to dodge. I returned each of his attacks with an ether-clad strike of my own, except mine actually connected. After all my practicing to take in information from the etheric paths to use God's step, I could feel the improvements in both my reaction time and mental acuity in battle. "Did you forget that you have no idea what would happen to you if I were to die?" I growled, throwing a hook into his side that sent him skidding through the snow for several yards. He barked out a cold, unkind laugh. "Don't pretend that you care about me. You've only seen me as a weapon, a tool for you to use. Now that you've seen my potential, you're scared of me, aren't you?" "I'd be a lot more emotional if I had ever actually seen you as a weapon," I chortled. "You've been more of a leech than anything else." With a furious howl, Regis charged toward me, the aspect of destruction burning even more fiercely. Spinning on my heels, I dodged and parried my companion's deadly claws, making him waste more of his reserves. "You've been sucking my ether core dry these past few days, and you think suddenly you're powerful," I said with a scoff. "I think the Usuras made a mistake when they told me you'd be a weapon." "Shut up," Regis roared, his voice slowly becoming more distorted as the aspect of destruction took over his body. Finally, when I sensed that my companion had all but used the last of his ether reserves, I lunged forward to grab him around the neck, then tossed him over my shoulder and pinned him to the ground so that I was glaring down into one wide, glowing eye. "You don't think if I can push you out of my body, I can't take you back in?" The bear-sized wolf twitched as he began to fade, turning to smoke and ether as his form receded back into the shadow beneath my feet. Regis burned like a star within me. I ignited my Godrune in an effort to seize control of the aspect of destruction rampaging inside me. It took every fiber of my being to properly utilize the pure force of ether to control the plague-like entity of destruction, but after what seemed like an eternity, I found my eyes slowly opening. Above me, the sky gleamed glacier blue and moved with the aurora. Kara's scarlet eyes peered down at me, laced with surprise and concern. "You're awake," she said with a relieved smile. I let out a hoarse laugh as I struggled to sit up. "I can literally regrow missing limbs and you still worry." "Yes, I do," she said seriously, helping me up. Taken aback by her straightforwardness, I turned my attention inward to where Regis's presence glowed faintly. With a gentle push, my companion emerged from my shadow in the form of a diminutive wolf pup. We locked eyes for a moment before he turned his gaze to Kara. "Gray Kara, I don't," I said, cutting him off. "You tried to kill me, I said some pretty mean things, we'll call it even." Tousling his shadowy head, I shot him a grin. "Besides, you were pretty badass." "Agreed," Kara said, giving me a mischievous grin. "Perhaps a battle scar will help me get out of some of the potential suitors my blood has so kindly lined up for me." The three of us started laughing in the silence of the snowy field, but a sharp cry from high above cut us off. We looked up to find several white, bird-like shapes wheeling through the blue sky. "Spearbeaks," I uttered, the memories of the spearbeak slaughtering 3 steps mate still fresh in my mind. Chapter 308. Kara and I appeared atop the snow-capped cliff guarding the entrance to the Spearbeak village. Branches of etheric lightning crackled around us from the use of God's step, as we were greeted by the sharp, beady stares of several dozen oversized birds. Large torchlights cast a warm glow over the once eerily cold village and filled the hollow mountain top with a wooden, slightly acrid scent. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the spearbeaks as they began to flap, honk, and screech. A few even took to the skies carrying long, colorful streamers circling over us in an intricate pattern. "Are they throwing us a party?" Kara asked hesitantly. "Stay on guard," I whispered before taking a step forward. Immediately, the crowd of spearbeaks parted to create a path for us, revealing old Brokebeak garbed in an elaborate fur coat that reflected the flickering lights cast by the torches. Lining each side of the path to old Brokebeak, warriors of the tribe held out a variety of food. "Welcome, welcome, mighty ascenders," old Brokebeak squawked excitedly, rousing another wave of cheers from his tribe. "Yes. Today we celebrate our warrior's return." As if possessed, the overgrown birds all began to squirm and move erratically to a rapid beat made by 2 spearbeaks beating their beaks on what looked to be a giant drum. Old Brokebeak began to walk toward us, his stick-thin legs quaking slightly as he took slow step after slow step. Curious to see what he and his village had planned, I waited for him to arrive just a step away from me and Kara. He gently placed a wing on each of our shoulders and let out a mournful honk. "The scouts say that Swifture fell in battle, but he has been brave, yes, very brave, and will soar high with the creators," the old spearbeak squawked. Kara and I exchanged a wary glance. Lowering his frail wings, he continued. "Our scouts also tell of your triumph over the wild things. This deed will be written in history for all our tribe members to read, yes. Their attitudes are a lot more humble than when we first talked to them." "I like that," Regis thought weakly from within me. Though he was no longer wrapped around my core like a leech and was speaking to me again, Regis wasn't yet strong enough to maintain a physical form after his use of the destruction rune. "It's nothing heroic," I dismissed. "We're just doing what we have to do to leave this zone." "Heroic, a good word, and a true one, yes. We spearbeaks can only bow in awe at your bravery," he said before gesturing with one wing toward the table with food. "Ascenders, you must be famished. Please, the warriors of my tribe have brought you gifts of food and drink." "Is that all for us?" I asked, looking more closely at the items held in the spearbeak's wings. 2 carried slabs of meat, while 3 others did their best to hold handfuls of a fruit that looked like giant blueberries. A 6th carried a sharp black stone, while the last 2 each held an earthenware jug that sloshed when they moved. Old Brokebeak nodded his head. "A humble gift from humble spearbeaks, yes." Kara subtly squeezed the back of my arm twice, though her smile didn't falter. Even without prior preparation on nonverbal signals, I knew what she meant. If the spearbeaks were as crafty and cold-hearted as I feared, it was possible they would try to do away with us and take the portal pieces for themselves. How would I eliminate an unwary, yet more powerful foe? I looked at the food again. Poisoned? I wondered, though when I met old Brokebeak's eye, I made sure to keep my face passive, even thankful. Without any disrespect, we couldn't possibly accept such gifts. "Surely your brave warriors should be allowed to enjoy such spoils themselves," I said, lowering my gaze. "It would be more than enough if we could simply ask for your hospitality once again." The old bird stood wordless as his good eye traveled up and down me, his cracked beak pointing wherever his gaze went until he finally spoke. "Very well. While some may see it as disrespectful, though not old Brokebeak, to reject a spearbeak's gift, I see that Swifture's ascension to the creators has been difficult to bear, and so has put the ascenders off their hunger. It weighs on us also, very much so, but a feast will still be prepared, yes," he said with a nod. "Come to old Brokebeak's hut so that we may sit and discuss. There is much for you to tell." Old Brokebeak led us past the line of spearbeaks holding gifts, and though the giant berries looked delicious, they served to remind me of the memory that 3 steps had shared with me, and I knew it was best to avoid any potential trap the wily birds might prepare for us. If they were smart enough to bait in 2 cautious shadow claws, who were taught from birth to watch out for spearbeaks, Then they were smart enough to poison some food in an effort to weaken or even kill us. I thought your cockroach-like body was immune to things like poison though, Regis chimed in. But Kara isn't, I replied. I'd rather be rude than stupid. Anyway, I wanted to see how old Brokebeak reacted to our refusal. Now stay quiet and focus on recovering. You're useless to me in this state. I could almost feel Regis roll his eyes as he replied, aye aye, princess. The couple whose egg we had consumed, True Feather and Red Wings, stood amongst the rows of gangly spearbeaks, staring at Kara and I as we followed old Brokebeak into his hut. I thought of the dark shape in the sky above the Shadow Claws village and wondered if it had been Red Wings who had followed and spied on us. Once the elderly chief led us inside his home, he dipped his cracked beak and stepped back outside. Please get some rest here, there is still much to be done, but I will be back soon, yes. Wait, we came here with the portal pieces like you asked, I said hurriedly, not wanting to wait. I want to try and repair the portal with what we have now, so we just need your tribe's piece and we'll… No. Old Brokebeak clacked his beak sharply to cut me off. You must provide the 4 and we will provide the 1. Right now, Ascender only holds 3. Rest for now and we will together find a way to claim the final piece. With that, the chief hobbled away, leaving Kara and I alone. Kara let out a sigh beside me as she sunk to the ground. How frustrating. That's putting it mildly, I said with a scoff as my eyes flickered to the bed of straw, feathers, and grass where old Brokebeak usually sat. It's unlikely the old bird left the one thing we want alone in the same room as us. The Alacrian noble chimed in as I made my way toward where the portal piece had previously been hidden. I rifled through the bedding but only found the dusty floor of the chief's hut. Damn it. Kara remained silent as I took a seat next to her, tense and angry. It hadn't been that long since we'd first arrived at the Spearbeaks village, grateful for Swifture's assistance and the village's hospitality. But in that short time frame, a lot had changed. I had seen too much. A part of me blamed myself for everything that transpired. I should have noticed it sooner, the facts that didn't quite add up to what these tall birds had told us, the animosity that all other tribes had toward the Spearbeaks, the bird people's eagerness to use us for their own purposes. If it hadn't been for the Four Fists Chieftain's challenge, we might have exterminated the entire tribe before realizing they were anything but wild ether beasts. If it wasn't for the lingering doubt I'd felt after that battle, we might have gotten revenge against the Shadow Claws for their ambush. I shuddered at the thought of 3 steps and the rest of her tribe's corpses scattered about in a maelstrom of Kara's soulfire and my ether blasts. No. I did the right thing in following my instincts, and while lives were lost, much worse could have happened if I had trusted old Brokebeak implicitly. While the elderly chief and his tribe still thought we were on their side, I had to be patient and wait for the right moment. How's Regis doing? Kara asked, snapping me out of my thoughts. He's using my ether reserves to recover while he rests, I answered, turning to the Alacrian noble. That was when I noticed that she was no longer shivering from the cold or even wearing a blanket over her shoulders. Are you not cold? It's a lot warmer here than before, maybe because of the torches they have lit outside for the festival, she said, shaking her head. Anyway, do you know what caused him to behave so wildly earlier during our battle? It had to do with him tapping into the destruction godrune that I have, I began. It's difficult to explain, but Regis is a lot more compatible with that specific type of magic than I am, even though I'm the one that technically has access to this magic. So he wasn't able to fully control it, Kara said in understanding. I looked down at my empty palm. Basically, this magic is really harmful to the caster if they're not compatible though, which makes it hard for me to practice it. Because Regis isn't limited like I am, I think he's learning at a much faster. I stopped, realizing that I had begun rambling. Looking back up, I could see the Alacrian noble watching me, her obsidian horns shimmering from the torch light. I frowned. What is it? It's nothing, she said, revealing a faint smile. I just appreciate the fact that you're able to share these things with me. Even if I don't fully understand, I doubt this was something you would have revealed to me when we first met. I cleared my throat before turning away from her scarlet gaze. The fact that I could silence you at any moment hasn't changed. Despite my threat, however, Kara let out a chuckle. Yes, yes. Elder Brokebeak, Kara said, her voice clear and confident as we followed behind the gangly old bird. You said earlier that your tribe would help us get the final portal piece, but we seem to be heading deeper into your village. We had waited in his hut for several hours before he finally returned with a group of battle-scarred spearbeaks behind him, only for him to have us follow him back out. Now we were walking on a well-lit path leading toward the steep cliff that sheltered their village. The Spearbeaks will help you hunt the ghost bears, yes, we will find and you will fight. His cracked beak nodded up and down as he spoke. But first, you must join us for a feast, very rare feast indeed. I began to think of excuses to make in order not to eat any of the food provided by the Spearbeaks as we ascended the steep cliff. 2 of the scarred Spearbeaks carried old Brokebeak since he was too old to fly. While I was tempted to simply god step to the top, I didn't want to waste any ether in case things went south, so Kara and I jumped up, using some of the jagged protrusions of the cliff as footholds. We appeared on the ledge of a small, flat cliff overlooking the village. Tall torchlights were embedded all over the cliff, casting a warm glow over the crowd of spearbeaks that were already there. A pillar of smoke rose from a fire behind the tall birds, which began to shuffle out of the way at the sight of old Brokebeak. The elderly chief of the village was waiting for us, his one violet eye glimmering in excitement as he motioned with one wing. "Behold, Grey," Kara's voice was small and disgusted. I looked from old Brokebeak to her, then followed the line of her gaze to the feast. Laid out on a wide, flat stone was the huge four-fists chieftain. All four of his hands had been removed, as had both his eyes and the largest of his tusks. His once silver hide had been flayed, while a large gash on his stomach had stretched open and stuffed with more of the large, round blueberries as a roaring fire danced beneath the stone slab he was on. "What the hell is this?" I asked, unable to hide my revulsion. "A most rare feast," old Brokebeak exclaimed. He then turned toward the waiting spearbeaks and began to clack and caw in their rasping, birdish language. The tribe listened, then cheered and crowed to the sky, a few even leaping from their perches to wheel around the high peak. "I have told them," old Brokebeak said, turning to us, "of your victory over the brutish Four Fists clan and how you killed their chief and left the clan weak and without protection." He followed this proclamation with a little bow. My gaze drifted back to the Four Fists' body. "How'd you get this?" "Raided the village after your battle," old Brokebeak answered proudly. "An honor to feast on a fallen enemy, yes." "Barbaric," Kara muttered under her breath next to me. The chieftain's purple eye flicked to her, though I couldn't tell if he understood what she'd said. "I'm sorry," I said, dipping my head in an effort to hide my disgust. "In our cultures, we don't eat our fallen foes." Old Brokebeak let out a raspy gasp. "What a waste to leave strong enemies to rot on the ground, but we will not force you. Would the Ascenders perhaps prefer another egg for energy?" "Did someone say egg?" Regis chirped, his voice half groggy still. I shook my head. "That won't be necessary. In fact, we'd like to get on our way as soon as," old Brokebeak squawked, cutting me off. He hopped a few steps away and held his wings out to his people, then burst out with a single sharp noise. A cry went up from the spearbeaks and they rushed down on the corpse, rending and tearing at the half-frozen flesh like a wake of vultures. I turned away, letting my gaze drift over the village below. Two spearbeaks had left the peak and were slowly wheeling down to the collection of huts. Beside me, old Brokebeak said, "Spearbeaks will celebrate in the enemy's dead flesh for you then, yes. There has been another egg that is empty of a hatchling, we will bring it." "As I was saying," I started again, my jaw clenched in frustration, "we would like to leave soon. My companions and I see no reason to hunt the ghost bears unless we can't make the portal work with just the 4 pieces we already have." "3, the chieftain said, watching with apparent pleasure as his tribe devoured the Four Fists' corpse. "Honorable Ascender agreed to fetch 4 pieces and we agreed to give the 5th. You only have 3 pieces." I let out a deep breath as I locked eyes with old Brokebeak. My gaze was calm and level, but the ethylaced pressure casting a palpable chill in the air made my intentions clear. Kara and the old bird stiffened, and the 3 scarred spearbeaks stepped up to guard their leader. "I've been civil up until now, but I'm at my limit," I said, my voice icy. "We are not a weapon for you to point at your enemies. You can either help us of your own free will, or our time as allies will come to an end." A veil of silence fell over the proceedings as even the spearbeaks feasting on the Four Fists' corpse stopped to stare at us. "As you say, stay at least for this feast. Such victories are not enjoyed often by my people. Eat of the egg of rising wind and thunder cutter, let the tribe live this moment while I retrieve you the peace." "Yes, I will decline the meal," I said firmly, my gaze piercing through the gangly old bird. Old Brokebeak clacked his beak in what looked like a display of frustration, but quickly hid his emotions with a sharp laugh. The heroic Ascenders wished to fly as fast as spearbeaks. "Very well," the chieftain let out a series of sharp squawks to one of the spearbeaks behind him before turning back to us. "Blade Wing will bring our portal peace." With a curt bow, the old bird shuffled back with his 3 guards. Despite their violet eyes boring holes in me, I finally thought we could relax. That was when my body began to feel sluggish, like my very muscles had frozen. My breaths came out in haggard rasps. "G. Gray." I felt Kara grab onto my arm for support as she stumbled. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted old Brokebeak's only eye glimmering in excitement as he eagerly watched. Kara fell to the ground in a fit of labored breaths as I buckled to my knees, heart pounding against my chest in fear for the Alacrian noble. "What did you do?" I said in a forced voice, turning my gaze fully toward the chieftain. The elderly bird let out a shrill laugh, which was echoed amongst his tribe members as they stared at us in delight. "Old Brokebeak may not be strong as mighty Ascenders know, but he has the best of brains," he said while practically skipping toward us. "You see, this one knew the Ascender would not eat our food. Suspicious, yes. Obvious, yes. I fell to my side, one ear on Kara to make sure she was still breathing behind me. The old bird remained a few yards away, safe behind his battle-scarred protectors, and continued to speak. This is why Old Brokebeak poisoned the fire so that smoke would be breathed in by the ascenders. Not harmful to spearbeaks, very bad for others. Kikara, I mustered through gritted teeth. Poison will not kill, Ascender has to fight the ghost bears after all, yes. Ascender will give us 4 portal pieces, Spearbeaks will give back Ascender's mate, the chieftain responded. Won't kill, I repeated. Old Brokebeak let out an impatient squawk. Yes, won't kill, won't kill. Good, I replied, no longer laboring to breathe. Violet lightning crackled around me as I stepped behind Old Brokebeak and made a fist around his neck. Then it looks like our negotiations are over. Chapter 309. I could feel Old Brokebeak's blood pumping frantically through the fragile neck I held in my grasp as he jerked in shock. 2 of the 3 scarred warriors that surrounded their chieftain immediately reacted, whirling so that their sharp beaks were aimed at my throat, while the largest of the 3 remained still. A deathly silence descended on the cliff at the sudden turn of events, no one willing to make a move as I held their leader's life in my hands. I leaned forward to the quivering chieftain, my gaze locked on his guards. Are you willing to gamble your life on the chance that your soldiers might be able to kill me before I snap your neck, or will you call them off? The old bird stiffened at my threat but remained silent. I thought you were smarter than that, I muttered as I stamped my foot. An audible crack resounded as Old Brokebeak's left leg snapped near his ankle. The chieftain let out a hoarse honk as he writhed in pain. Panicked cries echoed through the peaks as the 3 soldiers brought their menacing beaks closer to me. Shall we try again? I asked, voice frigid. Old Brokebeak let out a pained caw while motioning the 2 guards away with his gray wings. There, Old Brokebeak has told everyone to stay back, yes, he squawked, hobbling on his good leg. Good. Keeping my grip around my hostage's neck firm, we slowly made our way to where Kara lay unconscious. Now you're going to guide us to where you hid your tribe's portal piece. The chieftain nodded his gangly neck fiercely. Yes, yes, then Ascenders will let Old Brokebeak go. I'll let you go after we have the portal piece, I confirmed as I picked up Kara's limp body from the snowy ground. She was breathing much more comfortably now, but with Regis deep in recovery mode, I stayed on edge. Where to? Be back to this one's home, he stammered, his single violet eye shifting from me to his broken leg. With a crackle of violet lightning, the 3 of us arrived in front of the chieftain's humble straw hut. Above, I could see the tribe had exploded into a frenzy as they descended from the cliff we had teleported from in an attempt to follow after their leader. I looked around at the empty village. Where is it? Down below in a hollow beyond the village, yes. Old Brokebeak squawked, his cracked beak chittering anxiously. I stepped once more to put some distance between us and the crazed spearbeaks, but with 2 passengers and an ether-hungry beast feeding off my core, I could feel my reserves plummeting with each use. I don't see anything, I said, my patience growing thin. Difficult to get into, yes, need to go around that bend, the chieftain said, pointing with a wing. My vision swept across the narrow canyon, which was tucked into the steep cliffs at the edge of the Spearbeaks village, and after sifting through the information each of the ether paths had relayed back to me, I stepped once more. I could see Old Brokebeak sneaking glances behind us to where the Spearbeaks circled in the sky, waiting for their chance to dive in. Letting out a sigh, I gently placed Kara on the ground and wrapped my free hand around the base of Old Brokebeak's right wing. A clean snap echoed off the canyon walls along with the rasping squawk of the old bird as his wing jutted down at an impossible angle. Bringing Old Brokebeak's face next to mine, I spoke calmly. If the piece of the portal isn't within arm's length of me after your next set of directions, the next thing I break will be your neck. Why yes, he wheezed before giving me a set of lengthy instructions. As I expected, the chieftain had been trying to buy time and waste my energy in hopes that I'd run out of God steps like the Shadow Claws. The old bird's instructions led us farther down into the canyon to a hidden cavern, which was covered by a woven net laced with feathers and layered with snow so that it blended seamlessly with its surroundings. If the chieftain hadn't guided us to this exact location, I knew that it would have been near impossible to find the portal piece. Into the tunnel straight ahead, he said weakly, his broken left leg dragging in the snow. Adjusting Kara, who was again slung over my shoulder, I walked farther into the dark, unlit tunnel until it opened up into a dead end. Despite how dark the cavity was, I was barely able to make out the sight ahead, and what I saw left me speechless. Piled up like a greedy king's hoard was a collection of gold coins, precious jewels, and artifacts. And while it surprised me at first, the sight of this trove of priceless treasures made me even more angry. How many Ascenders had the Spearbeaks tricked and killed in order to get all of this? While the question hung on the tip of my tongue, another part of me didn't want to hear the chieftain's answer. G. Gray, my eyes widened. Kara, abandoning Old Brokebeak, I lowered the Alacrian noble to the ground and leaned her back against the cavern wall. How do you feel? Heavy and, Kara let out a sharp breath as her eyes fell on Old Brokebeak. Why is he? Someone needed to help us find the portal piece, I said with a soft smile. Don't worry, he won't be able to do anything. The creator's piece is here, yes. But hard to see without light, hard to find, the old bird said, gesturing to the pile of artifacts with his good wing. Letting out a scoff, I headed toward the back of the pile, where a particularly strong etheric presence glowed. Moments later, I had the smooth slab of white stone in my hand. Kara let out a sigh as she sunk back into the wall. Finally, Old Brokebeak stared dumbly at the portal piece I held before nodding his head. Great Ascender has found the piece. Old Brokebeak will be released, yes. Not quite yet. I turned to the Alacrian noble, pointing back to the large pile of treasure. We don't have much time, but we shouldn't let this all go to waste. Kara glanced back at Old Brokebeak, whose eye quivered in dread before giving me a smirk. Holding onto the Spearbeak chieftain, I let Kara go through the pile in search of anything she wanted in particular. Even with Kara's dimension ring broken, I had expected her to try and take quite a bit of artifacts, but she came back carrying only one item. Is that all you're getting? I asked Kara, staring at the thin metal bracer she held in her hand. Lines flowed through the simple piece of armor, but aside from its elegant design, I couldn't sense what it could do. MHMM. When I touched it, I could feel it trying to absorb my soul fear, she explained. I don't know what it does, but among the countless artifacts I've held, this is the first one that's interacted with that part of my power. I shrugged. Are you sure you don't want to claim anything else? Even if it's worthless, you could probably make a lot of gold. Kara slipped the bracer over her left hand, and I could have sworn the metal band shrunk to fit her forearm. She held up her new artifact and gave me a haughty look. I already have more gold than I can care to spend. I rolled my eyes. Show off. Seeing Kara only take one item, Old Brokebeak let out an audible sigh of relief that was cut short right as I imbued ether into my dimension rune. In a matter of moments, the treasure pile that was about as large as a four-fist was completely gone. Kara chortled, "That's showing off." "And now Old Brokebeak can go?" the chieftain asked as he ground his beak together in seething anger. Letting go of his neck, I pushed him forward. "Sure." The old bird hobbled on one leg, barely keeping himself from tumbling over by using his good wing to keep himself steady. "Is it wise to let him go this soon?" Kara asked, her voice icy. "I have a plan," I said softly, going down on one knee. "Here, get on my back." It's fine, I should be able to run in a minute," she stammered, taking a weak step back. Raising a brow, I asked, "Would you rather I carry you like a sack of rice, or have you recently developed the ability to teleport as well?" After a pause, Kara cleared her throat and slowly wrapped her arms around my neck. "Thank you," she said, pressing herself against my back as I stood up. "Regis, stop consuming my ether until we're out of here," I sent, snapping my companion from his hibernative state. "What I mean? Ooh la la, that's quite the skinship you two have going on," Regis sang. "Shut it," I growled. Taking an even breath, I turned my focus completely to my surroundings. I could sense Old Brokebeak hobbling closer to the exit. I didn't have much time. "Kara, as soon as I godstep, I'm going to need your help," I said. "Of course." After explaining my plan to her, I began to take in the information provided by the countless branching roots of ether, seeking out one in particular. At the same time, I worked to replenish my core to the point where I could make the long jump with Kara. Filtering out the etherlace surroundings, I focused on the unique signatures that each of the spearbeaks had as more and more of them arrived at the mouth of the tunnel. Not enough, minutes trickled by as my concentration continuously shifted between the ether roots and the spearbeaks that were amassing right outside. I could feel Kara's heart beating faster against my back, while even Regis remained silent and tense within me. Now, the world shifted in a blink as tendrils of violet lightning coiled around me. In front of me was the canyon cliff directly on top of Old Brokebeak's secret cave that we had passed by. Above us were a flock of spearbeaks, each of which broke into a frenzy of squawking and cawing, feathers flying as they bumped each other in their rush to come after us. "Kara!" I roared as I spun on my heels. Kara freed her hands while keeping her legs wrapped around my waist as I began running. Igniting her soul fear, she released a torrent of black flames right at the cliff edge, creating an avalanche of snow, ice, and rock down towards Old Brokebeak and the large chunk of his tribe that were waiting at the cave mouth to ambush us. A deafening rumble resounded through the canyon, nearly drowning out the panicked honks and caws of the spearbeaks. The bird people above, however, had begun to follow after us, diving down in streaks of black and gray, their wicked talons outstretched. I sidestepped a pair of spearbeaks as Kara fired off bolt after bolt of black fire, but as more and more of them began to surround us, we were forced to stop. "I'm going to step back toward the dome, but I'm going to need a few minutes if I want to go far enough to lose them," I said over the cacophony of spearbeaks flying around us in circles. Kara hopped off my back, stumbling as her feet hit the ground but able to stand. "A few minutes might be all I can muster." "Regis, can you manifest?" I asked hopefully. "Nope, still useless," he said nonplussed. A thick shroud of ether clung to my skin just as another pair of spear beaks began to dive toward us. The gangly birds that wheeled in the air above began discharging streaks of a black substance that had a vague purple sheen. Pivoting to the right, I struck the side of one diving spear beak's neck just as it tried to sweep back up in the air, immediately before sidestepping a stream of foul black sludge. The vile slime ate through the snow and ice and part of the stone below it, leaving a hole several feet deep. "Well, that's new," Regis commented. Kara and I stuck tighter together, back to back. She focused on sniping the birds that were releasing the caustic discharge while I stayed on the defensive in order to continue replenishing my reserves. "How much longer?" she asked, her poison-weakened body starting to fatigue. Catching a spear beak by its neck, I used its sharp beak to impale one of its own brethren. "Almost," I huffed, just as a familiar rasping squawk sounded behind us. Glancing back toward the source of the sound, I could see Old Brokebeak being carried by two scarred spearbeaks with a larger one trailing close behind them. They were maintaining their distance from the dome of spearbeaks surrounding us. "Of course he lives," Karas scoffed. I clicked my tongue. I was hoping the avalanche would slow them more than this. The crippled chieftain glared down at us in palpable fury as he began shouting angrily at his tribe members and pointing at us with his one good wing. I tensed in preparation for another wave of attacks, but was surprised to see the spear beaks staying in the air, their heads shifting left and right as they looked at their tribe members with uncertainty. A few dove down once more, but without the caustic black sludge to back them up, they didn't stand a chance. This seemed to make Old Brokebeak even angrier because his hoarse cries became even louder and sharper. "Kara, take out your sword and toss it on the ground," I said. Her gaze shifted from the wary spear beaks back to me as she realized what I was trying to do. Unsheathing her red blade, she stabbed it into the ground. The crippled chieftain became even more furious, his old body trembling in rage as he continued to squawk and honk while stabbing his wing in our direction. Old Brokebeak's incessant screaming was suddenly cut short as a bloodied beak jutted out of his feathered body. Kara and I stared wide-eyed as the scarred spearbeak that had flown closely behind the chieftain and his two helpers ripped his crimson beak from their leader's chest. Inside me, Regis let out a loud gasp. Plot twist, Old Brokebeak's cries turned into gurgles as blood seeped from his cracked bill and his long neck sank limply in the air, his violet eye still wide in shock. The only sound that could be heard in the wall of silence surrounding us was the soft thud of Old Brokebeak's corpse hitting the ground. The chieftain's killer let out a deep caw that dispersed the spear beaks surrounding us. Casting its violet eyes down at me, it opened its bloodied beak. "Go," it half squawked. Taking one last glance at the pitiful corpse of the greedy chieftain, abandoned by his very tribe, I looked up at the one responsible and gave him a nod before igniting God's step. The journey back to the dome was much easier than our first trip across the stormy tundra. Though we slogged through the snow most of the way, I God-stepped at intervals to break up the distance. When we reached the dome, I simply God-stepped into it instead of re-excavating the tunnel. We didn't waste any time. I withdrew the 4 pieces and Kara helped me to fit them into the portal frame. There was still a broken chunk about a foot long and 4 inches wide, but I was hopeful that Aroa's Requiem was powerful enough to rebuild it with the other pieces in place. I let out a deep breath, trying to calm my pounding heart. "This is it," Kara muttered, taking a step back. "Drumroll PL, Regis, I swear." "Fine, fine." I set my hand on the white stone. The Godrun ignited, casting a golden glow across the platform. Purple motes like a festival of fireflies flowed from my hand and across the arch, gathering in the cracks where the pieces had been set back in place. The cracks sealed, healing like a wound, until the 4 pieces looked as if they'd never been broken to begin with. I ran a finger over where the cracks had been. It was flawless, except for the last piece that was still missing. "Damn it!" I pounded my fist against the smooth white frame of our only exit, which continued its stubborn refusal to turn on. Kara, who had been standing next to me watching me expectantly, sank. Spinning around, the Alacrian noble slid over the edge of the platform, sitting with her legs dangling over the edge. I sat next to her. Between us, the white dagger rested on the white stone, just where we had left it before rushing unexpectedly out of the dome chasing the ghost bear. On the floor below us, the remains of our previous camp were still laid out. There was a thin dusting of snow over everything from where it had blown down the tunnel and into the dome. "Does this mean we have to go back out in search of these invisible bears?" Kara asked, her gaze also on the pile of bedding beneath us. I nodded, teeth gnashing at the thought of scouring through the endless plains of snow in search of the last piece. In an effort to distract myself, I picked up the white dagger and began to turn it in my hands. It looked exactly as it had the day I'd recovered it from the millipede's lair. Despite how often I had used it, the bone-white blade showed no signs of wear and tear. Out of habit, I imbued ether into it once more when something clattered into the pile of bones at the base of the stairs. Snapping up to my feet, I rushed to the edge of the platform, the dagger held before me and already humming with a thin reinforcing layer of ether. My eyes darted from the pile of offerings to the door, then made a sweep of the cavernous, empty space. When I found nothing, I looked back to the pile of bones. Sitting atop it, where it clearly hadn't been a moment ago, was a dimly glowing piece of stone. I leapt down the stairs in a single hop and reached for it. My hand shook as I held the final piece. This, and you say you're not lucky, Regis scoffed. Kara rushed to my side, her blade out and back facing me as her head turned, constantly in search of something. That's when the creature revealed itself. Standing in front of the door, where only an instant before there had been nothing, I could now see a massive snow-white bear. Like the other we'd seen, it had a thick ridge of bone protruding from its forehead and shoulders, and when it moved there was a subtle pearlescent shine. I lifted the portal piece and held it out in front of me, my eyes trained on the ghost bear, watchful for any movement or sign of attack. Instinct told me that this creature was giving us the piece, but I still wanted to be ready if it turned hostile. "Thank you," I said, keeping my voice even despite the quickening of my heartbeat. The ghost bear snorted, a deep rumbling that vibrated up through the soles of my feet. Its dark purple eyes met mine and then it was gone, or rather, it turned invisible, I was sure. Despite knowing it was there, I couldn't see or hear it. I watched the floor of the dome, but somehow it managed to avoid even disturbing the dusting of snow around the doorway. Most striking of all was the fact that I couldn't read its ethos signature. I wonder what it'd take to learn that trick, I thought idly. After waiting a few moments to make sure the ghost bear had gone, I held the portal piece up to inspect it more carefully. The silky white chunk of stone showed part of a tree. There was a little bear cub sniffing a flower at its base. "Gray, was that the same ghost bear that we first chased?" Kara asked, her eyes still locked on the last place she saw the invisible bear. "No, the one we first saw wasn't able to hide its ethos signature. This one is a lot more skilled," I explained, shuddering at the thought of trying to fight a whole tribe of its kind. Kara stared at the portal piece, frowning slightly. "Then it wouldn't be surprising if these ghost bears had been watching us and wanted to avoid a conflict. Whatever the case," I locked eyes with Kara and smiled widely, something I hadn't done in a long time. "We did it." Kara's scarlet eyes widened in surprise, but she smiled back. "We did. I'd play some background music to fit the mood for you, but maybe we should save this heartfelt moment until after we try the portal again," Regis interrupted. Clearing my throat, I made my way back onto the platform, walked to the portal frame and set the final piece into place. My Godrun glowed as, once again, the motes of ether flowed into the cracks and sealed them shut. I stepped back from the portal frame and held my breath. Crackling energy appeared within the arch, flickering into and out of focus for a few seconds before it materialized into a clear portal. On the other side, I could see a small, clean, bright white room. Chapter 310. Ellie, the little stream in our underground town built by the ancient mages, was burbling away happily. It was lucky, I thought. It was able to simply exist, running among the rocks and singing its bubbly little song. Even when Boo swiped a glitterfish out of the water, it's not like the stream experienced the loss of the fish. It didn't have a heart to be broken. But I did, and it was. Everywhere I looked, I was constantly reminded of my family's legacy of failure, loss, and death. I was reminded of our failure in every tired, hopeless face and in every sad, knowing look I got from the others. Even if they had their own losses, they still treated my mother and me like glass trophies. It was like we were something to beam at, to keep out where everyone could see but could not interact with. To treat like we still mattered, even though we were just a relic of better times when the great Arthur Leywin still protected Dicathen. When my brother and Sylvie disappeared, it was like the last piece of solid ground in the world had slipped away from under our feet, and now we were all slowly sinking into the dark waters of despair. Or that's how Kathleen put it anyway. It was weird. I'd have thought the death of her parents would have been a little more important to her than my brother's disappearance, but I guess I shouldn't have been surprised. Everyone always loved Arthur the Lance, Arthur the General, Arthur the Hero, but I had loved Arthur the brother, Arthur the friend, when he was around anyway. My mother had faded into the background, happy to smile sadly and say thank you whenever someone offered their condolences. At best, she offered the occasional bit of healing to some injured refugee that the soldiers dragged back down into the shelter. I think she had been so close to the edge of despair already that, when Arthur didn't return from rescuing Tesha, she lost hope for everything else. It hurt to admit, but if not for me, I think she'd have just curled up and gone to sleep, then never opened her eyes again. Picking up a flat, smooth rock, I tossed it up in the air and caught it again. How long had it been since Arthur and I had stood here on the bank of this underground stream and he had taught me how to skip stones across the water? Days, weeks. I might as well have died and been reborn since then. Letting out a scoff, I hurled the stone violently at the surface of the water where it splashed in a satisfying sort of way. Boo, who had taken his catch and lumbered off to find a soft, mossy place to eat, lifted his head to gaze seriously at me. The dark spots above his eyes came together, which always made him look grumpy. Sorry, Boo, I'm fine. Though I wasn't sure he believed me, the giant bear-like mana beast snorted and went back to his meal. With an arm like that, have you considered throwing rocks at our enemies instead of shooting arrows? I turned, startled, but relaxed when I realized it was only Helen Shard, leader of what was left of the Twin Horns. Helen had been my mentor in the castle, teaching and helping me improve my ability to fire arrows of pure mana from my bow. It had been a huge relief when she had arrived at the refuge with Durden and Angela Rose, and she had been quick to take up the role of my mentor again. She seemed to have some sort of magical sense of when I was slipping into a mood, as she put it, because she always turned up to support me. I flicked my hair in the girlish way I knew annoyed her and looked back at the stream. I was trying to catch a fish for Mom's dinner. From the corner of my eye, I saw her raise a brow, smirking. A fish with a rock. Shooting one with my bow would be too easy, I said haughtily, turning my nose up slightly and putting my chin forward, the very picture of an overconfident, self-assured child. Helen had always pushed me to be different from the noble children in the castle, and it aggravated her to no end when I acted like them. Turning serious, Helen gestured toward the water. Let's see it then. Returning her serious look, I picked up my bow from where it rested against a nearby boulder and inspected the clear water. Every 30 seconds or so, a dimly glowing fish would swim slowly past, heading down the stream. My brother had explained once that things you see in the water aren't quite where they appear to be because the water bends the light. With this in mind, I drew back the string of the bow and conjured a thin arrow of mana. Then I waited. A wobbly blue line in the gloomy stream told me a fish was coming. I waited until it passed into the wide, shallow part of the stream where I was standing, then prepared to take the shot. At the last instant, I tethered the arrow to me with a thread of pure mana, then let it fly. The beam of white light slipped into the water with the tiniest plop, and the fish jerked, sending up a splash. I yanked at the tether, causing the arrow to jump out of the water and fly back to my hand, the glitterfish neatly impaled through the gills. Helen began to clap slowly, shaking her head and letting her mouth hang open as if in awe. Incredible, Eleanor, simply incredible. She then marched toward me, pulled the glitterfish off the arrow, gave it a single hard crack against one of the large rocks lining the edges of the stream, saluted me with the dead fish and turned to walk away. Hey, that's mine. Consider it payment for a lesson well learned, she said over her shoulder, not breaking her stride. With a talent like yours, it surely won't be any trouble catching another. Half irritated, half amused, I turned back to the water, feeling better. I decided that I might as well shoot a few more fish and take them home to Mom for dinner. As I drew my bow again, though, movement on the other side of the stream caught my attention, and I instinctively aimed in that direction. Oh, it took a second for my eyes to focus in the dim light, but when they did I immediately canceled my spell and the glowing white arrow fizzled and faded away. Sorry, Tesha. After an awkward pause, her eyes probing me like she was trying to read my mind, Tesha continued her walk down the steep edge on the other side of the stream. It was a little deeper on that side, and there was an ancient hunk of petrified log embedded in the ground that made a perfect bench on which to sit and cool one's feet in the water. Sorry, Tesha said quietly, her gaze turned downward to the stream. I didn't realize anyone was here when I decided to come take a dip. But you got here, saw me, and decided to help yourself anyway. It's fine, I said in the tone of voice that told her it wasn't fine at all. I was just leaving anyway. Slinging my bow over my shoulder and gesturing to Boo, I turned to walk back up the embankment, but my heartbeat quickened with each step I took, pumping anger and resentment through me until I just wanted to stop and scream. Tesha hadn't been out and about much since Arthur disappeared. I'd seen her a couple of times, but this was the first time I'd been close enough to talk to her, and I realized suddenly that I was overflowing with things I wanted to say to her. Nothing you say here is going to change anything, Ellie, I told myself through gritted teeth. Shouting and cursing at Tesha isn't going to undo. I spun on my heels and met Tesha's eye. It's your fault he's gone, I hope you know that. She flinched but remained silent, infuriating me even more. It's your fault and you'll never, ever be able to fix it. My voice grew louder as I persisted. He was our best chance to ever have a life outside of this cave again, but he was also a big fat idiot who couldn't just let you go. You should have known that. My voice constricted as I rubbed away an angry tear with the back of my hand. Why didn't you just stay here? Why? The elven princess clenched her jaw as her gaze fell, but when she spoke, she was frustratingly calm. I couldn't, Ellie, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Maybe if I knew then how it was going to end, but they were my parents. After a beat of silence, Tesha looked up at me, her turquoise eyes glimmering with tears. Tell me honestly, what would you have done? I wanted to grab her by her stupid, pretty silver hair and shove her head first into the water. She had run away from the shelter, defying both logic and the pleas of my brother and Virion, and forced Arthur to go after her. Because of her selfishness, Sylvie and Arthur had vanished. Boo growled and stood up, sensing my anger. His presence gave me courage. I'd have listened, I shouted, not even sure it was true. Then maybe you're wiser than me, Ellie, and that's why I need you, and maybe you need me as well. Tesh's bright eyes locked onto mine, her gaze imploring and hopeful but conflicted. I don't need you, I hissed, a frown flickered across her face. Don't you think I notice how they treat you? Like you're a child, like you don't have anything to add, like you only have value in your connection to Arthur. Don't you think I know how that feels? Tesha rose to her feet, her jaw clenched, her expression somewhere between stoicism and desperation. I hear what the others whisper about me behind my back, Ellie, and many don't bother to hide their doubts but say it openly for all to hear. But you're different, you're so much more than a hero's sister, and I want to prove that to everyone. I'm not asking you to forgive me, I could never ask that of you after what I did. I know that if I hadn't run away, Arthur might still be here with us, but nothing I can do now will bring him back, and you don't get to just accept it and move on, princess. Arthur shouldn't have saved you, you should be dead and he should be here with me. She smiled at me, sad and beautiful and infuriating. I've thought the same thing over and over and over. If Arthur was here now and I was dead, Tesha paused, took a deep breath and forced the sad smile back on her face. But he's not, no matter how much I wished he hadn't, Arthur sacrificed himself for me. And the price he paid for that is something that I will never be able to repay. Practically shaking with rage, hot tears starting to run down my cheeks, I opened my mouth to tell her off, to curse at her, to empty my anger into her, but the words died in my throat. I wanted to hate her so much, but I just couldn't. I couldn't hate her because Arthur had loved her. He had loved her so much that he had traded his life for hers. That's what she meant. Her life was my brother's last act of heroism. It's not fair, I thought. Why'd you do it, Arthur? Why did you leave me for her again? Tesha waded carefully across the shallow stream and walked up to me. She hooked the chain she wore around her neck with her thumb and pulled a pendant out from under her shirt, holding it up to me. Arthur gave me this, Ellie. It was a small silver leaf pendant. He gave me this and a promise. Caught off guard, my voice squeaked slightly as I practically whispered, "What promise?" "A promise only one of us could keep, it turns out, so I'm going to live, Ellie. I'm going to live for Arthur, do you understand?" I stared as Tesha stroked the pendant like it was a newborn. The elven princess was a powerful mage on the cusp of being a white core, a beast tamer capable of leveling mountains. Yet her narrow shoulders and her thin, pale arms seemed so delicate. Then those same thin arms were around me and my face was pressed into her shoulder, my tears soaking into her shirt. I broke. I let the sadness and anger and fear and loneliness pour out of me, my entire body shaking as I sobbed. "We'll get through this," Tesha repeated quietly, her hand caressing the back of my head. "And we need to be strong because even if these people curse me and belittle you, they need us, both of us." "It just feels so pointless now, so hopeless," I said breathily, my crying nearly exhausted. Squeezing me tighter, Tesha said, "That's how I felt too. Grandpa Virion held me and let me cry until I passed out, then when I woke up I kept crying. I lost my parents, I lost Arthur, and I lost hope. But Grandpa Virion wouldn't let me give up, and I won't let you either." I pushed away from Tesha and wiped the tears from my face with my sleeve. "What are we going to do?" Tesha looked over my shoulder to the center of the hidden village. "Dicathen may be lost, but it's not gone, and if that means we need to train or we need to fight, we're going to do whatever we can to get it back." The elven princess looked at me, brows furrowed in determination. No more sitting on the sidelines. Chapter 311, Ellie. I met my mother's gaze and tried not to roll my eyes. She let out a sigh. "Oh, don't you give me that look. You're too young." Forcing what I hoped was an understanding but slightly incredulous smile, I said, "Mom, you can't seriously think we'll be safer if we just hide down here and let others fight for us than if we join them. The council needs every soldier they can get." "Ellie," she said in her mother-knows-best voice, "we've done our fighting and we've paid our price. Your father, Arthur," tears welled up in her eyes, but she didn't wipe them away. "Down here we have some semblance of peace and we have more time together. Time, Ellie, that's all I want, time with you. This wasn't about me, I knew, it was about Arthur. He'd never been home, never been around. Our parents had so little time with him, not that it was entirely his fault. He hadn't asked to be stuck in the Elven Kingdom for years, though it had been his choice to run away and become an adventurer almost as soon as he'd returned. It had been his choice to join the academy and live on his own, and he'd agreed to go off with that winsome guy, disappearing again just when we, his family, needed him the most. When he came back from the land of the deities, he became a lance and fought a war. Then he was gone. Life down here is barely a life at all, Mom. It just feels like we're stuck in that moment when an enemy's sword is at your neck and your whole life flashes by." My mother smiled ruefully and looked away. "You've been spending too much time with Tesha." "Kathleen's words, actually," I said, wrapping my arms around my mother and resting my head on her shoulder. "She's pretty poetic when you can get her to talk." We stayed like that for a while, my mother's hand running through my hair. When I pulled away, there was a hesitation on her part, as if she didn't want to let me go. But then I suppose she didn't. "It's just a council meeting, Mom." I gave her a serious look. "You should be going to them too." My mother shook her head and walked to the little table where we ate our dinners. Then she sat at the table and ran her hand across it, almost like she was petting an animal. I think it made her feel more normal to do something as everyday as sitting at the dinner table and arguing with her daughter. I just don't understand why they need you there, she said, circling back around to where our argument had started. Surely Virion and Baron can handle making decisions without the input of a 13-year-old girl. I held back a sigh, knowing I was treading on thin ice to get her to agree. Like I said, Tesha has asked for me to tag along. I guess I'll need to have a word with Princess Tesha about spending so much time with you. I opened my mouth to beg her not to embarrass me, but she held up a hand, cutting me off. You know how I feel about her. Mom, I know Arthur died to save her, I snapped, fists clenched. I'd had the same argument with myself so many times I couldn't bear to have it again with her. But have you thought that maybe Arthur would have died in Elshire Forest when he was 4 years old if he hadn't met her and Commander Virion? A look of anger flashed across my mother's face before her lips quivered in one of sorrow. We stared at each other for several long seconds, both unable to form out next words, but our standoff was interrupted by a snort from Boo, who had a bed in the downstairs landing of our little two-story shelter. Tesha must be here, I'm going. I turned, crossed the dining room, and headed down the stairs. I could feel my mother's eyes burning into my back, and a sense of guilt bubbled up within my stomach for snapping at her. I stopped and turned, still just able to see her over the railing. I'm sorry, Mom, I love you. She took a deep breath, smiled sadly, and said, I love you too, Elle. Are you sure about this? I was embarrassed by how timid and childlike my own voice sounded, but I couldn't overcome my nervousness. Maybe Mom was right, I thought. Of course, you are Arthur Leywin, Tesha answered firmly. We were winding through the occupied area of our little town toward the large central complex we'd started referring to as City Hall. Your parents are heroes, your brother was a general, and I'm a princess. Even if they wouldn't normally let you attend the council meetings, Grandpa won't kick you out if I've asked for you. I bit my lip to keep from saying anything else, following Tesha in silence. Since our fight by the stream, Tesha and I had been spending a lot of time together. I wasn't sure how to feel about it at first. A part of me still wanted to be mad at her, to hate her even, but I was starting to understand why Arthur had loved her. It wasn't just the way Tesha looked or how she was so refined. She had this quiet strength to her that I couldn't really describe. Whenever we passed anyone in the streets, Tesha would meet their eyes and greet them warmly, whether they looked at her like she was a princess or a traitor. She treated them all like they were important. I watched her face out of the corner of my eye, noticing how she always kept her chin up, her eyes forward. She was beautiful and regal. Her looks were probably another reason Arthur fell for her, I thought, running the tips of my fingers over my cheek, wondering if anyone thought I was beautiful. Then a human soldier stepped out into the road in front of us, forcing us to stop. The man had horrible burn scars all across his face and up into his hairline. He glared at Tesha, then spit onto the ground and walked past. Though Tesha didn't even flinch, my nervousness returned, bubbling in the pit of my stomach and making my heartbeat flutter. I wish I could have brought Boo, I said under my breath. Tesha grinned. Showing up at the council meeting with a giant bear might make more of a statement than we're shooting for today, Ellie. We fell into silence as we walked, and I gazed around the underground town for the 100th time. The buildings looked like they'd been molded instead of built, reminding me of a little clay dollhouse the Helstias had given me when I was a girl. Most were made from the same gray and red stone of the cavern, with highlights of petrified wood and a dull copper-colored metal. Each building was a little different than the rest, and they were all beautiful. Elder Rhynia had told me she thought the ancient mages had shaped them using lost Etha arts, literally molding the stone and wood like clay. She had moved into a little cave in the tunnels outside of town, because some of the other refugees we'd brought in didn't like her, but I still went to visit her sometimes. I liked to try and tease news of her visions out of her, but she'd gone pretty quiet after Arthur disappeared. I was sure she knew more than she'd say, but I don't think most of the survivors would have listened to her anyway. Once rumors spread that she had known what was going to happen, people turned against her. I didn't care what they said, though. Rhynia had saved Tesha, my mother, and me. Without her, we'd have all been dragged to Alacria and probably tortured and killed. Whatever her reasons for keeping her visions to herself, I trusted the old seer. You ready? Tesha asked, drawing me out of my thoughts. We were standing at the steps of City Hall. I nodded, then followed her through the heavy leather drape that covered the doorway. 2 elven soldiers stood guard inside. While I didn't know them well, I've heard of Albold's and Lena's contributions in the war. They bowed to Tesha, keeping their eyes on the ground as we walked past. The few elves that had made it to the refuge still treated her like a princess from what I'd seen. Kathleen didn't get quite the same royal treatment from the humans, but it didn't seem to bother her. Tesha led me down the entry hall and through a large arched doorway. The square room took up half of City Hall's first floor and was dominated by a huge round table made of petrified wood. A rough map of Dicathen had been laid out on the table and covered with little figures that I could only guess represented Alacrian soldiers. The rest of the room was cold and lifeless, for the same reason our hidden refuge didn't even have a name. We were afraid to get comfortable. We didn't want to get comfortable because that meant giving up. Several people, all powerful or important or both, were already gathered around the modest table, which took up only a small portion of the large stone room. Virion sat directly across from the door, watching us carefully as we walked in. During my time in the castle, I had seen the old elf many times, though I hadn't got to know him very well. He'd always seemed jolly and sort of above everything, like a figure of out-myth, but now he just looked tired. General Baron sat to Virion's left. He was saying something to the commander, but his gaze followed me coldly as I stepped into the room. To Virion's right, Cathelne's brother, Curtis, was exactly the opposite of General Baron's stiff posture. Prince Curtis sat back comfortably in his chair, a slightly bored look on his face as he listened to the general speak. He beamed at Tesha when he saw us, then shot me a welcoming smile. He'd let his mahogany hair grow out so that it framed his strong, handsome face. I blushed and looked away. Cathelne sat next to her brother, her intense eyes on the map, so focused that she didn't seem to notice our arrival. Across from her, Madame Astra was also listening to whatever General Baron was saying. Her face was wrinkled into a look of concern. Finally, Helen leaned against the wall behind Madame Astra, her focus entirely on Baron. She wore a similarly worried look, but when she glanced up and caught my eye, she smiled. "Oh, just what we need," she said, throwing her hands up and rolling her eyes theatrically before shooting me a teasing wink. "Another princess on the council." I flushed even deeper as everyone turned to look at me. Not everyone looked happy to see me. Virion stared at Tesha, his eyes flicking to me for an instant. She nodded in return. He then turned his gaze on me, but his expression was unreadable. I wasn't sure what unspoken conversation they'd just had, but I could guess that Tesha hadn't told anyone she was bringing me. "This then would be everyone called for this meeting," Virion said gruffly, and the room fell instantly silent. "Please sit down and we'll begin." Chairs scraped across the stone floor as everyone took their places. Curtis even took his feet off the table, gazing seriously at Virion. Helen squeezed my shoulder as she took a seat next to me. Baron was the first to speak, and though he leaned toward Virion as though his words were for the commander's ears only, he spoke loud enough for all of us to hear. "Even with her lineage, are you sure we should be including a 12-year-old girl who is largely untested in battle in this council's deliberations?" I opened my mouth to say that I was almost 14, but the lance kept speaking, now turning to face the rest of the group. "Though we live in a time when all must involve themselves in our daily survival, I do not think it is sensible to start bringing children to council meetings." The general met my eye, and I did my best not to look away or to let him know how uncomfortable I was, though I found myself wishing again that I had Boo behind me to give me courage. The Leywins don't have anything else to prove in this war, and it is beyond reason to expect a leaner to shoulder her brother's burdens. I couldn't tell if he was being dismissive or kind. Arthur had always hated Baron, but the lance seemed almost guilty when he mentioned my brother. "Ellie is here at my request," Tesha said firmly, her cool gaze unflinching as she met the lance's eye. "Enough." Virion, who had closed his eyes while Baron spoke, suddenly slammed his hand on the table, making me jump in my seat. "We aren't here to deliberate who gets to be in the room." The commander waited until it was clear there would be no more interruptions, then leaned forward, his palms pressed into the table hard enough that his knuckles went white. "We've received news from Elenoir." Beside me, Tesha tensed. I reached out and squeezed her hand under the table. "We finally have some understanding of what the Alacrians intend for the Elven Kingdom and for the elves that have been captured there. Elenoir is apparently being carved up into holds and gifted to noble Alacrian houses or bloods, to use their own term. The captured elves are being..." Virion trailed off, glaring down at Elenoir as represented on the map. When he began speaking again, there was a deathly chill in his voice that gave me goosebumps on my arms and the back of my neck. "The surviving elves in Elenoir are being enslaved and gifted to the Alacrian nobles to provide grunt labor for the Alacrian war effort. Elshire is to be harvested and burned as fuel for the Alacrians' forges." The table was silent for quite a while after Virion's words. Tesha was still as a statue. I felt like the rest of the council was somehow intruding on a private moment. "This," Virion continued, "leads me to the purpose of today's council meeting. Our scouts in Elshire have also discovered that several dozen elven prisoners are going to be transported from Zestier to the southern holds in the next few days. It is my intention that we send an assault force to waylay the prisoner caravan, free the captured elves, and bring them back here." Virion's words hung heavily in the air. The old elf peered around the table, meeting each of our eyes in turn, even mine. He didn't talk loudly or emotionally, but his words shook my very bones. So this is the power of absolute authority, I thought. I'll lead the assault force, Tesha said suddenly, her voice nearly as sharp and heavy with authority as Virion's. My breath caught in my chest as a physical pressure washed out of the elven princess, pressing down on me like the heavy air before a storm. Baron flinched ever so slightly in surprise before he shook his head, leaning forward over the table as he said, "No disrespect, Lady Tesha, but I think this mission requires a more experienced leader. We'll only get one shot at this, and there won't be anyone to back up our assault force if things go badly." Despite keeping her expression firm, I noticed Tesha blushing slightly and the pressure she emitted lessened as well. "General Baron, you may be a lance, but you're also human and you can't navigate the forest the way an elf can. No disrespect, of course." Baron scowled but leaned back in his chair and let her continue. "No one here knows the area like I do except for Grandpa Virion, and we can't risk him in the field. This is my home, these are my people. I will lead the assault force." Virion nodded firmly. "Thank you, Tesha. I had hoped you would consent to leading the mission." Next to me, Tesha seemed momentarily caught off guard by her grandfather's words, but she was quick to hide her surprise. One of the things Tesha and I had in common was that we both felt like we were treated like fragile things people were afraid might break. She hadn't been allowed to leave the underground town since she'd ran away to find her parents. I couldn't help but wonder why Virion was suddenly sending her out now. The pressure lifted like someone had pulled a blanket off my face. I could tell the others had felt it too, as the whole room seemed to take a breath all at once. "That's decided then, now let's talk details." What followed was nearly 3 hours of discussion regarding the mission to rescue the elven prisoners. I mostly kept quiet during the conversation, but it was fascinating and intimidating to listen to these experienced soldiers and leaders discuss strategy. I imagined Arthur would have had a lot to say if he were there in my place. But he's not, so I'll do my best, I thought with a nod to myself. It was halfway through the meeting before I had the courage to stand up and tell the council that I wanted to join the mission. "Well, of course you're coming," Tesha had said. "That's why I brought you." "Are you sure about this?" Curtis asked, his chocolate brown eyes searching my face. Suddenly my stomach was full of butterflies. Why does he have to be so damn handsome? I steeled my nerves and returned Curtis's penetrating gaze, trying to sound mature and brave as I said, "I've had private training from some of the best warriors and mages in Dicathen, and I fought at the wall when the horde attacked. I'm ready to help." Kathleen stared at me with that unreadable expression she always had. Madame Astra was inspecting me with a disarming, almost silly grin plastered on her face. Helen gave me a matronly smile. Virion only nodded, looking, if anything, even more tired than when the meeting started. "So be it then, but you're telling your mother." The rest of the meeting passed quickly while I did my best to keep up with the conversation. They decided who would be a part of the assault force: Tesha, Kathleen, Curtis, Helen, and about a dozen other hand-picked soldiers, and started planning a strategy for a trap to catch the Alacrian soldiers escorting the prisoners off guard. Near the end of the council meeting, Kathleen, who had been nearly as quiet as I had, spoke up. "Commander Virion, perhaps I've missed something, but even if we're able to flawlessly execute this plan, I don't see how we're going to bring this many refugees back at once." Virion leaned back, regarding Kathleen critically. "We've been investigating the medallions, trying to expand their potential, and I believe we've discovered." Virion trailed off, uncharacteristically hesitant. "Well, we haven't verified anything yet, but by the time the prisoners are moved, you'll have a way to bring them back, I promise it." When the meeting was over, I stood up from the table to leave, but Virion waved me back. "Ellie, a word please." I stared at him, unsure how to respond. What could he want from me? The others seemed equally caught off guard. General Baron froze halfway from his seat and looked to Virion, but the old elf only responded with a subtle shake of his head, and Baron stood stiffly and busied himself with helping Madame Astra out of her own seat. Helen patted me on the shoulder as she walked by, beaming at me pridefully. "We should delve into the tunnels and hunt cave rats before you leave. It'd be good practice." I smiled nervously and nodded. "Want me to wait for you outside?" Tesha asked. Curtis was lingering behind her unnoticed, as if he wanted to speak to her. "No," I answered, "thanks, I'll be fine." Not sure whether I should sit back down or stay standing, I leaned awkwardly against the table, pretending to study the map of Dicathen, while the rest of the council made their slow way out of the room. Virion waited until we were alone. He opened his mouth as if to start issuing orders, but then he looked at me, really looked at me, and his expression softened. "You handled yourself well today. Your brother would be proud of the strong young woman you've become." I fidgeted awkwardly, not sure what to say. "I'm also glad to see you and Tesha together. It's good, having someone who understands what you're going through." When I still didn't respond, he coughed and said, "Right, thank you for your assistance with this matter. It's somewhat sensitive, but I believe you're uniquely suited to the task." He looked at me expectantly, so I said, "Yes, of course, whatever you need, Commander Virion." Virion sighed, and it was like someone had let the air out of him as he shrank in his chair. I would like you to go to Rinia, see what she has to say about our mission. No need to be subtle, she'll know why you're there. I was aware that Virion and Rinia had fallen out since moving into the underground shelter. She'd told me so, though she hadn't been specific about it. Of course, is there anything specific you want me to ask? Just see what she has to say. That'll be all. The commander dismissed me with a wave of his hand, turning his gaze back to the tactical map. I left the room and headed back down the hall toward the exit, but the male elf standing guard stepped toward me, forcing me to stop. Can I help you?" I asked defensively, though I wasn't sure why he made me nervous. My brain felt like mush after listening to planning and strategy for hours on end. The elf Albold raised his hands, making it clear he meant me no harm. "Sorry, Ellie, Aliner, I know we've never really talked, but I just wanted to give you my condolences for Arthur. I've met and even talked to him before back when he was." Albold ran a hand through his hair and smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, this is difficult." The anger flared within me. I tried to smother it, but after Virion's attempt at grandfatherly kindness, my feelings were a little raw. "Thank you," I said stiffly, not meeting Albold's eyes. Brushing past the elf, I shoved aside the leather hanging and practically ran down the handful of steps that led into the city hall. Gritting my teeth, I started to run through the narrow streets, taking the quickest path back to our shelter. Why does everyone think I want to hear their stupid condolences, I thought. I knew that they meant well and that it was childish to push away their kindness, of course I knew that. But at this point, it just felt like they were picking at my scab, not letting it heal. Then I thought about the elves being held prisoner in a Lenoir and wondered how many of them were Albold's family and friends. Had he lost siblings in the war, a father? I didn't know because instead of listening to him, I'd acted like a little kid and ran away. "You're not a little kid anymore, Ellie. You don't get to act like one." I forced myself to slow to a walk and rubbed the tears from my eyes. I would calmly walk home, get Boo, and head out into the tunnels to Rinia's. Chapter 312. Ellie. I heard the creatures skittering through the darkness before I saw them. The dim light artifact I carried only lit up about 10 feet around me, enough to walk without twisting my ankle but not enough to show me what was coming. There were 3, maybe 4 of them, and they were still at least 50 feet down the tunnel. Cave rats, we'd first discovered them when exploring the tunnels around the refuge. The beasts hadn't posed much of a threat to the refugee shelter. In fact, they'd proven really useful since we could eat them. They didn't taste great, but without them, bringing enough protein into our refuge would have been a lot more difficult. Still, people had to be careful because the cave rats could be dangerous for someone traveling on their own. Thankfully, I had Boo with me, so I wasn't too worried about one pack of cave rats. The rodent-like mana beasts were about the size of wolves and moved in packs like wolves too. From what we could tell, they were the dominant predator in these tunnels, surviving off the smaller vermin. I swung my bow off of my shoulder and drew the string, conjuring an arrow into it. Boo huffed, but we'd practiced this before. He would stay behind me, out of the line of fire, until the enemy got close, then I could fall back while he charged forward. The scratching of the cave rat's claws on the rough stone floor of the tunnel suddenly quickened, but I waited until I saw the first pair of eyes glowing red in the reflected light of my little lantern stone. The string hummed as the beam of white light flew into the dark. A second arrow had been conjured and knocked by the time the first found its mark right between the lead rat's eyes. The beast tumbled end over end, just a shadow at the edge of my vision. My second arrow sped past it, thudding into another cave rat I couldn't see yet. The third beast sprinted past its dead companions, trundling heavily like a little bear, but it didn't make it much closer before one of my arrows struck it in the joint between the neck and the shoulder. Its legs gave out and it slid forward on its chest, wheezing horribly. I put it out of its misery with a final arrow through the skull. The tunnel was silent except for the soft sound of my own breath and Boo's deep snorting behind me. "Sorry, boy," I said with a smirk. "I promise I'll leave some for you next." Movement from above drew my attention. A fourth cave rat was using its hard claws to creep slowly across the tunnel ceiling. It was shrunken and mangy, its mottled black and gray fur sticking out wildly. Moving slowly, I set my hand to the bowstring and began to draw back, but the creature reacted much more quickly than its dead companions. It dropped to the ground, spinning in the air to land on its gnarled little feet, then opened its grotesque mouth and hissed, spewing out a cloud of greenish gas. I loosed my arrow, but the cave rat, if it even was a cave rat, leapt to the side, spun, and bolted down the hallway, quickly moving beyond the range of my faint light source. Stumbling backwards to escape the fumes, I sent another arrow speeding down the tunnel after it, hoping to hit it blindly, but the arrow only impacted against stone and then fizzled out. Boo roared and barreled past me, tearing through the dark after the strange cave rat, ready to tear it apart. The tunnel smelled sweet and putrid, like rotting fruit, making my eyes run and my nose burn. I stepped back further and waited, a cold shiver running up my back. What the hell was that? I wondered, rubbing away the goosebumps that had appeared on my arms. After less than a minute, Boo came lumbering back down the tunnel. From the absence of fresh blood on his muzzle, it was clear that he didn't catch the creature. I didn't like the idea of that creature hiding somewhere out of sight, clinging from the ceiling like a bat, watching me. I shivered again. "Let's get moving, Boo," I said, resting my hand on his thick, shaggy fur. Then, to reassure myself, I repeated the mantra that Helen had taught me: eyes up and bow steady, never falter and always ready. Moving quickly and quietly, I held my breath as I passed through the foul mist that still hung in the air. The dead cave rats lay in twisted lumps on the floor, and would soon enough draw more of them in from the surrounding tunnels. I'd have to be cautious on my way back to the underground town. I looked at every jutting protrusion of rock on the ceiling and walls, and on 2 different occasions I shot an arrow at what turned out to be loose stones that had fallen from the roof. But in the dim edges of my light, they had looked like cave rats lying in wait. Each twist and turn of the path leading to Elder Rinia's little cavern made my heart beat more and more as I crept around the blind corners. Bow at the ready, waiting for the mangy beast to jump on me from above or breathe out its noxious fumes. Finally, I saw the steady glow of the light artifact that hung over the crack in the wall that served as Elder Rinia's door. Letting out a deep breath of relief, I realized that the burning in my nose had moved down into my throat and lungs, and that it was painful to breathe. The gas, rushing forward, I slipped through the crack and burst into the small cavern that Elder Rinia had claimed as her home. Boo grunted from behind me. He usually didn't mind waiting out in the tunnel while I talked to Rinia, but he could sense my distress. I heard him pawing at the narrow opening behind me, as if he could claw his way through to help me. The old seer was sitting in a wicker chair with her feet held to a weak little fire that burned within a natural alcove along the far wall of the cave. She turned as I stumbled through her door, one brow raised. "Ellie dear, what are you?" Elder Rinia stood up with surprising swiftness, peering at me with concern. "But what's happened, little one?" I tried to speak, but could only sputter. I see can't." The old seer was next to me in an instant, her rough fingers prodding at my neck, my lips, pushing me head back to peer into my nostrils, prying my mouth open to stare down my throat. My panic only grew as Elder Rinia tusked, then rushed over to a tall cabinet that was pressed against the rough wall of the cave and began pushing aside the clutter of items within. "Where is it? Where is it?" Then my breathing stopped being painful because I stopped being able to breathe at all. I stumbled toward the old elf and fell to my knees, one hand raised toward her pleadingly. My lungs were on fire and it felt as if my eyes would burst from my skull. "Ha!" Elder Rinia hooted from somewhere above me, though she sounded very far away. Then something shoved me roughly from the side and I toppled over, rolling onto my back. A blurry face hovered over mine, and something cool was pressed against my lips. Thick, icy liquid filled my mouth and began to slide unaided down my throat, and it was like someone had cast a spell to freeze my insides solid. The liquid, whatever it was, wriggled within my lungs and throat, but when I gasped, sucking in a lungful of frigid air, I was still able to breathe. The sensation of drowning in the slime was too much for my body, however, which immediately began to try and remove the cold ooze by forcing me to be sick. Rolling over and pushing myself up on my hands and knees, I began to heave like a cat coughing up a hairball. Bright blue sludge splattered against the ground between my hands, pooled thickly, congealed back together like patches of slime mold slithering across the stone, then shriveled, blackened, and was still. I wiped spittle from my trembling lips and turned horrified to Elder Rinia. The old seer smiled kindly and patted my back. All right, right as rain now." I sat back on my hands and took a deep breath. The air still felt as cold as a frosty winter morning and tasted slightly of peppermint. The burning pain and the lingering smell of rot were gone. What was that?" My eyes flicked toward the black goop, then back to her. She turned and walked slowly back to her chair, settling into it carefully, suddenly the very picture of a frail old woman. "Frost snail blubber, works a treat for burns, doesn't last outside of its casing though." Scooting away from the pile of black ooze, I looked at Elder Rinia in disgust. "So you shoved slug snot down my throat, but I wasn't even burned, there was some sort of gas. I thought I'd been poisoned." "Chemical burn," she said dismissively. "The elder who taught me was also a gifted healer. I don't have the ancient's blood though, so I've had to make do with more mundane remedies." I'd never heard Elder Rinia speak of her past or how she'd learned her magical arts before. For a moment, the excitement of learning more about the mysterious seer was enough to put the cave rat and my near-death experience out of my mind. "Was that the same person who taught you about the runes and ether and stuff?" You could say they were singularly talented. It's taken me a lifetime to learn even a portion of what they knew." Elder Rinia trailed off into thought. She jumped, then smiled warmly when I said, "I can't imagine anyone more knowledgeable than you. Perhaps, it's truly unfortunate that the ancients' wisdom died with them. The ancient mages had built wonders that we still didn't fully understand. The floating city of Xyrus, the flying castle, the teleportation platforms that connected all of Dicathen. I'd read about them a little bit, but there wasn't very much that we knew for sure. By the way, Ellie, would you mind calling off that great beast of yours before he tears down my front door? Elder Rinia asked in amusement. Oh, sorry, shaking slightly, I jumped up and ran back to the crack that led back to the tunnel. Boo was still scratching at the entrance. He had forced himself into the gap up to his shoulders, but that was as far as he could go. He stopped when he saw me. It's okay, Boo, I'm okay. You just rest now, I'll be back out after I've spoken with Elder Rinia, okay? My bond eyed me, then snorted and began scooting backwards, slowly dislodging himself from the narrow gap. I patted his snout and went back into the cave, walking carefully around the black ooze to where Elder Rinia sat. There was only one chair next to the fire, so I sat cross-legged on the warm stone at Elder Rinia's feet, feeling more like a child than I had in years. Despite being there for a reason, something the old seer said had stuck in my head. What did you mean you don't have the ancient's blood? Elder Rinia scoffed and looked at me appraisingly. Caught that, did you? Me and my mouth. Her expression turned thoughtful, as if she were trying to decide how much she could tell me, a look I'd seen many times before on the old elf's wrinkled face. Then she took a deep breath. This isn't something most know, but when I was a girl I was taught that emitters, healers, carry the blood of the ancient mages in their veins. This in fact is the source of their aberrant form of magic. So does that mean that Mom is descended from ancient mages, that Arthur and I are? I wasn't sure what that would mean. I wasn't even sure if I believed the old seer. It seemed fantastical, even silly, to consider it. The ancient mages were figures out of stories like the Usura, but then the Usura were real enough. Arthur had even gone to their homeland to train. Elder Rinia shook her head. I'm afraid I've taken us quite off track. Perhaps we can speak more about these things later. For now, I think it would be best that you explain what exactly you ran into on your way here. She had told me as much as she was willing, I knew. I also knew there was no point in arguing with her or trying to wheedle more information out of her. No one understood the power of simple words better than a seer, and there would be no convincing her to tell me anything she didn't want to, so I scooted a little closer to the fire and began to tell her about the attack in the tunnels. Elder Rinia leaned forward in her chair, her hands steepled together as she listened to my story about the cave rats and the strange, sickly mana beast that had nearly killed me with its breath attack. When I was finished, she leaned back and let out a long sigh. A blight hob, what? I asked, having never heard of such a creature before. Wicked creatures that are able to disguise themselves in order to live among other mana beasts. Most mana beasts are just that, beasts, but blight hobs are full of hatred and cruelty. Thankfully, they're not particularly strong, though they possess a mean cleverness that makes them dangerous to underestimate. Sounds like something you'd raise and train to keep people away, I muttered grumpily. Only if you want to be throttled in your sleep, Elder Rinia said, laughing darkly. But you're here to discuss something else, aren't you? And since you've nearly died in the process, you'd better get on with it. Caught off guard, I opened my mouth, coughed dryly, then closed my mouth again. Since the cave rat attack, I hadn't even thought about Virion's request, and now I realized that I wasn't sure how to ask what I needed to know. Nervous fear caused my palms to sweat and my mouth to go dry. Rinia was looking at me expectantly, but I couldn't seem to order the words in my mind. Well, spit it out, child, Elder Rinia said impatiently, though not unkindly. Tell me all about Virion's grand plan and ask me for my wisdom. I know that's why you're here. If you know why I'm here, why do you need me to ask you? I stared into the fire, pointedly avoiding the old seer's penetrating gaze. I tried to sound nonchalant, as if I was teasing her, but my words had come out whimpering like a frightened puppy. She sighed heavily. My dear, there was so much kindness and warmth and tiredness in her breathy voice that I couldn't help but turn around and meet her eye. You've nothing to fear here. You're being shouldered with burdens you shouldn't have to bear, but you need to know you can. I want to go fight Alacrians, but I can't even ask my friend a simple question without shaking, I thought angrily. I am not a child. Elder Rinia, I said seriously, wiping my sweaty palms on my trousers and clearing my throat, we will be sending in group an assault force into Elenwar to rescue a caravan of elven prisoners who are being transported, from Zestir into newly formed holds along the edge of the Elshire forest. Commander Virion asks that you share your wisdom and tell us anything you can about this mission. Elder Rinia had closed her eyes as I spoke, nodding absently. I waited, watching her eyeballs dart around beneath her closed lids. I imagined that she was reading some secret book that only she could see. Her eyes fluttered open and she leaned forward, resting her face in her hands. Her wrinkled knuckles went white as she pressed her fingertips to her temples. When she spoke, her voice was raspy and strained. Before I can give my blessing for you to join this expedition to Elenwar, I'm going to need you to do a little something for me. Her answer surprised me. I'm sorry, I don't mean any disrespect, Elder Rinia, but I didn't come here for your blessing. The elder gave me a knowing smile as she rested her chin on her palm. No, but you'll need it if you hope to accomplish your goal. I bowed, acknowledging the truth of her words. What do you want me to do? You're going to hunt and kill the blight hob for me, child. Chapter 313. I smirked at Elder Rinia. Her wry sense of humor was one of the things I really liked about her. While everyone else in the underground town walked around as if every day was one long funeral, the old seer could still find humor despite everything that had happened. The smirk slowly slid off my face as Elder Rinia fixed me with a piercing, humorless stare. "Wait, are you being serious?" I asked uncertainly. "Serious as a," Elder Rinia trailed off, her mouth opened slightly, her eyes rolling up toward the roof of the cave as she grasped for whatever she was trying to say. Damn, I forgot the phrase, but yes, I am very serious. If you think you're ready for the dangers of battle, then prove it. The creature that haunts these tunnels is a genuine danger to me, to you, and everyone else in the colony. Want my wisdom? Well, you're going to have to earn it, Ellie dear. I again found myself not really sure what to say. Elder Rinia was an enigma. I couldn't even begin to guess at the reason behind her actions, so I had to assume that hunting down and killing this blight hob was important to the mission in Elenoir somehow. The image of blue slime spilling out of my mouth and nose came to mind, and I tasted peppermint again. Or perhaps Rinia needs some part of the blight hob for her stores. Do I need to bring any part of the beast back? I asked. Elder Rinia grinned slyly. Clever girl, yes, kill the creature and bring me its tongue as proof. I nodded to myself, my heart racing in both excitement and fear. I thought about the battle at the wall, how the thrill and adrenaline of the fight had clashed with the terror I felt as I watched the horde slaughter our soldiers on the battlefield. It was always like that, I guessed. Even my brother must have been afraid sometimes, but I knew he'd been eager to fight and to grow stronger too. He said he just wanted to be strong enough to protect his family, but if that was true, why did he sacrifice himself for Tesha? I wasn't sure I'd ever understand. Now there are a couple things you should know, Elder Rinia said, interrupting my thoughts. The blight hob won't just stand around and try to fight you, especially not with that giant bear protecting you. If it can't sneak up on you, it'll try to lead you into a trap. Don't let it. If you can catch it lying in wait for you and put an arrow in its black little heart before it has a chance to move, that's your best bet. And whatever happens, don't let the thing breathe on you again. That was the last of my frost snail blubber for who knows how long. Shouldn't you know when you'll get more? I asked. Being a seer and all. Despite my nervousness and my fear, a giddy energy was starting to wash over me, and I couldn't help the big, silly grin that appeared on my face. Scowling, Elder Rinia said, "Why, you little," then rocked herself to her feet and began to shoo me away. I hopped up and, still grinning, let her usher me toward the door of her cavern home. "Don't come back until you've learned some respect, and don't forget that tongue." Giggling, I slipped through the crack and out into the dark tunnel. My bond was a big, fuzzy shadow guarding the entrance. He turned his wide head to face me as I approached, and I ran my hand up his snout and between his eyes, giving him a scratch. Boo closed his eyes and huffed in pleasure. "You ready for some action, big guy?" he grunted, a rumble from deep in his chest that would have been terrifying if he wasn't my bond. "We're going hunting." We started our hunt by returning back to where we'd encountered the pack of cave rats. Two more of the creatures had already found the bodies and were busily cannibalizing the remains. We approached in total darkness, the light artifact now hidden within a deep pocket of my loose trousers. I had decided it was safer to move in the dark than to give away our location with the lantern stone, relying instead on my mana-heightened hearing to guide us. Still, Boo wasn't exactly stealthy, and the cave rats heard us coming. They puffed themselves up and hissed threateningly, protecting their meal, but they turned and fled when Boo charged them. When I was sure they were gone, I pulled out the light artifact and held it up. "Boo, see if you can get the blight hob sent from the roof." I pointed at the rough stone above our heads. My bond stood on his hind legs, reaching his shiny black nose right up to the tunnel's ceiling and began to sniff around. After only a few seconds, he dropped back to all fours and lowered his wide snout to the floor, continuing his deep sniffing. I followed as he led us away from the chewed-up corpses, moving slowly, his nose pressed to the ground. After about a minute, Boo stopped and turned to look at me, his intelligent eyes shining green in the dim light of the lantern stone. He huffed, his sides expanding, then shook his shaggy hide like a wet dog. He had the scent. "Okay, let's go get him, Boo." My bond grunted, then took off, moving quickly now. I stowed the light artifact again and followed, my bow ready. The blight hob had covered quite a bit of distance since it had attacked us. We followed its scent for an hour, then two, but we still hadn't caught sight of it. The tunnels around our underground town were a winding, crisscrossing maze, and the blight hob moved erratically, doubling back as though it knew we were hunting for it. Based on what Elder Rinia had said, I wondered if the mana beast was paranoid, always creeping around as if something was stalking it. I was walking just behind Boo, my right shoulder pressed against his left flank, so when he jerked to a stop I knew immediately. The bear's entire body went rigid, his tough hide quivering slightly. I waited, my fingers on the string of my bow, ready to draw in an instant. From somewhere ahead, my mana-enhanced ears picked up the faint sound of claws scraping across stone. I listened intently, trying to figure out how many there were. 8, I thought nervously, wondering how many cave rats my bond could safely fight off. The pack was moving in our direction, but they were slow and unhurried, and they hadn't picked up on our scent yet. It sounded like there was a gentle curve in the tunnel, maybe 50 or 60 feet ahead. Deciding on a plan, I pressed down on Boo's back so that he crouched down in front of me, flattening himself against the hard earth so that I could see and shoot over him. Drawing my bow, I conjured a brightly shining mana arrow, squinting against the sudden glare, then fired the arrow down the tunnel where it lodged into the stone wall. I focused on keeping the arrow in place, its blazing light a beacon in the pitch-black dark. The reaction was immediate. Farther down the tunnel, the pack of cave rats burst into a sprint, racing toward the light. Just before they came into sight, I conjured a second arrow and pushed mana through it, causing the arrow to swell and the air around it to shimmer. At the same time, I let the brightly glowing arrow that had drawn in the mana beasts fade away, plunging the tunnel ahead into darkness. I listened carefully as the cave rats scrabbled around ahead of us, scratching at the walls and floor of the tunnel as they searched for the source of the light. The string of my bow thrummed as I took my shot. The bulging, shimmering white arrow left a white trail behind it as it streaked down the tunnel, then exploded in midair right in the middle of the pack, sending the cave rats flying. Boo shook with eagerness, ready to rush down the hall and finish them, but I couldn't be sure how many cave rats had survived, and I didn't want to risk my bond getting hurt for no reason. I focused more mana into my ears and conjured another arrow, and when I heard the scuffling sound of a cave rat trying to pick itself up off the floor, I let the mana arrow fly. I was able to shoot faster than the pack could collect itself, and within moments the cave rats were completely silent. When we were sure the threat had been dealt with, Boo stood up and humphed grumpily. "Sorry, Boo. I'm just saving you for the real fight, okay?" My bond grumbled again, and I patted his thick fur. "Let's make sure we got them all." I followed Boo down the tunnel, then waited as he sniffed at the cave rat corpses, nudging at them with his snout. When one hissed breathlessly, he crunched down on it with his powerful jaws, and though I didn't see it, I heard the mana beast's flesh tear and bones break as it gasped out its last breath. With that out of the way, Boo found the blight hob's scent again, and we moved on. I hope we find the beast soon, I thought. The journey to Rinia's and back should not have taken more than a couple of hours, and I'd already been gone longer than that. My mother would be worried. It occurred to me at that moment that my mother would be furious if she knew what I was doing. I hadn't even discussed my participation in the coming mission to a Lenoir with her, just said I was going to visit Rinia, then run off with Boo. She hadn't even had time to pepper me with questions about the council meeting, which I knew she was curious about, even if she pretended not to want anything to do with the leadership or survival of our little colony. That conversation was going to be hard enough. Maybe it was better than she didn't find out about my solo hunt through the tunnels. My ears twitched as I heard the tinkling sound of little pebbles bouncing down stone walls. Too distracted to have been properly paying attention, I jerked my bow up. An arrow forming knocked against the string, and aimed at the ceiling, looking for the shrunken, mangy form in the subtle white glow of my mana. I didn't even have time to decide if a shadowy shape protruding down from the roof was actually my prey, or just a lump of stone before my left ankle twisted and slipped away from me. A panic scream burst out of my mouth as my left leg plunged into an unseen gap in the floor, then was cut short when the stone lip of the hole hit me in the ribs. I scrambled to catch hold of something, trying to use my left arm and right leg to leverage myself in place so I didn't slide any further down. But the wind had already been knocked out of me, and I didn't have the strength to support myself. Boo bellowed above me, but when he whirled around to help, he practically stepped on me. Then one massive paw smacked against the back of my head, jarring me so that I folded up like a piece of parchment as I slipped farther into the hole. My body jerked to a stop as my bow caught, braced across the mouth of the hole I'd slipped into to create a sort of handhold. Holding most of my body weight with just my left hand on the grip of my bow, I tried to disentangle my right leg, which was bent painfully so that my foot was next to my head. That, it turns out, was a mistake. As soon as I shimmied my leg free, my body slipped again, ripping my hand away from the bow and sending me into a tumbling fall down the narrow crack in the stone, bouncing painfully off the walls. Realizing there was nothing else to do, I coated my entire body in mana and tucked my head into my arms to protect my skull. Moments later, the punishing walls vanished and I crashed noisily onto the stone floor of another tunnel. Fireflies danced in the dark all around me, or were they stars? Little stars twinkling like snowflakes. A worried roar echoed through the tunnels, shaking the stone like an earthquake and jarring me back to reality. I realized with a fresh wave of panic that I wasn't breathing, that I couldn't breathe. The fall had knocked the wind out of me and I gasped for air, trying to fill my lungs. Dust and small stones rained down around me as somewhere above, my bond dug frantically at the crack connecting the two tunnels. I tried to say something, to make sure he knew I wasn't dead, but without breath I couldn't get the words out. Then I received another shock as I heard the sound of wood rattling against stone. my bow falling down the hole. My head burst with pain and the stars seemed to explode all around me as I rolled out of the way just in time to avoid being bludgeoned by my own weapon, which hit the ground next to me and sprung away, clattering to rest several feet farther up the tunnel. I took a deep, sucking breath and was finally able to get some air. For several seconds I just focused on breathing. The stars winked out, one by one, leaving me in darkness. Finally, when I felt like I had the air for it, I yelled croakily for my bond. "Boo, it's okay, big guy, I'm okay." The scraping of claws on stone stopped and a pitiful moan resounded from the tunnel above. "You'll never make it down that fissure, Boo," I said, but then I had to stop to take several more shuddering breaths. Each one sent a stabbing pain through my side and pulsed in my head. "You're going to have to find another way." Boo grunted nervously. Rolling over, I pushed myself up with still shaking arms. A jolt of pain shot up my right ankle and into my knee, but when I tested its strength, the leg didn't give out. Reaching up with one arm, I felt around in the air above me for the tunnel roof. Preparing myself for the backlash of pain, I infused my legs with mana and leapt upward, but I could just barely scrape the ceiling with the tips of my fingers. "There's no way I can climb back up. I'm going to keep moving, you do the same, try to find my scent, Boo," a dismayed, almost whining rumble. "And be careful. The blight hob could be anywhere." I shivered as I realized the truth of my own words. Deciding that without Boo's protection it was too risky to walk blindly through the dark, I dug around in my pocket and pulled out the light artifact, which immediately spilled its warm, dim light around me, illuminating the tunnel. It was nearly identical to the rest of the tunnels I'd seen down here, a rough tube about 7 or 8 feet wide and high. Tesha thought that some giant worm-like mana beast must have burrowed here a very long time ago, leaving the tunnels in its wake, but Mom thought they were lava tubes. Dusting myself off, I walked gingerly to where my bow lay in the ground. A moan of pain escaped me as I bent over to pick up my fallen weapon. I sound like an old lady. I laughed at myself, which only sent another wave of pain through my back, neck, and sides. I had been nervous the bow would be ruined by the fall, or by being used as a lifeline to save me from the fall, but it was undamaged beyond a few scrapes and dings. I pulled the string back and held it just to make sure the shaft wouldn't snap in half under pressure. It was stable. "Well," I said quietly, "that could have been worse." Then something rammed me from behind. I threw myself forward into a roll, jarring my shoulder painfully against the hard ground. Using my bow like a staff, I swung it around behind me as I came back up to my feet and felt it strike my attacker. In the same motion, I twisted around and got my fingers on the bowstring, preparing to draw and fire, but instead I had to jerk it up, holding it in front of me like a shield. Two gnarled, black-clawed hands grabbed the bow and shoved. With mana surging through my body, I was barely able to keep myself from falling back. The blight hob continued to press forward, snapping its slimy jaws toward my throat as I struggled to push back. Infusing mana into my arms, I heaved forward, trying and failing to throw the blight hob away from me. The creature made a choking noise in its throat that reminded me of laughter, then sucked in a lungful of air. "It's going to use its breath attack." Desperate, I conjured an arrow onto the bowstring so that it appeared between the blight hob and myself. Then, I let myself fall back as the gross mana beast continued to push toward me. The blight hob, its claws still wrapped around the shaft of my bow, jerked forward from the sudden change in momentum, and my mana arrow impaled its shoulder. A horrifying cry burst out of it, interrupting its attack, and the blight hob scurried backwards and away from me, clawing and biting at the mana arrow as it tried to dislodge it. From the ground, I drew the bow and summoned a second arrow, but the shot went right over the blight hob's deformed, rat-like head and fizzled out when it hit the wall. A second shot missed by several inches as the blight hob leapt onto the wall and skittered spider-like onto the ceiling. It jerked to a halt as a third arrow struck the stone just in front of it, then dropped from the roof to land an arm's length away. "It's too fast." On the verge of panic, I fired another explosive arrow. The rippling bolt of mana soared over the blight hob's head, then exploded a couple of feet behind my target, flinging us both away. I was flattened by the force of it, tumbling backwards in a sort of reverse somersault. The blight hob bounced across the stone floor, stopping somewhere behind me and to my right. A voice inside my head, which sounded a lot like Arthur's, was screaming for me to get up. Somehow, I'd kept hold of my bow. I was lying on top of it, face down against the rough floor of the tunnel. I tried to push myself up, but there wasn't any strength left in my arms. Instead, I rolled painfully onto my side and levered myself up onto one elbow, then twisted to look around behind me for the mangy, skeletal mana beast. It was recovering faster than I was, already dragging itself awkwardly along the ground toward me, its beady little eyes alive with hatred. I heaved on my bow, trying to bring it up for one more shot, but one end was still lodged under my hip. I shifted, trying to pull it free, but it wasn't enough. I screamed with pain and fear as I rocked to the side and yanked again, and the bow finally slid free. I rolled up into a half-sitting position to better draw back the bowstring, but a scraggly hand with black talons for claws grabbed at the bow and tried to rip it out of my hands, causing me to tip back onto my side. I hit the cold, damp floor hard, nearly knocking the wind out of me as the blight hob's weight pressed down on me, and its mouth still snapped for my face. Mana burst through my arms as I wrenched my bow up so that the twisted and misshapen fangs buried into the wooden shaft instead of my exposed throat. I watched with horror as the blight hob ripped and tore at my beautiful bow. The same bow that Emily Watskin had made me back when we all stayed at the castle together. The horrible mana beast seemed almost delighted by the fact it was destroying something precious, so much so that it was entirely distracted from me for just a second. The wood around the arrow shelf began to splinter and crack. The blight hob's front hands or paws with their long, clawed toes were still wrapped around the bow, but its back claws were digging and scratching wildly. When one caught my leg and tore my trousers, leaving a long, deep gash along my shin, I screamed again. The beast's beady, dark eyes shifted, focusing back on my face. Its horrid, eel-like tongue lolled from his mouth, its rotten fruit breath nearly gagging me. My heart hammered in my throat as I realized I was about to die. All my training, all that time with Arthur and Sylvie shooting down blocks of stone and flaming bears and whirling discs of ice. And for what? Dying without properly apologizing to my mom and leaving her alone. If only I could control the stone like Arthur or shoot mana from my hands like Sylvie. The thought had barely formed in my head when I realized what I needed to do. But I'd never tried to recreate the magic I'd seen Sylvie use so long ago. I don't have time. Unless, using every ounce of strength I had, I pushed my bow up into the blight hob's jaw, shoving it deep into its gross mouth. The uneven teeth bore down into the wood until, with a single final crunch, my bow snapped in half. The blight hob grabbed one half of the shattered bow with both claws and began to gnaw at the end, chewing it like a wolf with a broken bone. Without even the time to mourn for my treasured bow, I raised my freed left hand, then focused on condensing pure mana into my palm. Helen had always said I was unusually gifted at manipulating pure mana into the shape of my choice, and her words ringing in my head was what gave me the confidence to conjure a thin, broad-headed dart in my palm with little effort. The next part was harder. Seeing the blazing white arrow begin to form in my palm, the blight hob scrambled backwards, releasing the ruins of my weapon. At the same time, I heard it sucking in a ragged, rattling breath as it prepared to breathe deadly fumes on me. Imagining the string of my now useless bow behind the mana arrow glowing from my palm, I pictured all that force, that potential energy stored in me, and I shaped the mana in my mind until I could feel it pushing back against my hand, a ball of force straining to be let free. I held it, waiting for my target to make a move, afraid I'd only get one shot. Time seemed to crawl to a stop as we both froze, each of us waiting for the other to make a move. Then a monstrous, wild roar tore through the tunnel, causing the blight hob to spin around, its deadly breath billowing out around it in a cloud instead of being directed at me. In that instant, like a punch to my gut, I felt the world around me change. The dim tunnel, lit only by my lighting artifact, which was half hidden in a dip in the floor somewhere behind me, came sharply into focus. Every fissure and outcropping was suddenly as clear as if a bright, midnight silver moon shone down on me. My sense of smell seemed to change as well. I could not only smell the blight hob's fetid gas, but sense where and how fast its attack was spreading. I could smell the very sweat lining my own skin, the dust of the tunnel floor, and even Boo's subtle musk, even though I couldn't even see him yet. As my senses became sharp and bestial, a ferocious courage overtook me, and I forgot my fear of death and failure. My hand was steady as I took aim, putting the how and why of my sudden transformation to the back of my mind as I focused on my newly sharpened senses. I let the bundle of force I'd gathered burst, flinging the mana arrow toward the blight hob as if it had been shot from my bow. The glowing bolt hummed as it flew the few feet to my target, striking it just behind its shoulder and piercing deep into its chest. The blight hob fell screeching to the ground, then tried to stand up but fell down again. Hazy green mist seeped from its mouth as it stared wildly around, its eyes bulging and tongue lolling grotesquely. As it went through its death throes, I scrambled backwards, getting as far as I could from the green cloud that was filling the hallway around it. The feeling of that gas burning my throat and lungs was still very fresh. The sound of huffing and grunting, and of heavy, clawed feet sprinting across stone, came from the darkness on the other side of the gas cloud. Boo slid to a halt once he was close enough to see the blight hob's corpse and the deadly cloud that surrounded it. "Hey, big guy," I said tiredly, giving my bond a little wave. He reared back on his hind legs, stalking back and forth across the tunnel and huffing anxiously as he waited for the gas to disperse. "We did it, Boo." He met my gaze, snorted, then settled down on his haunches. The incredible clarity of my senses faded, and exhaustion crept into my sore muscles and tired mind, pushing away the weird, unnatural courage I had briefly felt in the process. It was like I'd suddenly discovered something that had always been inside me but had now gone back to sleep. Something that felt a little like Boo. Lying back, I rested numbly on the hard, rough stone. A sharp edge of rock was sticking into my hip, but I didn't care. My heart pounded against my ribs with the excitement of my discovery and victory over the Blight Hob, though the moment was bittersweet. The loss of my shortbow, an irreplaceable weapon designed just for me, was a heavy price to pay for the Blight Hob's tongue. It better be worth it. Chapter 314. The pain of my fall was really starting to set in by the time we found our way back to Elder Rinia's cave. Most of my body was covered in black and purple bruises, which I knew would look even worse by the time I made it home. Mom is going to freak out. Boo's sense of direction was just as good as his sense of smell, so the return trip was pretty straightforward. I gave him a few scratches around his ears and across the silver crescent of fur on his chest, then limped through the narrow crack opening into the little cavern, carrying my broken bow and the Blight Hob's slimy tongue wrapped in a piece of cloth from my shirt. Inside, Elder Rinia was sitting at a little table, staring down at a square board covered in marbles. As I watched, she picked up a marble, set it back down at a different place on the board, and mumbled something under her breath. I opened my mouth to say something suitably dramatic like, "I've returned," but the old seer raised a wrinkled hand and motioned for me to be quiet. Typical, I thought. After what seemed like a very long time, Elder Rinia quickly moved 2 more stones, then turned to me with a satisfied smirk on her face. "You've returned," she said, eyeing the bundle in my hand, "and successfully from the looks of it." Her gaze quickly traveled over my body, lingering on the visible bruising on my cheek, neck, and arms. Though not without a few bumps and bruises, I see. I opened my mouth to start telling her about the hunt for the Blight Hob, but Elder Rinia waved for me to come closer, cutting me off again. "Here, let me see it quickly now." Scowling, I stomped across the cave and handed the cloth-wrapped tongue to the Elder. She gingerly unwrapped it, examining the tongue carefully. "Yes, yes, this will do nicely, very nicely." Without even looking at me, she hopped up and practically ran across the cave. I watched, bewildered, as she dumped the tongue into a pot that was steaming over her little fire. The cave, I realized, was filled with the scent of cooking food. My eyes bounced from the boiling pot to Elder Rinia and back again, then went wide with horror. "You're not going to?" "Oh, yes, dear. Blight Hob tongue is a very rare delicacy. Tender, juicy, fatty, with just a hint of bitterness." I seriously considered vomiting on her floor for the second time that day, but I choked back my revulsion. Opening my mouth to ask for the information I'd been promised, I was cut off for the 3rd time. "I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid the tongue needs to cook just right, so it'll need my full attention. Plus, I'm sure your mother will want to see to those injuries. Shouldn't be a problem for an emitter, I imagine. So be a dear and run along now, will you?" "But what about—" "Oh, yes," Elder Rinia said distractedly. I would have sworn she was drooling as she stared down into the black pot containing her Blight Hob tongue stew. "Go with my blessing, of course. You tell that old fool Virion that the mission will be successful, but it won't be without cost." I blinked, my mouth hanging open. "That's it." Elder Rinia turned to meet my eyes, serious for a moment. "Yes. No, there is always a cost, child. The cost of those elves' lives may be more than Virion cares to pay." I almost died," I yelled, the stress of the last few hours boiling over and turning to anger, which I vented on the old seer. "I gave up my bow just so you can eat some nasty old tongue and tell me it'll cost." Elder Rinia raised a single thin eyebrow. "Died? Hardly, dear. You still have your brother's present around your neck, don't you?" My hand went to the phoenix worm pendant hidden beneath my clothes. I'd worn it so long that I'd nearly forgotten what it was actually for. Snorting at my surprise, Rinia continued. "As I said, there is always a price to pay, a choice to make. You made one in the tunnels, and you'll have another to make in a Lenoir. When the time comes, Ellie, you must choose the mission." "What the hell are you talking about?" I said, throwing my hands up in the air and shaking my head incredulously. "Just give me a straight answer. Choose the mission. The price will be paid either way, but you decide if the plan works or not. Now go, the others are beginning to worry and they'll come looking for you soon." She turned back to her pot, using a wooden spoon to carefully stir the contents, then dropping in a pinch of something from a little jar. "And I don't want anyone turning up and ruining my meal." The walk back to town was long and uncomfortable, but thankfully uneventful. Boo let me ride on his large and furry back most of the way, since every part of my body hurt. I spent the time preparing my story and excuses. For my mother, though I couldn't think of anything I could possibly say that would make her any less mad when she saw how bruised up I was. "I can't believe that old crackpot," I grumbled to Boo. "That Blight Hob almost killed me. Also, she could eat its nasty old tongue and tell me the mission won't be without cost. Like I could have told you that." Boo grunted consolingly. I was about to say something else, but was distracted by a tiny source of light that bobbed and weaved ahead of us in the tunnel. A moment later, a voice rang out. "Arthur Leywin, is that you?" "Oh man," I thought, realizing that people in the tunnels looking for me was a bad sign. "Yeah," I wheezed painfully. "Who's that?" The light source moved toward me quickly, accompanied by the sound of soft footfalls. The wide, kind face of Durden, one of the twin horns and my parents' friend, came into focus once I blinked away the brightness of his light artifact. Ellie, there you are. Your mother was really worried, so Helen sent me to search for you to make sure you are. I'm fine, I lied, forcing myself to sit up straight on Boo's back as I stared down at Durden. I was on a mission for the commander. I need to go see Virion at City Hall, then I'll head home. Durden smiled sheepishly. I've been asked to make sure you go straight to your mother, actually. Apparently she gave the commander quite an earful. The big mage trailed off, then added, don't tell anyone I said that, would you? At least if Mom already yelled at Virion, maybe it won't be so bad for me. I knew it'd be worse if I didn't go home right away, but this was my mission, and despite Elder Rinia's unhelpful guidance, I felt like I needed to give her words to Virion myself. When I informed Durden of this, he hesitantly nodded. Well, let's get going then. I'd like to get you back to your mother before she explodes like a volcano, I suggested. He smiled wryly and led the way back along the tunnel toward town. Durden held aside the door hanging and gestured for me to enter, so I did. Boo stayed outside, curling up like a huge dog next to the stairs that lead up to the city hall's front door. Inside the door, Albold stood at his usual post. Glad to see you're okay, Lady Alina. He gestured down the hall to the main meeting room. The commander will want to see you right away. I started down the hall but slowed when I heard voices coming from the open archway. We're too late again, Commander. It was Baron's deep, nasally voice. While there were definitely signs of Lance's Vere, Aya, and Micah, we can't find a strong enough trace to go after them. Damn, what in the world are those three up to? Virion grumbled in reply. We haven't found any reason or plausible pattern to the location of their strikes yet. We can't even be sure they know we're alive. I can't see any other reason why they wouldn't have made contact yet. Keep trying. The other lances will be essential if we're ever going to really push back against the Alacrians. I had stopped at the edge of the archway, listening to Baron and Virion's conversation. There hadn't been any news of the other lances since Dicathen had fallen. It was good to know they were still out there fighting. Albold walked around me, stopping in the doorway and bowing. Commander Virion, young Arthur Leywin has just now returned from the tunnels. He gestured for me to enter the room, which I did hesitantly. I was too tired to really be nervous, but I still wasn't sure how to explain what Rinia had said. Virion's stern gaze took in my bruises and the cut on my leg, and his expression softened. It appears the journey to Rinia's was more difficult than expected. My apologies, Alina, if I'd have known. It's okay, I cut in, then mentally berated myself for my rudeness. Elder Rinia asked me to prove myself so that she would know I was ready to fight, and I did. I trailed off, repeating in my head everything she had told me, what little there was. Virion listened carefully while I repeated Elder Rinia's words. A price I'm not willing to pay, the commander looked down at the desk, but his eyes were unfocused. Shows what my old friend knows. Virion looked up, staring past my shoulder into the far distance. There is no price I won't pay for success, for rescuing as many of our people as possible. The elves will not be slaves, better dead than that. He stood suddenly, his chair scraping unpleasantly on the stone floor. Thank you, Alina. Your assistance is most appreciated. We'll have several days to prepare for the journey to Elenoir, but I'll send Tesha to you when you are needed. Looking at Albold, he said, please escort Ems Leywin home. I believe her mother is eager to see her returned. Albold and I both bowed, and I followed the elf out of City Hall. No price he wouldn't pay, I wondered. The commander had changed so much since the castle. It was like the loss of the war had stolen the kindness and warmth from him. Then again, who hasn't been affected by it, I asked myself. A few minutes later, I said farewell to Albold and Durden, both of whom had insisted on seeing that I got home safely. Outside of the little two-story house I shared with my mother and Boo. I watched them walk quickly away, then smiled at Durden when he cast a last glance back at me over his shoulder. He looks like someone running from the scene of a crime, doesn't he, Boo? My bond huffed in agreement, then unceremoniously shoved the door cover out of the way with his snout and disappeared into the house. From inside I heard, Boo, where's Ellie? Ellie. I thought for a second about following Durden, trying to dart out of sight around the corner of one of the nearby buildings. I imagined hiding out in one of the unoccupied houses, fishing from the river when everyone else was asleep, having Tesha smuggle me fresh clothes and that sweet bread the elves loved. Sighing, I listened to my mother's footsteps pounding down the stairs and forced an innocent smile onto my face while I waited for her to burst through the door hanging, which she did an instant later. Her auburn hair was half pulled out of her ponytail, giving her a sort of rushed look, and her eyes were wet and red as if she'd been crying. Those eyes moved over my bruises with the efficiency of a trained emitter, and she gasped. Ellie, what in the world has happened to you? Before I could respond, she was pulling at the sleeves and hem of my shirt, following the trail of bruising up my arms, across my neck, down my back and hips. Then her hands began to emit a soft green and gold light. I immediately felt warm and cool at the same time as the scratches, scrapes, cuts, and bruises all over my body began to heal. Mother was silent while she worked, focusing entirely on my injuries. It seemed best to follow her lead, so I kept my mouth shut and watched as the purple and black bruises faded to green, then yellow, then disappeared before my eyes. When she was done, I took a deep breath of the cool cavern air. The pain was gone. I couldn't remember ever having felt better. Then the icy knife of her voice cut through the pleasant, post-healing fog. Inside, now. I risked a glance at her face. Her eyes were full of fire and fury. Oh boy, my mother wasn't a mean person. In fact, she'd always been a very kind woman. However, the stress of being Arthur Leywin's mother had worn her down, giving her a sharp edge. She'd been forced to harden herself against the constant stress and worry of having a son like Arthur who was there one day and gone the next, and always, wherever he was, in constant mortal danger. Or that's what I kept reminding myself as, for the next hour, she told me in a dozen different ways how reckless, foolish, immature, dangerous, and stupid it had been to go by myself into the tunnels, and how she was going to tell everyone from Elder Rhynia to Commander Virion to the sad old elf woman who lived next door that I wasn't to be sent on any missions or hunts or assaults, or anything else without her express permission. She finished off my thorough chewing out by insisting that if anything ever happened to me that she'd die of a broken heart, and did I want to be responsible for that? I stood up from where I'd been sitting on the floor, my back pressed against the wall on the second level of the house. Mom was sitting at the dining table, her face in her hands, tears dripping from her nose to splash on the petrified wood. I crossed the room and walked around behind her, then leaned down and wrapped my arms around her, resting my cheek on her shoulder. There were 100 things I wanted to tell her. How much I loved her, how sorry I was that Arthur and Dad were gone, how much I wished she didn't have to be so angry and scared all the time. How no matter what I couldn't just sit on the sidelines and watch Dicathen struggle to survive anymore. But instead, what I said was, I'm going to Elenoir to fight the Alacrians, Mom. My mother burst out of her chair, tearing free of my grip and nearly knocking me over backwards. She stomped across the room, ripping the leather band from her hair that held up her ponytail, then turned around and brandished it at me like a whip. Haven't you heard a damned thing I've said, Eleanor? Her hair fell around her bright red face in a wild tangle. She looked like a crazy person. Speaking slowly and calmly, I said, I have, Mom, I really have. I've listened to every word, and now I need you to listen to me. She scoffed, but I held up a hand and kept speaking, infusing as much confidence as I could muster into my words. I have to do something, Mom, I have veto. I pointed to the ceiling of our little shelter. Somewhere up there right now, a mother is watching her child die, or a wife her husband, or a sister her brother. We're not the only ones who have lost someone, Mom. Everyone has lost people. I was pleading now, the confidence slipping from my tone, but I didn't care. I had to make her understand. She opened her mouth to reply, but I kept going, knowing that if I lost the thread of my thought that I'd never get the words out. We're the lucky ones, Mom, the lucky ones. So many people, most people don't have a chance to fight back. But we do, we can make a difference, all of us. If I just sit down here, that thing inside me that makes me capable of helping will turn against me. It'll eat me from the inside out like a leech. If I don't do something, I might as well already be dead. I realized that I was huffing like boo and on the verge of tears. My mother, on the other hand, seemed to have sobered up. She was giving me an appraising look that I couldn't remember seeing on her face before. After several long moments, she crossed the room again, took my hand, and led me back to the table. We sat down and she just looked at me silently for a while. There's something I should have told you a long time ago, Ellie. Mom met my eye, pausing to make sure I was listening, then continued. You've grown up at the center of all this adventure and chaos and war, making friends with princesses and mana beasts, learning magic and fighting, but that isn't the life you were meant for. I looked at her uncertainly. What do you mean? My mother drummed her fingers on the ancient tabletop, gazing down at the petrified wood as if hoping it might spell out the words she was looking for. Your brother, he pulled us into a life that we weren't equipped for. He was, of course, but Arthur was different. She looked up at me, searching my eyes, my face for understanding. I wanted to take advantage of having this moment of peace and togetherness with my mom, but I wasn't quite sure what she was trying to communicate. Sighing, she reached out and put her hand on mine. Arthur, but this is difficult to explain. Is this about Arthur being reincarnated or whatever? I asked, my mother's words clicking into place in my head. She gaped at me, her eyes wide and her mouth open. How did you find out? I could see her swallowing, hesitating before she asked, Did Arthur tell you? I shook my head. No, though I wish he would have. I pieced it together from things you and Dad said. I overheard you fighting a few times in the castle while Arthur was training with the Ussuras. Seeing the look of surprise still on her face, I let out a sigh. I'm not dumb, Mom. She squeezed my hand and smiled. No, sweetie, you are not. I don't see why it matters anyway. Just because he had memories from another life doesn't make him not my brother. He's still the same person who joked around with me, who stood by me, who helped me. He wasn't always around, but he always treated me like his sister. I know, Ellie, and you're right, it doesn't matter, not anymore. What I want you to see, though, is how Arthur was meant for this life. I think he was brought here to fight for Dicathen. Mom was starting to falter, to lose the thread of her thought. He was a quadra-elemental mage with 2 lifetimes of battle experience, Ellie. But you're just a girl, I asked, my temper flaring. Arthur's gone, Mom, so whatever reason Arthur might have been reborn with us, his purpose must have already been fulfilled, right? Or failed, she replied sadly, not meeting my eye. He could have been here to inspire us, to show us what we could do, so that when he left we'd know we could still win without him. I know you think it's safer to let Virion and Baron and the others handle things, but I don't want to run away from a responsibility that I know I have as a trained mage. I held my mother's gaze with the piercing stare I'd learned from Arthur. I know what happened to Dad and brother. I'm scared too, but I want to fight. Her mouth opened but closed again as she wiped her tears. My mother let out a hoarse chuckle. I guess it's my own fault for raising you to be such a strong and upright young lady. A laugh escaped my lips as I walked around the table and pulled my mother into a seated hug. Chapter 315. I followed several feet behind Tesha, keeping my face carefully passive so that the soldiers bustling around us wouldn't see how nervous I was. Most of them were elves out of necessity. Humans and dwarves were at a disadvantage navigating the foggy forest of Elshire, even with the elves there to guide us. Boo trailed along behind me, wandering in and out of the trees as he sniffed around, stuffing his nose in the dirt to search for grubs or other small forest creatures to eat. Just by the way my bond stub of a tail wagged, I could tell he was really at home in the deep forest and glad to be out of the caves. We'd only been in Elshire for an hour or two, but I felt like the fog had seeped into my ears and was floating around inside my head, making it hard to think. I tried to pay attention as Tesha gave orders, but constantly found myself gazing dreamily at some flower or tree or rock, only to snap back to the present when Tesha would ask, "Ellie, are you coming?" Tesha stopped to check the progress on a pit trap that was being dug in the middle of a narrow road through the forest. Though it seemed like little more than a deer trail to me, Tesha had said that such clear paths only existed near the interior of a Lenoir, connecting some of the larger cities and towns. 3 young elves were working together to build the pit trap. The first, a fair-haired boy with handsome emerald eyes, was using earth mana to dig out a large hole in the path that was at least 10 feet deep. The other 2 wore their hoods up, though I could still make out their serious expressions underneath, and were coaxing roots up out of the bottom of the pit and twisting them into sharp, spiraling spikes. All 3 turned to snap quick salutes to Tesha before returning to their work. "Make the pit just a bit wider from there," she gestured to a large chunk of granite. "To there," she said, pointing at a space between the roots of a large, knobbly tree with patches of moss hanging from it like 100 little beards. "That way even a soldier walking on the edge of the path will fall in." "Yes, Lady Tesha," the green-eyed elf replied, immediately starting to widen the hole so that it encompassed the entire path. Tesha moved on and I trailed along after her, watching her long, silvery-gray hair bounce against her back. She had really taken to command. I knew she'd led soldiers before and that she had been beaten badly by the Alacrians in a Lenoir previously, but now she seemed confident in her role, and the mages we brought with us all showed her respect. My misclouded mind was drifting randomly, and I thought of asking Tesha for advice on gaining control of my beast will, since I knew she relied heavily on hers in battle. I had to remind myself that now wasn't exactly the best time for that. I'd had a short talk with Commander Virion after he'd heard more about what happened in the tunnels, and he'd made it obvious that the more powerful a mana beast was, the harder it was to unlock its beast will. And of course, Boo wasn't just any ordinary mana beast. Then how the heck did Arthur unlock his beast will so fast? I shook my head, not wanting to fall into the trap of comparing myself with my brother. Trying my luck once again, I brought Commander Virion's words to mind. "Feel for the powerful, foreign entity deep inside your mana core and bring it out," I muttered, closing my eyes. Feeling nothing except for Boo's damp breath tickling my neck as he sniffed me curiously, I let out a sigh. Ahead of me, Tesha stopped and turned back with a raised brow. "Ellie, are you coming?" I nodded frantically and jogged to catch up. A short distance from the pit trap, 2 dwarves were working some kind of earth magic, causing the packed dirt to shake and soften. I hadn't met the dwarves yet, though I'd heard of their arrival, the brothers Hornfells and Skarn Earthborn, cousins of Lance Micah. They stopped their casting and straightened as we approached, though they did not salute. The dwarves were both short and broad like most of their kin. They had identical features, broad noses, red cheeks, and wiry blonde beards. Their expressions were so different, though, that it would have been easy to miss that they were twins. One grinned, looking at Tesha as if she were his long-lost best friend who had reappeared after having been missing for a decade or 2, while the other glared at her as if she'd just said something very unkind about his mother. "How are the preparations going?" Tesha asked as she bent down and ran her hands over the tilled earth. "Well enough," the scowling dwarf muttered. This is just the preparation, as you said, the real spells cast when the carts arrive. Then shoop, the smiling dwarf interjected. The carriage tires sink in and stick fast. It'd take a dozen horses to pull 'em out. Tesha pressed her hand down into the soft soil. You may be the first dwarves to ever work dwarven magic in Elshire Forest, she said quietly before standing up straight. And it's a privilege to be working alongside you. The grinning dwarf grinned wider, the scowling dwarf scowled deeper. Tesha gave them a respectful nod before turning on her heel and walking into the forest. The dwarves' eyes fell on me as I stood there, staring at them. I thought it was really too bad that the dwarven king and queen had betrayed Dicathen. They'd left their people in such a hard position. I thought it was very brave of these Earthborns to have sought us out, when most of the dwarven kingdom had gone into full revolt in support of the invaders. Can we perhaps help you with something, girl? The scowling dwarf asked, causing me to jump and look around for Tesha. Ellie, are you coming? I yelled. Giving the dwarves an awkward wave, I leapt over a knee-high boulder and jogged toward Tesha. She rested a hand on my shoulder once I'd caught up. I have a few soldiers fortifying positions within the trees. Tesha pointed above us, where an elven archer was coaxing several tree branches into a sort of nest. It was amazing watching the tree move as if it was alive, responding to the soldiers' mana. You're going to be here, got it. I traced the line from the platform above to the road. It was a straight shot to the dwarves' sinkhole. These points here, and there form the kill box. Tesha's eyes locked onto mine, her gaze deadly serious. The mages up there will be the most important part of this battle, which is why I want you right in the middle of it. This needs to be quick and quiet, otherwise we risk losing the prisoners. I know the mist is making things difficult right now, but if you concentrate mana into your eyes and keep shifting your focus, it'll help keep the effects of the fog at bay. The most important thing is that we keep the prisoners safe and stop any Alacrians from escaping. I returned her serious gaze, nodding in understanding. I couldn't disappoint her. I needed to prove myself here, not as Arthur Leywin's sister, but as Alina Leywin. Tesha dipped her head down, gently caressing the back of my head as her forehead touched mine. I know you don't want to be coddled, but stay safe out there. Taken aback, I pulled away from her before answering with as much determination I could muster. Of course, Lady Tesha, standing nearby, tall and straight-backed and handsome, stood Curtis Glader, a warm smile on his face. His sister, Kathleen, stood behind him, half invisible in a deep shadow. Boo perked up when he noticed Curtis's bond, the world lion Grotter, and the two cautiously approached and began sniffing one another. Curtis ruffled his crimson hair as he approached Tesha. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was hoping to further discuss the ground tactics before the battle. I need to see that preparations on the eastern line are progressing as expected, she stated before nodding her head in the direction she was heading. Walk with me, lead the way, he said, making a well-practiced gesture with his hand. I watched with growing annoyance as the two walked away, shoulder to shoulder. I knew it was nothing and that they had been friends since their days at Xyrus Academy, but I couldn't help it. Tesha was Arthur's girlfriend, but Arthur was gone, and the creeping mushy emotions that were threatening to overwhelm me burst its dam and my stomach dropped. Damned mist, I thought, wiping a tear from my eye with the back of my hand. It's still difficult, isn't it? I jerked around, just then realizing that Kathleen was walking next to me, moving on without them. Her skin was so white and her face so still that she could have been a porcelain doll, as cold and beautiful as an ice crystal. I had grown to really like Kathleen since she and Curtis were rescued and brought to the underground shelter. She always seemed wise way past her years, and there was that weird, flowery, almost poetic way she spoke that I found refreshing. Alina, blinking, I realized I had been staring silently at Kathleen for way too long. Yeah, I guess, I murmured. We crossed back over the path and followed Tesha and Curtis through the trees on the other side. They were speaking, but I couldn't hear exactly what they were saying. Curtis said something that made Tesha smile, and she turned to look at him in what I thought was an admiring sort of way. Maybe I'm just imagining things because this stupid fog, I thought, hoping it was true. Are you scared? I suddenly blurted, my eyes falling to the forest floor, drifting along the contours of the tree roots and the sharp edges of the broad-leafed plants that blanketed the ground. Only a fool isn't scared before battle, Kathleen answered. But these people need our help, so I'll fight anyway. Kathleen and I walked in silence after that. Tesha verified that the snipers' nests on that side of the road were ready, then spent several long minutes reviewing what the ground team would be doing during the fight. Finally, she called the entire assault party together for one last pep talk. Once everyone was gathered, Tesha began, You all know why we're here. The lives of over 100 elven Dicathen prisoners hang in the balance. We only have one chance to free them. Based on our reports, we'll match the Alacrian soldiers in number, but we have the element of surprise and we have the forest itself on our side. This happens quick and clean. We don't let anyone hurt the prisoners, don't let anyone get away. Tesha's piercing gaze moved from face to face as if she could memorize them all. Now go, take up your positions, be quiet and be ready. When the first crunch of the mist-muffled noise of carriage wheels on dry earth was heard in the treetops, it was like someone had struck me with a jolt of lightning. Suddenly my mouth was dry and my palms sweaty. My entire body felt alive with the anticipation of battle. I forced myself to take a long, deep breath and focused mana into my eyes, making sure not to keep my sharpened gaze in one area for too long. It was as if the wind had blown away the fog in my mind. Tesha had been right. Though the forest's magic was still disorienting, I felt clear-headed and ready for the first time in hours. I shuffled atop the platform of woven branches, moving into a better position to draw and fire my bow, but I didn't conjure an arrow. The glimmering of a spell would be a dead giveaway to the approaching Alacrians. There hadn't been a way to fix the bow Emily had made for me, so Tesha gave me one crafted by the elves. It didn't feel quite mine, but I supposed it would have to do. Barely perceptible even though I knew they were there, I saw the slightest shuffling as archers and mages in other trees around me did the same, moving like leaves in a gentle breeze. Knowing they were there gave me courage. It seemed to take forever for the first of the Alacrians to appear between the trees. Several guards marched in front of the train of prisoner carts. They all seemed so young. The Alacrians marched in silence, their hands white-knuckled around their weapons, their eyes darting from shadow to shadow. It was almost like they expected to be attacked, but I told myself it was just the mist-born paranoia and disorientation. Then I could see the first of the carts. The squat wagon was pulled by a single moon ox. The mana beast was nearly as tall and wide as the cart itself. Its pale blue hide shimmered wherever the rare sunlight touched it, absorbing the light and glowing dimly in the deep shadows of the forest. The cart itself was an open cage set atop a simple wagon. Inside it, elves were pressed shoulder to shoulder, packed so tightly they couldn't even move. Several of the elves were manacled to the bars of the cage, and I could sense mana whirling through metal collars around their necks. Mana suppression collars, I realized. There were mages among the prisoners. There were 4 carts that I could see, each as fully loaded as the last. 8 Alacrians marched ahead of the wagon train while 4 walked alongside each cart. I couldn't see the end of the prisoner transport line, but I knew they'd have at least a few soldiers bringing up the rear as well. I tensed as the first soldiers approached the pit trap. The crack of thin branches breaking and a brief, panicked yell was the signal to begin. Conjuring an arrow onto the string of my bow, I took aim at a surprised-looking woman marching beside the lead cart. She raised her weapon, but before she could even take a step forward, my arrow pierced her breastplate, striking her in the heart before dissipating. At the same time, a dozen other Alacrians stumbled and fell under a barrage of arrows and spells flying from the trees. My second arrow flew at an Alacrian soldier who was rushing back from the front lines to the cover of the wagons, but it bounced off a magical shield. All around the Alacrians our attacks were deflecting off of translucent panels of mana, and bolts of fire, spears of ice, and crackling balls of lightning were now flying into the treetops as they responded with their own offensive magic. Then the dwarves' spell kicked in. A cloud of sandy dust exploded upwards, briefly covering the carts and the Alacrian mages around them. Several voices cried out in surprise, then a gust of wind blew the dust down the road, forcing it into the Alacrians' noses, mouths, and eyes while revealing our targets to us. The carts had sunk into the road up to their axles, and many of the soldiers were stuck up to their knees. The poor moon oxen trumpeted in fear as they were caught in the spell as well. In the confusion, a few of our arrows and spells slipped past the shields, and another handful of the Alacrians fell dead. A second explosion, this one unplanned, kicked up another storm of dirt obscuring the wagons. The Alacrian soldiers were almost entirely hidden, making it impossible for us to continue firing or risk hitting the captives. "They're trying to release the elves." A voice boomed from within the chaos below, making my heart pound and my fingers tremble on my bowstring. A long jet of violently blue energy struck my tree several feet below me, causing the whole thing to wobble. The fear crept up in me, stronger than before, but I focused on it this time, repeating Virion's words over and over in my head. The same gut-wrenching feeling I'd had in the tunnels took over, and my already enhanced eyesight sharpened even further, but I focused on my smell. Even through the thick layer of dirt, dust, and blood, I could make out the subtle smells that distinguished everyone down below, even if I couldn't see them. I could smell the rancid odor of the elves, deprived of any sort of hygiene, and I could clearly make out the foreign stench of the Alacrians. With a short, controlled breath, I fired 4 mana arrows in succession. 2 sounded as though they had deflected off mana shields, but with each of the others came a pained grunt that sounded like it came from only a feet away, and the faint smell of fresh blood. Nearby, an elven soldier screamed in pain as a dozen needle-like darts of stone tore through him, tossing him into the air. I watched, detached, as he tumbled like a ragdoll, then hit the ground below with dull thud before firing another arrow in the direction that the enemy's spell had come from. Again, I could hear the mana arrow deflect off some obstruction before it reached its target. A wild, monstrous roar tore through the forest, and for a heartbeat everything seemed to stop as all eyes turned toward the end of the prisoner caravan. Visible through a burned patch of leaves, I watched as Curtis charged along the road, riding atop Grotter and gleaming golden, shedding his own light like the sun. Boo ran at Grotter's side, answering the world lion's roar with his own as the mana beasts charged together along the line of carts, a gust of wind clearing their line of sight to where the last of the Alacrians were huddled between the front two wagons. Two huge stone golems followed the mana beasts, their heavy footfalls shaking the leaves around me. "Kill the prisoners," screamed one of the enemy soldiers, her voice shrill with fear. I sent an arrow at the tall woman's throat, threaded carefully through the barest crack in the shields, but it rebounded off one edge and missed. Fear surged through me as the enemy spellcasters turned their magic toward the packed carts around them, preparing to execute the dozens of elven prisoners inside, but there was nothing I could do. They tightened the protective barrier so that my arrows couldn't pierce it, nor could any of the other attacks raining down on the Alacrians from around me. The very air around me began to change color, taking on a translucent green hue, and for a second I worried it was some side effect of my beast will. Then thorny vines of shimmering emerald energy sprouted from the ground in the middle of the knot of enemy soldiers, inside of the dome of interlocking panels. The vines ripped and tore at the Alacrians, plunged into and through their bodies, filling the forest with their dying screams. They all fell before even a single spell was cast, all except for the tall woman who was bound in a cocoon of the vines, unable to move or speak. Curtis, Grotter, Boo, and the golems fell upon the enemy just as the shields flickered and failed, ensuring that there were no other survivors. Suddenly, everything was silent as the twang of bowstrings, the hiss of spells burning through the air, and the shouts of dying men and women all stopped. Only the low moans of the trapped moon oxen broke the eerie quiet. Then Tesha stepped into view, her entire body wrapped in a shroud of emerald light. Mossy grass bloomed in her footprints, and the plants and trees of the forest seemed to turn toward her as she strode calmly through the battlefield toward the carts and the last living Alacrian. When she was face to face with the tall woman, Tesha encouraged her to be calm and asked for her name and rank. The bindings slithered away from the Alacrian's mouth, and she spit at Tesha and shouted a vulgar curse. Then the woman's skin began to glow, burning brighter and brighter as if a star were being born inside her. I heard Curtis shout out a warning, then lost sight of both Tesha and the Alacrian as a solid dome of tree roots and thick vines burst from the ground around them. An instant later, a huge explosion rocked the forest, shaking the ground so that my right foot slipped, and I was forced to wrap my arms around the largest limb of my woven platform to keep from tumbling from my perch. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the carts again so that I couldn't see what had happened. Somehow, the Alacrian had erupted with mana right between the two lead wagons. There were at least 50 elven prisoners in those cages alone, and Boo and Tesha had been right there too. Sliding so that I was hanging from the side of the platform, I let myself drop the 25 feet to the ground, reinforcing my legs with mana to absorb the force of the landing. Then I was sprinting toward the road. Just inside the thick dust, I ran headlong into a large, hairy body. Boo, my bond rumbled with a low growl, but I ran my hand through his coarse fur and he relaxed. Tesha, I called softly, fear making my voice thin and childlike. Stay back, Curtis commanded from somewhere to my right. Then a gust of wind carried the dust away yet again, and I saw the cocoon of vines, still intact and hiding the Alacrian woman and Tesha both. As I watched, the vines and roots began to unravel, slowly collapsing and revealing the charred wreckage within. I was amazed that the prisoner wagons had survived, but Tesha's spell had almost entirely contained the blast. The Alacrian woman was gone, nothing left but ash and the twisted remains of her armor. Tesha turned, leveling me with a calm but otherworldly gaze, her beast was still active. She frowned as a giggle escaped from my mouth. Even though she seemed unhurt, her eyebrows and steely gray hair had been slightly singed, reminding me of the mad scientist Gideon. My giggle turned into laughter as Tesha released her beast will, letting the writhing emerald vines fade and the air return to its natural misty gray color. Her hand went to her face and gingerly felt at her scorched brows, and a slow smirk spread on her lips. With her other hand, Tesha reached out and touched my cheek. Ellie, do you have whiskers? I traced the faint lines on my cheek with my own fingers, struggling to hold back another fit of giggles. My beast will. Around us, the prisoners were starting to come to life as they realized they had been freed. A woman's voice shouted out a cheer, then several others joined her. We had done it. Chapter 316. An ox was bellowing nearby. A distant bird cried angrily, our battle likely having disturbed its peace. My own heart was banging against my ribcage audibly, but I could hear Tesha's and Curtis's as well, which felt wrong somehow, almost like an invasion of their privacy. Underneath these noises there was something else. A thin, fearful voice whispered a prayer to the Vritra. I spun, an arrow already on my string, and loosed it just past Curtis's hip. My arrow thunked into a young Alacrian soldier who had hidden, playing dead, behind one of the cart wheels. He had been preparing a spell aimed at Curtis's back. Tesha and Curtis both turned, mana condensing in preparation for their spells, but the soldier was dead. Curtis turned back to me and ruffled his hair, looking a little embarrassed. "Thanks," he said quietly. Tesha met my eye and nodded sharply. By now, most of the other members of our assault force, those who had survived, were coming out of the trees. "We'll be sure to celebrate later," Tesha said, her voice carrying clearly as she cast a hard gaze at her soldiers. "For now, let's get these people free." Just like that, everyone burst into motion, breaking the locks, releasing the prisoners, and shattering their manacles. Tesha hesitated before stepping away to oversee her soldiers. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," I said, letting my beast will fade. For a moment, it was like someone had pressed a blanket over my head, but my senses adjusted quickly. Their attacks never even got close. Tesha smiled her warm smile, saluted me, and said, "Well fought, soldier." I returned the salute awkwardly, and Tesha marched away. Boo nuzzled me, and I leaned forward and pressed my forehead to his. "Looks like we're getting closer, aren't we, buddy?" I said with a sigh before my gaze wandered past him to the young Alacrian I'd just killed. I tried to look away to distance myself internally like I'd been doing till now, but I couldn't. I kept staring at the man who looked only a few years older than me, Arthur's age. It was when his body was getting carried away by our soldiers, though, that I saw them. The blank, lifeless eyes that were still wide open in shock. I tore my gaze away, stumbling onto the ground in the process. I crawled to the nearest tree I could find and heaved out my last meal as tears blurred my vision. Boo sat behind me, comforting me and hiding me from everyone else as I sobbed and threw up at the same time. How did Arthur do this? How did Tesha, Curtis, or anyone do such a gruesome thing like killing, like murder? And yet here I was, after having killed multiple living people, more worried that everyone would see me crying like a child. A delicate touch on my shoulder made me jump. I spun around, coming face to face with Dicathen, whose cool gaze was uncharacteristically sympathetic. A loud hiccup interrupted my sobs, and I could taste the acidic remains of my throw-up. I hurriedly wiped both my eyes and my mouth, while trying unsuccessfully to rearrange my facial features into a less embarrassing expression. "How do you do it?" I let out another sob. "How is it so easy for all of you to do this? It's never easy, and it should never be easy." The once princess held out her arm for me to take. "As for how I do it, I'm afraid everyone's answer is different." Dicathen gave me a solemn smile as she looked at me. It was the same kind my brother often had. A complicated smile that I didn't get until now. How many enemies had Arthur killed, I wondered. How many allies had he watched die? He always kept going. Wiping my tears once more, I took Dicathen's arm, and she led me away toward the rear of the caravan, where the prisoners were just starting to be released. As we passed by the other carts, each one surrounded by a handful of our soldiers helping people out and trying to remove the mana-suppressing shackles, I watched the freed elves. Many threw their arms around each other and their rescuers. Many more cried, letting relieved tears run unabated down their faces. Others gazed about dreamily, as if they'd just woken and were still unsure if what they were seeing was real. A frightened bellow drew my attention to the helpless-looking moon ox still stuck in the ground in front of one of the carts, its legs trapped within the dwarves' spell. It gazed back at me forlornly. We were passing by the third cart in the caravan when a tall, shirtless blonde elf with dark bruises, discoloring his face, fell to his knees as his manacles were released. From nearby, I heard Tesha exclaim, "Xperrif," and I stopped, forcing Dicathen to release my arm. She turned to watch with me as Tesha ran to the kneeling elf and leaned down to wrap both her hands around his. Dicathen brushed my shoulder as she rushed past me, crouching down next them, one hand resting gently on Xperrif's back. I took a few steps closer, curious who this elf was that he could call both of these princesses his friends. "Xperrif, what did they do to you?" Tesha asked, her voice strained. Not only was the elf bruised across his entire face and most of his torso, he was dangerously thin. His cheeks were gaunt, his shoulder blades jutted from his back, and his ribs were clearly visible. He tried to speak, but the effort caused him to cough, which must have been painful because his face twisted into a grimace. I quickly withdrew a drinking canteen from my dimension ring and handed it to him. His pale green eyes lingered on me for a moment before he accepted the canteen and took a long drink from it. "Thank you," he said hoarsely when he handed it back. "You seem familiar." "This is Arthur Leywin," Tesha said softly, still half holding the emaciated elven mage. Xperrif's brows crinkled. As in the sister of Arthur Leywin," Dicathen confirmed, glancing at me. Xperrif's eyes went wide and his tortured expression broke into the ghost of a grin. "Is he here?" "Arthur?" Xperrif looked around hopefully, as if expecting to see my brother appear through the mist, grinning and rubbing the back of his neck. "He's gone," I said, my voice as cool and emotionless as Dicathen's. Ferrith's momentarily hopeful expression crashed. His eyes closed, his shoulders slumped, his face dipped toward the ground. "I'm sorry," he said, his lips barely moving, the words no more than a whisper. The four of us were still, sharing a spontaneous moment of silence for my brother. Above us, the tall trees leaned inward in a bow, as if even they felt sorry for us, while all around our soldiers were freeing the imprisoned elves. Then Tesha spoke again and the spell was shattered. "Come on, Ferrith, we need to get you ready to teleport back to the sanctuary." The noise rushed back in, and we were returned to the chaotic scene of the elves' hurried emancipation. "What?" Ferrith asked, his eyes narrowed in confusion. "No, we have to save the rest." "The rest?" Tesha asked, standing up and helping Ferrith get to his feet beside her. Ferrith tried to take a step and stumbled. He was forced to lean back against the wagon just to stand. "We came from a staging camp to the north, one of the villages. It's been handed over to some Alacrian noble." The battered elf paused, his eyes losing focus, but after a moment he shook his head and continued on. "There are dozens, hundreds more prisoners there waiting to be sent to other holds. Our people are being divided up like livestock and gifted to high-ranking Alacrians." When Tesha didn't immediately respond, Ferrith grabbed her arm, his eyes wild. For a moment he looked half mad. "We have to save them. Once they're all transferred to the other towns, spread all over Elenwar, it would be impossible to rescue them all." Tesha finished, the corners of her mouth turned down in a thoughtful frown. "We don't have the force to storm a fortified location, but Commander Virion's words are weighing on your decision, right?" Catheln interrupted. "He may have ordered us to save as many elves as possible, but it's safe to assume he meant within the scope of this mission. He didn't. Back then, my Grand Commander Virion had this desperation that I've never seen in him before." Tesha paused for a moment before she shook her head. "We'll discuss this with the others before coming to a decision. For now, we should organize the elves that need to get back to the sanctuary." Catheln nodded at this, but Ferrith looked stricken. Before he could say anything, however, a nearby elf, one of the freed prisoners, stumbled over and threw herself at Tesha's feet. "Please, Princess Tesha, my family is still being held in Idleholm. You have to save them." The woman's dirty face looked so pitiful, so horribly forlorn and desperately reverent, that I knew Tesha couldn't help but say yes. Instead, Tesha leaned down. She met the woman's eyes with a solemn gaze of her own. "My duty as a leader is to get everyone we saved today back to safety," she said sternly before gently pressing her forehead against the woman's. "But once that has been accomplished, we will carefully consider our next steps, so please help me do my part." The woman's lower lip trembled as she nodded, and with another encouraging pat from our leader, she went off to join the other elves that had been freed. Catheln's gaze followed after the woman, expressionless, but Ferrith frowned, clearly hoping for a stronger answer. "You'll consider your next steps, that's it?" he asked, eyes red with anger. "Do you even care?" I wanted to step in and say something, but Tesha whipped her head with a glare so fierce that I found myself flinching. "Of course I care, and if I were by myself I would have gone in a heartbeat," she answered, her tone icy. "But my decision here doesn't impact just me, so I need to do what I can as a leader." Ferrith opened his mouth as if to refute, but he just turned away. After letting out a sigh, our leader turned away as well. "Catheln, can you round up your brother Albold Skarn and Hornfels?" Catheln nodded, her shining black hair bouncing. "Of course, Tesha." Then she vanished into the bustle of activity all around us. Tesha and I assisted in organizing the teleportation groups. We had 12 medallions, and each one could teleport around 50 people back to the sanctuary at a time. Apparently Virion and Elder Rinia had been working on increasing the strength of the medallions since Dicathen fell, though he had been vague on the details. While the soldiers who would activate the medallions finished their preparations and gave directions to the elves, Catheln returned with her brother, the two dwarves, and Albold. Tesha pulled us all slightly away from the milling groups, and I noticed Ferrith watching us closely from the nearby crowd. With a flick of her wrist, Tesha conjured a dome of wind around us to mask our conversation before she spoke. "Before anything else, I'd like to commend all of you. Our mission was to secure and free the prisoners being transported in this caravan, which we have done," Tesha declared before her gaze flickered back to where Ferrith stood. "But I've recently learned from one of the elves we freed that they were only part of the group held at the nearby village of Idleholm." Albold, Curtis, and the Earthborn brothers exchanged gazes of surprise before looking back to Tesha for answers. "Before we left, Commander Virion insisted that we rescue as many of our people as possible, so we wouldn't be going against orders for doing this." Tesha looked to Catheln. "But I also understand the risks of going off script. I have a plan in mind, but I'd like to hear everyone's opinions." Catheln spoke up first. "We should regroup back at the sanctuary and come back with proper reinforcements." Curtis shook his head. "By the time we do all of that, the Alacrians will have heard of this attack and be much more guarded. It might not even be possible to come back and rescue the elves at Idleholm later." Aye, but a win's a win, Skarn insisted. As Lady Tesha said, we accomplished our mission, we didn't prepare for a larger assault, didn't bring enough dwarves for one. Albold was nodding. Not that I don't want to save my own people, but Skarn is right. It's a big risk to storm a fortified town, even if our casualties were minimal in this battle. I wanted to weigh in. I wanted to say that we should go to Idleholm. Tesha was well on her way to breaking through into the White Core. Catherine and Curtis were both in the initial stage of Silver Core along with the Earthborn brothers, and even Albold, who was still a light yellow core, wouldn't slow them down. But the words were caught in my throat. I was the weak link here and I knew it. Tesha finally spoke, breaking the brief silence amongst our group. We'll go to Idleholm. Curtis and I brightened at the words, but our leader held up her hand. But, she continued, our main objective is only to scout. What Curtis said was right. By the time we go back, prepare and make our way to Idleholm, the Alacrians will be ready for us. This is the only open window for us. Once there, we can better assess our position without exposing ourselves. After a pause, the rest of the group began nodding in agreement. Good, Tesha said with a faint smile. The rest of the soldiers will return with the freed elves, allowing us to move much more quickly without drawing attention while we gather intel. I couldn't help the sudden sinking sensation I felt in my stomach as I realized Tesha likely wasn't including me with that group, but I stayed quiet. The others all agreed, and our group separated so the news could be shared with the rest of the soldiers. I braced myself next to Boo as Tesha turned to me, most likely with the intention of sending me back. Ellie, if you're up for it, I'd like to borrow your and Boo's keen senses. I'm not going back. I want to come with, I furrowed my brows. Wait, what did you say? I can come with you? A smile pulled at the edges of Tesha's lips as she saw my confusion. Only if you're willing. Boo and I shared a determined nod before I turned back to Tesha. Of course I'm willing. With that settled, we both turned our attention to the people who would be teleporting back to the sanctuary. We were sending the rescued prisoners back in 3 groups. Those of us who were moving on to Idleholm kept the other 9 medallions in order to take back as many elves as possible. There were over a dozen mages among the rescued elves, and every one of them, Ferrith included, volunteered to come to Idleholm, but Tesha refused point blank. None of them were in good enough condition to fight. Tesha, Curtis, Catherine, the Earthborns, Albold, and I stood well outside the range of the medallions. Groups of elven prisoners gathered around our remaining soldiers, 3 of whom had medallions and had been trained to activate them. Most of the men and women who came with us were returning. Those who didn't survive the fight had been laid among the roots of the trees so that they could rejoin the land where they had been born. We watched solemnly as the first group activated their medallion. A translucent purple dome lit up around them, radiating from the flat disc that a tall elf held over her head. The mysterious etheric energy hummed, a sound I could feel in the little hairs on the back of my neck. The dome began to fracture into individual beams that fell on each person within like violet spotlights. The soldier holding the medallion spoke a word of command, and all at once, the people standing within those beams dissolved into thin air. The next group went, taking along the freed moon oxen with them back to the sanctuary. The last group repeated this process, until only the 7 of us in our 2 mana beast bonds remained. A blanket of silence fell down on the hazy twilight forest. A gentle wind was stirring, and for just a moment the deep blue sky was revealed. The first stars twinkled within it. The weight of my decision to stay behind lingered, but I didn't regret it. Out here I wasn't just Arthur's sister, out here I was making a difference. Tesha stepped forward, her darkened silver hair catching the moon's reflection. Let's move. Chapter 317. The journey to Idleholm passed quickly, though it took nearly 2 full days. We traveled in silence mostly. Tesha and Albold were forced to slow their pace, guiding the rest of us carefully through the outskirts of Elshire. Hornfels and Skarn had it the hardest. They weren't woodsmen and had spent very little time above ground. They hated the mists as much as I hated stepping in puddles of mud, which happened often. Boo and Grotter, on the other hand, seemed completely at home. We let them move at their own pace, sometimes rushing ahead, charging through the forest like a couple of wild animals, and other times lingering behind to dig in the soft soil or sniff after some mana beast trail. I didn't worry about them, though. I knew that Boo would always be able to find his way back to me. Though we stayed cautious, Tesha and Albold weren't worried the Alacrians would find us in the forest. They expected that we would already be at Idleholm before the prisoner caravan was reported as missing, and the Alacrians couldn't navigate Elshire well enough to have effective patrols. When we did actually talk, it was largely to discuss optimal paths we should take to scout out the area without being discovered. While neither Albold nor Tesha had a map, both knew the area well enough for us to have a good sense of what to expect by the time we reached the elven village. Signs of the Alacrians were all over the place before we got our first look at Idleholm. The first was the corpse of an elven man lying face down at the base of a dying tree. A hole the size of an apple had been burned completely through him and the tree both. I kept my gaze fixed on the sight, despite wanting to spin away and puke. This was something I had to get used to. Albold leaned over the corpse, his usual cheery expression nowhere to be found. He was most likely trying to flee. Agreeing in silence, we didn't linger to investigate more closely. We slowed our pace as we got closer to the village, moving carefully in case we ran into Alacrians in the woods. As we approached, the sound of axes thudding into trees grew louder and louder. Tesha held up a closed fist and we all went still and tense. She leaned toward me and pointed ahead. The mists had cleared, but the trees were still dense enough to limit my line of sight. Using mana, I enhanced my vision to try and see what Tesha was pointing at. There was no movement, no enemy that I could see, just trees with sunlight shining on brown earth beyond. Then it snapped into place. Where the sun shone, the forest simply ended. We crept forward again until we were just at the edge of the tree line. The Alacrians had cut down all of the trees around Idleholm, an uncountable number of trees. A large field of deforested land lay between us and a sad, gray little town. I was sure the elven village must have been really pretty, once upon a time. Now the twisted timbers and boughs that made up the structure of the building seemed withered and dead, and the green roofs had turned brown like fallen leaves. I could see where a lot of the houses around the edge of the town had burned down. A few square buildings, minimal in design, had been built in their place, and a handful of Alacrian men and women could be seen going about their day, doing normal, ordinary things like hauling buckets of water or armloads of wood. Tesha stood to my left. The set of her jaw and the angle of her body made her look like a predator. She was so tense I could practically see her quivering, like a silver jaguar waiting for its prey. I wasn't the only one who noticed. "Let's find someplace with some shelter so we can wait for the cover of night," Curtis said, stepping up beside Tesha. "No," Tesha said simply. "We need to get a good look at the village in the light. Albold, you and Curtis make a circuit to the west. Ellie and I will go east. Catheln, Skarn, and Hornfells, you three take the mana beasts and find someplace to shelter, somewhere we can use as a base of operations." Curtis must have noticed the looks of confusion all around. "I'll be able to find Grotter when the four of us meet back up after our circuit," he explained. "We always know where the other is." Skarn spit into the dirt. "I can't wait to be done with this hiking nonsense. Come on, you great brutes, you're with us." This last was directed at Grotter and Boo, who looked hesitantly toward Curtis and me. "I'll be back soon, Grotter," Curtis said, smiling warmly at his World Lion bond. I ran a hand through Boo's fur, then scratched him under his chin. He looked at me in a way that said he'd rather be by my side. Smiling, I booped his nose. "You stay with Grotter, silly, we'll be right back." Curtis gave his sister a hug, and over his shoulder she shot me an embarrassed look, forcing me to turn away to hide my grin. To the dwarves, Tesha said, "Thank you for being here, friends. The elven people owe you a great debt." Skarn simply grunted, but Hornfells gave Tesha the slightest bow. "We're all in this fight together now. It's Skarn's and my hope that someday we'll be able to free our own kin from the poisonous ideas of the late King and Queen Graysunders. Until such a time, though, we'll deliver our boots to Alacrian asses wherever we can find them." Tesha returned the bow, then turned her turquoise eyes on me. "Ready, partner, partner." It was strange being referred to like that by her. We'd come so far together since that first tense exchange in the underground town after Arthur disappeared. Past me likely would have killed present me for thinking this, but I sort of looked up to Tesha now. She was also one of the few people that treated me as me. And Tesha had been the one to push for me to be involved, for me to have the chance to help our people. With a deep breath, I reached for the feeling deep in my core and manifested the first phase of my beast will. "Yeah, I'm ready." With a backwards glance at Boo, who stood up on his hind legs and waved one big paw, looking as sad as I'd ever seen him, I set off after Tesha. She led us east, always keeping under the cover of the trees. We moved slowly. Tesha scouted the village while I kept a lookout for any threats in the forest, especially Alacrian soldiers. We hadn't been moving for more than 10 minutes when I stopped Tesha after catching a whiff of something familiar. We both fell flat on our stomachs, using the undergrowth to hide as best we could while I searched for the source of the scent. "There," I mouthed, pointing west. A young elven woman came around a large tree less than 20 feet away. She was carrying a wicker basket in the crook of one arm. Her blonde hair had been cut short, exposing red marks and bruising across the side and back of her neck. She walked with a slight limp. I was surprised to see that she wasn't chained or manacled in any way. There are probably other, less obvious ways to bind someone, I thought, my mind going to Tesha's parents, the late King and Queen of the Elves. The Alacrians are good at things like that. Distant shouting and the splintering crash of a falling tree made the girl stop. She stared sadly in the direction of the noise for a moment, then moved on. Tesha took a step toward the elven girl but stopped herself. It looked like we both wanted to help her, but it wasn't the right time. Tesha and I waited until the limping elf had moved off, leaving the forest and stepping into the light, where she jogged awkwardly back toward the village. After that we crept along even more cautiously, our eyes mostly on the village, but my enhanced hearing and smell was trained on the forest, cautious of anything approaching. We'd gone a little more than halfway around the village before I had to withdraw my beast will to rest. Shortly afterward, Tesha stiffened, then stabbed her thumb down to signal us to drop. We both dove behind a large berry bush. I couldn't see anything, so I watched Tesha's face carefully in case I needed to conjure an arrow in an instant, but after several long seconds she relaxed and stood up. Hesitantly, I followed her lead, my bow at the ready. Nearby, Albold stepped out from between two trees where he was waiting for us alongside Curtis, and I let out a relieved breath. "Things seem quiet on this side," Tesha said softly, waving them over. "No sign of where they're keeping the prisoners yet." Albold nodded, face tense. "Makeshift cages little more than kennels have been constructed at the edge of town. There are a couple hundred prisoners at least. I counted 13 guards. But only 3 mages," Curtis added. "The rest were just normal soldiers unadorned, they call them." Tesha tugged thoughtfully at a loose lock of her hair. "Okay, you two complete your circuit, put a second set of eyes on this side of the village. Ellie and I will take a look at the prisoners ourselves. There is a large logging party working on that side of town, too. We had to go well out into the forest to avoid them," Albold noted. Tesha nodded in understanding. We said our farewells, then we split up again. As we rounded the far side of the village, the consistent thudding of axes into wood grew louder, and as Albold had said, we found a group of men and women working to fell, cut, and carry away lumber. The first thing I noticed was that all the workers were Alacrians. In fact, there were no elves assisting with the logging at all. We were crouched behind a naturally fallen tree a couple hundred feet from the nearest Alacrian, watching them work. "Even under threat of death, my people wouldn't cut down the trees," Tesha whispered, answering my unasked question. Without another word, she took off deeper into the forest, giving the workers a wide berth. It didn't take us long after that to find the roughly built cages were housing elves like animals ready to be butchered. It was hard to believe anyone could survive long in such awful conditions. The elves were nearly all standing, their bodies pressed against one another. They had just enough room for a few to lay down at once in the cramped cages. The elves looked pale and thin, their dirty skins stretched too tightly across their faces, giving them a ghastly, skeletal look. The cages were made of wood, but were little more than roughly milled frames connected by narrow planks. I wondered for a moment why the elves didn't try to break out, but then I realized that they were probably so tired and weak that they didn't even have the strength to break the wooden slats, much less escape from the guards. My eyes caught on an elven man who was pressed up against the side of one of the cages. He was slumped down unnaturally, his eyes open but glazed. I couldn't bear to continue looking at the sight of his body left to rot next to his own family. "Animals," I thought angrily. My fingers trembled, itching to send mana arrows flying at the guards right then and there. The voice in the back of my mind that sounded like Arthur's told me I was thinking like a child. It reminded me that we were just here as scouts. Looking at these prisoners, though I doubted that they would last much longer. 2 of the guards were playing some kind of board game, sitting at a makeshift table made of a stump. I closed my eyes and activated my beast will so I could hear what they were saying. "Tired of the stink. Babysitting a bunch of unwashed, half-dead elves wasn't what I had in mind when they told us we'd be taking this place over, you know. Tell me about it." And with that Bill creeping around, glaring down at us all the time. "He's even worse than Jagret and she was awful. Are you going to take your move or what?" I'm thinking, but yeah, you're right. I'm not sure why we need a damned retainer for this post anyway. My kid sister could guard these elves all by herself. It's those Milviews, I'm sure, cowards. How they ever earned high-blood status, but I lost track of the conversation for a moment as my mind buzzed. "Jagret, where have I heard of that name before?" I turned to Tesha to ask her, but she held up a hand. Not a second passed before a chill ran down my spine, my own bestial senses picking up the deathly aura that smelled even worse than the rotting corpses nearby. A man stepped from between 2 of the buildings, approaching the guards. He looked like a walking skeleton. His face was pale and puffy, his eyes so sunken and dark that they looked like empty holes. Flat greenish hair like dead seagrass clung to his forehead and cheeks. He was tall and awkwardly thin with sharp, spiderish limbs that his sheer black mage's robes highlighted. The back of his robes were cut away, revealing a series of dark tattoos standing out against the white flesh. His spine and ribs were sharply defined, their gray shadows intersecting the sharply inked lines in a way I found gross, almost inhuman. Silently, the man walked around the end of the cages, then stopped suddenly, just outside of the enclosure with the dead elf pressed against the bars. He turned to look at one of the guards, a thick-chested man with a black beard. The rest of the guards stood well back. "What happened here?" the pale man asked the ranking guard. "An early execution?" "No, sir, they're not in good health. A few have died of weakness." Is it not your job to guard them, soldier? The executions will be rather uninteresting if most of them have already succumbed to their weakness. The man seemed mildly amused as he said this, but the bearded guard threw himself to one knee and bowed. Of course, Billel. We will make sure the rest survive to be killed at the proper time. The pale man stared down at the back of the guard's head. Just keep them breathing for another day or two. He turned away from the guard, gazing out into the trees. I froze. There was no way he could know we were there, but still. Tesha was the one to act, shooting a soft gust of wind at a nearby tree rodent perched on a low-hanging branch. The tiny mana beast, surprised, hopped off of its branch, drawing the pale-robed man's gaze to where it scampered off. This damnable forest, Billel cursed, shaking his head. Sneering, he turned to leave, then stopped again suddenly. He waved the bearded guard over then, his voice low and sickly, he said, "Pick out one or two of the livelier elves and have them sent to my abode, would you?" The guard paled, his nose wrinkling in disgust, but he was quick to assure the retainer he would do so. Tesha grabbed my hand, drawing my attention without speaking, and nodded into the forest. It was time to go. We sneaked away from the tree line, moving deeper under the cover of the dense boughs, then turned and navigated quickly around the village toward our rendezvous with Albold and Curtis. When we found the others, both Albold and Curtis were watching for us fearfully. Curtis moved quickly to Tesha's side. "Are you okay? We worried when you weren't." "Yes," Tesha said quickly. "We took our time at the prisoner cages." To me, she said, "Ellie, what did you hear?" I recounted everything I'd heard. The others were quiet when I'd finished. Finally, her face hard as a statue, Tesha turned and walked south into the forest. "Let's find our companions. Curtis, you lead the way." I glanced at Curtis and he smiled and winked at me. "Do you regret following us yet?" "Not at all," I said, forcing a smile that fell away as soon as Curtis turned to follow Tesha. We walked for over 30 minutes before we found Grotter and Boo. They were lying next to one another in a little patch of sun at the center of a clearing. Catherine and the Earthborns weren't with them. Boo rolled to his feet and lumbered toward me. My bond rumbled deep down in his chest and nudged me so that I almost tipped over backwards. I laughed and wrapped my arms around his neck. "I'm glad to see you too, Boo." Grotter, who must have known Curtis was returning, only raised his huge head, shook it gently so his golden mane waved like wheat in a sunny field, then went back to his nap. "Where are?" I started, but was cut off by the grinding of stone. Just behind where Grotter still lounged, the earth shifted, folding in on itself to reveal an earthen tunnel. Skarn and Hornfell stood just inside. "You weren't followed, were you?" Skarn grunted, glaring past our group into the trees. "They're hot on our tails," Curtis gasped, his eyes going wide. "Quick, everyone inside." I snickered at the handsome prince's bad joke. Tesha's lips quirked up in a wry smile and Hornfell's laughed loudly, but Skarn only glowered more deeply. "Yes, jokes about our immediate and untimely deaths, my favorite." The dwarf spit on the ground. "Inside then. Couldn't find a suitable shelter, so we made one." Curious, I followed the dwarves down the earthen ramp into a smooth-walled cave which was about 20 feet long and wide and perhaps 8 feet high. A handful of lighting artifacts, glowing stones like those we used in the underground city, had been set around the room to provide lighting. A simple set of chairs and a table had been molded out of earth at the center of the room, and 7 low cots were pushed against the walls. I plopped down on one and was surprised by how soft it was. The far end of the little cave had been left open for the mana beasts. "This is pretty nice," I mentioned, nodding my approval to the Earthborns. Hornfels beamed at me. "The cots were my idea." Skarn grunted and rolled his eyes as the rest of the group filed in. Tesha inspected the cave and Curtis whistled in appreciation. Albold, however, seemed uncomfortable. "I hate being underground," he muttered. Once everyone was in, Skarn used mana to close the entryway again, hiding us completely. Boo and Grotter pushed their way through the crowd, both sitting down at the far end of the cave. Their presence made the space feel a lot smaller than it had just a few minutes ago. "Now that you've all finished your tour through our humble abode, may we have the honor of discovering what fresh slice of hell awaits us at the village?" Skarn groused, taking a seat at the table. Tesha nodded, taking a seat at the table as well. "Almost everything was what we expected." Catherine sat down across from her. "Almost everything." Curtis and Albold exchanged a knowing look while the dwarves wrinkled their brows in confusion. After everyone took their seat around the table, Tesha recounted what we experienced. From the female elf we saw all the way to the 2 guards' conversation and our encounter with Billel. "A mass execution," Hornfels said with a long breath. "So much for our plan of coming back with a larger force," Skarn chortled. After a moment of strained silence, it was Curtis who shot up to his feet. "We can't leave these people here." Everyone's head turned to the crimson-haired prince, surprised. "What does the enemy force look like?" Catherine asked. Her brother's determined gaze wavered as Albold answered. "Not many mages on their side, but there's a retainer," Tesha said simply. "Well, that's that then," Skarn said with a shrug. I say we teleport straight back to the sanctuary. Ouch. Skarn glared at his brother, who had just stomped on his foot under the table. What my brother means, Hornfell said, looking much more serious than normal, is that as much as we'd like to help these people, perhaps we should take stock of our abilities. Has anyone here ever faced a retainer? The dwarf looked from face to face around the table, then turned to look at me for good measure. I shook my head, as did the others. I expected Tesha to argue, but it was Catheln that spoke up. Turning to our leader, the Ice Mage asked, "What are your chances against a retainer?" Tesha's gaze fell as she thought for a moment before her turquoise eyes landed back on Catheln. At worst, a stalemate, at best a close win. Skarn let out an appreciative whistle while the rest exchanged excited glances. "We have 5 silver core mages amongst us," Curtis said with a confident smile. "We can do this," Catheln nodded as she rubbed her chin. "And having more water and plant mages back in the sanctuary would help our settlement spread tremendously." "Catheln, we're not saving them for the value that they'll bring back to our sanctuary," Tesha said sternly. A flash of red emerged on the Ice Mage's pale face. "You're right, my apologies. I won't pretend to be as strong as Arthur was when he defeated Jagret, but I don't need to be," Tesha said seriously. "I'll hold off Billil along with Albad, who'll be keeping the other guards busy, long enough for the rest of you to secure the imprisoned elves and send them back to the sanctuary. If you are able to hold a retainer off alone, why not have the rest of us join you and finish this Billil bastard off first?" Skarn asked. "Because this isn't just a simple one-on-one battle like Arthur had against Jagret," Catheln answered. "Our priority is to get everyone out of here safely." Catheln's right. If we were all to charge after the retainer, he might decide to harm the prisoners. Tesha's lips curved into a mischievous smile. But if the distraught and emotional princess of the elves stormed the village with just her trusty aide for backup wreaking havoc, and the retainer will come running, he might not even notice that his prisoners are gone. Hornfels finished, snapping his thick fingers. "I like it, me too," I exclaimed with newfound confidence. The crimson-haired prince turned to the 2 elves and said with a grin, "Looks like the 2 of you will have to practice your acting." Chapter 318. The night was brisk. Low-hanging mists had seeped northward from the Elshire forest, floating just over the ground and making it look like we were walking on clouds. It was quiet except for the cry of some distant night bird. The wide ring of clear-cut forest was just ahead, the round tops of the tree stumps jutting out above the gray mist like stepping stones leading to the still-sleeping village. A strong hand rested on my shoulder and I turned to meet Curtis's eyes. "Fight well, Ellie. Fight well," I echoed, the tremor in my voice obvious. Hornfels grinned at us all. "See you on the other side, Tesha gave them a small wave. "Whatever happens, remember the plan." Tesha, Albald, and I stayed where we were while the others turned and headed around the village to where the prisoners were being held. We were giving them 15 minutes before Tesha and Albald launched the attack. Tesha spent the time mussing her hair and clothes and dirtying her skin. She stripped dozens of tiny twigs from a low branch and rubbed them into her hair, then with a small knife that Albald carried, gave herself a tiny cut an inch from her left eye and smeared blood across half her face. I winced as I watched, but the cut healed in seconds. The blood that stained her fair skin remained. "It's going to take you forever to get those twigs out of your hair," I said with a smirk. "A small price to pay," she replied with a soft smile. "Do you need to go over your part again?" I nodded my head firmly. "I stay out of sight and watch. Once I've confirmed that the retainer takes the bait, I send the signal to the others to move in, then make my way through the forest to their location. Once the prisoners have been freed and everyone has teleported back to the sanctuary, I send you the signal to fall back." "Perfect," she said, her expression turning firm. "You're strong, Ellie, more than you realize." I tucked a stray piece of hair back behind my ear as an excuse to hide my burning cheeks, turning back to Tesha only when I'd been able to regain control of my face. "Thank you." I let out a shuddering sigh before mustering a smile. "And I'm not sure I ever said this to you, but I forgive you, Tesha." Our leader's eyes widened, her mouth opening just a bit as if she were about to say something when Albald stepped into our view. "It's time," he muttered, his appearance equally disheveled as Tesha's. She nodded, then looked at me and twisted her facial features so her eyes were wide and glazed while her mouth hung a bit crookedly. "Yeah, that's definitely going to scare some people," I told her seriously. Letting the mask fall for just a second, she reached out and squeezed my hand. "Stay safe." Then they were gone, rushing quietly through the forest toward the village. They had broken free of the tree line and were halfway across the misty clearing before a guard noticed them. "Intruders!" The yell cut through the silent night, but that was part of the plan. Tesha gave the man just enough time to shout out a second time before a condensed gust of wind hurled him through a nearby wall with a crunch. Shouts went up throughout the village as the rest of the guards were alerted. 3, all mages, came running from the east, bursting out between 2 short buildings and almost colliding with my companions. Albold's bow was already up, and with a guttural roar he let loose an arrow at the closest Alacrian. Dozens of small panels of stone burst from the ground, deflecting the arrow as they began to spin around the Alacrians. The biggest of the three had icy gauntlets around his huge hands, and he lunged at Albold and threw a punch. The stone plates shifted to avoid striking him as they spun round and round. Albold jumped back and Tesh's swordstaff was already cutting toward the Alacrian in an arc. One of the flat stones moved to intercept, but the blade sheared through it, then through the Alacrian's outstretched arm. His hoarse scream was cut short an instant later when an arrow struck him in the heart. The mage, still being protected by the shield caster, a broad-shouldered man in a green robe, had been gathering his power and hadn't yet cast a spell. As Tesha began hacking at the spinning discs of stone, the mage held up both hands and a billowing cloud of yellow vapor poured out of him, engulfing Tesha and Albold as well as his dying companion. Layers of mana shimmered around my companions as their protection fought against the caustic cloud, but I could tell the spell must be strong by the way Albold slumped under the weight of it. Tesha spun her swordstaff like the blade of a fan, using it to focus a jet of wind that pushed the gas spell back over the Alacrian mages. The caster seemed immune to his own magic, but the one holding up the shields wasn't. He screamed in pain as his flesh began to run like hot wax, and within moments he was dead. I glanced away for a moment, trying not to throw up. When I looked back, the last mage was dead too, but 6 non-mage warriors had appeared from the west. They might as well have been children with sticks instead of swords. Alarms continued to be shouted throughout the village. I activated my beast will to better hear what was happening. My senses were instantly overwhelmed with the scent of rot, decay, and death. I spun around, looking for anyone nearby, but Boo and I were alone in the forest. I turned my attention back to the village, trying to make sense of the jumble of shouted orders and questions. From the east, a mad elf woman tearing our men apart. "Billel, where is Billel?" Then Tesh's voice boomed over them all. I'll kill you all for what you've done to my home, justice for the elves." For a Lenoir, she's overacting a bit, I thought to myself. I could tell by the sudden hush that fell over Idlehome that it had been effective, however. I reached out to pat my bond, but my hand froze halfway. Boo stiffened, ceasing his pacing. An aura of black fear enveloped me, gripping my insides in an icy fist. I couldn't move, I wasn't even sure if I was still breathing. The retainer stepped out of the shadows not 10 feet from Tesha, suddenly appearing from nothing. It was his murderous intent I was feeling, even so far away in the safety of the forest. Albold flinched back from him, but Tesha took a confident step toward the retainer, her face twisting into a snarl. "Oh my, it's the lost princess, daughter of the betrayer king and queen," Billel said, quiet and mocking as his eyes probed Tesha up and down. "She appears to have gone well and truly mad." Without replying, Tesha activated her beast will. Emerald light infused the air around her, and the weight of the retainer's presence vanished from my chest. I took a deep, shuddering breath, and Boo growled next to me. Emerald vines burst from the ground in a ring around Tesha, Albold, and Billel. Sickly green mana extended from the retainer's arms into 2 long blades that dragged across the ground, causing it to sizzle and pop and stink. As Albold knocked an arrow, I found myself already trying to get away from the fight as much as possible. Not yet, I told myself, planting my feet. I need to make sure that Billel is fully engaged before I go signal the others. "This will be interesting, elf," the retainer said in his harsh, dead voice. "I'm quite curious to see what the famed Tesha Iralith can do. I have heard the stories of your glorious failure to push back our assault on this land." Tesha glowered. "And I've heard the word retainer spoken in fear so many times since this war began. Honestly, I expected something more from the one who replaced Jagret. Or are you really the best they could do?" She must have struck a nerve with her taunt, because the retainer's arrogant sneer wrinkled into one of rage. "I've earned the title of retainer through my skills, ignorant princess," he growled. "Self-assured stupidity truly is the trademark of you Dicathenians, isn't it?" Tesha opened her mouth to reply, but the retainer lunged forward, the mana blade around his right hand extending forward until it was several feet long. The sickly green mana swept toward Tesha's neck, but she easily dodged and countered with a swing of her glowing swordstaff. Billel brought his other toxic blade up in time to block the swing, creating a small shockwave from the mere impact. Tesha's attack had been just a diversion, though, as the earth exploded upward under the retainer's feet, releasing dozens of thorny emerald vines around him. With a grimace, the retainer retracted his mana blade, and the sickly green energy dispersed around him like a suit of toxic armor that Tesha's attack couldn't penetrate. The retainer jumped with such incredible strength that he broke free of the vines and flew 15 feet in the air. 2 arrows sizzled against the energy shield, then both blades extended again until they were each several feet long, and he plummeted toward Albold. Tesha's form blurred across a framework of the vines before leaping between the pale Alacrian and Albold. She swung her sword staff once more, and it forced Bilal to use both of his mana blades to block her swing. The retainer followed up with a mana-clad kick, sweeping Tesha's legs from underneath her, but the vines pulled her to safety before he could take advantage of the opening. When he tried to reform his blade, Albold fired at the exposed parts of his body, forcing Bilal to stay on the defensive. Tesha didn't give the retainer a chance to focus on Albold as she launched a barrage of piercing stabs with her sword staff. Her emerald vines seemed to each have a life of its own, serving to either attack Bilal or grab onto his arms and legs to make it more difficult for him to deflect her blows. Still, while Tesha was able to put a few bloody gashes on the retainer, she hadn't managed to land a deciding blow. The layer of pale green mana that flowed around his angular body held strong, dampening Tesha's attacks while dissolving Albold's mana-clad arrows. I need to send the signal now, I thought to myself, stepping away from the fierce battle. If Tesha and Albold could keep up their current momentum, not only would we be able to rescue the prisoners, but we could also kill another retainer. Leaping up on Boo's back, we took off into the forest and around the outer edge of the village. I needed to get farther away from the battle before I sent out the signal, or else Bilal might notice. Suddenly, Boo skidded to a stop, and before I could even ask why, I knew the answer. A sour odor of rot circled around us like a jawfish that smelled blood. I hopped off Boo and readied my bow as he positioned himself on his hind legs. "I'm glad I kept my distance from your group until now," a shrill and breathy voice echoed from the shadows. A black silhouette appeared between two nearby trees, a tall man, his stiff black robes clinging to him, pale skin ghostly in the gloom. The retainer, I thought in an instant of blind panic. Then my beast-will sharpened eyes focused on him properly, and I realized that this was a different man. Aside from the physical differences of being shorter with thin black hair, I was relieved to sense that the pressure this person emitted wasn't as powerful as Bilal. Next to me, Boo growled deep in his chest, a wild sound full of rage and fear. The man held up his hands as his bulging eyes studied us. "Please do not struggle, I would like to speak to you. The truth is, I'm powerfully curious what the plan is here." His thin voice scratched against my ear uncomfortably. "I know your companions are preparing to ambush the men guarding the prisoners while the princess holds off my brother. But you Dicathians possess neither the requisite magic nor the technology to transport so many prisoners, and you couldn't hope to lead these people through the depths of the cursed forest." He continued to look down at me, a thoughtful frown creeping across his pale face. "But then, I would have said the same for the attack on the slave transport. How exactly did you get all those slaves away? Are the Usra helping you?" My mind spun, trying to estimate how long this mage had been following us for. When I didn't respond, he glowered. "Answer me, girl." Boo snarled and took a trembling step forward, but I put a hand on his shoulder to stop him from attacking. The Alacrian leaned down and looked me in the eye. "These Dicathian rebels must be getting truly desperate to bring little girls such as you along." His eyes moved to Boo. "Then again, you are one of these bonded mages I've heard about. A strange tradition, joining yourself with mere beasts. How does it work exactly? Do you mate with them?" His dark eyes gleamed perversely at the thought. "Well, this is proving fruitless. I suppose I'll just—" The man's words cut off into a hiss as Boo lunged at him, reacting to the smallest pressure from my hand. I jumped back and sent an arrow flying over Boo's head, but the Alacrian was gone from my sight. I wrinkled my nose, though, still able to smell him. His stench mingled with the trees as if he was inside them, and that's when I remembered one of Jagret's abilities. If Bilal could use the same kind of toxic magic that she used, then perhaps this mage, who seemed so similar to the retainer in every other way, might be able to as well. Ignoring my pounding heart, I condensed an arrow of mana, thinner and longer than normal. Catching a whiff of his rotten odor behind me to my right, I whirled around and shot at the base of a crooked tree where the stench was the strongest. My arrow pierced through the tree trunk like a streak of light, and barely, just barely, I was able to smell a hint of blood. "Interesting brat," he growled from within the tree, his voice muffled. His movement shifted again, this time faster. A light step crunched in the earth behind me, but I was too slow to avoid the punch to my side that sent me crashing into the dirt. Boo roared and rushed past me, but I could tell by his frustrated huffing that the man had gone again. His rotten death scent washed over me as he crouched down beside me. One long, crooked, monoclad finger pressed into my back, just below my left shoulder. It passed effortlessly through the light armor I was wearing as well as the layer of mana protecting me, then into my flesh. I couldn't even hear my own scream over the pounding of blood through my ears. Maybe that was what allowed me to act. My hand snapped out and wrapped around his ankle. Like I had done against the Blight Hob, I condensed a spike of pure mana in my palm and fired it through his leg. I could hear the shattering of bone even over his horrible scream, then the pressure in my shoulder was released. Grunts and snarls told me Boo had tackled the Alacrian before I could push myself up to look. The thin man was entirely hidden under Boo's bulk, and for a moment I thought we had the upper hand. Before I could even get to my feet, however, Boo was hurled into the air. My heart stopped as I watched the huge bear-like mana beast tumble over and crash back to the ground with enough force to send tremors up through my hands and knees. A helpless scream tore from my throat. "Boo, damned beast," the Alacrian muttered as he struggled to stand. His right ankle was shattered and bleeding profusely, and he had several puncture wounds in his shoulder and neck from where Boo's powerful jaws had pierced his protective mana. Anger, hot rage like I'd never felt before, gave me the strength to throw myself to my feet before the Alacrian could finish standing up. I caught my bow with the tip of my boot and kicked it up into my hand, then drew and fired a concussive bolt of mana. It didn't pierce him, but the explosion was strong enough to knock him back to the ground due to his weak ankle. Cold laughter met my attack. "You're spirited, girl. You'd make a fine present for my brother, but I think I'd rather take the pleasure of killing you myself." My mind continued to spin, and I found myself searching for that voice in my head that sounded like Arthur. What would he do in this situation? Seeing the self-assured grin on the dark-haired Alacrian's face as he slowly unfolded from the ground and hobbled toward me, mana already beginning to heal his foot, a plan began to form. Firing another arrow that was made to burst before hitting him, I used the opening to sprint toward Boo. "Boo!" I shouted while keeping tabs on the Alacrian's location using my nose. I fired another arrow back, this one made to spin like a drill. The Alacrian dodged by plunging into another tree, and I could smell him drawing closer, but it didn't matter. Reaching Boo, who was just now able to get back on his feet, I positioned myself between him and the Alacrian. "To go to such lengths for a mere beast, I'd be touched if it wasn't so idiotic," he said with a cackle, stepping out from a large tree nearby. "I should be far enough now." Lifting my bow, I conjured another arrow, this one riddled with holes along the glowing shaft. The Alacrian conjured his own sickly green knife of mana and hurled it at me. Boo intercepted in time, smacking the knife away with his large paw. Some of his fur sizzled from the toxic mana, but it gave me enough time to finish my special arrow. Letting go of the bowstring, the arrow let out a piercing screech as it sailed through the air at the Alacrian. Brows furrowed in confusion, my opponent decided not to take the risk of blocking it, instead stepping out of the way and letting the arrow whistle past him. Signal sent, I thought with a breath of relief. Without wasting time, I fired again, this time with an explosive arrow that was meant to inhibit his line of sight while Boo sprinted toward him. "Enough with the pathetic tricks, child," he snarled, bursting forward with a toxic mana knife in each hand. Seeing Boo's giant form about to leap on top of him, the Alacrian's smile curved into a wicked grin as he prepared to plunge his deadly knives into my bond. My heart continued to pound against my ribs as I did all I could to stay steady. Knocked against my bowstring was another arrow, glowing brightly as it held the rest of my mana, and it was aimed straight at my bond. Seeing this, the Alacrian's expression only turned even more delighted. My arrow struck Boo's back with a flash of gold just as my foe's twin knives plunged deep into my bond's chest. "Did you think your arrow would be strong enough to pierce both your bond and me?" The Alacrian cackled maniacally. "Looks like your beast's sacrifice was in vain." I dropped my bow, falling on my knees, a smile flashing on my lips. Boo, protected in a suit of gold mana, wrapped his arms around the Alacrian's body. What? How?" Our opponent struggled desperately as he was lifted off his feet. Pale green mana burst wildly from his body as he tried to use the rest of his mana to break free from Boo's grasp. As it became clear that he couldn't break free, his panicked shouts turned into terrified screams. "Bill, brother. Help him!" Boo's jaws closed over his face, ending his yelling with a wet crunch. My bond released the lifeless corpse, spitting out whatever was in his mouth as he turned away. His small, dark eyes met mine for a long moment before bending to scrape at his tongue with a paw. Peeling my gaze away from the Alacrian, I scanned Boo for any injuries. "Are you okay, buddy?" My bond let out a triumphant snort, and it was only then that I fully realized what had just happened. I won," I muttered, looking down at my trembling hands. "I won." I buried my face in Boo's neck, wrapping my arms around him as I laughed and cried at the same time. "I'm getting stronger," I muttered into my bond's thick fur. I had mixed feelings as I glanced down at the body. I knew I shouldn't be glad that anyone was dead, but this man had been cruel and evil. He had deserved to die. My eye caught on a jet-black ring worn around the middle finger of his right hand, a dimension ring. Despite the feeling of wrongness, I bent down and jerked the tightly fit ring from the dead man's hand. The ring could have all kinds of useful things stashed inside it. "I'll take it back to Virion," I thought, tucking it into my pocket. Turning away from the corpse, I clenched my still trembling hands into tight fists and nodded at my bond. "Let's go free the prisoners." Chapter 319. By the time Boo and I reached the prisoner pens, the field of tree stumps between me and the village was in total chaos. One of the cages had already been opened, and the released elves were scrambling to get away from the village. Skarn led them along, trying to herd them into a single group so they could teleport away using one of the medallions. Behind them, his golem stomped through a dozen non-mage Alacrian soldiers that had rushed out of the village, crushing them under its hammer-like fists. On the other side of the battlefield, Catherine was holding off 3 mages. Though it seemed like she was successfully keeping them away from the escaping prisoners, she was stuck defending, not able to launch an effective counterattack. Slipping from Boo's back and drawing my bow, I carefully manifested 3 blazing arrows of pure mana onto the string, and took aim at the 3 mages pinning Catherine down. In my mind, I drew a line from the tip of each arrow to one of the mages, let my breath out slowly, and released the string. The mana arrows drew bright lines in the dark as they streaked toward their targets. The attack took the enemy by surprise. While I wasn't able to kill any of them, I was able to grab their attention away from their real foe. An instant later, a hail of razor-sharp shards of ice fell down around the mages, tearing through them as though they were made of paper mache. There was a dull ache from my core after I'd cast the spell. I haven't recovered from the shielding spell I cast on Boo, I realized with frustration. Still, it had been worth emptying my core for since the spell had likely saved my bond's life. The shield spell was something Helen had shown me after my close call in the tunnels, and it was originally meant to protect the caster. Since I was usually in the backlines, I'd played around with the structure of the rather simple spell so that I could cast it on others that needed protection. Protecting all of Boo's ginormous body took a bigger toll than I thought, but it was worth it. A golden gleam drew my eye past the cages, to where Curtis and Grotter held back 2 Alacrian battle groups. My fingers twitched against the string of my bow out of instinct, but with my body on the cusp of going into backlash, I held myself back. It's not like Curtis needed the help. The one prince looked like a shining comet riding on top of his bond. He was brandishing 2 large swords glowing brightly in a golden-red blaze, burning every enemy that stood in his way. When several layers of shields appeared over the Alacrian mages that Curtis was after, Grotter skidded to a stop, and the 2 of them unleashed a joint attack of fire and pure concussive mana that shattered the barrier and engulfed all of the mages. I closed my eyes but was too late to avoid the sudden flash as the spell exploded, leaving bright white circles imprinted on my sight. An instant later, the roar and rush of wind hit me too. Diving behind Boo, I blinked away tears and waited for the burning circles and ringing in my ears to fade. One major flaw in having super senses, I thought, sticking a finger in one ear in a fruitless attempt to make the ringing go away. By the time I looked back, Hornfels had smashed open a second cage and was moving toward a third as his brother prepared to escape with the first group. I couldn't see Skarn at the center of a big ring of frightened-looking elves, but the purple energy that blossomed upward and out from the center of the group told me he'd activated his medallion. The static hum of the medallion's magic caused goose pimples to raise on my arms and the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end. As before, the dome split apart and the light focused on each of the nearly 50 people standing in a tight circle around it. Then they were gone, all of them. The stone golem, which was still fighting off the group of Alacrian soldiers, crumbled the moment Skarn vanished. 2 of them had survived, but they weren't in any state to fight. Hornfels and Curtis were working to move the remaining prisoners out into the open where they could be organized into groups, while Catherine shot spells at anything that moved toward them from the village. An elven child was crying somewhere. I scanned the crowd until I found her, a tiny thing that couldn't have been older than 5. She was running through the crowd, her dirty little face looking from person to person. The little girl looked so scared I nearly rushed out to help her, but I stopped when Curtis scooped her up and whispered calming words to her. No one seemed to be claiming her, so he kept the child with him as he and Hornfels organized the elves into separate groups of 50. Hornfels was quick with his medallion, and it didn't take long before a second dome of purple energy had surrounded them. When it broke apart, the beams of light went only to a select number of the elves, leaving behind some who had crowded into Hornfels' circle. A cry went up from those who weren't taken, but Curtis was shouting to get their attention. "You there, here to me, come to me." He held up his medallion and waved it in the air, still clutching the elven child in his other arm. Nearly 100 elves had already been rescued, but as I looked at the number remaining in the clearing, I realized there were too many. It'll take at least 3 medallions to take them all. The far side of the village was still glowing with emerald green light, which flickered and flashed as I watched. I was supposed to go back to Tesha and Albol to signal when the prisoners had been freed so that they could use their own medallions to teleport away. But nearly 50 of the elves would be stranded if I didn't help Curtis and Catherine. Then Elder Rinia's warning rang in my mind. "When the time comes, Ellie, you must choose the mission." Is this what she was talking about? But my mission is to save the elves. Even Commander Virion said so himself. Confident in Tesh's ability to handle the retainer, though still somewhat fearful about the other part of Rinia's warning, I sprinted out from the cover of the trees toward where Curtis and Kathleen were struggling to organize the last of the panicked elves. "Can't leave us here, please. Has already gone with the others, I have to find her. Seen my sister, she was just here." Nearly overwhelmed by the low rumble of voices, I withdrew my beast will, and when the blanket-like smothering sensation hit me this time, it was almost a blessing. Kathleen was waving me over to her, and I began to weave my way between the elves. The first to notice Boo behind me screamed and scattered, but they quickly realized he didn't pose a threat to them. Kathleen had already realized the problem. "Ellie, I'm glad you're still here. We need you to activate one of the medallions otherwise." Her mouth snapped shut as a blade of pale, toxic mana lanced from the shadows, and Kathleen only barely conjured a wall of ice to deflect it. My heart thumped painfully as a jolt of terror went through me. Bill was suddenly standing not 5 feet from us, his arms again enveloped in the pale green blades of mana, his face twisted in desperation and loathing, his focus entirely on Kathleen. Does that mean before I could even complete the thought, the field around us came to life with glowing emerald vines as dozens, if not hundreds, burst from the ground. Some snaked around Bill's arms and legs, while others formed a barrier between him and the elves, who were screaming and scurrying away from him. Tesh's clear and sharp voice, like a bolt of lightning, boomed across the battlefield. "Curtis, go now!" Behind me, Curtis had started to set down the child, clearly planning to throw himself at the retainer, but he froze at Tesh's command. After only a heartbeat's hesitation, he raised his medallion and the purple dome engulfed him and the nearest elves in light, and then they were gone. Bill's blades cut and tore at the vines as he fought to break free. "Just because I can't kill the elf witch doesn't mean I have to let the rest of you live," he growled, his words bubbling up from him as if his lungs were full of poison. But Tesha was already there and her vines were protecting us. I had to trust her to deal with him, because all around us the crowd of elves were scattering so that we wouldn't be able to teleport them all at once. Kathleen was erecting additional barriers of ice to shield the closest prisoners, just in case he turned his attacks on them instead. "Here," I shouted, running away from where the retainer struggled. "Here to me." Quickly, it took time, too much time, but the elves were desperate to flee, and they'd seen that we could teleport them away if they actually listened. So eventually they began to flock back to me as I moved farther away from the battle. I had bent over to help up an older elf who had fallen down in the rush to escape the retainer, when behind me, Boo roared with pain and anger, and something ghostly and green flicked past me. The toxic blade only barely missed the old man before hissing into the ground. The old man moaned as I pulled him clumsily up. I almost stumbled over my own feet trying to maneuver myself with the elderly elf while also preparing myself for whatever was coming behind me, but 2 other elves grabbed him by the arms and helped to drag him back. A long gash in Boo's flank released a slow trickle of blood. Behind him, Bill was being lifted from the ground by a huge vine. The vine flicked him away so the retainer tumbled doll-like through the air before smashing into and through one of the nearby houses. "Ellie," my head snapped around to where Tesh's form blurred from vine to vine toward the house where Bill had vanished. "Help Albold." My eyes searched the gloomy clearing until I caught sight of Albold, who was limping badly, his hand pressed to his side. I reached out and grabbed one of the closest elves. She was young, with honey-blonde hair and a steely expression. "Help gather them into groups of 50. When she looked at me with apparent confusion, I grabbed her arm. "Group them up now, go." With that, I darted across the field, reaching Albold just as he stumbled and would have fallen to the ground. Albold had several long cuts across his chest and stomach, and the skin around them had turned a sickly green color. He tried to speak, but only managed to cough up a mouthful of blood. Wordlessly, I pulled the thin elven soldier's arm around my neck and heaved. While I wasn't able to recover much of my mana, with the help of the adrenaline of battle, I was able to drag him to his feet. In the distance, 20-foot-tall vines were battering the house where Bill was, knocking the structure down on his greasy head. With the retainer out of the way, at least for the moment, Kathleen had reorganized her group, while the elven girl I'd set to rounding up the others had done her best. "Ellie, can you get that group?" Kathleen asked, her tone half fearful, half just tired. For a moment I felt a surge of anxiety at the thought of being left in charge of over 40 elven lives, but Tesha was still here, she had the retainer under control, and most of the other Alacrian soldiers were dead. "Yeah, I got these, get those people out of here." Purple energy bloomed from her medallion, growing up and over the heads of the elves, then spreading out into a dome that covered all of them. Then the shadows shifted in the middle of the group, and suddenly Bill was there, standing tall over most of the elves. His entire body was cocooned in a thick layer of his mana, but even as I watched, the mana flowed over his body and formed into the long blades clinging to his hands. With Albold's arm still slung over my shoulder, there was nothing I could do but watch in horror as the growing blades closed over each other like scissors, aimed perfectly at the back of Kathleen's neck. The medallion's magic had already split into individual beams, and Cathal and the elves were spotlighted against the darkness. The elves closest had realized Billel was there, but seemed frozen in terror. Cathal was entirely focused on the medallion. All at once, Cathal and the elves vanished. The retainer's blades cut harmlessly through the lingering beams of light, then the clearing was dark again. "You still have your medallion?" I asked Albold, my voice barely a whisper. "Can you use it?" He shook his head tiredly, but kept his feet when I pulled out from under his weight. "I had to, doesn't matter," I snapped, pressing my own medallion into his hands. If only Curtis and Cathal hadn't been carrying the extras. The retainer had paused for a moment to look around him, his expression growing more frustrated by the second. "Hey, tall and ugly," I shouted, trying to keep my voice from trembling. Billel's dark eyes cast a wary glance at Tesha, who was fast approaching, before his gaze drifted toward me in curiosity. "Bad day, huh?" I asked, stepping away from Albold and putting myself between the remaining elves and the retainer. He scoffed, his attention back on Albold and the group of elves. Jagged shards of pale green mana manifested around the retainer's raised hands as he prepared to kill all of us. "Damn it, just a bit more time." Without thinking, I forced out a laugh. It came out squeaky and unnatural, but it did the trick. Billel's eyes were back on me. "You know, out of the two of you, I think your brother was the one that got the looks," I croaked. Billel's eyes narrowed, his glowing hand lowering in hesitation. "You've met Bivrin, yet you're still alive," I nodded. "I can't say the same for him, unfortunately." Mustering up the remainder of my dwindling courage, I rested my hand on Boo and took out Bivrin's dimension ring. Behind me, a flash of violet lit up the night and all the tension went out of my body. We'd done it. The last of the elves were safe. "You know, out of the two of you, I think your brother was the one that got the looks," I croaked. Billel's eyes narrowed, his glowing hand lowering in hesitation. "You've met Bivrin, yet you're still alive," I nodded. "I can't say the same for him, unfortunately." Mustering up the remainder of my dwindling courage, I rested my hand on Boo and took out Bivrin's dimension ring. Behind me, a flash of violet lit up the night and all the tension went out of my body. We'd done it. The last of the elves were safe. The retainer's eyes went wide at the sight of the jet black ring, and he lunged toward me. Boo jumped forward to intercept him, but it was Tesha's swordstaff that blocked his attack. Her bright emerald green energy pushed back his sickly mana as the swordstaff flashed faster than I could follow. Billel's swords were just as fast, though, and his ability to redirect his mana to attack or defend at need made it difficult for Tesha to wound him. Still, the retainer's black robes were stained dark with blood in a dozen different places, and it was clear she had the upper hand now that Billel wasn't running away. Tesha, on the other hand, seemed nearly unhurt. Her face was determined, her gaze locked on her target, and Billel's blades never touched her. I wanted to help but wasn't sure how. My mana was only somewhat restored, enough for a few arrows maybe, but I couldn't see how that would make a difference. Then I had an idea. I don't need much mana, just enough to form the arrow. "If you don't believe me," I readied the shield arrow I had used on Boo and aimed it at Billel. "I'll just have to show you." The retainer's dark eyes sharpened as I fired the arrow right at him. Billel, not taking any chances, twisted away from Tesha. The golden arrow passed by where he had been and hit Tesha high in the stomach, spreading the golden glow over her body. She jerked to a stop, gazing down at the spell in surprise. A smirk crept up on the retainer's thin lips as he quickly took advantage of Tesha's opening. Billel flashed toward her and sunk one of his pale green blades into Tesha's side and the other into her leg. "I knew Dicathens were ill-trained, but to shoot one of your own," Billel's eyes bulged as Tesha's swordstaff burst out of his back. His disbelieving gaze sank down in confusion, only to widen with realization. Although the two blades had managed to pierce through my barrier, they couldn't pierce through Tesha's aura as well. Billel's weapons faded away as the last of his mana leaked from his pierced mana core, and he stumbled to his knees. One skeletal hand was pressed against the wound in his chest, trying uselessly to stop the blood, but it ran freely from the wound and pooled darkly on the ground. "The Vritra chose me," he gasped, frothy blood staining his lips. "I will be a god among." Slowly, he slumped to the ground, his face sinking into the pool of blood beneath him. Several vines crawled up from the blood and wrapped themselves around the body. The retainer started to sink as the vines pulled him into the ground. His hands and legs disappeared under the churned dirt, then most of his torso, and finally his face. The last I saw of him were his dead, staring eyes, then he was gone. The emerald vines faded as Tesha released her beast will. Instead of basking in her defeat of the retainer, a feat only my brother had accomplished until now, Tesha seemed to shrink. Even from the back, she looked lonely, her shoulders drooping as she let out a deep breath before turning around. "We should hurry back, Elle." Tesha's eyes went wide just as a strong hand pressed down on my shoulder. "The two of you have gotten a lot stronger," said a cool, strangely familiar voice. A cold, heavy weight suddenly seemed to push down on me, and even without my beast will active, everything that happened next seemed like it was in slow motion. Boo lunged at the man behind me, only to be encased in a prison of black spikes that manifested faster than I could even blink. My Bond let out a thunderous roar as he started banging his paws at the shadowy spikes, but he couldn't even dent them. Tesha started to move, but stopped as the hand on my shoulder crept toward my throat while the other ripped off the phoenix worm pendant around my neck. I was scared. Even while facing Bivrin and Billel, I hadn't felt like this, like no matter what I did, it wouldn't matter. Without that pendant, he could easily kill me, and I couldn't lift a finger to fight back. Elijah, Tesha stammered, her face pale in horror. The mention of that name sent a sharp chill down my spine. I could feel my breath shortening as I tried to wrap my head around what was happening. Memories of Tesha explaining Arthur's last battle before he and Sylvie were killed flooded back to me. Elijah was the one that killed my brother. He was standing right behind me, but I could barely stay conscious, let alone seek vengeance. I would want you of all people to call me Nico, the man said coolly. Fine, Nico, Tesha raised a placating hand. Your fight is with me, right? Just release Ellie. You slipped away from me last time, Cecilia. I won't take any chances this time. See, Celia, ignoring my screaming body, I looked back. It really was Elijah, the boy who used to live with us in Xyrus, except he wasn't wearing glasses and had dark bags under his eyes behind locks of messy black hair. So who was Cecilia? Tesha stepped closer, one hand still gripped around the handle of her sword staff. Elijah, Nico, you're not making any sense. Elijah let out a sigh as his grip around my neck tightened. I clawed helplessly at his hand while trying to tell Tesha to run, but my words came out in gagged coughs. Drop your weapon and put these on. Elijah tossed a pair of thick metal cuffs to Tesha. Each one had a large gem embedded in the middle and was etched with runes that I'd never seen before. Tesha's hardened gaze fell into a look of defeat. And you'll let Ellie go? You'd try to kill yourself again if I didn't, right? Elijah chortled. His grip around my neck loosened, and I wanted to scream out to Tesha not to do it, but the look in her eyes told me everything. Tesha smiled sadly at me as she dropped her sword staff and locked the metal wristbands around her forearms. Hopefully with this, your brother will forgive me. Elijah released his iron grip on my neck and pushed me aside. I tumbled on the ground, my body shaking all over as Boo's growls turned into whimpers. I could only watch as Elijah grabbed hold of Tesha by the cuffs. He plucked the medallion hanging from her neck and studied it for a moment before tossing it on the ground in front of me, along with the life-saving pendant he had taken from me. I got what I wanted. Consider this as one last favor, for Gray. My trembling hands gripped the two invaluable artifacts, looking from it to the dark boy who used to be my brother's closest friend. With a flick of his wrist, he released Boo. My Bond immediately rushed to me, picked me up by the back of my shirt, and dragged me away. I could only watch helplessly as Tesha and Elijah disappeared from sight, Elder Rinia's haunting words pressing on my mind like a branding iron. The cost of those elves' lives may be more than Virion cares to pay. Chapter 320. All right, Elam, Tedri asked. I nodded. Guard duty for logging crew today, he said conversationally. The thin, dark-haired boy was sitting on his cot, pulling on a boot. I nodded again. Been almost a week since we've been stationed here, Elam, and I swear by the Vritra I don't think I've heard you say more than 3 words. Why is that? The Alacrian was looking at me with one thick eyebrow raised. I just shrugged. Tedri smirked. You know, that's why I like you, Elam. You don't interrupt me when I'm telling a good story. Roloff snorted from his cot. No one has ever interrupted you telling a good story, Ted, 'cause you've never told one. Tedri paused while he was slipping on his other boot and hurled the heavy footwear at Roloff, hitting him right between the legs. Roloff grunted in pain and tried to roll out of his cot but was tangled up in his blanket. The big Alacrian boy tumbled onto the ground, tipping the lightweight cot over. Tedri laughed hysterically while Roloff grumbled and disentangled himself from his blanket. I was already dressed in the blue and silver uniform I'd been provided. I always made sure to be awake and dressed before the others, with my hair pulled up into a knot on the back of my head, disguising its length. It had seemed easy at first to pretend I was a boy, but the longer I stayed in idle home, the more difficult it became. Come on, you dolts, I said, making my voice deeper. We're going to be late for breakfast. After Tesha was captured, I had thought about using the medallion to go back to the sanctuary. It's probably what everyone, especially Tesha, would have told me to do. Then I had imagined stepping out of the portal, everyone's expectant gazes turning to confusion when Tesha didn't appear. I imagined the looks on their faces when I explained that Tesha had been captured in order to save me, and that I had run away. Then, of course, they would have all told me it wasn't my fault, that I couldn't have done anything, that they understood and were just glad that I was alive. They'd be kind, just like how they always were. They'd feel bad for me, pity me, they'd treat me like a child. I didn't have a plan, not at first, but I just knew I couldn't go back to that. I'd seen Tesha after she got back without my brother. I'd been on the other end at that time, but now I knew how much Tesha was hurting, how lonely and helpless she had felt. No. I couldn't return to the sanctuary without at least trying to help Tesha. After all, I was the one that let her get caught. I should have just gone with Albold, but instead I had stayed to try and play the hero. She's my best friend and she only got captured because of me. If I'd just focused on the prisoners like Rinia warned, I wouldn't have been taken hostage by Elijah, I admitted to myself. I have to at least try. Idleholm was busier than a kicked anthill for a couple of days after our assault. Using the first phase of my beast will, I spied from the cover of the trees, careful of anyone I saw using mana around town, since there was no way to tell whether they could see things from afar. Several important-looking people visited the village and dozens of new soldiers arrived to replace the men and women we'd killed. I saw Elijah once, meeting with the town's visitors and showing them the site of the attack, but I didn't see him or Tesher again. It was a stroke of pure luck that I overheard Tedri and Roloff talking near the edge of the tree line on the third day after Tesha was captured. I found out that they were students from some Alacrian academy, part of a youth soldier training division. At first, their talk had mostly been about the attack. The leaders of the town were called the Millview Blood. The two boys were joking about how the Millviews were cowards, how they had held half of their soldiers back to defend them instead of defending the town against the Dicathen insurgents. One of the older guards had smacked the back of Roloff's head and told him to watch his tongue. After that, Tedri and Roloff had moved off a little ways from the rest of the guards, making it even easier to listen in. I had nestled myself in a hollow under a leafy bush and got comfortable. Boo was keeping an eye on me from deeper in the forest. The Alacrian boys spent a lot of time complaining about being sent to such a backwater hold and talking about how their friends got to go to places like Zestier, where the real action was happening. It all sounded so normal. They were just a couple of normal boys talking about stupid, normal boy things. Then Tedri mentioned what a nightmare it had been for them when they arrived in Idleholm. The man in charge of their program had been killed, so they were just being shuffled around between guard posts. That's what gave me the idea, a crazy, stupid idea, but still an idea. Tedri and Roloff followed me to the longhouse, where we each accepted a bowl of oats and milk, then took our normal seats at the end of one of the series of long tables. Some big event in a couple of days, Roloff mumbled through a mouthful of oats. Heard one of the shields talking about it. Tedri rolled his eyes. There's always some big event. Probably just another highblood coming to scold the Millviews for letting all those elven slaves escape. Roloff shook his head, dribbling some oats on the table. Nope, this is something big, real big. As big as your head? Tedri asked teasingly. Roloff flicked a spoonful of oats across the table, splattering Tedri's uniform. Damn it, I'll get a smack if I go to guard duty with an oat stain on my tunic. Roll. Maybe should have thought about that before opening your big mouth, eh? Roloff teased, a big, stupid smirk on his tan face. Did this shield say anything else about what's happening? I asked, my mind racing. I hadn't seen Tesha since she'd been captured, since she traded herself to save me, I mean. But I knew Elijah was still in Idleholm, or at least he had been on and off, so I thought Tesha must be too. Maybe this big event had something to do with her. An announcement, something to do with Elenoir, I asked, cutting Roloff off. Yeah, that. Tedri feigned falling asleep in his bowl. Don't get excited, you two. You know they'll make it up to be this big thing, then it'll just be, congratulations to the Whoosits blood, they're being given a hold in the ass end of Elenoir. And we're supposed to clap and cheer and pretend like we know who they are, Tedri went on, ignoring the correction. Then his eyes lit up as something occurred to him. Maybe it'll be an execution. They could have caught the Dicathians that attacked the hold, Roloff snorted, spitting flecks of oats on the table. They beat one of the retainers, Tedri. No one in this little backwater could lay a finger on them. He could, Tedri said darkly, causing Roloff to look down into his oats. The table was quiet for a while. This wasn't the first time the Alacrian boys had mentioned Elijah, who they seemed to carry in high but fearful regard. I'd been really careful not to ask too many questions to avoid tipping Tedri and Roloff about my ignorance of Alacria, which had limited my ability to dig for more information. If I was ever going to find out anything about Tesha, though I knew I'd have to start taking more risks at some point. Think we'll get to attend? I asked, making sure to keep the deeper voice I'd used since sneaking into Idleholm. Only if it's boring, Tedri complained. He was trying valiantly to rub the oatmeal off his uniform. Maybe as the youth soldiers in Idleholm we could give a presentation or something, I asked hesitantly. The two boys didn't like doing any extra work, so I knew they wouldn't like the idea, but if it got me involved in this big event, then it'd be worth it, hopefully. The voice that responded came from behind me. That's a fine idea. We all turned to look at our preceptor. The man in charge of overseeing the youth soldiers in Idleholm was a nervous mage named Murdig. He didn't seem to have much time or interest in managing our affairs, though, and did little more tell us where to be every day and making sure our little house, which had once belonged to one of the elves, was kept in order. Murdig had rusty red hair, a week's worth of ruddy beard that didn't grow in evenly, and watery eyes that quickly darted around the room. Hey, Mert, Roloff said, nodding to the preceptor. Murdig glared at Roloff. My name, as I'm sure I've explained several times now, is not Mert, nor is it Murdy, Teach, or any of the other silly bynames you keep calling me. Murdig, remember it, Roloff. His ears turning red, Roloff looked down at his empty bowl of oats and stayed silent. As I was saying, Murdig went on, standing a little straighter, I think young Elam's idea is a fine one. His wandering eyes stopped on me for only a second before darting around the room again. I'll stop by Millview Manor and arrange it with Sila's Millview. Do you know what's happening? I asked before I thought better of it. Murdig's eyes snapped to me again, very briefly. Since this is your idea, Elam, why don't you choreograph a short display for the event? I'll let you 3 out of regular duties today and tomorrow to prepare. The preceptor didn't wait for a response but turned on his heel and marched quickly out of the long hall. Tedry and Roloff were staring at me. What? I asked defensively. I don't know whether to be impressed or angry, Tedry said, his brows turned down but his mouth quirked up in a wry smile. Roloff wore a deeply thoughtful expression, as if he were trying to do the mental math on whether he too was impressed or angry with me. On the one hand, no duties for 2 whole days, which is a total score. On the other hand, Tedry said, picking up Roloff's thought, we have to plan, practice for, and then participate in a demonstration, to be performed in front of a bunch of fancy pants named Bloods, which totally sucks. What's the plan here? The voice that sounded like Arthur's asked. If Tesha is here, all I have to do is get close to her, I answered. I suppose we better get to work, I suggested. Hold up, Roloff grunted. I've got something really important to say first. Tedry and I watched him expectantly, both half out of our seats. Roloff belched loudly, then blew the foul-smelling gas across the table. Tedry kicked him hard in the shin, then bolted from the long hall, Roloff limping slightly, chasing just behind. Boys, I thought, rolling my eyes and following after them. Despite being surrounded by my enemies, people who would kill me in an instant if they found out my real identity, the next 2 days ended up being almost fun. Tedry and Roloff weren't mindless killing machines, as I told myself the Alacrians must be, particularly the guards that had died by my arrows. To them, the whole war was just a kind of game, a distant and romantic fantasy. They were charming and stupid and funny, and we enjoyed creating the short exhibition together. Neither of them had marks yet, the tattoos that gave Alacrians their magic, so they weren't at all surprised when I told them I couldn't do magic either. I didn't know nearly enough about Alacrian magic to explain my arrows to them, so it was safer to tell them that I had gotten archery lessons instead. Tedry had the idea to borrow some training gear and stage a kind of mock battle, with me and my shooting skills taking the leading role. By that afternoon, we had scripted the basics of our activity. Standing in the middle of the clearing, Tedry rushed at me with a practice sword and shield. I rolled under his swing and brought the heavy Alacrian bow up to fire an arrow at his back. The blunted practice arrow snapped dramatically in the exact spot where Tedry's wooden sword would be as he spun and deflected my attack. After that, I would let loose another arrow that would hit him in his thick padded chest plate, causing him to fall backward, let out an overacted gasp, and pretend to die. Roloff rushed past him, a dull spear held firmly in both hands. I jumped back when he thrust the spear at me, batting it aside with my bow. Using the butt end, he tried to sweep my leg, but I stepped over it, then rolled across the much larger boy's back so that I ended up on his other side. Letting myself fall backwards, I did a reverse somersault to put another few feet between us, then fired an arrow to his left. He spun and pretended to deflect the arrow. I shot another to his right, which he deflected as well. Movement in the forest nearby caught my eye, and Tedry's sparring blade hit me on the shoulder. Ow! Tedry winced at me and held his sword up. Damn, sorry Elam, you were supposed to duck, remember? I rubbed my shoulder and turned away from the forest, hopeful that neither of the Alacrian boys had seen Boo poke his head out to check on me. Sorry, I forgot, let's go again. Tedry shook his head as Roloff grinned. I expect that kind of thing from Roll, but Elam, we're going to be doing this in front of the whole town. You better not embarrass me. I smirked at him and picked up the broken halves of the practice arrow. Embarrass you? Tedry, I'm the only thing making you look competent. Roloff, whose face had slowly creased into a frown as he deciphered Tedry's insult, laughed loudly and pushed the skinny boy, nearly knocking him over. What are you laughing at? Tedry asked Roloff. If I'm merely competent, what do you think that makes you? About half of that by volume, Roloff quipped, slapping his belly. I was surprised how nervous Tedry and Roloff both were to perform when the time came. I thought I should have been much more nervous than them, but a detached calm had settled over me since I took on the persona of Elam, and settled into a routine as just another Alacrian boy of middle birth. Besides, I didn't really care about the performance. I just wanted to see what the big announcement was. Our 2 days of preparation went quickly as we planned and practiced. News that something important was going to be revealed in Idleholm had spread, and there had been a lot of chatter about it, even though no one seemed to know anything specific. In fact, many of the other Alacrian soldiers had come to ask us what we knew since we were participating in the event. We could only shrug and send them away without answers. The village was much busier than usual the morning of the announcement. Carts were rolling in from the north packed with visitors, and the patrols by the town guard had been quadrupled. We had our regular breakfast of milk and oats. Then, since we didn't have any other duties to attend to, the three of us made our way to the Millview Manor and watched the workers rush to complete preparations. The hardest thing about my time in Idleholm had been the elves. Despite freeing over 200 slaves, there had been dozens of other elves in the village, those who belonged to the Millview blood and would live, work, and die in the town as slaves. My duties as a member of the Youth Soldier Division hadn't put me in contact with many of the elves, which I was thankful for, but I felt sick whenever I watched the elven laborers rush around under threat of whipping, or worse, from the guards who oversaw them. Work was being done to a large manor at the heart of the town, now Millview Manor. A nearly finished balcony was being added to a third-story room, and large patches of the roof had been replaced since whatever growing green material the elves used seemed to have died without their attention. A small stage was also being built in the square leading to the house. I imagined it was where we would put on our show, though a part of me thought it also looked like the kind of stage executions could be performed on. Two small sets of raised bleachers had been constructed around the stage, probably somewhere for the higher-ranking visitors to sit, I thought, growing angry and fearful as I took it all in. At some point we must have sat still for too long, because a clerk from the Millview blood caught us and made us help hang silk tapestries around the manor exterior. They were blue and silver, like our uniforms, and depicted silver trees with a winding trail of silver stars leading through them against the rich blue background. Soon after, people began pouring in from every corner of town. The elves were herded in and forced to stand in front of the stage. There were more than I would have expected, and I wondered if more had been brought in just for this event. The higher-ranking soldiers, those not consigned to the increased patrols, stood around or behind the bleachers, while well-dressed men and women began to fill the seats. Because I had purposely limited my interaction apart from my little group, most of the faces in the crowd were unfamiliar. Seeing so many non-soldiers was a first for me and really highlighted the foreignness of the Alacrians. The way they dressed, the words they used, their social customs. It was all so different than what I was used to. I tried to pay attention as Tedry and Roloff humored themselves by pointing out prominent Alacrians and telling me more about their bloods, but my thoughts were somewhere else. I was starting to fear that I'd wasted my time and risked my life for nothing. My simple plan, get close enough to Tesha to activate my medallion and teleport us both back to the sanctuary, now seemed naive and childish. If she's not at this event, I'll leave tonight, I decided. Roloff nudged me with his elbow. I looked up at him, unsure what he wanted. His attention was on the balcony above us, where a man and a woman had just stepped out into the open. The crowd fell quiet in a sort of ripple as people slowly realized the couple was waiting. They were both quite handsome. The man had short, honey-blonde hair that shined in the sunlight, while the woman's was closer to the color of fresh-cut straw. They were both wearing blue mage robes with silver lining. His was a more traditional battle mage cut, while hers was almost like a gown. They must be the Millviews. The man set both hands on the rail around the balcony and leaned forward. "Welcome," he said, his voice a confident boom that I was sure I could have heard from our house on the outskirts of town. "For those of you whom we haven't yet had the pleasure to meet, I am Silas Millview, and this is my beautiful wife Cerise." The man waited for a polite applause from the bleachers. I couldn't help but notice most of the soldiers did not put their hands together for the lord and lady. As some of you may know, the Millviews come from humble roots. It is with the Vritra's blessing that I address you today as a highblood, a most gracious reward from our Lord the High Sovereign for an incredible act of courage by our late daughter, Circe Millview. Silas waited again as a louder, more genuine applause burst from the audience. Both the Millviews beamed down over the crowd at this show of respect for their daughter, so she was the one who breached Elshire, I thought glumly. "That wench," Tedry mumbled, though he was careful to keep his voice down so only Roloff and I could hear him. "If she hadn't done that, I'd still be back home in Alacria kissing my girlfriend between classes," Roloff snorted. "Don't lie to Elam, Ted. We both know the only girl you kiss is your mom." Tedry went red around the neck and punched Roloff in the arm, but both boys snapped to attention and quieted down at a glare from Murdig, who was standing nearby with a group of guards. "Family's achievements are not the reason we stand before you today," Silas was saying. "Though we are honored that our humble new home has been chosen as the setting for this truly monumental occasion." Silas Millview launched into a rambling speech about his family's history, bragging about the feats of his daughter in the war and his son back at school in Alacria, and describing the Millviews' rise in unnecessary detail. It quickly became obvious that the crowd, especially the well-dressed visitors, were not interested in what he had to say. Just behind him and to his left, Cerise Milview kept glancing at the back of his head, and though her smile never faltered, her eyes began to grow wide and panicky. When a dark-haired man wearing a silky black robe coughed pointedly and knocked his onyx cane against the bleachers, Silas Milview seemed to snap out of a trance. He gazed around the crowd, his smile fading, then said, "Well, yes, thank you for your attention." The high-blood Alacrian shot a glance to his wife, who just kept smiling, then turned back to the crowd. "We did have some additional entertainment lined up for you today, but well, I can see how anxious you all are to find out why we're gathered here, so, why don't we skip straight to the announcement, eh?" In the utter silence that followed this statement, the only voice to be heard was Tedry's as he cursed. A few of the guards glanced our way, some grinning, others scowling, but it was Murdig's murderous glare that made Tedry turn white as a sheet. Without further ado, it is my privilege and honor to introduce the mighty retainer Nico, who has just returned after a trip back to Alacria with Princess Tesha Iralith of Elenoir. The Lord and Lady Milview bowed and waved to the crowd, then stepped back out of view as two other figures walked out onto the balcony. A cry went up from the elves standing in front of the stage as they saw Tesha. She looked stunning. Her silvery hair had been gathered up so that it fanned out behind her head like the tail of a peacock. Dark lines had been painted around her eyes, and her lips were vibrantly red. She wore tight-fitting battle robes made of elegant silver plating and an emerald fabric that ran like liquid around her body and glinted like dragon scales. Faintly glowing runic tattoos were visible on the back of her neck, and from the subtle glow of her arms under the battle robes, I guessed there were more there as well. My mind felt blank and empty, my thoughts replaced by a swarm of buzzing fire wasps between my ears. I hadn't really known what to expect, but seeing Tesha waving and smiling warmly down at her enslaved people, dressed like a warrior princess, certainly hadn't been it. And what were the tattoos? Something to suppress her mana or control her somehow? I had no clue. I was having a hard time thinking at all. Should I rush toward the building and activate the medallion? I could take the elves and Tesha, but would I survive long enough to escape? Kathleen had somehow avoided teleporting Bill with them, but was that intention or luck? Now that I had her in sight, I realized I couldn't hope to get away with her, at least not right there, surrounded by enemy mages. Elijah, or Nico, as Silas Milview had called him, held up a hand, and the elves went quiet. The reaction from the Alacrians had been muted at best as they waited to hear what Elijah had to say. "Today I speak to both my people of Alacria and those of Dicathen. I speak to you as a child of both continents. Though I was born in the central dominion of Alacria, I was raised and schooled in Dicathen alongside your people, including Princess Tesha Iralith of Elenoir, daughter of the late Alduin and Muriel Iralith." A whimper went through the elves as Elijah said the late king's and queen's names. Tesha stepped up, and Elijah wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close. I stared at Tesha in shock, expecting at least a smidgen of anger or disgust to leak onto her face. But what I saw was a worried yet genuine smile. Elijah continued, "Today is a new day, the war is over, and our two continents are made one in service of the Vritra. The High Sovereign wishes only that we put aside the animosity of our past and unite together under a banner of peace." A handful of polite applause came from the bleachers, but the elves were entirely silent. Most were staring at Tesha with the same confusion and betrayal I felt. "Now, please give your attention to Princess Tesha." Tesha stepped to the front of the balcony. Her steps seemed shaky, and she quickly steadied herself by grabbing the railing. Despite her beautiful clothes and makeup, I could see the dark shadows around her eyes, the sunken, sharp edges of her cheeks. "What happened, Tesha? What did he do to you?" My people," she said, her voice trembling slightly. She shot a quick glance back, but continued after an encouraging nod from Elijah. "I know you are frightened, but I want you to know that I have always stood between you and the darkness. Don't lose hope. Please listen to my words. I stand before you today to announce that She hesitated again, her eyes flickering through the audience. This time Elijah moved closer to her and rested a hand on her back. She stood a little straighter. "I, Tesha Iralith, last remaining member of the royal family, have ceded the right to rulership of Elenoir," gasps rose up from the huddled bunch of elves, "and sworn fealty to the High Sovereign of Alacria, legally giving him supreme authority over all lands once belonging to the race of elves." "No," an elven slave called out. "It can't be true," begged another. "Traitor," howled a third. This outcry lasted several seconds before the guards stepped in and made threatening motions with their weapons, causing the elves to be silent. Tesha seemed to lean into Elijah before continuing. "I have done this in exchange for your very lives." My friend, though I could barely recognize her as such, smiled weakly down on the crowd. "You will be released immediately and sent from this place to search out your friends and family, wherever they may be." Now it was the Alacrians who stirred, while the elves stood silent and stunned. All elves will be freed and offered a place alongside the Alacrian people, as partners in a new world. Tesha stopped for a moment, and Elijah leaned forward to whisper something in her ear. We will no longer be looked upon as a lesser race, afraid to travel our own borders. I was shaking my head, unable to believe what I was hearing. The humans of Dicathen hadn't always treated elves well, and some places in Sapin had still allowed slavery, but humans and elves weren't at war. We hadn't murdered the elven king and queen and put their corpses on display. My fists were clenched as I glared up at Tesha, and for a brief moment I swore I thought our eyes locked. There was no sign of recognition in her weary turquoise eyes. She just didn't recognize me in my disguise, I told myself through gritted teeth. I almost wanted to rip off my hat and let loose my hair, but I didn't budge. No, I couldn't, none of us could. Everyone present was frozen, eyes wide in fear as a pressure unlike anything I'd ever felt gripped every inch of my body. Elijah and Tesha, along with some of the other Alacrian mages, were staring upwards, completely silent. Something was coming,